Have you ever wondered what would happen if global currency depreciated and prices skyrocketed? How would ordinary people survive? Today, this eye-opening modern time travel novel, Global Depreciation, I returned and lifted my family to success, will give you the answers. Ordinary girl Lin Xiaowan accidentally travels to the future and witnesses the devastating collapse of the global economy. But do you think she'll just despair? No. With memories of the future, she returns to the present and leads her family to become wealthy against all odds. Think she's just an ordinary girl? Wrong. She's a prophet of the future. Lin Xiaowan not only knows the trend of global depreciation, but also masters countless money-making opportunities. From hoarding supplies to investing in emerging industries, she strategizes step by step, leading her family to thrive in the crisis. But her rise attracts the attention of various forces. Some want to recruit her, while others want to eliminate her. Can she survive this crisis unscathed? What secrets are hidden in her future memories? Think she's just a money-making machine? Wrong. She's also a protector. Faced with the crisis of global depreciation, Lin Xiaowan not only protects her family, but also helps her friends and loved ones survive the turmoil. With wisdom and courage, she resolves one crisis after another, becoming a savior in the eyes of many. However, as her influence grows, a conspiracy targeting her quietly unfolds. Who are her enemies? What lies behind this plot? Think that's all? Wrong. An even greater crisis is approaching. Lin Xiaowan gradually discovers that global depreciation is not accidental, but part of a man-made, earth-shattering conspiracy. Her time travel and memory return are no coincidence. They are key pieces of this grand scheme. What is her true identity? What is the truth behind this global crisis? Can she change the fate of the future? Global depreciation, I returned and lifted my family to success, is not just a modern time travel novel. It's a thrilling story combining economic crisis, suspense, and rags to success. Author uses a tight plot and profound insights to take you on a journey of an ordinary girl's rise to power in the face of crisis. Follow Lin Xiaowan's footsteps, uncover the truth behind global depreciation, and witness her legendary life. In September, in the city of Longcheng, at the heart of the metropolis, within the confines of the poison CF, Shun Xi sat in a corner by the window, resting her chin on one hand, lost in contemplation as she gazed out at the sky. The sunlight was just right, and she found herself transported back to an age before she had become a toxic woman. Merely half an hour prior, at the age of 65, she had completed her final shift and retired with honor. Yet, while dozing on the bus home, she unexpectedly awakened to find herself at the age of 20. Vibrant and alluring, her skin taut and her confidence brimming. She was in her prime, unencumbered by glasses, and in a relationship. Everything felt surreal, yet she accepted this transformation with remarkable poise. As a researcher who had devoted many years to the exploration of space and achieved significant academic milestones, adapting to the unknown was her innate talent. Upon waking, she too was on the bus, and vivid memories flooded back to her. She recalled this particular day, the day when Li Xiao's mother had invited her to meet at the CF. Li Xiao was her boyfriend. In the next moment, the transparent glass reflected the regal figure of a wealthy matron. Shinsai straightened her posture, directing her gaze towards the woman as she gracefully took a seat. Before Shinsai could utter a word, the woman lifted her head imperiously, retrieving a check from her Hermes Kelly orange lychee leather bag, placing it firmly in front of Shinsai. Hey, raise $10. Leave my son, $10? Shinsai was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, this dialogue seems off. Wasn't it 100,000 last time? How did it reduce to $10? Is it necessary to write a check for such a paltry sum? I understand how young girls your age think, aspiring to climb the social ladder and take shortcuts. But you must realize you and my son inhabit entirely different worlds. Or social classes are incompatible, the mother asserted, her gaze scrutinizing Shun Sis' attractive features. For several moments before she scoffed disdainfully, you are indeed quite beautiful, but that will only deceive my son, who is so naive it will not fool me. Finally recovering from the shock of the $10, Shinsai only grasped half of what the mother had said. Who is naive? Your son? Li Xiao. Naive? Unable to contain a derisive laugh, Shun Sis' reaction prompted the mother to furrow her brows beneath her sunglasses, displeased. What are you laughing at? Nothing, Just reminiscing about some amusing moments, she replied, thinking of her former self. She had once believed Li Xiao to be innocent, a boy raised in luxury, sheltered in a wealthy family. How could he harbor any ill intentions? It was only after he plagiarized her painstakingly written academic paper and published it, gaining fame and securing a position in the most prestigious research institution in the country, that Shen Xi realized how greatly she had been deceived by her infatuation with appearances. Her appeals and cries for justice were drowned in the vast ocean of wealth that was the Li family. Eventually, through sheer determination, she became Li Xiao's colleague and a direct subordinate. Those who harbor guilt are often plagued by paranoia. In Li Xiao's eyes, she resembled a ticking time bomb, one that could explode at any moment. During their time working together, he abused his position to create obstacles for her, ultimately expelling her from the team using the Li family's substantial financial influence. At 29, she found herself unemployed. Yet true gold fears no fire. Those who possess talent will shine. She persevered, utilizing her years of research experience to author another groundbreaking paper, which soon led her to a position at the National Space Exploration Research Department. Diligently, she dedicated her life to the field of space exploration, retiring with honor at 65, never having married. Auntie, I believe you are correct. I am not of the same ilk as him. Shun Ci slowly pushed the $10 check back towards a woman. There's no need for this. While I may not be affluent, I am not in want of $10. The mother was taken aback by Shun Ci's response. She adjusted her sunglasses down to her nose, scrutinizing Shen Ci intently. Wasn't she supposed to break down in tears, proclaiming her love for Li Xiao, insisting that no one could separate them? Last time, Shun Ci had indeed behaved in such a manner. Too little? I know your situation. $10 is not insignificant for someone from your background. Are you playing games with me? The mother replaced her sunglasses, her tone growing colder. Shun Ci smiled gently. Auntie, you are overthinking. I will indeed break up with Li Xiao. I assure you. I do not agree. A sudden, furious voice erupted from the side, startling Li Xiao's mother. Shen Ci, however, maintained her composure, a slight smile gracing her lips. Just as before, Li Xiao appeared the same moment, and the two resolutely declared their intent to remain together, appealing to his mother's emotions and reasoning until she reluctantly conceded to their relationship. Li Xiao swiftly sat beside Shen Ci, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, his voice firm. Mom, I will not break up with Shen Ci. Xiao, do you think I would harm you? I'm doing this for your own good. Li Xiao's mother retorted, both anxious and furious. She had nearly succeeded with her son's sudden arrival. It was likely that this girl might reconsider. However, Shun Ci emotionlessly removed Li Xiao's arm from her shoulders and, under his bewildered gaze, stood up, addressing him directly to Li Xiao. I've had my fill, let's end this here. What do you mean? Li Xiao asked, bewildered. What does have my fill mean? Shen Ci smirked. It means exactly what it says. I've had my fill of you. The expression on Li Xiao's face shifted from confusion to shock, and finally to anger. Shen Ci, this is neither the time for impulsive decisions nor jesting. He asserted, his voice low. Shen Ci regarded his face, and she had to admit, once again, that he was undeniably handsome. Whether it was his brows furrowed in confusion, his eyes wide in shock, or his face flushed with anger, he was striking. Yet, as she continued to look, a wave of revulsion washed over her. Shun Ci turned her gaze to Li Xiao's mother. Annie, I have a peculiar quirk. I only engage in clandestine relationships with rich second-generation heirs. Since you've discovered this, it has lost its appeal. And by the way, Li Xiao and I have never slept together. We shared a room once, but he couldn't perform. I'm not sure if it was nerves or something else. Perhaps you should take him to the hospital when you have the chance, considering he is still young. The coffee is on me. With that, Shun Ci turned and walked toward the cashier, leaving behind the stunned mother and son, their faces pale. Hello, I'd like to settle the bill for table 5. Ma'am, that will be 75 cents. I'll scan you. Shen Ci squinted in confusion, pondering whether she had misheard the total. It sounded like 75? Payment successful. 75 cents. The cashier's voice announced, and Shun Ci instinctively glanced at her WeChat payment page, incredulous at the amount. Payment successful. 0.0075 yuan. 75 cents? The unit of currency? The Li? Shinsi's eyes widened in astonishment, more shocked than she had been at her unexpected revival. One obscure monetary unit. Chapter 2. The Time-Space Bank. The latest high-end version of the iPhone is priced at 1,688 yuan on the official website. A classic Cartier diamond necklace is listed at 24,988 yuan. The Ferrari Global Limited Edition Windstorm Cheetah Black Diamond is approximately valued at around 2,100 yuan. The Epine Tension luxurious 500 square meter riverside apartment in the city center starts at 3,000 yuan. Shinsi sat on a park bench, engrossed in her phone for a solid 2 hours, finally grasping the current state of the world. Almost everything, people, events, and objects, remained unchanged. The only thing that had altered was the price of goods. According to her memories from her previous life, the current world had depreciated a staggering 10,000 times. In other words, the 10 yuan check that Li Zhao's mother gave her was equivalent to 100,000 yuan from her past life. However, just as Shinsi was about to check her current balance, her finger instinctively tapping on the WeChat wallet, she nearly screamed in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand. Her eyes widened as she beheld the balance displayed. 648, 755, 6,725 yuan, nearly 650,000. This figure was not unfamiliar to her, for it represented the proceeds from her car, sold before retirement, which the dealership had transferred to her in 6 installments of 100,000 yuan each, along with her original WeChat balance. Her WeChat balance had inexplicably followed her back from the age of 65 to 20? Wait, if her WeChat balance could do this, what about her bank account? She had amassed nearly 5 million in retirement savings and funeral funds, all resting in a construction bank card. Her fingers trembled slightly with anticipation as she navigated to the bank card binding interface in her WeChat wallet. Although she could not recall the entire card number, she distinctly remembered the last 4 digits, 1069. The screen transitioned, revealing that her WeChat was linked to a single bank card, emblazoned with the words Time-Space Bank. Upon seeing the last 4 digits, Shinsi's pupils quivered with excitement. 1,069. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality and quickly returned to the main page of her phone, where she indeed discovered an app labeled Time-Space Bank. Everything felt surreal, to the extent that any further unexpected events would no longer surprise Shinsi. She opened the app, which automatically logged her in after scanning her face. The interface was strikingly simple, devoid of any clutter or advertisements, displaying only her name, card number, and a balance of 4,762,359. 88 yuan. This was the entirety of her savings from her previous life, untouched. In this globally depreciating world, her current assets, once converted, equated to over 50 billion. Over 50 billion? Such a figure was as rare as 0.75. September in Long City was sweltering, yet Shinsi remained seated on the bench until darkness enveloped the sky, finally achieving a sense of calm. Eventually, she rose and hailed a taxi, returning to the university. Long City Technology University, Girls' Dormitory 309. Upon her return, Shinsi stood outside the door, exhaling softly before stepping inside. The dorm was playing the latest hit single from a K-pop girl group. On the left bed near the door, the unremarkable Lin Shuang was engaged in a game, using a high-pitched voice to communicate with her online companions. At the desk beneath the right bed, the portly Wang Ho was engrossed in a spicy hot pot video, his phone propped up on a stand. Near the balcony, the stunning Yu Xinshin was painting her toenails, bent over in concentration. Shinsi's entrance elicited no reaction from anyone. Not a single glance was cast her way. The familiar atmosphere, the same scene. This was how she had spent her 4 years of university in isolation. Approaching her designated area, she sighed in frustration at the sight of her surroundings, noting that most of the items on her desk and bed were gifts from Li Xiao. Without hesitation, she grabbed the trash bag on the table and discarded everything within it. This action caught the attention of her 3 roommates, who turned to look at her with surprise. They exchanged glances filled with skepticism. "What are you doing?" Yu Xinshin scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "These things aren't cheap. Aren't they all gifts from Li Xiao? Did you two have a fight?" The other 2 shared a smirk, reveling in the drama. Lin Shuang briefly muted her game, mocking, "You didn't break up, did you?" Upon hearing the word breakup, Yu Xinshin's eyes lit up. She relished the thought of Shinsi being rejected, questioning why she was more appealing than her. Shinsi chose to ignore them, instead rummaging through her drawer for the ring Li Xiao had gifted her, but it was nowhere to be found. After a moment, she finally felt the ring at the very bottom and tossed it into the trash bag without a second glance. Yuxinshin's smile faltered, her eyes widening in disbelief. Are you okay? That ring is worth nearly 300 yuan. Do you want it? Shinxiai turned to Yuxinshin, her expression devoid of emotion. Yuxinshin hesitated, then cautiously asked, You really don't want it? Shinxiai smirked. If you want it, go pick it up from the trash can downstairs. Don't think I'll just give it to you. Yuxinshin's face flushed with embarrassment, her indignation boiling over. Who would want your worthless ring? You're the one who broke. Lin Shuang chimed in, her voice dripping with disdain. It's Li Xiao who's wealthy, not you. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Wei from the next room appeared, her expression animated as she called out to Shinxiai. Shinxiai, hurry downstairs. Li Xiao is waiting for you with a huge bouquet of roses. As she spoke, Wu Yu exaggeratedly gestured the size of the bouquet, her face alight with envy. Yuxinshin leaped from her chair, and both Wang Ho and Lin Shuang abandoned their activities, all rushing to the balcony to catch a glimpse. Below the girls' dormitory, a crowd had gathered, and Li Xiao stood there, holding an enormous bouquet of bright red roses, gazing up toward the window of room 309. With jealousy burning in her eyes, Yuxinshin clenched her fists, seething. Shinxiai, what are you pretending for? If you broke up, would Li Xiao still come looking for you? Shinxiai chose not to join the fray, knotting the trash bag tightly before swiftly exiting the dormitory. Chapter 3. I've wanted to hit you for a while. A stir arose beneath the girls' dormitory. As Shinxiai emerged, the surrounding students instinctively parted to create a pathway, their diverse gazes converging upon her. At the university, Li Xiao was well known due to his prestigious background, and Shinxiai was no less notable. She was both beautiful and intelligent. During her freshman orientation, her photograph had sparked considerable buzz on the campus forum, with male students hailing her as the new goddess of purity. Many from various departments sought to approach her, engaging in relentless pursuits, Li Xiao being one of them. Shinxiai vividly recalled that day when Li Xiao, just as he was today, stood below the girls' dormitory with a bouquet of roses, surrounded by the same crowd of spectators. As Shinxiai appeared, Li Xiao rushed forward, his face alight with joy. Shinxiai, I'm sorry. I apologize for my mother's actions today. Please don't be angry. With a stoic expression, Shinxiai raised the overflowing black trash bag before Li Xiao, swinging it toward him. The bag, heavy with its contents, struck Li Xiao squarely in the face, the roses crashing to the ground along with it. As the crowd witnessed the scene, their expressions unified in astonishment, mingled with a hint of confusion. What is Shinxiai doing? Are those two quarreling? Shinxiai doesn't seem quite right. Could they be breaking up? They've only been together for less than 6 months. Whispers began to circulate, as onlookers speculated on the nature of the incident between the two. Shinxi's recent actions had left no dignity for Li Xiao, and under the scrutiny of so many, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he chose to swallow his pride. Noticing that Shinxiai intended to leave without uttering a word, he rushed to catch up, grasping her hand and leaning in closely. Pleading softly, "You're not truly disappointed in me because of what happened last time, are you? I was just so nervous then. Please give me another chance. I promise to do better next time." Shinxiai pushed him away forcefully, a disdainful smirk curling her lips as she regarded Li Xiao. Her gaze, her expression, even that single scoff, dripped with ridicule and contempt. Though she said nothing, it felt as though her silence spoke volumes. Li Xiao furrowed his brow in frustration and confusion, pondering her intentions. Yet, Shinxiai was intentionally toying with him, seeking to ensnare him in a web of self-doubt and torment. Just as he had once done to her, taking her thesis, publishing it under his name without a word of explanation, transforming 3 years of affection into an icy red exclamation mark that left her disillusioned with love for a lifetime. She no longer believed in romance. Shinxiai strode into the dormitory building without a backward glance, leaving the spectators baffled, yet sensing an end to the relationship. Li Xiao clenched his fists, squatting down to gather the fallen roses and trash bag, his face shadowed and his eyes flickering with inscrutable emotions. Shinxiai, you truly don't know how to appreciate what you have. Li Xiao is such an outstanding young man, yet you fail to cherish him. Upon returning to her dorm, Yuxinshin leaned against the balcony door with her arms crossed, directing a cold mockery at Shinxiai. Her tone barely concealed her delight. Her jealousy of Shinxiai had festered for quite some time, since they first met in their freshman year. Yuxinshin had inexplicably despised Shinxiai upon seeing her striking beauty. Leveraging her relatively affluent background, she often bestowed small favors on her 2 roommates, thereby isolating Shinxiai. What is my relationship with him to you? Shinxiai shot back coolly. Do you feel the need to taste the flavor of everything that passes by your door? With that, Shinsiai couldn't help but chuckle condescendingly, stepping closer to Yushinshin. You don't think that just because I might have broken up with him, you'd have a chance, do you? Let me clarify, that's not going to happen. As you said, even if I were to dismiss Li Xiao, there are plenty of girls who would be interested in him. You wouldn't even be in the running. Her words shattered Yushinshin's fragile ego. Enraged, she screamed. You vile creature, I'll tear you apart today. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Shinsiai struck her, leaving Yushinshin stunned. Clutching her stinging face in disbelief. You dared to hit me? Shinsiai regarded her with an icy demeanor. I've wanted to slap you for quite a while. You should be aware of how insufferable your mouth is. Wang Ho and Lin Shuang stood frozen, dumbfounded by Shinsiai's sudden display of authority, utterly at a loss for words. In the next moment, Shinsiai leaned forward, her striking yet cold visage looming over Yushinshin, causing her to stumble back instinctively, nearly gasping in alarm. Remember to mind your manners in my presence. Yushinshin trembled, feeling as though Shinsiai had transformed into a different person. Shinsiai said no more. She merely opened her suitcase from the corner, packing her essential belongings. Leaving behind a frosty silhouette, she departed from room 309. At the most luxurious 5-star hotel surrounding the university, Shinsiai presented her ID at the front desk. One executive king room, please. The evening shift clerk, a handsome young man, noticed her beauty and kindly suggested, you could save some money by booking online, miss. Shinsiai glanced at the posted price on the wall, an executive king room listed at a mere 1,888 yuan. No need, just open the door for me. She was uninterested in the hassle, eager to rest. The clerk, slightly embarrassed, nevertheless upgraded her room. Regardless of the occasion, beauty often afforded certain advantages and privileges. The executive king room became an executive suite. Once inside, Shinsiai locked the door and placed a cup on the doorknob. A habit she had retained from her previous life. For reasons unknown, she had developed a profound sense of insecurity, particularly in unfamiliar surroundings. The clean, expansive windows offered a panoramic view of the opulent cityscape, and she pulled out her phone to once again open the Time Bank app. Her eyes fixed intently on the balance displayed therein. After a moment, she finally smiled. Regardless of how she arrived at this situation, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Those erroneous choices from her past, the regret she would carry for a lifetime, and the unspoken words were now hers to rectify. Chapter 4. My sister is a fairy on her first night. Shinsiai found it difficult to sleep soundly, her subconscious gripped by fear, terrified that upon waking, she would discover it had all been a mere dream. Thus, when the dawn broke, her mind felt hazy and disoriented. After a brief wash-up, her first order of business upon returning to school was to seek out her advisor. Change dorms? In the hallway, Li Jiangguo, holding a stack of books, looked at Shinsiai in surprise and asked, why? I'm not getting along with my roommates. Li Dao, could you please inquire with the logistics staff on my behalf and help me switch rooms? In Li Jiangguo's eyes, Shinsiai was an exemplary student. Following her impressive college entrance examination score of 714, which allowed her to select from numerous prestigious institutions, the admissions office had even visited her home to personally recruit her. Therefore, he had always been attentive to Shinsiai's needs. Adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, he lowered his voice and asked earnestly, have your roommates been bullying you? Bully? That's all ancient history. Shinsiai sighed, we simply don't mesh well. Please don't pry into the details, Li Dao. Seeing her demeanor, Li Jiangguo refrained from pressing further and nodded. All right, I'll ask around shortly, and I'll send you a message once I have news. Remember, if anything comes up, you must inform me, understood? Shinsiai smiled and nodded, I understand. Thank you, Li Dao. Checking the class schedule in the group chat, Shinsiai realized she had no classes that day and coincidentally received a message from her younger sister, Shunli. Sis, I've settled in at school. I'll be starting new student military training in a couple of days. Are you free these days? Her sister, Shunli, was a freshman this year. But unlike Shinsiai, Shunli had entered the prestigious Huaxia Film Academy as an art examination student, ranking in the top 50 nationwide. I'm free today. Let us have lunch together. I'll come find you. After leaving the school, Shinsiai took a taxi to the Wanxiang Mall. In the Apple store, she gazed at the price tags of various digital products, feeling a wave of disbelief and amusement. The latest Apple 16, fully equipped, was priced at 9,888 yuan. Laptops were marked at 2,888 yuan. Nothing she saw exceeded 10 yuan. She purchased a phone, laptop, tablet, and headphones, all for less than 5 yuan combined. She then went to a prestigious luxury brand and purchased 4 sets of high-end skincare products, before directly taking a taxi to her sister's school, the Huaxia Film Academy. In the girls' dormitory 507, a series of youthful laughter echoed within. Did you see those boys from Class 8 in our department this morning? You mean the ones on the basketball court? Yes, I saw them. So handsome. That one named Yi Chaoyang gained fame before the college entrance examination due to his looks. I even followed him online. I didn't expect him to be even more handsome in person, right? And our department is the best. I specifically observed the directing and broadcasting departments, and they were rather lacking. You have high standards. There are many beauties in our department, too. The 3 girls gathered around, munching on snacks and discussing the attractive freshmen, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Only Shunli remained silent, leaning against the bed, fiddling with her phone. Shunli, come down and have some chips with us. Let's chat. Yeah, Maina bought these chips. They're really delicious, an imported brand. Come try them. Her 2 roommates enthusiastically invited Shunli, but she merely shook her head and softly replied, "Thank you, but I'm afraid of gaining weight. You're so thin." Yet you're worried about that? You really don't need to control your weight right now. In a few days, we'll start military training for freshmen. And you'll be fine. Shunli initially intended to refuse, but Sun Yuan had already reached out to pull her. Come on, don't be like this. We're all friends. You need to integrate with us, or it will seem like we're isolating you. With no other option, Shunli reluctantly got out of bed. It was that she didn't want to fit in. Rather, she felt a deep-seated sense of inferiority. Unlike her 3 roommates were all locals of Longcheng, coming from affluent families. At the beginning of their studies, they had tacitly prepared gifts for each other. Maina had gifted each person a piece of light luxury jewelry, which she had checked cost over $40. Sun Yuan presented sunglasses, also a brand-name item, nearly $20. Wang Chuan provided beauty cards worth $38. Only Shunli had brought local specialties from Shenzhen and Hong Kong, which cost her less than 30 cents. Although her roommates had expressed joy upon receiving their gifts, Shunli couldn't help but feel embarrassed by the comparison. It wasn't that her roommates isolated her. Rather, she subconsciously isolated herself. Shunli, has your personality always been like this? Sun Yuan took the initiative to engage her, eager to know her better. Shunli nodded and softly replied, yes. I have an older sister and a younger brother. I'm the second child. In families with 3 children, the second one is often the most overlooked. So I've never been good at communicating with others. Wang Chuan was taken aback, exclaiming, really? You're so beautiful, and yet your family overlooks you? My sister is much prettier than I am. Is that true? Your sister must be a fairy then. Shunli slightly pursed her lips and nodded, in my eyes. She truly is a fairy. Her roommates exchanged knowing smiles, perceiving Shunli as a sister Khan. Zhao Meina examined Shunli and remarked, actually, the entertainment industry appreciates your type of beauty, subtle yet exuding classical charm. You'd be beautiful in both ancient and modern attire, but your personality is a hindrance. If a production team comes to our school to scout talent, would you dare to audition? The other 2 nodded in agreement, affirming Maina's words. She's right. You have the looks, but you also need to seize the opportunity. Shunli listened obediently, refraining from rebuttal, fully aware that her roommates had her best interests at heart. Outside the dormitory, Shinxiai had actually been there for quite some time. Hearing the lively chatter inside, she stood at the door and listened for a moment. Her sister's roommates seemed to be nice girls, far luckier than she had been. Once the moment felt right, she gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Wang Chuan rose to open the door, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Shinxiai. What a beautiful sister. Who are you looking for? She exclaimed, her voice instinctively rising. Sister? Shunli was startled to see her sister at the door, instinctively exclaiming, why did you come suddenly? The roommates exchanged surprised glances. Was this really Shinli's fairy sister? She certainly looked the part. Wang Chuan quickly ushered her inside, and Shinxiai casually handed her items to the girls, saying, I brought you all gifts, sets of skincare products. I hope you like them. Thank you so much, sister. The girls exclaimed, reaching for the gifts, their gaze lingering on Shinxiai's face. Shunli had not exaggerated. Her sister truly was stunning. Even amidst the sea of beauty at the film academy, she exuded a captivating charm that could mesmerize anyone. Sister, didn't you say you'd come in the evening? Shunli stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke. It had been nearly 2 years since she had last seen her sister, who had not returned home since starting university in Longcheng. She and her brother could only connect with Shinxiai through video calls on WeChat. Shinxiai observed her sister, her throat tightening with emotion. In her past life, Although Shinli had been admitted to the film academy, she had not found success. Initially, her beauty opened doors, but she was often let down at the last minute, either replaced or overshadowed by more prominent names. There were even jealous actresses who suggested she be made to look unattractive to the directors. She had frequently been brought along to events to entertain investors, causing her youthful years to be squandered. After graduating, she faced even more difficulties. Her once innocent nature had been eroded by a toxic environment, leading her to self-destruct, becoming embroiled in scandals that tainted her career. In the end, Shunli never attained what she truly desired. Now, gazing into her sister's pure, unblemished eyes, Shinsi forced herself to smile and gently touched her hair, saying, "I brought you some things, thinking I'd deliver them personally." Shinli was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw the items Shinsi handed her: a phone, a laptop, a tablet, and headphones. All Apple products. These were things she had longed for, but never dared to ask for. The phone she currently used was nearly 3 years old and barely functioning, costing less than $20. Each time she saw someone with the latest Apple model, envy would wash over her. "All of this is for me?" Shinli asked, astonished as she reached out to take them. Seeing her sister's reaction, Shinsi felt a pang in her heart. She had never received anything she truly wanted. And from this day forward, she vowed to give Shunli all the beautiful things in the world. Regaining her composure, Shinsi surveyed the dormitory environment. The Film Academy's dorms were quite decent, standard, clean 4-person rooms with private bathrooms and small balconies. Turning to her sister's roommates, she added, "Shinli is a bit reserved. I hope you all can be understanding and take care of each other." "Of course, sister. Don't worry. We all like Shinli," her roommates assured her warmly. Satisfied with their response, Shinsi then asked Shunli, "Are you free today? Let us go out for a while, and I'll bring you back after dinner." Shunli nodded enthusiastically. It had been 2 years since she had seen her sister, and naturally, she wanted to spend more time with her. As the sisters left the dormitory arm in arm, the other 3 roommates finally gathered excitedly together. "Oh my, Shunli's sister is absolutely stunning. I can't believe I doubted her claim about her sister being a fairy. I owe myself a drink for that. I have rarely encountered such beautiful girls at our school. They would effortlessly outshine many in the entertainment industry. Moreover, she is incredibly kind, even bringing us gifts. Girlin, which I adore, but I have never seen this particular collection before." "Neither have I. Why does it seem so different from the Girlin products I've purchased? It appears to be of a higher grade. Meina, could you use the image recognition feature on Taobao?" The group leaned in, peering at Zhao Meina's phone. The Girlin High Luxury Black Orchid series, with the entire set priced at nearly 5,000 yuan. How exorbitant. The 3 exchanged incredulous glances, each displaying a look of astonishment. Although they hailed from fairly well-off families, they had never indulged in such lavish skincare products. A single jar of eye cream costs 670. Shinli appears to dress and utilize fairly ordinary items. I had no idea her family was so affluent. Perhaps it correlates with her modest personality. She tends to be quite low-key. They nodded in agreement, finding the sentiment very reasonable, and their impression of Shunli improved significantly. The 2 sisters strolled hand in hand toward the main entrance of the Film Academy, attracting numerous gazes due to their striking appearances, with even some boys discreetly snapping photos. Shinli stiffened at the attention. She had always been this way. The pride of her life was having the most beautiful sister in the world. Thus, walking alongside her sister on the street was when she felt her most confident. "Sister, where are we going?" Shinli inquired. Shinsi smiled at her and sincerely replied, "I want to take you shopping. I've already replaced your essential digital products, so let's find you some new clothes and shoes." Her younger sister had always been prone to feelings of inferiority, and in the competitive environment of the Film Academy, having the right appearance was crucial. Otherwise, witnessing others flaunting designer brands while she possessed nothing would inevitably deepen her feelings of inadequacy. The Meiluo Shopping Mall, one of the most upscale shopping centers in Longcheng, housed nearly all the leading international luxury brands, a place Shinli had only seen on television. She was awestruck by the mall's opulent exterior before she even entered. And by the time she regained her composure, her sister had already guided her to the Cartier counter. "Sister, this is so expensive. Let's forget it." Shinli gently shook her head, aware that Cartier was a pinnacle luxury brand in jewelry, with even a single necklace costing several thousand yuan. Before the sales associate could greet them, she overheard Shinli's comment and rolled her eyes in silence, another window shopper who couldn't afford to buy anything. Leading to yet another unproductive shift. Sales associates and luxury boutiques rotated shifts at the door, awaiting customers, with actual sales entirely dependent on fortune. Shinsiai calmly led her sister into the store, prompting the associate to begrudgingly follow them. "Welcome to Cartier. I am Katia, delighted to assist you." Her voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper. Shinsiai halted, turning to the associate and calmly remarked, "Yet you do not appear very pleased." The associate suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, ignoring Shinsi's comment and mechanically continuing with the scripted inquiry. "Do you have a preferred style? I can fetch it for you to try on." Chapter 6. She was determined to spend. "Sister, let us not go in. Let us leave." The associate's demeanor only intensified Shinli's apprehension as she tugged at Shinsi's arm, her expression tense. Just as she suggested leaving, the associate bowed again and quickly said, "Please take your time. Welcome back next time." With that, she turned and called to her colleague at the counter, "Riley, you're up." Thus, Shinsiai and her sister were left at the entrance, abandoned, as the associate departed without looking back. Shinsiai found it amusingly infuriating. The luxury sales associates she had seen in disparaging online videos were indeed real, showcasing their disdain for customers. Why was she acting so haughty? It was Cartier that was expensive, not her. When Riley arrived at the entrance for her shift, she quickly welcomed Shinsiai and Shunli. "Welcome to Cartier. I am Riley, delighted to assist you both." At that moment, Shunli had been thoroughly discouraged by the previous associate's attitude. Even though Riley's demeanor was amiable, she awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, but we're not buying." "Sister, let us go. It's just too expensive and unnecessary." Her reluctance stemmed not from concern over her sister's ability to afford it, but rather from a genuine belief that spending thousands on jewelry felt excessively extravagant for her current circumstances. She could easily find delightful pieces at creative accessory shops online for much less. However, having detected Shinli's lack of purchasing desire, Riley merely smiled politely and said, "That's all right. You're welcome to browse and try on anything you like. If you decide to purchase in the future, just let me know." Shinsiai, gazing at the charming associate, suddenly asked, "What did you say your name was?" "You may call me Riley." Shinsiai nodded gently, taking her sister's hand, and said to Riley, "Riley, today I intend for you to earn a generous commission." "Huh?" Riley looked bewildered, uncertain if she heard correctly, and upon seeing the sisters enter the store, she hurriedly followed. At the ring display, Shinsiai seated Shunli in a chair, glancing around at the variety of styles, most of which were reasonably priced, but she recognized that shopping was about emotional satisfaction. Overwhelming her sister with options would ruin the fun, so she encouraged her to take her time. However, upon seeing the prices, Shunli grew increasingly anxious. A bare ring, devoid of any embellishments, cost nearly 2,000 yuan. She understood that Cartier was a premier brand in the jewelry world, but sitting in the store made her feel utterly out of her depth. All she wanted was to escape. "That one, let my sister try it on." Shinsiai gently gestured toward the most expensive ring on display, priced at 888 yuan. "Really? All right." Riley, wearing professional white silk gloves, retrieved the ring and placed it before Shinli, smiling as she introduced, "This is the Coloque diamond ring. Made entirely of platinum, with a diamond weighing 0.58 carats." Riley placed the ring on Shunli's finger. "Take a look. It's quite stunning." Whether it was beautiful or not, Shunli could not discern. She simply felt overwhelmed. After a cursory glance, she hastily removed it and returned it to the box. Shaking her head, "No, I don't want this. Wrap it up." Shinsi's calm voice left both Shunli and the associate momentarily stunned. "Sister, I will spend money on you. You must not refuse. Today, you will listen to me." Shinsi's tone was gentle yet undeniably authoritative. Shunli had always adored her sister and was inclined to comply, thrilled at the prospect of receiving gifts. However, the price was just too steep. "It's so expensive." She felt a pang of sympathy for her sister's finances. Yet, Shinsiai gently grasped her hand, smiling softly. "No matter how costly, I will indulge you." The previous associate, who had been watching from afar, expecting the sisters to leave disappointed, was astonished to see Riley wrapping up a sale, and so swiftly. Another associate, a friend of Riley's, approached with a smirk, saying, "Is this the troublesome customer you mentioned?" Riley managed to sell a K-lock without uttering much, leaving the person frozen in place, regretting their decision as the commission from a single K-lock amounts to nearly 20 cents, and now it belonged to someone else. However, the story does not end there. Shinsiai took Shinli to another counter to select a necklace. The prices of the necklaces were generally higher, most starting above 10 yuan, with the cheapest exceeding 5. "Since we are spending money, choose what you like," Shinsiai said to Shinli. Realizing that her sister had set aside money for her today, Shinli felt a bit more at ease and nodded, carefully selecting her choice. In the end, she chose a 9,888 yuan begonia flower platinum diamond necklace, which, while not exorbitant by brand standards, was evidently something she truly adored. Shinsiai had the sales assistant wrap it up without hesitation. The previous sales assistant watched in disbelief as the customer she had disdainfully dismissed at the door had now made a purchase, leaving her utterly unsettled. The commission for the begonia flower platinum diamond necklace was nearly 50 cents. As a professional sales assistant, Riley possessed a keen eye for discerning customers. Although Shinsi's attire had initially clouded her judgment, the swift transactions allowed her to quickly identify Shinsiai as a high-value client. After packaging the necklace, she approached Shinsiai and said, "Miss, the items we have on display are our more basic and classic styles. We also have some high-end pieces specifically for VIP clients. I can request permission from my manager to grant you access to our VIP offerings, ensuring you enjoy the benefits of our brand's exclusive treatment." Shinsiai raised an eyebrow slightly. "Sounds good. After all, I did say I wanted you to earn a commission of at least 10 yuan. If I only buy these basic items, it might require quite a few purchases, right?" Riley smiled. "You need not worry about me. The primary concern should be your satisfaction with your purchases. Please wait a moment while I consult with the manager." Once the sales assistant left, Shinli turned to her sister. "Sister, they are too expensive. I wouldn't dare keep them in the dorm." "Then wear them every day," Shinsiai replied. Shinli bit her lip, her heart swelling with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Her sister had not returned home for 2 years due to a disagreement with their mother, and she had worried about Shinsiai managing alone in Long City. Now it seemed that Shinsiai was doing quite well, likely earning substantial amounts. Chapter 7. I will compensate at the listed price. After Riley secured VIP privileges from the manager, she invited Shinsiai and Shinli into the VIP room. The earlier sales assistant, Katia, upon seeing them enter the VIP area, could no longer contain herself. She rushed over to assist the manager, who was bringing in drinks. The manager, slightly turning aside with an expression of displeasure, said, "What are you doing? They are Riley's clients." "But they were originally my customers," Katia insisted anxiously. The manager, having risen through the ranks of sales, immediately sensed something amiss. Narrowing her eyes, she asked, "Then why is Riley attending to them?" Katia hesitated, unable to articulate her actions. The manager sighed in exasperation. "You've been here for 2 or 3 years. How could you make such a rookie mistake? Did we not cover in training that wealthy yet low-profile customers abound? You cannot view people through colored lenses. Have you forgotten everything? It's not the manager's fault. The customer herself mentioned the prices were too high, and I overheard it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted this way. Forget about this sale. Stay away. The customers are currently very eager to buy, and you should not hinder them." The manager shot her a sharp glance before pushing open the door to the VIP room. Katia stomped her foot in frustration, realizing that her commission had just flown away, feeling utterly foolish. Inside the VIP room, refreshments and fruits awaited, and the manager even inquired if they desired cake or afternoon tea, as VIP clients usually took considerable time selecting their jewelry. Shinsiai merely replied, "No need. We are in a hurry." Soon, Riley approached with a delicate tray, kneeling beside Shinli. Recognizing that her sister was the main focus today, she began to present the jewelry on the tray with professionalism. The half-kneeling service made Shinli feel slightly uneasy, yet the stunning array of jewels captivated her attention. Shinsiai noticed the high-end designs were evidently more intricate and luxurious, with larger, more dazzling diamonds. However, the overly extravagant necklaces and rings seemed less suitable for daily wear, especially for Shinli, who had just entered her first year of college. One bracelet, however, caught Shinsi's eye. Its design was uniquely simple, yet strikingly elegant, adorned with 5 diamonds and various colored gemstones that made it exceptionally appealing. "What do you think of this one?" Shinsiai inquired, lifting it to show Shinli. The latter's eyes lit up as she nodded. "It's beautiful." Riley, noticing her reaction, quickly added, "This bracelet is a new release this year, with only 2,000 pieces available globally. Each diamond weighs 1.86 carats, crafted from premium natural South African diamonds, with the gemstones being entirely natural." Shinsiai tried it on her sister first, then on herself, and both looked stunning. "We'll take 2, Shinsiai declared with a smile, "sister bracelets. 1 for each of us." Shinli nodded enthusiastically. Riley exchanged an excited glance with the manager, knowing that this bracelet was priced at 8,888 yuan. Nearly 100 yuan. In the end, Shinsiai spent over 200 yuan in the store, silently calculating that this amount equated to more than 200,000 yuan in her past life. Now, spending it from her WeChat balance felt almost trivial. The manager and Riley warmly escorted them to the door. As Shin Si paused to look back, she spotted the initial sales assistant, Katia, who, feeling Shin Si's gaze, instinctively averted her eyes, appearing quite awkward. Shin Si merely smiled faintly, not wishing to make things difficult for the sales assistant. With her current wealth, there was no need to engage in a petty struggle. Moreover, for salespeople, commission was paramount. The commission that rightfully belonged to Katia had been claimed by another, and she likely would not feel at ease in the near future. That was sufficient for Shin Si. Afterward, Shin Si and her sister went on to purchase clothing, shoes, and a handbag. Upon seeing the Cartier bags they carried, the sales assistants in other stores greeted them with enthusiastic service, not daring to show any indifference. Shin Si did not disappoint them, as their warm service translated into generous commissions. Eventually, the two could hardly carry their purchases and decided to sit down in a restaurant. "Are you happy?" Shin Si asked her sister. Shinli, wearing a serene smile, nodded appreciatively. "I am happy. Thank you, sister." Shin Si smiled back, hesitating for a moment before pulling out her phone and transferring 10 yuan to her sister. "In the future, if you want anything, just buy it directly. If you run out, let me know." Seeing the 10 yuan transfer notification, Shinli was momentarily taken aback. "Sister, this is too much. I only need 2 dans a month." "It's not too much. Hurry and accept it. I will send you living expenses every month from now on. You need not ask our mother." Shinli hesitated briefly before nodding. The restaurant specialized in French cuisine, and it was their first visit. So Shin Si ordered an array of seafood her sister loved, along with a bottle of red wine. As each beautifully plated dish arrived, it whetted their appetites. Just as Shinli picked up her knife and fork to enjoy the baked escargot covered in cream and cheese, she accidentally bumped the handle of her knife against a nearby wine glass, resulting in a loud crash. A glass cup shattered on the floor with a crisp sound, accompanied by a sharp scream that echoed through the restaurant. A woman passing by their table turned with an angry expression, glaring at Shinli and scolding her. "What are you doing? Don't you have eyes?" "I'm sorry, sister, it was unintentional." The bespectacled man accompanying the woman was about to explode in anger, but upon catching sight of Shinli, he was momentarily captivated, only to then notice Shin Si rising from her seat, which sparked a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of wetness on the shoe." Initially, the man intended to defend his companion, but upon seeing how stunning the two sisters were, he instinctively adopted a more gentlemanly demeanor. The woman turned back and shot him a furious glare, exclaiming, "What do you mean it's nothing? These shoes are brand new. Nearly 2,000 yuan. This is the first time I'm wearing them. Moreover, the material cannot get wet or stain. These shoes are ruined." Upon hearing nearly 2,000 yuan, the man felt a pang of regret, as he knew he had paid for them. The woman turned back to Shinli, angrily demanding, "What good is an apology? What do you propose we do?" Shin Si glanced at the woman's white high heels, which were indeed stained at the toe by the red wine, and recognized that it was their fault for being careless. Thus, even though the woman's reaction was excessive, Shin Si maintained her politeness and replied, "Please don't be upset. We'll compensate you for the shoes. Could you show me the order for these shoes or the price on the official website? I will reimburse you accordingly." Chapter 8. Chuyang. Little did she know that what seemed like a reasonable statement ignited the woman's fury. With her brows furrowed, she glared at Shin Si and shouted, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I'm lying? Have you never seen a pair of shoes priced at 2,000 yuan? As she spoke, she scrutinized Shin Si and Shun Li with disdain, her jealousy flaring up as she noted their youthful beauty, and she scoffed derisively. "You two must still be in university, right? I'm calling your parents for compensation. Otherwise, I'm going to report this." Unable to suppress a cold laugh, Shin Si responded, "What are you laughing at? Are you deaf?" Her patience waning, Shin Si had initially thought that her sister was at fault and that a polite negotiation for compensation would suffice. However, the woman's bizarre logic proved incomprehensible. Thus, Shin Si's tone grew colder. "I could easily compensate for shoes worth 200 or even 2,000 yuan, but I must see the order price or the official website quote. My request is entirely reasonable. What are you barking about? Who are you calling a barker?" The woman's eyes widened in indignation, as if she had been gravely insulted, and she raised her hand as if to strike Shin Si. Fortunately, the man behind her quickly restrained her. "Come on, it's not a big deal. They said they would compensate you. What use are you? She's insulting me right to my face, and instead of helping, you're holding me back." The woman struggled and hit him, her shrill voice grating on the ears of nearby patrons, who cast displeased glances their way. The waiter and manager finally arrived on the scene. At that moment, two boys in a corner recognized Shinsiai. Isn't that Shinsiai? The boy named Chu Yang had noticed her earlier but had remained silent, focused on cutting his steak. Hey, you missed it yesterday. Shinsiai returned everything that Li Xiao had given her. They might have broken up. Chu Yang paused, his knife hovering midair as he looked up at Xiaoyu. They broke up? Yes, that's the word going around. Xiaoyu kept an eye on Shinsiai while speaking to Chu Yang. It's strange though. Just 2 days ago, Li Xiao was showing off their relationship in the dorm. And now they've split. Who knows what happened? Chu Yang then turned his gaze to the girl under the dim light. Her porcelain skin glowed with a soft radiance from the warm lighting, accentuating her gentle features. Memories of that scorching summer during their freshman year flooded back to him when he had seen her daydreaming peacefully on the steps, sunlight shimmering upon her face. He had played basketball that afternoon with his mind elsewhere. The second time he noticed her was on the school forum, where a photo of her had sparked considerable excitement. Later on, she became the girlfriend of his roommate, Li Xiao. Looks like she's in a tough spot. Should we help her? Xiaoyu suddenly suggested. Chu Yang set down his knife and fork, preparing to stand, but then he saw Shinsiai smile. With the information she found on her phone, Shinsiai addressed the obstinate woman. It seems these are last year's models. No wonder I couldn't find any information on the official site. The woman, flushed with embarrassment and anger, retorted. So what? ISNT the price one, 988. 8? Didn't you say you could afford it? Hurry up and pay. You're claiming you wore these for the first time, yet they're from last year. I'll spare you the depreciation costs. Just show me your payment QR code. Shinsi's words, seemingly harmless, struck at the woman's pride, especially with Shinsi's nonchalant demeanor, which painted the woman as an unreasonable shrew. Though the woman wanted to continue her tirade, the man, feeling the weight of the patron's stares, grew increasingly uncomfortable and embarrassed, quickly revealing his QR code. Just transfer it to me. Shinsiai had no objections and promptly transferred the 988. 8 yuan. Upon confirming the transaction, the man pulled the woman away without finishing their meal. Shinsiai returned to her usual composure, reflecting on the peculiar encounters of the day. The restaurant manager also took the time to soothe her, offering a salmon salad as a gesture of goodwill. Everything's all right. Let's continue our meal. Shinsiai smiled at her sister, encouraging her to remain unaffected by the incident. Having never experienced such a situation, Shunli was still shaken, but her sister's calmness reassured her. She nodded and quietly resumed eating. Sensing the gaze of others, Shinsiai instinctively turned her head towards the interior, locking eyes with Chu Yang, who had yet to withdraw his gaze. Shinsiai paused in surprise. She didn't know him personally, but was aware of who he was. Not only was he Li Zhao's roommate, but he was also the vice president of the school's basketball club, a well-known figure on campus. With thick eyebrows and bright eyes, he stood about 185 meters tall, fitting the type many girls admired. Even Wang Ho, a deep-dwelling homebody who preferred watching dramas, often visited the court to watch him play. She assumed he recognized her, which was why he was looking her way. Shinsiai thought little of it and naturally averted her gaze, smiling as she continued her conversation with her sister. Did you hear? Shinsiai seems to have compensated that woman 2,000 yuan. Xiaoyu whispered. Isn't her family background quite ordinary? His eyes widened in exaggerated surprise as if he had stumbled upon a scandal, now that she's broken up with Li Xiao. Could it be that she's after someone wealthier? Chu Yang's expression darkened, and he raised his head impatiently. Don't spout baseless rumors. Do you want to eat or not? If not, we can leave. Eat, eat, eat. Xiaoyu quickly retreated, chuckling. It's a rare opportunity to dine at such a fine restaurant. This is all thanks to you. Tonight, when I stream, you should follow me around. It'll surely attract viewers. After dinner, Shinsiai escorted Shinli back to school, watching her carry a bundle of things into the dormitory before turning to leave. Back at the hotel, she took a bath and then settled on the sofa, idly scrolling through Douyin videos. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a live stream from Li Zhao's roommate in their dorm. Xiaoyu sat before the camera, while Chu Yang occupied a position beside him, seemingly indifferent. The public screen of the live broadcast was filled with viewers drawn by the allure of handsome men, and small gifts poured in like a deluge, causing Xiaoyu's smile to stretch from ear to ear. Chu Yang resembled an emotionless model, sitting there in a daze. Shinsiai found the scene somewhat amusing and casually charged 10 yuan, sending 20 carnivals in the live stream. In Chapter 9, show the top supporter your abs. The massive special effects of the carnival instantly flooded the entire screen. one after another, leaving both Chu Yang and Xiaoyu momentarily dumbfounded. Wow, thank you. Thank you for the carnivals, from Yang Bao. How is there more? Thank you, Yang Bao. Thank you for the carnivals. Chu Yang, quickly show the top supporter your abs. Xiaoyu exclaimed in excitement, repeatedly expressing his gratitude before realizing he needed to provide a benefit to the top supporter. He turned around and lifted Chu Yang's shirt. Chu Yang instinctively recoiled, but the clearly defined abs flashed momentarily, delighting the viewers in the live stream. Shenxiai, captivated by the spectacle, was taken aback when Xiaoyu abruptly ended the broadcast. She blinked in confusion. Was this all she got for 20 carnivals? Was this a scam followed by an escape? Meanwhile, Chu Yang seized Xiaoyu's phone and shut down the live stream. What are you doing? Xiaoyu exclaimed anxiously. Why did you end the broadcast when we finally attracted a wealthy viewer? Chu Yang raised his gaze, slightly uneasy, towards the bed where Li Xiao lay, staring blankly at the ceiling. He then turned to Xiaoyu and said, let's not stream today, but we need to keep an eye on the top supporter. We can't lose track. Xiaoyu reclaimed his phone, muttering, Yang Bao, that's the name, Yang Bao. Before Chu Yang could cover his mouth, Li Xiao suddenly sprang up from the bed, looking darkly at Xiaoyu and asking, who is your top supporter? Xiaoyu, who usually felt a bit intimidated by Li Xiao due to his formidable family background, instinctively shrank back. Aware of Li Xiao's recent breakup and his current mood, he hesitantly replied, It's Yang Bao. Li Xiao jumped down from the bed, forcefully snatched Xiaoyu's phone, and opened his Dodo live stream backend, where all the gifts were recorded. Yang Bao sent 20 carnivals. He clicked on the profile, and although there were no videos, he recognized the familiar name, Avatar. And the phrase in the description, this world cannot be without kittens. Shenxiai, 20 carnivals, how generous of you. Li Xiao's eyes widened with rage, his face trembling with suppressed anger. Xiaoyu, frightened by this expression, dared not breathe. Chu Yang furrowed his brows, watching him intently. In the next moment, Li Xiao slammed the phone down on the table and stormed out of the dormitory. What just happened? Xiaoyu asked Chu Yang, still shaken. Chu Yang pressed his lips together and replied, the person who sent you those carnivals is Shenxiai. What? Xiaoyu jumped up in shock. Shenxiai? This Yang Bao is Shenxiai? Chu Yang nodded. Xiaoyu's face was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? A carnival costs 3 dimes. Sending 20 is just 6 yuan. Shenxiai wouldn't randomly send me 20 carnivals. Suddenly, Xiaoyu seemed to piece something together, staring at Chu Yang. Wait, how do you know this person is Shenxiai? You snatched my phone to end the stream because you knew Shenxiai's Dodo account was Yang Bao? Chu Yang nodded in acknowledgement, explaining, I accidentally came across Shenxi's account a while ago when she posted a dynamic video, but she deleted it quickly. However, I remembered her username. The 2 characters, one being Yang, resonated with him as it matched his own name. This is bad. If Shenxiai sends me gifts, will Li Xiao take it out on me? Xiaoyu's face turned pale. He could not afford to offend the heir of the Li family. Chu Yang was uncertain. His relationship with Li Xiao was not particularly close, but judging by Li Xiao's reaction earlier, he was evidently furious. It was understandable. His ex-girlfriend, who had just broken up with him, was sending 20 carnivals to another man the very next day, especially to his roommate. Chu Yang was puzzled by Shenxi's actions. Shenxiai, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Shenxiai was house hunting. Clad in her newly purchased silk robe, she nestled on a hotel sofa with her notebook, browsing the premier real estate listings in Long City. After working diligently for 65 years in her previous life, she had only managed to secure a modest apartment of less than 100 square meters. For her alone, it was sufficient, but ultimately, the high property prices had deterred her from upgrading to a larger home. Now, glancing at the exquisite properties on her screen, she found that the finest standalone villa, 10,000 lights, was merely around 10,000 yuan, and a spacious riverside flat could be acquired for just over 3,000 yuan, an amount that seemed trivial given her current wealth. Thus, whether or not she had a genuine need for a property was inconsequential. She simply wished to indulge in the experience of purchasing. Unbeknownst to her, while she was engrossed in her property search, Li Xiao, filled with fury, had stormed to the female dormitory of the university. Shenxiai, come down. I have something to say to you, Li Xiao shouted, his voice echoing as he called out Shenxi's name, drawing the attention of students peering out from their windows. What was happening? Hadn't they just wrapped up a dramatic scene yesterday? Why was there yet another spectacle today? Li Xiao, with bloodshot eyes, shouted until he was hoarse. But instead of Shenxiai, it was Yu Xinshin who emerged, dressed in a pale yellow gown and adorned with makeup. She had clearly put effort into her appearance. Li Xiao, stop shouting. Shinci in the dormitory, she said, stepping forward with a sympathetic expression. Why put yourself through this? She can't see your suffering and doesn't care about you. At that moment, Li Xiao could hardly absorb Yu Xinxin's words. He grabbed her wrist tightly, glaring at her. You say she is not in the dormitory? Where did she go? Yu Xinxin winced, raising her head to look at Li Xiao with a pained expression. Li Xiao, you're hurting me. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao quickly released his grip. Yu Xinxin shook her wrist, which had been hurt, and continued. I don't know where she went. She packed her things and left the dormitory last night, and it seems she won't be coming back. With a gentle sigh, she expressed her sympathy. Li Xiao, don't be so foolish. You don't really understand Shinci. For someone like her, who is adored by so many boys, how could she possibly settle for just one relationship? Your family background is impressive, but you're not the only one with a good family, perhaps Shinci. Yu Xinxin's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. As Li Xiao absorbed her words, coupled with the knowledge of Shinci sending 20 carnivals, his rationality shattered. How could Shinci possibly spend money on gifts for someone else? It had to be someone else's money. In Chapter 10, face to face with a big deal. Li Xiao, in a moment of vulnerability, was about to express his feelings to Yu Xinxin. Believing that those who had just experienced a breakup were at their most vulnerable and that it was the perfect opportunity to seize. However, Li Xiao forcefully pushed her away, not sparing her a glance as he walked off. Yu Xinxin watched his retreating figure, swallowing the words she had intended to say. Her expression one of frustration as tears welled in her eyes, evoking a sense of pity. By the time Li Xiao returned to the dormitory, he had calmed down somewhat. Yet upon seeing Xiaoyu, the fire within him still burned fiercely. Shinci sending him carnivals was nothing short of a slap in the face. Indeed, his furious outburst stemmed entirely from the humiliation of his pride. Shinci had trampled upon his dignity as a man. However, Xiaoyu likely remained oblivious to the fact that it was Shinci in question. Aside from himself, no one would recognize her account, as it contained no personal information about her. This thought offered a modicum of comfort to Li Xiao. Otherwise, he would appear a fool in front of his roommate. Yet, in the next moment, Xiaoyu cautiously confessed, Li Xiao, I didn't know that person was Shinci. I truly didn't. This declaration caused Li Xiao's eyes to widen in shock. Xu Yang, sitting at the desk across from him, was rendered speechless. How could this be so brazen? Then how do you know now? Li Xiao interrogated ominously. Xiaoyu belatedly covered his mouth, casting a pleading glance towards Xu Yang for assistance. Xu Yang rose and, addressing Li Xiao, explained softly, I recognized her. I had seen her before, so I had an impression. Li Xiao, infuriated yet amused, nodded at the two, his tone laced with veiled threats. This matter must not reach a fourth person, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chu Yang's gaze turned frosty. He detested Li Xiao's condescending demeanor. Nonetheless, he refrained from retorting, as he had no interest in Li Xiao's affairs and would not gossip with others. Xiaoyu, however, hastily nodded in assurance, rest assured, Li Xiao, we will not speak of it. The following morning, Shinci made her appearance at the Wanjia Donghua Villa Center. This villa district was not only the pinnacle of luxury in Long City, but also renowned throughout the entirety of Huaxia, known to almost everyone. Unlike other villa districts often situated far from the urban core, Wanjia Donghua was built in a prime location in the heart of Long City, a tranquil oasis amid the bustling cityscape. It was said that a dozen feng shui masters were consulted to select this auspicious site, which was reserved by various industry magnates even before its official launch. Now, the number of available new houses in this villa district was dwindling. Upon seeing Shinci in her casual attire, the sales staff paid her little heed. One male sales representative, clad in work attire, approached her with a perfunctory demeanor. Shinci asked a question, and he responded in kind, his gaze frequently drifting to the entrance, betraying a lack of focus. Do you have other matters to attend to? Shinci's displeasure was evident. Having endured a similar situation the day before, she was unwilling to tolerate it again. No, madam. May I inquire if you have any other questions? The male sales representative feigned seriousness in his inquiry. Unlike the overt disdain shown by the luxury store sales representative the day prior, this male sales representative's subtle condescension was even more nauseating to Shinci. Just as she was about to speak, the male sales representative appeared to have finally spotted the reason for his distraction, his eyes lighting up as he rushed to the entrance. Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come today. He then ushered the couple to the lounge area, His demeanor transformed into one of eager servitude as he enthusiastically presented a stack of materials to them. Shinsiai found herself incredulous. It was as though she were witnessing a ghost. She began to question whether the fault lay with her, as she had encountered such absurdity 2 days in a row. Instinctively, she glanced down at her attire, although she had chosen comfort in her casual wear. It was from a prestigious brand, certainly not inexpensive. The only conceivable explanation was that he failed to recognize quality, completely unaware that her outfit was worth nearly 2,000. "Good day, madam. May I assist you?" A fair-skinned, bespectacled young woman approached cautiously. Shinsiai regarded her, although she too wore work attire. She lacked the brand name embellishments of the previous sales representative. "An intern?" Shinsiai inquired. The young woman nodded, somewhat awkwardly. "Yes, but rest assured, I am well acquainted with the properties at Wanjiadenghua. If you require assistance, I would be happy to help." Shinsiai smiled slightly. "Very well." With that, she strode directly to the lounge area and gracefully seated herself beside Mr. and Mrs. Wang. The earlier male sales representative noted Shinsi's presence, but refrained from comment, continuing to patiently engage with the prospective clients before him. "May I ask your surname, madam?" "My surname is Shin. Shall I address you as Miss Shin?" "May I inquire if you are familiar with the specifics of our Wanjiadenghua property types?" Shinsiai shook her head. "I only conducted a brief online search." As she spoke, she emphasized, "If I find a property that meets my satisfaction today, I will purchase it outright." The intern momentarily appeared taken aback before quickly nodding. "No problem. Let me provide you with a detailed overview of the new properties currently for sale." The Wang couple and the male sales representative overheard Shinsi's statement, exchanging incredulous glances. At Wanjiadenghua, even the least desirable property is priced at nearly 8,000. To buy outright? What audacity! The intern, patient and professional, elaborated on the properties for half an hour, conveying every crucial detail with clarity. "Miss Shun, our villas are indeed highly sought after. The prime locations have already been sold, and the remaining new properties are limited. Even those with less advantageous locations are not expected to linger. If you are considering, it would be prudent to act swiftly." Her advice was sound, even suggesting that Shinsiai deliberate quickly. Holding the property information booklet, Shinsiai pointed to one listing. "I quite like this one. The living room is sunken, correct?" "Indeed. Each villa is designed by a different architect. This particular design is by Lin Hui, who excels in modern garden styles, ensuring that the greenery envelopes the villa without obstructing sunlight, thus preserving the residents' privacy. Furthermore, it is equipped with state-of-the-art mosquito repellent facilities, so you need not worry about pests." Chapter 11. May I inquire? Shinsiai nodded appreciatively and asked, "How much is this one?" "This property is priced at 9,800, and it includes 3 years of complimentary property management and landscaping services." Due to their proximity, Shinsiai overheard the dialogue from the Wang couple. They appeared interested in a second-hand property, previously owned by one of the earliest buyers who had secured an excellent location, resulting in a remarkable price. They seemed inclined to purchase but were haggling over the price, attempting to negotiate a discount. Given the steep price of the property, even a slight reduction would yield substantial savings. "Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, I assure you, I have done my utmost regarding the pricing. The buyer has stated that 12,000 is the absolute minimum and cannot be lowered further," the male sales representative lamented, having hoped for a successful sale that day, only to find himself in a negotiation stalemate. The Wang couple exchanged glances, communicating silently, and Mrs. Wang crossed her arms, adopting an air of superiority befitting a wealthy matron. "We are not lacking in funds, but it is unreasonable to price a second-hand property at the same rate as a new one. Xiao Lu, you have worked hard for a month. Surely you do not wish for this deal to falter at this stage?" The male sales representative nodded with a forced smile. "Precisely. Could you not speak with the buyer again? We do not wish to impose too much, but a reduction of 500 would surely be reasonable." "Madam Wang, indeed. The initial price was 12,000, yet properties in our villa community have consistently appreciated in value. This particular unit has also seen a price increase compared to the opening offer, which means the buyer has already reduced their asking price somewhat, aligning it with the current market conditions." Listening to this, Shinsiai curled her lip. A mere 500 yuan reduction? By previous market standards, that would equate to a staggering 5 million cut. "What are they discussing regarding this property?" Shinsiai inquired, lowering her voice. The intern, momentarily taken aback, instinctively glanced at the male salesperson engaged in a price negotiation with another party, then lowered her voice in response. The location is superb. It seems the previous owner was eager to sell due to funding issues at their company. Miss Shin, if you're interested, I can procure the property details for you. Shin Si then asked. It appears the other party is a prospective buyer. Can I intercept this? The term intercept amused the intern, who nodded in agreement. Of course. Our sales department's sole mission is to sell properties. The first to sign the contract is the winner. When it comes to purchasing real estate, it's not about who arrived first, but rather whose funds arrived first. Shin Si chuckled and suddenly stood up, approaching the male salesperson. Under his astonished gaze, she took the property information right from in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? Mr. Wang asked, visibly displeased. Shin Si ignored him, quickly flipping through the property details and confirming that the location and layout were indeed superior. The previous property was good, but this one was undeniably better. She turned to the intern and softly declared, I will take this one. Let us sign the contract now. Her words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Who do you think you are? Madame Wang snapped back to reality, her voice rising. We are still negotiating here. Do you have any sense of etiquette? Shin Si smiled faintly, mirroring her words. When it comes to buying a property, manners of first come, first served do not apply. It's about whose money arrives first. Madame Wang remained silent. Mr. Wang, increasingly anxious, tugged at his wife and whispered, What should we do? Should we just buy it? The male salesperson quickly added, Yes, Mr. Wang, this property is quite sought after. Don't hesitate. Upon hearing the male salesperson blatantly disregard her, Shin Si's expression darkened, and she stated firmly, Are you deaf? I have already decided to purchase this property. Do you intend to sell it to someone else? The male salesperson, sensing the sudden intensity of her presence, stammered, Ma'am. Please listen to me. Mr. and Mrs. Wang have been considering this property for over a month, and the original owner entrusted me to facilitate the sale. Therefore, I believe we should prioritize Mr. and Mrs. Wang, as they were first. What do you think? Shin Si scoffed, incredulous. Who do you think you are? May I ask? I find it amusing how those selling high-end products often fail to recognize their own position. Do you possess the authority to decide who can purchase the property? They have deliberated for over a month without making a decision, and I am to yield to them? What logic is that? If I were to say I was considering all your properties, would you then refuse to sell to anyone else? Realizing Shin Si was genuinely infuriated, the male salesperson understood the potential ramifications. After all, who can afford a property here but those of wealth and influence? Ma'am, please don't be upset. What I meant was, I don't care what you mean. Shin Si interrupted sharply, her eyes narrowing. I ask you now, am I to be refused the sale of this property? The male salesperson, visibly intimidated, shook his head. Of course not. If not, then why are you still wasting words? Shin Si's pent-up frustration erupted, each word more cutting than the last. The commotion swiftly attracted the manager's attention, a woman in professional attire who approached briskly. Noticing Shin Si's lingering anger, the manager wisely addressed her first. Ma'am, I apologize. Is there anything we have failed to assist you with? Shin Si, addressing the situation rather than the individual, recognized the manager's neutral demeanor and moderated her tone. I would like to purchase this property. Let us sign the contract now. The manager promptly nodded, glancing at the male salesperson and then at the Wang couple, seemingly piecing together the situation. Her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she addressed the male salesperson. Lu, the client has made her decision. Please prepare the contract immediately. Of course, manager. I will do that right away. Lu replied hastily and hurried off. After much deliberation, the Wang couple ultimately conceded, rising in silence to leave. The intern, witnessing Shin Si's final decision to purchase the property, concealed her disappointment but took a deep breath to regain her composure. Suddenly, Shin Si turned to her and stated, I also want the previous property. Please fetch the contract. Chapter 12. A new dormitory. The intern was momentarily stunned before eagerly nodding in agreement. The sales department manager, witnessing the scene, wore a look of astonishment. Clients who purchase properties here are typically quite affluent, yet it is rare for someone to acquire two properties in one go. Given the high price per unit in this villa community, purchasing two would require nearly 20,000 yuan. Not only is it uncommon for someone to possess such cash flow, but even bank loans would consider 20,000 a significant risk. Ma'am, please have a seat. Would you like more hot water, or perhaps coffee or juice instead? The manager's demeanor shifted dramatically, her service attitude greatly enhanced. Coffee is ready. Certainly, that will be fine. Shortly thereafter, the male salesperson returned with the prepared contracts. Shin Si did not spare him a glance, merely extending her hand to receive the documents and review them. The manager approached with coffee. "Ma'am, please take your time with the contract." Afterward, she pulled the male salesperson aside. "Lu, what is going on with you? The mistake you made today was very serious. You nearly caused us to lose a major client." Manager, I was truly fixated at that moment. The original owner entrusted this property to you because they valued your professional capabilities. If your negligence causes this property to remain unsold, you're betraying their trust and jeopardizing your own commission. I understand my mistake, manager. It won't happen again. You're usually quite sharp, aren't you? The owner's trust is in your hands. It doesn't take a reminder from me, does it? The male salesperson nodded repeatedly, filled with regret. After reviewing both contracts without issue, Shin Si first signed the one for the intern, whose eyes sparkled at the moment she completed her signature. For a 9,000 yuan property, her commission would amount to a decent sum. She never anticipated closing such a significant deal during her internship. However, when it came time to sign the second contract, Shin Si paused. She looked up at the manager and stated, "This deal should also count as hers." Raising her slender finger, Shin Si pointed towards the intern. The group was momentarily taken aback, with Lu the most anxious. He opened his mouth but dared not speak, casting a pleading glance at the manager. Shin Si, anticipating his reaction, addressed Lu directly. "I understand your urgency, but there is no need to rush. Whoever serves me earns my business, and I believe that is entirely reasonable." She then turned to the manager with a gentle smile, continuing, "This salesperson's attitude was dismissive during my service. I was left unattended in the sales hall while he catered to his potential client. Had it not been for the intern's initiative to assist me, I might have walked away entirely. As a manager, I believe there should be a fair and just system of rewards and penalties. He is an adult and should bear the consequences of his own negligence." The manager nodded in agreement. It is a reasonable demand for a client to voice a complaint about unfair treatment, especially considering that this client has purchased 2 villas at once. Although the owner has entrusted the sales agency to Xiao Lu, she, as an employee of the sales department, must prioritize the interests of the department and the company. Rest assured, Ms. Shun, we have no objections to your request. Both sales will be credited to her, the manager stated, turning to the intern girl with satisfaction. "You have done well. You can be officially hired today. Please complete the paperwork in the HR office this afternoon." "Thank you, manager." "Thank you, Ms. Shun." The intern was overwhelmed with emotion, bowing gratefully to Shin Si. Thus, Shin Si signed her name on another contract with satisfaction. Xiao Lu was left in despair, feeling the sting of losing the commission she had counted on. Upon exiting the sales center, Shin Si received a message from her advisor. "Shin Si, the staff from the logistics department informed me that room 336 in Building C of the West District Girls' Dormitory is now available. I have applied for it on your behalf, and you can move in today." "Thank you, Director Lee." "You're welcome. If you encounter any difficulties at school, please let me know in a timely manner. Try to build a good relationship with your new roommate and practice mutual understanding." It was evident that Director Lee was concerned about Shin Si being bullied by her roommate. Feeling warm inside, Shin Si replied, "I understand, Director Lee. You can rest assured." Returning to the hotel, Shin Si realized that her shopping spree with her sister had resulted in needing an extra bag, as the items could have fit in one suitcase. Fortunately, she had purchased a spacious travel bag while browsing at LV. Placing the bag atop her suitcase, Shin Si made her way to the girls' dormitory in the West District, passing by the basketball court along the way. "Look, it's Shin Si. She's stunning." "Suyong, I heard Shin Si broke up with Li Xiao. Is that true?" The boys playing basketball halted their movements, staring intently at Shin Si. One approached Suyong and inquired about the gossip. Though Suyong was also watching Shin Si, he was not one to indulge in idle chatter and simply replied, "I don't know." One of the boys grinned and asked, "Do you think I have a chance if I pursue her?" This remark drew a chorus of laughter from his peers. "What kind of frog are you? You think you can chase Shin Si?" "Exactly. Don't dream with your eyes wide open. Liking her isn't just about her looks. You need to consider your own." Xu Yang shot a glance at the boy and intentionally tossed the basketball at his head, saying, "Keep going." The ball struck the boy's head, eliciting a yelp of pain. Once Shin Si was out of sight, they returned to their game. Though Xu Yang's gaze lingered on Shin Si's receding figure, his eyes flickering with inscrutable meaning. In room 336 of the dormitory, Shin Si pushed open the door and found it indeed unoccupied. The 4 beds were bare wooden frames, devoid of any personal belongings. The floor was filthy, and the furniture beneath the beds was equally unkempt. clearly left untouched since the previous occupants moved out. Shinsiai chose the left side near the balcony, a spot she was accustomed to, though being the only occupant in a four-person room felt oddly desolate. Just then, the dormitory door swung open again, revealing a meticulously made-up girl, tall and slender, standing at the entrance. She frowned at the state of the dormitory and instinctively waved her hand to disperse the dust. Upon noticing Shinsiai, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "Wait, I thought this was an empty dormitory? I just arrived too," Shinsiai greeted her. "Hello, I'm Shinsiai, a sophomore in the Department of Astronomy." "Hi, I'm Gu Lianqing, a sophomore in the Department of Bioengineering." As Gu Lianqing entered, Shinsiai noticed a boy following her, carrying two large suitcases. The boy instinctively tried to enter but was stopped by Gu Lianqing, who turned and raised her hand to block him. "You can't come in. The lady downstairs said you must leave within 5 minutes. Just give me the luggage." The boy, with fair skin, dressed in a white shirt and gray casual pants, nodded expressionlessly and pushed the suitcases into the dormitory before turning to leave. Though they were of different genders and he had helped carry her belongings, Shinsiai sensed they were not in a romantic relationship. "He's the son of our family driver, studying mathematics," Gu Lianqing casually explained. Shinsiai understood. Gu Lianqing's appearance and demeanor suggested she came from a well-off family, clearly a pampered girl. Gu Lianqing examined the bed opposite Shinsiai's and, seemingly reluctantly, said, "I'll choose this one, across from you." Suddenly, she tilted her head and smiled at Shinsiai. "You are truly beautiful." Shinsiai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a spontaneous compliment from this young lady. "You are also very beautiful," she politely reciprocated, acknowledging that Gu Lianqing was indeed strikingly attractive. In the next breath, Gu Lianqing grimaced. "This dormitory looks like it has been empty for quite some time. There's a thick layer of dust everywhere. You probably won't clean it, right?" Shinsiai inquired, observing her. Gu Lianqing unreservedly nodded, looking somewhat embarrassed as she added, "If I were to let you clean alone, wouldn't that be a bit unfair? I can treat you to a grand meal." Gu Lianqing's eyes lit up. Shinsiai couldn't help but chuckle. Her new roommate was not only beautiful, but also had a charmingly cute side, and she found herself liking her. "Leave it to me," Shinsiai said as she pulled out her phone to get to work. Gu Lianqing curiously leaned in to watch as Shinsiai opened a group chat named Cated Dormitory Cleaning Orders. Room 336 in Building C of the West District Girls' Dormitory needs deep cleaning. 3 spots available, 1 penny each, first come, first served. Almost immediately, several people in the group jumped in to claim the job. Gu Lianqing blinked in astonishment. "It can work like this?" Shinsiai explained softly. "This group consists of students from our university, both male and female, mostly from financially challenged backgrounds, who take on cleaning jobs to earn some pocket money." She had been invited to this group at the beginning of the school year, and although she received a stipend as a special admission student, she occasionally accepted jobs to earn extra money. However, after starting a relationship with a Xiao, she stopped taking orders, yet she never left the group, which proved useful today. Before long, 3 first-year girls arrived with cleaning supplies, all of them polite. "Hello, senior." Shinsiai took the initiative to instruct them. "This is an empty dormitory, and there should be many cleaning blind spots, so please conduct a thorough cleaning." 1 penny per person was already a considerable amount, and Shinsiai had raised the offer. Considering the need for deep cleaning, Gu Lianqing quickly added, "Especially in the bathroom, it must be spotless." The girls nodded in unison. "Don't worry, senior, leave it to us." The cleaning session was set for 2 hours, and since they were in the way, Shinsiai turned to Gu Lianqing and asked, "Shall we step out for a while?" Gu Lianqing readily agreed. It would be dusty during the cleaning, and she had no desire to stay in the dormitory. However, once they left, Gu Lianqing remained unusually silent, not uttering a word. Shinsiai was puzzled, and just as she was contemplating, Gu Lianqing suddenly turned to her and exclaimed, "Ah!" Shinsiai jumped in surprise, her expression one of shock. "Huh, I finally remembered. You are Shinsiai, right? I recognize you." Gu Lianqing gazed at her with excitement, saying, "You are Li Zhao's girlfriend. I saw a photo of you on the school forum when I first enrolled last year." "Oh, I finally remembered. It was driving me crazy. I thought you looked somewhat familiar, and after learning your name, I was even more certain I had heard it before. After much contemplation, I finally recalled." With that, she let out a long sigh of relief, her expression one of liberation. Shinsiai was both speechless and amused, realizing that Gu Lianqing's sudden silence was her effort to recall who she was. However, the way she spoke of Li Xiao suggested a certain familiarity. "Do you know Li Xiao?" Shinsiai inquired tentatively. Gu Lianxing shrugged and nodded, saying, "Yes, my dad and his dad are business acquaintances. We have known each other since we were very young, although we haven't had many opportunities to meet, so we can't be considered very familiar. We only see each other occasionally during gatherings of our parents. But I do know about your relationship. I saw Li Xiao confess to you with a bouquet of roses beneath the girls' dormitory." Gu Lianxing added. "We broke up," Shen Xi interjected quickly, fearing Gu Lianxing would say something overly admiring. Gu Lianxing's mouth opened in surprise. "Huh?" Shen Xi offered a calm smile, lightly nodding at Gu Lianxing. Gu Lianxing's expression shifted slightly, unable to resist asking, "Why?" Shen Xi pressed her lips together, hesitating to respond. The incident where Li Xiao plagiarized her thesis occurred 3 years later, so she couldn't use that as a justification at this moment. After a moment's thought, she leaned closer to Gu Lianxing and whispered, "He isn't very competent in that regard, that?" Which? Gu Lianxing blinked in confusion, but upon noticing Shen Xi's suggestive expression, her face flushed deeply. That? Shen Xi raised a finger to her lips, signaling her to keep it discreet. "Don't tell anyone." Seeing that there were no onlookers around, Gu Lianxing's bashful demeanor transformed into one of intrigue as she lowered her voice. "That shouldn't be the case. He seems quite capable." Shen Xi shook her head in disappointment. "One should not judge by appearances." "Goodness," Gu Lianxing echoed, shaking her head as well. A tall guy over 6 feet wasted on that. Their conversation brought them closer, and hand in hand, they exited the school grounds through the West District playground. Gu Lianxing insisted on treating Shen Xi to a celebratory meal for her breakup. Ultimately, they found themselves at a humble eatery in the food street behind the university. Gu Lianxing couldn't hide her disdain as she glanced around, repeatedly wiping the table with a tissue, yet no matter how much she cleaned, grease still lingered. "I said I'd treat you to a nice dinner, and you chose this place?" As Shen Xi boiled the utensils in hot water, she smiled and asked, "You haven't been to this street at all during your first year, have you?" Gu Lianxing shook her head, a frown creasing her brow. She was unaware that a food street lay behind the school. Shen Xi, not at all surprised, teased, "I guess the most exciting food you've had was an iced Americano. But don't worry, although this little restaurant appears unsanitary, it's actually quite clean." Gu Lianxing looked horrified, to which Shen Xi chuckled, "Just kidding. This street is frequented by university students, so it undergoes regular inspections. While it may not compare to upscale restaurants, there's no need for excessive concern. The flavors are delightful. You'll see when you try it." Although Gu Lianxing was a bit delicate, she was not overly fastidious. She continued wiping the table, sincerely looking at Shen Xi, "Regardless, I said I'd treat you to dinner, so you can choose whatever you like." Shen Xi nodded with a smile, arranging the sanitized utensils so that Gu Lianxing would feel more at ease. As mealtime approached, the small restaurant began to fill, the space becoming somewhat cramped. With tables closely positioned, Gu Lianxing felt a bit awkward, but was also curious about the little eatery. The kitchen was just behind a curtain. Noisy, yet the aroma wafting out was tantalizing. She found herself looking forward to it. Shen Xi, dining here inevitably led to encounters with acquaintances, and several girls approached Shen Xi with enthusiasm. Shen Xi smiled in response. They were from her previous dormitory, and they were quite pleasant. "I heard from you, Xin that you moved out. Is that true?" one asked. Shen Xi explained, "I changed dorms. You all know I don't get along with them." The girls nodded in agreement, one of them stating, "Good move. You Xin was just jealous of you, teaming up with those 2 indecisive followers to ostracize you." Shen Xi smiled silently, while Gu Lianxing listened intently, unable to resist asking, "Did Shen Xi change dorms because she was isolated?" "Yes. You're her new roommate, right? You should get along well with Shen Xi. She's a really nice person." Being praised so openly made Shen Xi feel a bit bashful. Gu Lianxing regarded Shen Xi with sympathy. How could anyone bully such a beautiful roommate? "By the way, Shen Xi, Li Xiao came to our girls' dormitory again yesterday. You Xin pretended to go downstairs to see him," she added. She even changed into a new dress, but her intentions were quite transparent. "Shen Xi, after you broke up with Li Xiao, you gave her an opportunity. She boldly started pursuing him. However, Li Xiao ignored her. Upon learning you had moved out, he left, leaving you Xin looking quite foolish." The girls recounted last night's events to Shen Xi, who remained largely unresponsive, while Gu Lianxing listened in astonishment. Just then, Yu Xin unexpectedly walked in, accompanied by Lin Shuang and Wang Ho. The other girls rolled their eyes at the sight of them and turned to Shen Xi, saying, "You two enjoy your meal, we'll go sit over there." Clearly, while Shen Xi had been the one ostracized in her former dormitory, Yu Xin was the least favored in the entire East District dormitory. Yuxinxin noticed Shinxiai as well, her expression darkening as she muttered under her breath, "So unfortunate." Shinxiai didn't even glance at her. Just then, the owner brought out their dishes, and she promptly urged Gu Lianxing to eat while it was hot. They ordered salt and pepper ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and golden soup fish, the ribs fried to a golden crisp, the vegetables light and fresh. And the fish's tangy aroma wafted enticingly. Gu Lianxing was taken aback by the flavors, exclaiming, "Delicious! Shinxiai, you truly didn't deceive me." She nodded enthusiastically while her eyes sparkled with delight. Shinxiai smiled, encouraging her to eat more if she enjoyed it, as she herself reminisced about the restaurant's flavors. Unfazed by Yuxinxin's presence, Shinxiai had quite an appetite, and the two girls devoured the 3 dishes entirely. Gu Lianxing, thoroughly satisfied, who typically maintained strict dietary control, ended up eating 2 bowls of rice. Afterward, she slumped over, declaring, "I can't. Tonight I can only eat leaves." Shinxiai, feeling somewhat full as well, suggested they go out for a stroll, as moving into a new dormitory meant needing to acquire some essentials. After settling the bill, Shinxiai greeted the girls before planning to leave with Gu Lianxing, but as they passed Yuxinxin's table, one of Yuxinxin's feet deliberately stretched out to block her path. Then, they heard Yuxinxin's sarcastic tone. "What's this? After being dumped by Li Xiao, you can't afford fancy restaurants and have to settle for this dive? Your spending downgrade is rather severe." Shinxi's expression darkened as she turned to Yuxinxin, sneering. "How low can you go? You're sitting here, aren't you? Why do you look down on small eateries? Why not invite them to dine at a Michelin restaurant? Is it because they dislike it?" As she spoke, Shinxi's gaze swept over Lin Shuang and Wang Ho, scoffing. "That makes sense. 2 lackeys who have never seen much of the world. A little kindness is enough to win their hearts. Dining at fancy restaurants would be a waste of money." With her thoughts laid bare, Yuxinxin's face flushed with anger. "Shinxiai, you were dumped by Li Xiao. Don't take your frustrations out on us." With an air of feigned pride, she raised her chin and deliberately raised her voice. "But it's only natural that you look down on me. After all, last night, Li Xiao and I spent quite some time downstairs, chatting extensively." She thought mentioning Li Xiao would unnerve Shinxiai, not realizing that the mere mention of his name stirred a wave of discomfort within Shinxiai. Shinxiai nodded. "That's wonderful. If you two can truly remain inseparable until the day you die, I would gladly pay for your burial together, as you are in love and ridding the world of a nuisance." She shook her head. "But then again, that seems unlikely. I've told you before. Doesn't he find you appealing? Once someone has experienced the finest, who would willingly return to the dregs?" Having said that, Shinxiai pulled Gu Lianxing and walked outside, while Yuxinxin's foot, which had been carelessly extended, was inadvertently stepped on by Gu Lianxing. Yuxinxin let out a yelp and quickly withdrew her foot, glancing down to see a heavy gray shoe print on her white sneakers. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see." Gu Lianxing looked at Yuxinxin with an innocent expression. Infuriated from being insulted and trampled upon, Yuxinxin instinctively reached for Shinxi's wrist, shouting angrily, "Shinxiai, stop. You need to clarify your words." In that very moment, the diamond bracelet on Shinxi's wrist, worth nearly 100 yuan, broke into several pieces. Chapter 15. I enjoy watching you display your naivety. Luxury items are indeed fragile. Shinxiai gazed at the scattered remnants of the bracelet on the ground, her eyes darkening. Yuxinxin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly let out a cold laugh, looking disdainfully at Shinxiai. "The quality of your street vendor goods is appalling. I merely brushed against it, and it broke like this?" Shinxiai ignored her taunt and bent down to collect the broken pieces of the bracelet. Gu Lianxing, seeing this, hurriedly squatted down to assist her. Picking up a segment, Gu Lianxing instinctively glanced at it, noticing the logo. Although the font was small, it was a clearly stamped steel mark, Cartier. "Look closely, this is Cartier, not some street vendor trash." Gu Lianxing stood up, her face flushed with anger as she addressed Yuxinxin. She herself wore Cartier and Van Cleef Arpels jewelry, only adorning herself with top-tier luxury, so she could easily identify that Shinxi's bracelet was genuine. Upon hearing this, Yuxinxin not only showed no fear, but laughed even louder. How could that be? Her? Wearing Cartier? It must be a high imitation from some online store. Exactly. Does she even dare enter a Cartier store? A single Cartier bracelet could buy her life. Does she think she is worthy? Lin Shuang and Wang Ho chimed in with their sarcastic remarks, their biting words reflecting their own malice, revealing their petty nature. However, such feeble attempts to wound Shinxiai were of no consequence. After all, the truth cannot be disguised, and falsehoods cannot be made real. Money was her confidence. Growing weary of their nonsensical banter, she promptly took out her phone to call the police. Hello, I need to report a case. Someone maliciously damaged my personal property. What is the value? Close to 100 yuan. Yongle Street, south of Longqing Technology University, at Lily's Stir Fry. Her demeanor was calm, her words steady. When she mentioned close to 100 yuan, it was without a hint of concern, as if she were utterly indifferent to the amount. The more unfazed she appeared, the more Yu Xinxin was convinced she was fabricating the story. With a dismissive curl of her lips, she scoffed. Shenxi, stop pretending. Others may not know you, but we've lived in the same dorm for over a year. We know you well. Lin Shuang added, indeed. The few valuable items you possess were all gifted by Li Xiao. Now that you two have split, are you not left with nothing? Wang Ho remarked. Before dating Li Xiao, you were so stingy even when getting food in the cafeteria, scrounging for cleaning orders in the WeChat group for pocket money. Now you have the audacity to claim your bracelet is worth nearly 100 yuan? Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue out? I say, you all are being too much. At that moment, someone stood up to defend Shenxi, regardless of how much Shenxi's bracelet is worth. It was Yu Xinxin who broke it and must pay for it. Exactly. Not only did she break someone else's property without an apology, but she also stands here mocking them, thinking others are easy to bully. The one speaking up was among the girls who had greeted Shenxi earlier, and Shenxi cast a grateful glance in their direction. Others at nearby tables began to chime in, some even taking out their phones to record the incident, intending to expose this bullying behavior on the school forum. Seeing her moment of triumph turn into a collective condemnation, Yu Xinxin hastily declared, who said I wouldn't pay? I will compensate for what I broke. It's only because she claimed this bracelet is worth nearly 100 that I argued with her. A fake brand name bracelet is worth at most 5 cents. I'll pay you right now. With that, Yu Xinxin pulled out her phone, preparing to transfer money to Shenxi, who just called the police here. Before 10 minutes had passed, the nearby police officers swiftly arrived on the scene, as the nearest station was just around the corner from the food street. Upon seeing the police, Yu Xinxin's eyes lit up, and she pointed at Shenxi, exclaiming, Officer. She reported a false alarm. The two officers turned their attention to Shenxi, one of them asking sternly, Did you report? Shenxi nodded gently, stating, She broke my bracelet. As she spoke, Shenxi opened her palm to reveal the bracelet, now broken into several pieces, for the officers to see. Gu Lianqing hastily placed her collected fragments beside Shenxi's. The two officers exchanged glances, their expressions uncertain. The report indicated a dispute over an item valued at nearly 100 yuan. Could this be the bracelet in question? One of the officers addressed Shenxi. Could you please provide proof of purchase or any evidence that directly or indirectly verifies the value of this bracelet? We only intervene in personal property disputes exceeding 20 cents. Upon hearing the officer, Yu Xinxin revealed a gloating expression. A counterfeit bracelet certainly wouldn't come with any proof of purchase. Just wait for the embarrassment of being schooled by the police. Yet her smugness lasted only 3 seconds before her eyes widened in disbelief. Since they were so close, when Shenxi retrieved her WeChat payment record, Yu Xinxin saw it clearly. Moreover, the amount was nearly 100 yuan. It was over 200, with the merchant clearly marked as Cartier Longqing Meluo store. How is that possible? How could Shenxi spend over 200 at Cartier? The two officers were equally shocked. How could this young girl have made such a substantial purchase at one store? Only Gu Lianqing was excitedly holding Shenxi's hand, smiling reassuringly. She had known the bracelet was genuine all along. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Xinxin finally showed signs of panic, incredulously shaking her head at Shenxi. That record must be forged. How could you possibly have over 200? Shenxi looked at Yu Xinxin with a mocking smile. I relish witnessing your naivety. The police regained their composure and stated, We will naturally investigate whether this is true or false. As the value of the damaged item exceeds 20 yuan, it falls under the category of significant property damage. You all must accompany us. Shenxi nodded gently, while Gu Lianqing cheerfully whispered, I'll go with you. I've never been to a police station. At another table, a girl stood up and addressed the police and Shenxi, Comrade police, we witnessed the entire incident, and if needed, we are willing to testify for Shenxi. Yes, we are all witnesses. I recorded the video. The police raised a hand to signal for silence. If further information is required, we will contact you. Those who recorded videos should refrain from sharing them to avoid any negative impact on your school. We will handle this matter appropriately. With that, the officers beckoned Shenxi and Yu Xinxin to accompany them to the police station. Gu Lianqing excitedly followed, while Lin Shuang and Wang Ho exchanged glances. Rooted to the spot, unwilling to accompany Yu Xinshin. Chapter 16. The consequences of your reckless words. Yu Xinshin arrived at the police station in a daze. Just before being taken in for questioning, she emotionally grasped the officer's arm and insisted, "Officer, you must investigate thoroughly. This bracelet must be fake. I am her roommate, and I know she could never afford such an expensive bracelet." Even at this stage, Yu Xinshin refused to believe Shin Xi's payment record was genuine. The officer furrowed his brow, gently pushed Yu Xinshin's hand away, and said sternly, "We will investigate this matter. What you need to do now is inform your family to come here. If your family is not local, please notify your teacher." With that, he led Yu Xinshin into an interrogation room, while another officer took Shin Xi to a separate room. They each provided their accounts of the events, which were consistent, given the presence of witnesses and surveillance footage. Regarding the authenticity of the bracelet's value, Shin Xi had ample means to verify it. Not only did she have purchase records, but she also had the seller's WeChat contact and could find information online about the globally limited diamond bracelet, of which only 2,000 were made. After verification, the police confirmed that the necklace was indeed a genuine Cartier piece. Yu Xinshin felt as though the world had collapsed around her. Though her family was relatively well off, 100 yuan was still a substantial amount, especially as it would need to be paid to Shin Xi. Soon, Yu Xinshin's father rushed to the police station, panicking as he shouted, "Xinshin! Xinshin! Dad!" Yu Xinshin was terrified for a moment, but upon seeing her father, she dashed into his arms and began to cry. Observing this, her father mistakenly believed she had suffered a grave injustice. While soothing her back, he turned to the police and demanded, "What on earth happened? Look at how frightened my daughter is." Gu Lianqing, witnessing Yu's father's peculiar behavior, could not help but roll her eyes. The police maintained their composure and replied, "Sir, your daughter has damaged a classmate's bracelet. Due to the considerable value, we have notified you for mediation." Yu's father, upon hearing this, let out a scoff. "It's just a bracelet. We'll pay for it." How expensive can a bracelet be? Even if it were gold or platinum, how much could it possibly cost? He patted his daughter's head gently, reassuring her, "All right, stop crying. Dad is here. You agreeing to compensate is the best outcome for us. It's the only request from the other party." The officer then presented the record and a copy proving the bracelet's value. According to the purchase price, the total compensation is 8,888 yuan. While what? Less? Yu's father exclaimed, his voice rising sharply, startling Yu Xinshin, who shrank in his embrace. 98.8888 yuan, the officer repeated clearly. Yu's father stared in disbelief, then turned to his daughter, demanding, "Xinshin, was it a bracelet worth 100 yuan? Yu Xinshin averted her gaze, unable to meet her father's eyes, and merely nodded. "Have you lost your mind?" Yu's father bellowed, the tender demeanor of a caring father evaporating in an instant. "A 100 yuan bracelet? How could you be so careless?" Spittle flew as he spoke, glistening in the light. Yu Xinshin, chastised by her father's fury, cried even harder. "Officer, can the bracelet be repaired? 100 yuan is too much." Yu's father dismissed his daughter, turning to the officer and pleading, "Could you discuss with them? Perhaps it can be repaired, and I will compensate her a little more." The officer appeared troubled, having seen the damaged bracelet, which was in such disrepair, he knew it could not be fixed. The only acceptable form of mediation from the other party is full compensation at the original price. He sighed, glancing at Yu Xinshin, who was sobbing uncontrollably. "If you refuse to compensate, your daughter, as a university student, will have a criminal record. Should the other party pursue legal action, you would have little chance of winning, as the facts of the case are quite clear." Upon hearing the possibility of a criminal record, Yu's father panicked. "We will pay. We will pay." He gritted his teeth and nodded. Given his financial situation, 100 yuan was manageable. However, losing that amount over a mere bracelet felt frustrating and humiliating. Yu's father felt the sting of his loss. They completed the transaction on the spot, signed the mediation agreement, and the matter was concluded. Yu Xinshin's eyes were swollen from crying, yet her gaze towards Shin Xi remained filled with resentment. If her previous animosity towards Shin Xi stemmed from jealousy, now her heart was devoid of any mixed feelings. Consumed entirely by hatred, 100 yuan could buy her so many things she desired. As Shin Xi passed by her on the way out, she paused, casting a cold glance at Yu Xinshin and murmured, "I warned you. Remember to keep your mouth shut when you see me. This is the consequence of your reckless words. Don't get too smug, Shin Xi. I won't let this matter rest." Yu Xinshin rasped, gritting her teeth. Shin Xi merely smiled derisively, walking away without looking back. Behind her, U.S. father's voice boomed. I see now that I've spoiled you too much. What are you still doing here? Hurry back to school. Starting next month. I'll only give you 20 cents for living expenses. Let us see if you dare to cause trouble again. After leaving the police station, Gu Lianqing was practically elated. It was a gratifying turn of events. Shen Xi had finally triumphed over her previous tormentors. Gu Lianqing genuinely felt relieved for Shen Xi, but soon, a hint of doubt crept in, and she tentatively asked, Shen Xi, you seem very assertive now. How could you have been bullied by them before? Was it simply because they were more numerous? Shen Xi glanced at her, and Gu Lianqing quickly waved her hand. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. After all, they are just unpleasant memories. Let the past remain in the past. Shen Xi nodded. It wasn't that she didn't want to share. She simply didn't know how. In her youth, she had indeed lacked a certain assertiveness, but her current demeanor had been refined through her experiences in a professional environment. However, the most significant change stemmed from her newfound wealth, which had become her greatest source of confidence. Accompany me back to the Cartier store. I wish to purchase another bracelet, Shen Xi declared. This bracelet was a matching piece with her sister's. And if her sister learned that it had broken after only one day, she would surely be heartbroken. Of course, I also want to browse some perfumes. Gu Lianqing readily agreed. Now, her admiration for Shen Xi was not solely based on her beauty, it was also intertwined with compassion and sympathy. She was determined to become good friends with Shen Xi, helping her to completely forget the unpleasant experiences of being bullied and isolated in the dormitory. Chapter 17. Compromise for reconciliation. The two spent the evening shopping in the mall until darkness fell, returning to school with their arms laden with bags. As soon as they reached the bottom of the dormitory building, a shadow suddenly darted out from the dim side and obstructed their path. Ah! Gu Lianqing exclaimed, startled, while Shen Xi was equally taken aback. However, once she recognized the figure before her, her expression immediately darkened, revealing her irritation. Li Xiao's face was grim, his gaze icy as it fixated on Shen Xi. Li Xiao? Gu Lianqing recognized him and retorted, are you out of your mind? Blocking the entrance to the girls' dormitory at this hour, are you trying to scare someone to death? Li Xiao, however, disregarded Gu Lianqing's furious reproach and directed his anger at Shen Xi, demanding, why did you move dorms? Are you avoiding me? Shen Xi could not help but let out a cold laugh, which only intensified the chill in Li Xiao's eyes. Are you hanging out with other boys during the carnival? Or is it someone from my dorm? Is this all deliberate? His demeanor exuded a palpable frustration. One could sense his struggle to maintain composure. Yet the tone of his voice indicated he was on the brink of losing control. Shen Xi lifted her gaze, her disdain unmistakable as she met his stare. Li Xiao, it is over between us. Whatever I do is none of your business, and you have no right to question me here. I disagree, Li Xiao shouted. His eyes turning red as tears welled up, his expression one of despair as he gazed at Shen Xi, shaking his head. I don't know what I did wrong. Or if my mother said something to you. All I know is I like you, and I refuse to break up. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he reached out, grasping Shen Xi's slender shoulders. Is there someone else? How can you bear to enjoy the carnival with someone else? Why do you reject my money but accept theirs? Is their money more appealing? How much do you need? Just say the amount, I can give it to you. Any amount, but don't break up with me. Make it clear to that person. I want mind. I truly want tea. At this point, Li Xiao seemed to shed his rage, his voice choked with emotion, and he appeared utterly humbled, reduced to a state of despair. Even Gu Lianqing, who wanted to intervene, felt moved, glancing at Shen Xi, hesitating to speak up for Li Xiao. Only Shen Xi remained unmoved by Li Xiao's fervent feelings. She simply watched him quietly. Having never witnessed this side of him before, he seemed so fragile, so vulnerable, that anyone with a heart would feel sympathy. Yet, Shen Xi only found Li Xiao's demeanor jarring. Her mind conjured the image of his cold, hard face as he sat in the back seat of a luxury car while she cried out for an explanation, only to receive no apology or acknowledgement from him. She vividly remembered how the car window closed slowly, pinching her fingers and dragging her several meters before she fell, disheveled, onto the roadside. The acrid scent of exhaust fumes still lingered in her memory as the car sped away. Now, looking at Li Xiao's face, imbued with deep emotion, Shen Xi felt an overwhelming urge to tear away his facade of sincerity. She forcefully pushed away his arms that had ensnared her shoulders and calmly stated, I have already told you, it's over between us. The light that had once burned brightly in Li Xiao's eyes extinguished visibly upon hearing Shen Xi's frigid words. His face turned ashen, despair etched on his features as he looked at her. Why treat me this way? He believed that by lowering himself and pleading, Shin Si would reconsider. Yet he had humbled himself to the core, having never debased himself before anyone else, so why was she so unmoved? Gu Lianqing, witnessing his despondency, felt a twinge of pity. Even if he had some flaws, surely they could be addressed. After all, the field of male health was quite advanced. And this was not an incurable affliction. Li Xiao, you should calm down, Gu Lianqing gently consoled him. Though I don't understand the situation between you and Shin Si. I believe she is not unreasonable. Do you have evidence of her being with someone else? If not, that is slander, defamation. Is this how you beg for reconciliation? Li Xiao turned to Gu Lianqing, his tumultuous emotions slightly regaining clarity at her words. Did I say something wrong? He murmured. Gu Lianqing sighed. Don't speak without evidence. Even if you have doubts, you should clarify the facts before jumping to conclusions. Recalling how Shin Si had been ridiculed by former dorm mates at the small restaurant earlier, Gu Lianqing felt compelled to defend her. She moved dorms not to avoid you, but because her former roommates bullied her. Li Xiao was taken aback, unaware of this situation. She never mentioned this to me. Gu Lianqing shook her head in exasperation. If she had a good relationship with her roommates, how could she not talk about them? Li Xiao, engulfed in self-reproach, lowered his head in distress. He realized he had not cared enough for Shin Si, even unaware of her being bullied. You should go back now, take a moment to calm down and reflect. Don't act so impulsively next time. With that, Gu Lianqing stepped around him and entered the dormitory. Back inside, Shin Si was packing her belongings. The dorm had been thoroughly cleaned by a few younger students. Wow, it's so clean, Gu Lianqing exclaimed, feigning excitement as she approached Shin Si. Thank goodness you're here. I wouldn't know what to do if I had moved in alone. Shin Si smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by the earlier encounter with Li Xiao. Hurry up and make your bed, put your things away, and then take a quick shower. We'll be out of lights soon. Seeing her in good spirits eased Gu Lianqing's worry. However, she refrained from saying more. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, she wanted to speak up for Li Xiao. Sensing his genuine feelings for Shin Si, but held back. She and Li Xiao had known each other since childhood, while they weren't close friends. Their long acquaintance allowed her to offer some well-meaning advice. But Shin Si was different. Though they had clicked immediately, they had only just met. So she needed to respect the boundaries and not interfere too much in Shin Si's private matters. Chapter 18. This is what the top sister should watch the next day. Shin Si rose early due to morning classes, and, noticing Gu Lianqing sleeping soundly, quietly completed her morning routine before slipping out of the dormitory. In the school cafeteria, it was still early, and the hall was mostly empty, with only a few early risers enjoying breakfast. After purchasing a bowl of soy milk, an egg, and 2 steamed buns, Shin Si settled into a corner. She pulled out her phone and noticed a message from her younger sister. Sis, we start military training tomorrow. And we can't bring our phones, so we might lose contact for a bit. Shin Si smiled affectionately at the message. Got it. Remember to apply sunscreen and stay safe during training. Sis, are you up this early? Do you have class today? Yes, I'm having breakfast in the cafeteria. Don't forget to eat yours, and spend the money I sent you without hesitation. I'll send you more if you run out. Okay. But it looks like it might rain. Did you bring an umbrella? Just then, Shin Si glanced outside, and to her surprise, large raindrops began to patter against the window. She indeed hadn't brought an umbrella. In the next moment, the previously quiet cafeteria suddenly filled with laughter and chatter as a group of students entered through the main door. A group of boys clad in jerseys rushed in. The rain pouring down relentlessly, drenching several of them who were playing basketball. Shin Si instantly recognized Chu Yang. His wet jersey clung to his body, revealing his well-defined pectoral and abdominal muscles. He casually grabbed a few napkins to dry his hair, each nonchalant motion exuding an aura of youthful vigor and vitality. Shin Si gazed a moment longer before averting her eyes, feeling that everything she observed as the prominent figure of the group was well within her entitlement. I told you to bring an umbrella, and you didn't. I knew it would rain, someone remarked. Even if you had brought one, you wouldn't have made it in time, another added. This rain came down so suddenly. I want to have some noodle soup. Who wants some? It's on me. Chu Yang, what do you want? I'll go buy it for you. I'll have some soup dumplings and savory tofu pudding, Chu Yang replied. In the midst of their lively chatter, Xiaoyu was the first to spot Shin Si and excitedly pulled Chu Yang, exclaiming, Look, Shin Si is over there. Chu Yang turned to see Shin Si quietly seated in a corner by the window, focused on peeling a hard-boiled egg. Do you think I should go over and thank her? Xiaoyu asked, recalling how Shin Si had given him 20 tokens during a carnival, which had netted him a tidy profit, breaking his daily earnings record from streaming. Just as he was about to act on his impulse, Chu Yang firmly held him back. Forget it. Let us not disturb her. Xiao Yu nodded, slowly coming to his senses. It's a bit awkward to bring up. She might think she is a mystery to me. If I tell her I recognized her, she might stop watching my streams. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang gave him a sharp slap on the back of the head. Why did you hit me? Xiao Yu exclaimed in pain. Chu Yang, with a more serious demeanor, replied, Stop overthinking. Just go buy some food. With the rain pouring down, fewer people ventured to the cafeteria for breakfast. After finishing her meal, Shinsiai remained seated, waiting for the rain to subside since she had brought an umbrella. After a while, she received a message from her advisor. Shinsiai, please come to my office shortly. I have something to ask you. Okay, I'll be right there. After replying, Shinsiai glanced at the gloomy sky and approached the lady at the dumpling stall, inquiring, Excuse me, do you have an umbrella I could borrow? I'll return it at lunchtime. I'm sorry, dear, but we don't have any umbrellas either. Song Yuan nodded slightly, uncertain of what to do. She stepped to the entrance of the cafeteria to peer outside, feeling that the rain would not cease anytime soon. Chu Yang, who appeared to be focused on his food, had been discreetly watching Shinsiai from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he stood up, snatched the umbrella from Xiao Yu's table, and briskly walked toward Shinsiai. Much to his companion's astonishment, Shinsiai was about to explain the situation to Director Li, hoping to wait until the rain stopped. Just then, an umbrella appeared before her. If you're in a hurry, you can use this, Chu Yang said softly. This marked the first time he had initiated a conversation with Shinsiai, striving to keep his gaze steady and his voice calm. Hey, that is my umbrella, Xiao Yu exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Just moments ago, he had advised against bothering Shinsiai, yet here was Chu Yang seizing the opportunity to make his presence known. Shinsiai tilted her head up and, upon recognizing Chu Yang, felt a tinge of surprise. Despite their mutual awareness of each other, they had never interacted before. However, with just a glance, she discerned Chu Yang feigned composure. His seemingly calm eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety, and the subtle movement of his throat revealed his struggle to conceal his unease. Shinsiai deliberately pretended not to notice, maintaining her calm demeanor as she asked, And what about you? I have no classes this morning. I can wait until the rain stops, Chu Yang replied. Shinsiai accepted the umbrella with a polite thank you. All right, thank you. I'll return it to you at lunchtime. Chu Yang nodded and, without further ado, turned to leave. Shinsiai smiled, opened the umbrella, and swiftly vanished into the rain. Chu Yang returned to his seat, drawing the teasing remarks of his friends. Look at you, borrowing Xiao Yu's umbrella to impress Shinsiai. Who would have thought, Chu Yang, that you'd be this perceptive? We didn't even notice Shinsiai needed an umbrella, another friend chimed in. I thought you were the most serious among us, yet here you are, hiding your light under a bushel. Xiao Yu, feeling utterly frustrated, glared at Chu Yang, muttering, Hypocrite. Chu Yang, showing signs of irritation, shot them a look, Just eat your food. You're still talking while trying to eat. He then lowered his head to sip the tofu pudding, a barely perceptible smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. In the administrative building's faculty office, the door was ajar. Shinsiai knocked gently, her gaze landing on Chen Jiangwo. He raised his head from his desk and, upon seeing Shinsiai, chose not to invite her in, instead stepping out to guide her to a secluded corner of the corridor. With a sigh, he regarded her with a complicated expression, remaining silent. Sensing something was amiss, Shinsiai's demeanor turned serious as she asked, Director Li, what is going on? Your expression doesn't suggest anything good. Li Jiangguo sighed again, nodding gravely. It's certainly not good news. Someone has reported you to the Academic Affairs Office for receiving financial aid while using high-priced luxury items. Chapter 19. Clearly intended for his eyes, Shinsiai. Although I do not know the specifics, I genuinely believe you are a good student. However, if the allegations are true, the school will cease to provide you with financial assistance. Upon hearing this, Shinsiai nodded in understanding and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Director Li. She then looked him in the eye and added earnestly, The report is indeed accurate. But I must clarify that the financial aid I receive is not for impoverished students, nor a scholarship. Director, you should know that the school admitted me due to my outstanding college entrance examination results. The admissions office even traveled to my hometown to recruit me for the university. At that time, the school awarded me 200 yuan as a special admission bonus and promised me a monthly stipend of 5 yuan, which was a condition for my enrollment as a special admit. While my family is not affluent, we are not in dire straits requiring impoverished student aid. The aid I receive and the impoverished student assistance are two different matters. Li Jiangguo nodded, fully aware of these details. However, Shinsiai, as you said. The report is indeed true. You can imagine how this looks. Using luxury items while receiving school aid will undoubtedly trigger a backlash from students in need, especially online. People won't bother to investigate the details. They will simply attack you and the school. You wouldn't want to face that unwarranted disaster, would you? He sighed once more. The school has many students in need, and the funds for such assistance are limited. Many are waiting in line for a chance. And with you still receiving aid, you'll become a target. Li Jiangguo's words were filled with concern for her, and Shin Si could sense his sincerity. Furthermore, it was evident that the Academic Affairs Office had likely instructed him to convey this message. Even if he was reluctant, the matter was probably already decided. Director, I am willing to forego the aid, but it must be a voluntary decision on my part, not a cancellation by the school. That is what I wish to express. Shin Si was not particularly concerned about the financial aid. The 1,500 yuan she received monthly had certainly made her university life much easier. However, times have changed. The meager monthly allowance of 15 cents holds no significance for her now. Yet for students from impoverished families, it can substantially alleviate their financial burdens. Thus, she can voluntarily relinquish this subsidy, but she must clarify the principle behind it. Upon hearing Shin Si's agreement to forego the assistance, Director Li paid little heed to whether it was her own decision or a cancellation by the school. It was merely a procedural matter. He nodded eagerly. All right. I will handle it. But Shin Si, you. He glanced at her, hesitating, seemingly torn between inquiry and the fear of misinterpreting her intentions. She had just mentioned her family was not affluent, and had even acknowledged the accusations regarding her wearing luxury items. With her beauty, as a counselor, Li Jiangguo feared she might succumb to societal temptations and stray from the right path. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. Intelligent as she was, Shin Si understood Director Li's concerns. She smiled gently, her expression serene as she reassured him, Director Li, do not overthink it. I will not compromise my integrity for money. Li Jiangguo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed to smile. Yet, inexplicably, he trusted her words. Fine, I won't pry further, but remember to inform me immediately if anything arises. After nodding in acknowledgement, Shin Si bid farewell to Li Jiangguo and left. She knew without a doubt that the report had come from Yuxinshin, but she truly did not care much about it. Upon reflection, given her current status, accepting a monthly allowance from the school would certainly not reflect well on her reputation. Had she remembered this matter sooner upon her return, she would have willingly forfeited the subsidy to allow it to benefit those in greater need. At noon, the school cafeteria was bustling with activity. Shin Si, holding an umbrella, searched for a spot and finally spotted Chu Yang at the back. As she approached, the surrounding boys erupted into a chorus of teasing, drawing curious glances from other students. Thank you. I'll return the umbrella. As she neared, Shin Si extended the umbrella toward Chu Yang, her face adorned with a tranquil smile. No need for thanks, Chu Yang replied coolly, tossing the umbrella to Xiaoyu. The teasing escalated, and Chu Yang's cheeks flushed, his heart racing. Had it not been for his naturally tanned skin, he would have surely turned crimson. He feigned annoyance, frowning. Stop making a fuss. She's just a girl. Yet the teasing grew louder. If it were another girl in such a situation, she would likely have blushed and fled, but not Shin Si. She laughed along. As the top student, she felt no embarrassment. This scene caught the attention of many. Yet among the countless students at the university, few recognized them, resulting in mere curiosity. Only one person stood apart, his expression dark and exuding an icy aura that seemed to chill the air around him. Watching his roommate revel in the festivities while laughing with his roommate was clearly intended to provoke him. She was deliberately trying to infuriate him. Li Xiao slowly exhaled, attempting to calm himself. Ling Xing was right. He could no longer act impulsively. Moreover, Shin Si's provocations must stem from her lingering feelings for him. Having steeled himself to approach Shin Si and apologize for his impulsive behavior the previous night, he was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected figure. A familiar presence boldly and affectionately linked her arm through his. Li Xiao. Instinctively, he took a step back but halted upon recognizing her. A look of surprise washing over his face. Chi. Chi? Lin Biki beamed with excitement, bouncing as she clung to Li Xiao's arm. Surprised? You. How did you end up at the university? Li Xiao asked, bewildered. Lin Biki was the granddaughter of his grandfather's old friend, and he had often visited his grandfather during holidays, thus they had known each other since childhood. But both their families resided in Shenzhen. How could she possibly be at the university? I got accepted. Lin Biki replied proudly. I've been here for several days but didn't tell you because I wanted to surprise you. However, the university is so vast, I couldn't find you until today. I'm also in the astronomy department. From now on, you'll be my senior. Chapter 20, The Flower of Evil. Lin Beike Li Xiao, still processing the surprise, looked up and saw Shin Si heading in his direction. He quickly withdrew his arm from Lin Beike's grasp, causing her to pout in discontent. Noticing Li Xiao's distracted gaze, Lin Beike followed it and spotted the stunning Shin Si. A wave of jealousy washed over her as she scowled, her alarm bells ringing. Meanwhile, Shin Si noticed Li Xiao and Lin Beike together. Upon seeing Lin Beike, a chilling sensation spread from her feet, reminiscent of countless ants crawling over her skin, culminating in a jarring memory. Lin Beike, it's been a long time. You finally arrived. As painful memories threatened to resurface, Shin Si discreetly touched her right arm. The smooth sensation grounding her back in reality and restoring her composure. She walked straight toward the cafeteria entrance, ignoring the expectant look from Li Xiao. Li Xiao hesitated momentarily before sprinting after her. Li Xiao. Lin Beike, frustrated, stomped her foot and hurried after them. Shin Si. Shin Si. Li Xiao, with long strides, caught up to Shin Si and blocked her path. Before she could dismiss him, he hurriedly spoke. Shin Si, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive yesterday, and I apologize. Li Xiao, who is she? Lin Beike approached, eyeing Shin Si warily. Li Xiao, ignoring Lin Beike, gazed at Shin Si with earnest regret. I was too anxious when you ignored me, and I said those foolish things. I'm truly sorry, Shin Si. Please don't be angry. I'm not angry. Shin Si replied softly. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's face lit up with joy, his fingers trembling with excitement. Really? You're not upset with me? He leaned in for a hug, only to be halted by Shin Si stepping back. His arms were suspended mid-air, confusion filling his eyes. Shin Si looked at him expressionlessly and said, Your words mean nothing to me and will not affect me in any way. Hey, don't speak to Li Xiao like that. Lin Beike exclaimed, her voice sharp. Although she didn't know who Shin Si was or the nature of her relationship with Li Xiao, she felt compelled to defend him against such disrespect. Chi. Don't interrupt. Li Xiao snapped at Lin Beike, his tone fierce. This is between her and me. Lin Beike shivered at his volume, her eyes welling with tears, her lips quivering in shock. Li Xiao had never raised his voice at her like that. Shin Si glanced at Lin Beike, suppressing her rising fury. She scoffed disdainfully. Scared the little bunny, did we? Better go console her. With that, she turned to leave, and tears streamed down Lin Beike's face. Yet Li Xiao's reaction was to grasp Shin Si's wrist desperately, explaining in haste, Shin Si, don't misunderstand. She is my sister. Misunderstand? Sister? A sister who would risk everything for you, sneaking into someone else's dorm to steal papers, damaging their hard drive, leaving them with nothing? A sister who would undergo 2 abortions and deliberately send proof of miscarriage to her? A sister who would be jealous enough to corner her in a restroom and burn her arm with a curling iron? Each of these vicious acts she has inflicted upon me. What sister would ever commit such atrocities? Shin Si slightly lowered her breath and forcefully shook off Li Xiao's hand. There's no need for you to explain your relationship with me. Shin Si. Li Xiao attempted to entangle her further, but unexpectedly, Chu Yang appeared. Stepping in front of Shin Si, she felt a shadow cast over her, blocking the light, and when she looked up, she saw Chu Yang's broad back. His height was comparable to Li Xiao's, yet as a student from the physical education department and the vice president of the basketball club, Chu Yang's physical prowess was evidently several notches above that of the affluent Li Xiao. Do not interfere with her, Chu Yang spoke softly, his tone calm and devoid of any discernible anger. Yet, Li Xiao was incensed. He had already been furious upon seeing Shin Si conversing with Chu Yang. And now that Chu Yang dared to intervene, he glared and shouted, Get away. This is none of your business. Xiaoyu and several other classmates hurriedly rushed over to separate the two, fearing a confrontation might ensue. The university had strict regulations. Fighting on campus could lead to severe penalties. Please don't be angry. Let us talk it out. We're all classmates, several boys urged as they pulled Chu Yang away from the confrontation. Chu Yang initially intended to break free forcefully but was unable to withstand the combined strength of 3 or 4 individuals. I'm fine. You can leave. Shin Si said to Chu Yang. This matter had nothing to do with him, and since he shared a dormitory with Li Xiao, his involvement would only provoke further ire from Li Xiao. Hearing Shin Si's words, Chu Yang relaxed and allowed Xiaoyu to lead him away. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiaoyu remarked, Have you lost your mind? Li Xiao and Shin Si are still in a state of confusion about their relationship. Why would you step in? Exactly. Even if you truly like Shin Si, the timing is all wrong. Li Xiao is clearly still entangled with her. if a fight breaks out. Li Xiao doesn't care about the consequences. Do you want to be penalized? While his companions chattered incessantly, Chu Yang absorbed none of it, frequently glancing back at Shen Xi's situation. When he saw her silently turn and leave, and Li Xiao did not pursue her, he felt a slight sense of relief. Li Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Shen Xi as she departed, and only when she was far away did he lower his head. Though Shen Xi had not forgiven him, he had no intention of giving up. Turning around, he noticed Lin Biki, who stood nearby with her makeup in disarray from crying. He sighed silently and, softening his voice, said, "Chi-Chi, I was too angry with you just now. I lost control of my emotions. Please don't cry." Lin Biki sniffled, her tone petulant as she demanded, "Then tell me, who was that girl just now?" "She is my girlfriend. We had a quarrel. There's a misunderstanding," Li Xiao explained. Although he had suspected it earlier, hearing Li Xiao confirm that the girl was his girlfriend shattered Lin Biki's world. "Li Xiao, you actually have a girlfriend?" she shrieked, collapsing into tears. "What about me? I came to the university for you. What do I mean to you?" Li Xiao gazed at Lin Biki, his mouth opening to respond, yet the words caught in his throat. They had known each other since childhood due to familial connections. Yet he had never harbored even a hint of romantic feelings for her, viewing her always as a sister. "Chi-Chi, please listen to me. I want to listen." Lin Biki screamed hysterically. "I want to allow you to like anyone else. I want to allow you to be with anyone else." Her frantic, piercing cries drew numerous curious glances, and some even recognized Li Xiao. "Isn't that Li Xiao? What is going on? Who is that girl? Crying and shouting at the cafeteria entrance. Is she out of her mind? Seems like it's not a serious relationship. It's no wonder his girlfriend wants to break up with him. Are they blind? That girl pales in comparison to Shen Xi." As whispers grew louder, Li Xiao felt overwhelmed. Shen Xi had consistently refused to reconcile, and now Lin Biki was causing further chaos. If Shen Xi learned of this, she would surely never forgive him. With that thought, Li Xiao raised his voice deliberately, addressing Lin Biki. "I don't need your permission to find a girlfriend. I like Shen Xi." His declaration stunned onlookers, who exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Biki, fueled by defiance, cried out even louder, "You can't." Li Xiao, weary of the confrontation, abandoned her and turned to leave. Unfortunately, Shen Xi missed this dramatic scene entirely. Upon exiting the university, she took a taxi to the real estate transaction center, where she had made an appointment to finalize the transfer of a second-hand property. She had assumed the seller had entrusted the entire process to the sales department. But upon arrival, she discovered the owner was present. "Mr. Liu, this is Miss Shen, who has purchased your property," the young saleswoman introduced them. Upon meeting, the saleswoman promptly introduced both parties. Noticing the name tag on her uniform, Shen Xi realized she had successfully secured a permanent position. Mr. Liu, Jin Zhao, appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Shen Xi, observing her stunning appearance and youthful demeanor. He thought her to be quite different from the image he had conjured of someone capable of purchasing his property outright. She looked, unmistakably, like a university student. Shen Xi caught the astonishment in his eyes and, with a composed smile, extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. Liu." "Hello." Mr. Liu shook her hand gently. Then couldn't he help but sigh. "I never expected Miss Shen to be so young." Despite his words, he felt a twinge of disappointment. His reason for personally overseeing the transaction was to meet the individual who had spent a considerable sum on his property, believing that her status would undoubtedly be impressive. He had learned from the saleswoman that she had purchased 2 properties for over 20,000 yuan in total, all in cash. Such financial capability must indicate a significant background. Yet it turned out to be a girl of around 20, suggesting she was merely from a wealthy family, and their connection was tenuous at best. The process was primarily handled by the sales team, requiring only identification and signatures from both parties. While waiting, Shen Xi casually remarked to Mr. Liu, "I heard you reserved this property a year before the market opened. Why sell it less than 6 months later?" Mr. Liu chuckled and explained, "Plans often change. I had my eye on this villa community for a long time, but my company found a promising project in the latter half of the year. So they decided to invest heavily. I had to reluctantly part with this property." Shen Xi nodded, recalling that the saleswoman had mentioned the original owner needed funds, prompting the sale. Mr. Liu studied Shen Xi for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Miss Shen, do you read novels?" The seemingly random question took Shen Xi by surprise. But she nodded. "Yes, I read them to pass the time when I'm bored." Mr. Liu's eyes brightened at her response. "Have you read Destined to be Phoenix? It's quite popular among your generation." "Destined to be Phoenix? That major female protagonist web novel?" "I know it," Shen Xi replied, and then an idea struck her. Is your company planning to adapt this novel into a film? Mr. Liu nodded. Yes, the book has created quite a stir online with a massive readership. It's a key IP for our company this year, and we anticipate investing nearly 2 million yuan to create an epic drama centered on a strong female lead. It turned out he was the owner of a film production company. 2 million yuan was equivalent to what would normally be a 20 million investment. A budget that could only be described as a grand production. Moreover, Shen Xiai vividly recalled the remarkable success of the drama Tianming Wei Huang after its adaptation, as it shattered numerous records upon release. The leading actress soared to the pinnacle of her contemporaries, while various newcomer supporting actors began to shine brightly in the entertainment industry, garnering a considerable fan base. As her thoughts shifted, she turned to Lu Jinzhao, a smile gracing her lips. Mr. Lu, do you still require investment? Lu Jinzhao appeared momentarily taken aback. Miss Shen, are you considering investing in our drama? His tone revealed a palpable excitement. Please leave your contact information. I shall revisit this novel thoroughly. If I discern potential, I shall contemplate it further. Shen Xiai refrained from making any definitive statements, as she wished to understand the characters within the novel, ascertain which role would suit her sister best, and ensure she could secure that role before deciding to invest. Lu Jinzhao nodded earnestly, retrieving his phone. Miss Shen, allow me to scan your contact. The company had nearly exhausted all its resources on this project. Merely competing for the rights with other companies consumed an entire year. Should they succeed, the company would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Yet the persistent lack of funds had always been the project's greatest impediment. The company had been actively seeking investment, and now that production was imminent, they were still far from their goal of 20,000. Thus, when Shen Xiai proactively expressed her potential willingness to invest, Lu Jinzhao's excitement was genuine and heartfelt. I'm curious about the nature of your family's business, Miss Shen, Lu Jinzhao inquired as he scanned her WeChat. Shen Xiai replied with a hint of nonchalance. I am an individual investor with a discerning eye, which has allowed me to accumulate some wealth. Upon learning that Shen Xiai was a professional investor, Lu Jinzhao was evidently startled. Having navigated the business realm for many years, he had encountered countless investors and financiers, including many prodigies. Yet, he had never met someone as youthful as Shen Xiai. Miss Shen, this Friday evening, we are hosting a gala for the project's investors. Although you have yet to commit, I would still like to extend an invitation to you. Would that be acceptable? Chapter 22, Competing for Roles? Seeing the sincerity in Lu Jinzhao's gaze, Shen Xiai gently nodded. Just then, a sales representative approached, presenting Shen Xiai with a brand new property deed. Miss Shen, the transfer has been completed. Congratulations on becoming the owner of Wan Jia Denghua. Thank you, she replied. Lu Jinzhao added, what you may not know, Miss Shen, is that although I facilitated this transaction, I never even had the chance to reside in the house. It remains completely new. Shen Xiai raised an eyebrow in understanding. Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Lu. If it weren't for your assistance, such a prime location would likely have been snatched up by someone else, and I would have missed out. Lu Jinzhao chuckled softly. Ultimately, it seems Miss Shen is fated to this property. He continued, by the way, Miss Shen, since my invitation was rather last minute, the official invitations have already been sent out. Please send me a message upon your arrival on Friday, and I shall come to greet you. Certainly, no problem. Meanwhile, at Longqing Film Academy, a throng of students poured out of the rehearsal hall. Shenli, your performance was incredible. No wonder the casting director decided on you so quickly. Having only just enrolled, you've already landed a role in a major IP. That's truly impressive. If only I had read Tianming Wei Huang, I could have performed better. Several girls surrounded Shenli, who had just auditioned for the Tianming Wei Huang production. The film company maintained a long-standing collaboration with performing arts institutions, directly sourcing talent when casting for roles. Many newcomers had the opportunity to audition for minor roles, which could help them gain visibility in their early careers. Some fortunate individuals could secure significant supporting roles and subsequently be signed by talent agencies, receiving the backing of a team. Feeling somewhat bashful from the compliments, Shenli noticed that her classmates had not been cast, which stirred a sense of guilt within her. This was her inherent nature, often internalizing responsibilities that did not belong to her. I merely had good fortune, and it's just a maid's role. You will undoubtedly secure even better roles in the future. Shenli forced a smile, her fingers nervously fidgeting with her clothing. Wang Chuhan, her roommate, observed her reaction and chuckled, addressing the others. Look at Shenli. She always seems so delicate, yet when she stepped on stage, it was as if she transformed into a different person. Recalling Shenli's powerful performance in the scene where she choked someone, the classmates nodded in agreement. Indeed, That gaze she cast was startling. I even whispered to Wang Huiru, "Is that really Xinli?" She must have fully immersed herself in the role to perform so passionately. Xinli is undoubtedly made for this profession. Honestly, I'm not surprised Xinli secured the role of AU. The performances of the others were rather lackluster in comparison. Upon hearing this, Xinli quickly waved her hands in dismay. "Please don't say that. It was my first audition, and I merely acted on impulse." Not far behind, a demure girl observed Xinli's timid demeanor and scoffed disdainfully. "What's with all the pretense?" As the students gradually exited, a physical education instructor accompanied the casting team. And the lead man, wearing sunglasses, was none other than Feng Shan, the casting director for Tian Mingwei Huang. "Thank you for your hard work, Director Feng. Our cohort of students is exceptionally talented. I hope you can provide them with ample opportunities in the future." The teacher smiled, eager to advocate for the students. Feng Shan nodded, glancing at the roster of selected students. Indeed, there are a few promising individuals. As this was a period drama based on a popular IP, there was a significant demand for roles such as maids and guards. While these may not be pivotal characters, as you know, should the drama succeed, their performances would not be in vain. Moreover, the selected individuals have substantial dialogue throughout the series. Rest assured, Director Feng, I will ensure they practice their voice, stage presence, physicality, and expression diligently, so they do not hinder the production. Very well, we shall take our leave. Should any issues arise, we can communicate later. As the instructor and casting team parted ways, the previously mentioned girl rushed forward. "Director Feng, please wait." Feng Shan paused and turned to see a girl approach, quickly tidying her hair before flashing a smile. "Hello, Director Feng. My name is Su Zishan." Feng Shan acknowledged her with a nod. "I know. You auditioned just now. Is there something you wish to discuss?" The other team members furrowed their brows slightly. Having been in the industry for some time, they had encountered various individuals, many of whom employed underhanded tactics to ascend. Su Zishan's actions were not unfamiliar to them. "Are you attempting to secure a better role by approaching the casting director?" As anticipated, Su Zishan was indeed a formidable character, straightforwardly stating, "I want the role of AU." Feng Shan was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the list. "You weren't eliminated. Weren't you assigned to play Aru?" With that, Feng Shan raised his gaze, chuckling. "Or do you intend to snatch someone else's role?" "Yes." Su Zishan did not shy away from her admission. Aru is the maid of the fourth young lady, whose part is minimal in the original work, and her maid has even less screen time. In contrast, Ayu is the maid of the second young lady. Although she is an antagonist, her role is substantial with ample opportunity for performance. "I wish to advocate for myself, Director Feng. I assure you I will excel in the role." Her earnest declaration was met with laughter from the casting team. Feng Shan glanced at the name Xinli, originally set by Ayu. This name left a deep impression on him and was the standout performance among today's auditioning students. "Young lady, having ambition is commendable, but at your tender age, it is unwise to reveal such aspirations too early. Only when you have firmly established yourself in this industry will you be entitled to select roles. Do you understand?" With that, Feng Shan turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Su Zishan's next words halted him in his tracks. "Director Feng, what if my father could invest?" Feng Shan turned to look at her, and the other students simultaneously wiped the smiles off their faces. Securing funding was paramount. A successful investment today would surely delight the boss. Feng Shan scrutinized her for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Su Zishan, is it? I will remember you." Chapter 23. Encountering a funded actress and role switch 3 days later, the finalized list from the crew was distributed by the teacher in the class group. Roommates accompanied Xinli as she eagerly opened the document, only to become collectively frozen in disbelief upon reading its contents. Ayu was listed as Su Zishan. The Su Zishan from Class 8? What was going on? Wang Chuhan, puzzled, remarked, "Wasn't he decided on the spot that Xinli would play this role? How did it end up being Su Zishan?" Sun Yuan was equally astonished, recalling the audition. She stood up for Xinli, saying, "What nonsense. Su Zishan didn't even audition for AU that day. How did it become her role?" As they continued reading, it became clear that Xinli was assigned the role of Aru, while the roles had been entirely swapped. There must be some mistake. Wang Chuan nudged the dazed Xinli, urging, "You need to ask Teacher Zhang if the crew mixed you up with Su Zishan." Sun Yuan nodded in agreement. Only Zhao Mena sighed and looked at Xinli. "Don't bother asking anymore. This result is likely final, and you can't change anything now." "Mena, what do you mean by that?" Wang Chuan furrowed her brows. "Do you know something?" Xinli also looked over, her eyes reddened with unshed tears, though she held back from crying. She had initially been so eager to play you. Zhao Mena, feeling sympathy for Shun Li's pitiful expression, gently took her hand. During military training yesterday, I accidentally overheard some news from Class 8. They said Su Zishan's father invested 500 yuan into the destined to be a Phoenix production. 500 yuan? Wang Chuhan and Sun Yuan gasped in unison, instinctively glancing at Shunli. However, upon hearing Zhao Mena's words, the grievance in Shinli's eyes seemed to dissipate by 70%. Accepting the outcome, she nodded lightly and said, I felt a bit unwilling at first. But if she got this role for 500 yuan, I actually feel less upset. Shunli. Her roommates thought she was merely putting on a brave face. Anyone in her position would feel a sense of injustice. How could she accept it so calmly? Yet Shunli forced a smile, shaking her head at her roommates. I'm serious. Although AU offers the most room for performance among the maid roles, it is just a maid at the end of the day. The difference isn't significant. If it helps the crew secure 500 yuan in funding, I can understand. Wang Chuhan and Sun Yuan embraced her, wishing to offer silent comfort. Zhao Mena patted her hand. Such situations are quite common in the entertainment industry. You will inevitably encounter them. Consider this your first lesson, a way to hone your mindset. Shinli nodded. Many classmates didn't get roles at all. At least I get to play Aru, which is quite good. Her roommates felt relieved by her optimism. Meanwhile, Shinxi had been cooped up for 3 days, finally finishing nearly 2 million words of Destined to be a Phoenix, though she had only skimmed the surface. She grasped the main storyline and character settings. You finally finished? Gu Lianqing, holding a plate of salad, marveled. You're amazing. It took me nearly a month to read this book. When the second young lady died, I took a break for 2 or 3 days, crying over it. As she spoke, she set down her salad and exclaimed, Yu Haven T left the dorm for 3 days, and Li Xiao has come by for 3 consecutive days. I sent him away when I went downstairs to grab takeout. Let us go out to eat. I still want to visit that little restaurant we liked. Shinxi smiled and nodded. She had been cooped up in the dorm, and Gu Lianqing had been bringing her meals, so it was only right to repay her. On the way out of school, Shinxi sent her sister a video call. She could only reach her at night due to military training. The video quickly connected. But before they spoke, Shinxi noticed something odd about her sister. Despite putting on a brave front, Shinli had quietly cried alone after her shower. And the Apple camera revealed her noticeably red eyes. What's wrong? Shinxi's smile faded as she asked. Shinli hurriedly smiled back. It's nothing, sis. I just wanted to share some good news. The Destined to be a Phoenix crew came to our school to select actors, and I got a role. Shinxi was taken aback. What a coincidence. I just happened to read that book. Which character are you playing? I'm playing Aru, the little maid beside the 4th young lady. Shinxi thought for a moment before remembering that character, who was a minor role that met a tragic end early on. Sister. I was supposed to play AU, but a funded actress stole the role. At that moment, Wang Chuhan suddenly barged into the camera, raising her voice. Shinli hadn't reacted yet when she noticed her sister's expression darkening. Gu Lianqing beside Shinxi frowned. Isn't your sister a freshman? Is this the kind of competition she is facing already? Aru, tell me what happened, Shinxi asked calmly. Shinli knew she couldn't hide it any longer and recounted the events in detail, trying to appear nonchalant at the end. But I think it's okay. Having a role is better than none. There will be more opportunities in the future. Shinxi felt a pang of sympathy for her sister, but, from her perspective, she didn't want her sister to play you. Aru, listen to me. The role of AU isn't suitable for you. Although the director and teacher believe you performed well, that is precisely why I don't want you to take on this role. This character is an antagonist. Even if it's a minor role, if you perform too well, you risk being typecast as a villainess as a newcomer. What if everyone comes to you for roles as wicked maids? Shinxi wasn't trying to force comfort, nor was she exaggerating. Many new actors become restricted by their first roles, and if they excel too much, similar roles tend to follow. Moreover, she could never allow her sister to play a maid, regardless of whose maid it was. Even if she couldn't be the leading lady from the start, she should at least play a supporting role with shining moments. For example, the second young lady, who was initially timid and kind-hearted but resolutely sacrificed herself for the female lead later on. She wanted her sister to portray such a good character, ensuring she would attract a legion of fans. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Tell me where she is always obedient to her sister. Shinli soon understood. I get it now, sis. I'm not sad anymore, just a bit wronged. Shinxi smiled in response. Since you love this profession, always be prepared for unexpected situations. And don't shed tears too easily. The entertainment industry is ever-changing. Who knows? The tears you shed today might be dry by the next moment when a better role comes your way. Xinli smiled and nodded, while Zhao Mena beside her said, Sister is right. Moreover, during our very first class, the teacher mentioned that there are no small roles, only small actors. With Xinli's beauty, even if she plays a minor character, she will surely be remembered. The roommates nodded in agreement. With such companions, even when Xinxiai was not by her sister's side, she felt a sense of reassurance. The next day, Su Zishan deliberately sat near Xinli in the cafeteria, flaunting her recent achievement. Shan, you are truly remarkable. You quietly secured such an important role. Indeed, you is the character with the most significant scenes from that audition, right? In the original story, this character has the heaviest presence among the maidens, only exiting the plot in the later stages. Several classmates from Class 8 surrounded Su Zishan, trying to ingratiate themselves. Well aware that her father had invested in the production, they recognized her family's influence and anticipated that she would be the first to stand out among their cohort. Thus, although they understood she was a benefactor's daughter, they still sought to cultivate a good relationship with her. Su Zishan cast a glance at Xinli, her tone dripping with pride as she said, Perhaps the director sees potential in me. Honestly, I feel I can portray any character. It doesn't matter to me. After saying this, she innocently nodded, as if affirming her own words. Seated nearby, Xinli and her friends overheard the conversation. Wang Chuan rolled her eyes and whispered, It's shameless to flaunt being a benefactor. Exactly, Sun Yuan scoffed, placing a piece of rib on Xinli's plate. Ignore her, Xinli. Such people bring misfortune to anyone who associates with them. Had it not been for her sister's words the day before, Xinli would have been internally conflicted. However, after reflecting on her sister's analysis, she realized that playing a villain in her debut role might not be the best choice. The character Au, known for being treacherous and ungrateful, had a particularly vile and ugly persona. During her audition, she had only performed a segment of the character's arc. And if she were to join the production, she might struggle to fully embody such a malevolent role. Being replaced might not be a misfortune after all. Noticing her composed demeanor, her friends exchanged glances, understanding that she truly did not mind. Zhao Mena smiled and said, Your sister's advice is indeed valuable. That evening, Xinxiai rummaged through her recently purchased designer clothes in the dormitory, contemplating what would be appropriate for an upcoming gala. However, after trying on several outfits, she realized that, despite her collection of designer wear, none were suitable for a formal event. I have a new Dolce & Gabbana dress. Why don't you try it on? Gu Lianxing suggested. Leaning against the bed frame as she observed Xinxiai, Xinxiai appraised Gu Lianxing's model-like figure, her expression reflecting hesitation. I doubt I could fit into your dress. I bought a loose version. You should be able to wear it. With that, Gu Lianxing opened her suitcase and soon retrieved the dress, still in its dust bag. When Xinxiai tried it on, it fit perfectly, far more appropriate than her own garments. Gu Lianxing then patted a chair, saying, Sit down. I'll give you some big waves. Xinxiai glanced at the curling iron in Gu Lianxing's hand, instinctively touching her right forearm, suppressing her discomfort as she shook her head. No need. I don't like curls. Unfazed by her reaction, Gu Lianxing nodded. You're beautiful, so you'll look good no matter what. At the Huading Starlight Building, Xinxiai arrived promptly at 7 o'clock. Miss Shun, you are quite punctual, Lu Jinzhao remarked, rushing to greet her the moment he received notice. Although Xinxiai was borrowing a dress and had tea-styled her hair, the admiration in Lu Jinzhao's gaze was unmistakable. It was a casual yet understated elegance. He gentlemanly extended his arm, and Xinxiai gracefully linked hers with his, adhering to the social etiquette of high society gatherings. There was nothing to be shy about. Unbeknownst to them, as they entered the banquet hall, their paired silhouettes were captured by a camera shutter. Chi-Chi, what are you photographing? Do you know her? Lin Beaky snorted with satisfaction from down the corridor. Humph, that girl is Xinxiai, the one I told you about who seduced Li Xiao. I've heard rumors at school that she abruptly broke up with him, which surely raises suspicions. I didn't expect to capture this moment today. With that, she sent the photo to Li Xiao. Li Xiao, is this the kind of woman you still have lingering feelings for? Li Xiao had been waiting at the girls' dormitory in the West District for 3 days without seeing Xinxiai. Today, having returned home briefly, he was unexpectedly met with this photo. In it, Xinxiai wore a black dress, her fair back exposed. Creating a striking visual contrast with the dark fabric, her beauty was both alluring and glaring to Li Xiao. Typically reserved, she had refused to wear anything daring for him. Yet here she was, dressed provocatively for another man. Where is this? Li Xiao's fingers trembled as he typed, his eyes fixed on the image, burning with anger. At the dining table, Li's father and mother noticed their son's unusual behavior and exchanged concerned glances. Son, what's the matter? Li Xiao gripped his phone, seemingly oblivious to his mother's concern. Lin Biki, upon receiving Li Xiao's message, refrained from replying immediately, knowing he must be infuriated. Yet, she craved more. She wanted to escalate his fury, to let it build until it reached its peak, ensuring that Shenxi would face consequences. Meanwhile, Li's mother, uneasy, was about to approach him when Li Xiao suddenly smashed the wine glass in front of him, shattering it to pieces. Ah, Li mother gasped in shock. And Li father reprimanded, Xiaozi, what on earth are you doing? Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Li Xiao took a deep breath, struggling to contain his surging rage, and sent another message to Lin Biki, demanding, tell me where she is right now, or you won't see me again. Lin Biki, smirking at her phone, felt the intensity of Li Xiao's anger through the screen. She replied leisurely, Huading Star Light Building, top floor, V8 banquet hall. In the banquet hall, glasses clinked and laughter mingled. The men donned suits, while the women wore elegant evening gowns. Even in her past life, Shenxi had never attended such a gala. Yet she felt no trepidation. After all, this event was specifically for investors, and she was there to invest. Fortunately, the dress borrowed from Gu Lianxing was presentable. Although not as ostentatious as some women's attire, it was certainly fitting. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Shen, whom I mentioned to you. Upon entering, Lu Jinzhao's first action was to introduce Shenxi to his wife. Miss Shen, this is my beloved, Xiaoman, adorned in a stunning emerald gown, exuded elegance as she warmly extended her hand to greet Shenxi. Miss Shen, it's a pleasure to meet you. You truly are as youthful and beautiful as Lu described. Shenxi gracefully withdrew her hand from Lu Jinzhao's arm and smiled as she shook Xiaoman's hand. Thank you, Mrs. Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Miss Shen, would you like me to introduce you to some new friends? Lu Jinzhao suggested. Such high society gatherings were often an opportunity for invited guests to expand their networks. His intention was clearly benevolent, but Shenxi had no interest in mingling. She smiled at Lu Jinzhao, saying, There's no need, Mr. Lu. I came here with a purpose. And I believe you have been awaiting my response. Let us discuss the investment matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinzhao's eyes brightened, and he instinctively exchanged a glance with his wife. Xiaoman Miss Shen is truly a forthright person, Lu Jinzhao remarked with a sigh. Xiaoman, filled with excitement, quickly suggested, Miss Shen, let us retreat to a quieter place for a detailed discussion. In a corner of the banquet hall, on a couch, Shenxi sat facing the couple. She spoke directly. Over the past few days, I have redestined to be Phoenix in one sitting. The content is indeed captivating, and I am very interested in its adaptation into film. Lu Jinzhao's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. Does Miss Shen have an intention to invest? He inquired eagerly. Shenxi nodded, not withholding her thoughts. I can invest, but I have one condition. Lu Jinzhao smiled knowingly. Every investor had their conditions. Please, go on, Miss Shen. Shenxi pulled out her phone, revealing a photo of her sister, placing it before Lu Jinzhao and Xiaoman. This is my sister, a first-year student at the Rongqing Film Academy, ranked among the top 50 in the national art examination. My condition is simple. She must be cast as she. It was customary in the entertainment industry to use investment as leverage to secure roles, so Lu Jinzhao was not particularly surprised by Shenxi's request. However, as filming was imminent, the main roles had mostly been finalized and contracts signed, making it unlikely for last-minute changes. Xiaoman glanced at Shenli's photo on the phone. Slightly astonished, Miss Shen's sister possesses remarkable talent. She embodies the classical beauty of our huaxia. Lu Jinzhao, pensive, finally asked, How much does Miss Shen intend to invest? Shenxi smiled. If my condition is met, I can cover any remaining deficit, no matter how large. A project with a budget of 20,000 was hardly a significant sum. Shenxi was unfazed, but Lu Jinzhao and Xiaoman were momentarily stunned. They had never encountered an investor willing to commit without limits. Xiaoman gently nudged Lu Jinzhao, exchanging a knowing look that only they understood. Lu Jinzhao nodded and stood up, scanning the banquet before signaling to Feng Shan, who was mingling in a suit. Old Feng, could you come over for a moment? Feng Shan approached quickly, his attention immediately drawn to the striking Shenxi before he turned to Lu Jinzhao. Mr. Lu, what is it? Lu Jinzhao introduced Feng Shan as the casting director for the project and then inquired, who has been cast for the role of Shi? Oh, that would be Tian Xiaolu. Feng Shan replied, his expression troubled. However, Mr. Lu, Tian Xiaolu is still negotiating her salary with us. She is unhappy that Gao Fei, who plays the second female lead, has a salary of 850, while her offer is only 600. Xiaoman interjected with a scoff, though they debuted around the same time. Gao Fei recently won the Golden Leaf Award for Best Supporting Actress. It is entirely reasonable for her salary to increase. Both Tian Xiaolu and Gao Fei were popular actresses in the current entertainment scene, having debuted around the same time and consistently competing with one another. However, Gao Fei's recent award had propelled her ahead, creating a significant gap between them. Shen Xi recalled that in her previous life, Tian Xiaolu had indeed portrayed Shi and garnered immense popularity for it. Sadly, her career had been abruptly cut short due to a principled mistake that led to her being blacklisted, dragging the entire production of Destined to be Phoenix down with her. Not wanting to engage in a back and forth, Lu Jinzhao stated decisively, "This role has already been chosen." He tapped the table, prompting Feng Shan to notice Shen Li's photo on the phone. "Wait, isn't this Shen Li from the Film Academy?" Feng Shan exclaimed, momentarily stunned. "You know this young lady?" Feng Shan nodded and recounted how he had been forced to replace two newcomers due to a 500 investment issue. Lu Jinzhao had been aware of the investment situation, but he was unaware that the replaced actress was Shen Xi's sister. "Miss Shen, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of the circumstances and did not know this young lady was your sister." Lu Jinzhao felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that he had inadvertently caused Shen Xi's sister considerable distress. Shen Xi smiled gently, waving off his concern. "There is no need for apologies, Mr. Lu. I would not have agreed to let my sister play such a minor role anyway." She put her phone away and asked Lu Jinzhao, "So, have we reached an agreement?" End of chapter. Chapter 26. A major misunderstanding. Lu Jinzhao hesitated, wanting to clarify matters further. "Miss Shun, our publicly stated budget of 20,000 is merely a conservative estimate. The actual cost will exceed this, given that the leads alone will consume nearly 5,000. He noted that she had just offered to cover the remaining costs, so he felt it prudent to be transparent. Shen Xi understood. Lu Jinzhao was subtly indicating that there was still a significant gap to fill and was concerned that revealing the actual figures might intimidate her. She smiled nonchalantly. "Mr. Lu, just state the amount." Lu Jinzhao's throat tightened as he mentally calculated the figure he should propose, fearful that it might drive Shen Xi away. Yet, for the sake of the project, he steeled himself and declared 10,000. Seemingly anxious that Shen Xi might change her mind, he hastily added, "Miss Shun, the more you invest, the greater your returns will be. We have immense confidence in this project. You must trust us." Seeing his anxious demeanor only heightened Shen Xi's amusement. She nodded lightly and said, "No problem. As long as my sister secures the role, my investment of 10,000 will be transferred immediately." Lu Jinzhao, Xiaoman, and Feng Shan were all taken aback by her swift agreement. Xiaoman was the first to regain her composure, instructing Feng Shan, "Finalize this role immediately. You are familiar with the school, so you handle the communication. However, we must keep the lead cast a secret until the press conference. Ensure confidentiality." "Understood. I will contact their instructor right away." Feng Shan nodded, stealing another glance at Shen Xi, having never encountered someone so young yet commanding. To her, 10,000 seemed trivial. Noticing his gaze, Shen Xi spoke up, "Mr. Lu, our collaboration must also remain confidential. I prefer to accumulate wealth quietly, so please do not disclose this to anyone, including my sister. Ali is naturally sensitive and insecure, knowing this may not bring her joy." Lu Jinzhao comprehended her intent and exchanged a glance with Feng Shan, who understood precisely what to do. Just then, a commotion erupted at the main entrance of the banquet hall, as if an argument had broken out. Guests turned their attention, but the door remained closed, muffling the sounds of discord. Observing this, Lu Jinzhao stood up. "Miss Shen, please stay here. I will check what is happening." Outside the banquet hall, Li Xiao, enveloped in fury, was being restrained by two security personnel. "Sir, this is a private event. Without an invitation, you cannot enter." "Sir, you cannot force your way in. Otherwise, we will resort to violent eviction. Please understand." Li Xiaohong's eyes were red, and it seemed as though a fire burned behind him. He suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. "I just want to go in and find someone, and I will come out right away." At that moment, Lin Biki, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared in her heels, rushing to Li Zhao's side and deliberately tugging at him. "Brotherly, it's futile. Such high-end gatherings require an invitation. Your ex-girlfriend seems quite formidable. She clearly has connections." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinzhao emerged from within. Lin Biki instantly recognized him as the man who had just been with Shen Xi and excitedly pointed at him, yelling, "Brotherly, that's him." Before Lu Jinzhao could clarify the situation, the agitated man lunged forward and seized his collar. Images of Shin Xi's alluring silhouette flashed in Li Xiao's mind, and jealousy surged within him. How dare you touch my woman? With a fierce growl, he raised his fist and struck down hard. The blow landed so unexpectedly that Lu Jinzhao had no time to react, receiving a solid punch to the cheek, causing him to stagger sideways. Fortunately caught by a vigilant security guard. Another security personnel, recovering from the shock, charged at Li Xiao, but found his stature inadequate to subdue him. Taking advantage of the door that Lu Jinzhao had just opened, an irrational Li Xiao shouted, Shin Xi? Shin Xi, come out. Lu Jinzhao felt stars dance before his eyes, his left cheek swelling instantly. Observing Li Xiao's current frenzy, Lin Biqi's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph. What a farce. Soon, she would witness Shin Xi's humiliation in front of everyone. The sudden chaos at the entrance drew the attention of those inside, especially Shin Xi, who, upon hearing her name called, hurried to the door alongside Xiaoman. Seeing Li Xiao there surprised Shin Xi. But her expression darkened upon catching sight of Lu Jinzhao's swollen face. Li Xiao gazed at Shin Xi, her beauty dazzling yet meant for another, which only stung his heart. His eyes turned crimson as he prepared to charge forward, only to be startled by Xiaoman's shrill cry. Darling. Xiaoman rushed over to Lu Jinzhao, her face filled with concern. Oh my, what happened? Are you all right? Behind her, someone reacted quickly and instructed a waiter, hurry, get some ice for Mr. Lu to reduce the swelling. Darling, his wife is here too. What was the meaning of that photo? If there was an inappropriate relationship, having Shin Xi appear in front of his wife was brazen indeed. Li Xiao was not foolish. Xiaoman's presence gradually brought him to his senses, his expression shifting from anger to confusion and finally to unease. Lin Biqi was equally perplexed, wondering why the man's wife was present. She realized she might have made a grave mistake. It was too late to turn back now. She gritted her teeth and decided to plunge ahead, loudly accusing Shin Xi. Shin Xi, you were truly shameless, flirting with another man behind Brother Li's back. Be quiet. Lin Biqi's words reignited the fire in Li Xiao, and he roared at her. Startled, Lin Biqi fell silent. Shin Xi withdrew her gloomy gaze and approached Lu Jinzhao, her expression one of apology. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. Please, call the police. Being struck without reason, especially so solidly on the face, would leave anyone feeling unsettled. Yet, Lu Jinzhao, recognizing the connection with Shin Xi, did not wish for any incident to jeopardize his recent investment. Though his expression was grim, he managed to say, no need, Miss Shan. There may be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? This is quite the misunderstanding. But a single punch could not be brushed aside lightly. Shin Xi, with an impassive face, pulled out her phone. I'll report it. Is there any support for monthly votes, my darlings? I really need it. I beg you. End of the chapter. Chapter 27. Go to hell. Shin Xi's tone was calm, yet devoid of any jest. Miss Shin, truly, there is no need to call the police. Lu Jinzhao hastily grasped Shin Xi's hand, inadvertently pulling a muscle in his cheek and making him wince in pain. Xiaoman, though concerned for her husband, understood the gravity of the situation and gently shook her head, signaling Shin Xi to let it go. At that moment, someone seemed to recognize Li Xiao and hurriedly whispered something to Lu Jinzhao. Lu Jinzhao's expression changed upon hearing, instinctively glancing at Li Xiao. The heir of the Li Corporation? He could not afford to offend him. The waiter arrived with an ice pack, and Lu Jinzhao seized the opportunity to address everyone. It's fine, everyone, please go back inside. I need to ice this. He sighed gently, looking at Shin Xi. Miss Shin, please handle your friend. Shin Xi felt a pang of guilt. It was evident that Mr. Lu had suffered that senseless punch because of her. As successful individuals of social standing, such incidents would inevitably tarnish their reputations, especially in a gathering like this. I am sorry, sir. I acted impulsively. I am willing to compensate. Li Zhao's reason seemed to have fully returned, and as Lu Jinzhao prepared to leave, he hurriedly approached to apologize, hoping to salvage something. However, Lu Jinzhao merely shook his head, offering no further words as Xiaoman helped him back to the banquet hall. The others, witnessing this, feigned nonchalance as they returned to the festivities, ensuring no one lingered to gawk at Lu Jinzhao's misfortune. Soon, the doors to the banquet hall closed again, leaving only two security personnel, Shin Xi and Li Xiao, along with Lin Biqi, who glared at Shin Xi with indignation. Shin Xi took a deep breath and turned to face Li Xiao. Her gaze was icy, sending a chill down Li Xiao's spine. Shin Xi, Li Xiao hesitated, his handsome face marred by confusion and guilt, his mouth twitching before finally uttering, I'm sorry. Brotherly, you need not apologize to her. Even if that man's wife was present, it does not prove that she and that man are innocent. At such a moment, Lin Beike still clung to the chance to tarnish Shinsi's reputation. Get lost. Li Xiao's roar startled Lin Beike, her lips quivering in a pout, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brotherly, I told you to get lost. Li Xiao's anger flared, and Lin Beike sobbed even harder. Yet she dared not provoke him further. Instead, she shot Shinsi a venomous glare before turning away, leaving with resentment. Shinsi watched their performance. And once Lin Beike exited, she let out a cold laugh. Her disdain for Li Xiao was palpable, and she had no desire to exchange another word with him. Yet, Li Xiao was determined not to let her leave so easily. He stepped in her path, and before Shinsi could react, he pulled her into his embrace. His strong arms enveloped her, accompanied by a powerful heartbeat and a pleasant woody scent, yet it only made her feel nauseated. Li Xiao, let go of me. Shinsi struggled in anger, but his strength was overwhelming, his grip like a vice. I want to let go. I will never let you go. Li Xiao felt his masculinity peak in this moment, believing that girls often appreciated this forceful kind of love. He could not help but express his feelings. Shinsi, will you come back to me? I truly cannot live without you. I've been going insane these days. I acted recklessly today, which is why I did something so absurd. Please, help me. Help you? Go to hell. In the next moment, Shinsi, summoning all her strength, fiercely lunged towards Li Xiao's most vulnerable point. The force was so tremendous that Shinsi instinctively clenched her molars, while Li Xiao, caught off guard, found himself in a moment of vulnerability. In the September heat, wearing only a thin pair of athletic shorts, Li Xiao never anticipated such an audacious move from Shinsi. A wail echoed through the empty corridor as Li Xiao instantly lost all his strength. The two security guards behind him, who had hesitated about intervening, instinctively tightened their legs, their faces frozen in shock. This was too ruthless. Li Xiao clutched his groin, stumbling backward, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the towering figure of 185 meters hunched over like a roasted shrimp. Shinsi, observing his agony and his inability to articulate a response, emotionlessly adjusted her disheveled hair from the earlier struggle and remarked, "You haven't seen a urologist yet, have you? Let's check it out together to save you another trip." With that, she walked past Li Xiao without looking back. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Li Xiao's face, the pain in his heart and body driving him to the brink of collapse, culminating in a primal scream of frustration. On her way back, Shinsi sent a message to Lu Jinzhao. "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused you today." Lu Jinzhao quickly replied, "Miss Shin, there is no need to blame yourself. It was all a misunderstanding." Shinsi began to type a lengthy response but hesitated and deleted it, realizing that only one thing could truly comfort him. "Mr. Lu, you can send me the contract tonight, and I will transfer the investment within 3 days." As expected, Lu Jinzhao replied, "Miss Shin, your decisiveness is refreshing. My pain will soon dissipate." Shinsi smiled wryly at the message. The following day, during military training under the sweltering sun, Shunli was unexpectedly called aside by Teacher Yang. "You were looking for me, Teacher Yang?" In the shade of the playground, Teacher Yang gazed at Shunli, whose delicate face glistened with perspiration, strands of hair clinging to her skin. It was evident why the production team had chosen her. And after a series of twists and turns, she was offered a pivotal supporting role. "Shunli, the production team contacted me last night. They believe your qualifications are excellent and have decided against casting you as a maid. Instead, you will portray the character Shi, the fourth female lead." These were Feng Shan's exact words. Shunli was momentarily stunned, her mind blank as she failed to react. Seeing her dazed expression, Teacher Yang gently patted her shoulder. "It's rare for a freshman to receive such a remarkable opportunity. You must seize it." "Me? Playing Shi?" Shunli finally grasped the reality, her face reflecting disbelief. "The second young lady, Shi? Indeed, that is you," Teacher Yang affirmed with conviction. In that instant, tears of joy streamed down Shun Li's face. Tears of elation, of something lost now regained, a stroke of good fortune. She recalled her sister's words, "Don't rush to feel wronged. Perhaps before you can wipe away the tears of injustice, a better opportunity will come knocking." That night, Shinli eagerly shared the wonderful news with her sister. Although the teacher had reminded her to keep the lead role confidential until the official announcement at the opening ceremony, Shinli couldn't resist telling her sister right away. Unable to use video calls, she discreetly sent a text message. Shinsi, reading her sister's words, felt as though she could visualize her excitement and joy. "What are you smiling about?" Gu Lianqing entered just in time to catch Shin Si with a smile on her face, prompting her to ask. Shin Si chuckled and shook her head. Nothing. Why are you back so soon? Gu Lianqing explained that she needed to change her shoes due to a slight discomfort and tossed an item to Shin Si. A boy downstairs asked me to give this to you. Huh? Shin Si was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to catch it. Gu Lianqing reassured her with a smile. No need to be afraid. It's not Li Xiao. Just an ordinary boy. Shin Si examined the sealed package in her hands, perplexed, as it emitted a faint rustling sound. Uncertain of its contents, she decided to open it. To her surprise, it contained a bag of black goji berries. Shin Si stared in confusion, utterly baffled as to why someone would randomly gift her a bag of black goji berries. Gu Lianqing laughed. What a nice gift. Shin Si looked at the unmarked silver bag and questioned. There is nothing labeled. Would you dare to eat it? It was given to you. I wouldn't touch it. Gu Lianqing replied as she finished changing her shoes and waved goodbye before heading out again. Shin Si sealed the bag and nonchalantly placed the black goji berries in the cabinet by her feet. The next day, she discovered who had sent the unusual gift. At the cafeteria of the university, as Shin Si and Gu Lianqing settled down with their meals, a cup of milk tea suddenly appeared at Shin Si's side. Startled, she turned to see a boy in a gray t-shirt looking at her with a shy expression. Indeed. Shin Si could see the shyness in his demeanor. His gaze flickered between wanting to meet her eyes and shying away. The boy wore khaki shorts that bore noticeable stains, perhaps remnants of a wash that had failed to cleanse them. His hair was of medium length and greasy, with some parts flattened against his scalp while others stood up erratically, all dusted with dandruff. Before Shin Si could utter a word, he turned and ran away. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but stifle laughter. The scene was so incongruous. Did he not think to wash his hair before approaching Shin Si? Gu Lianqing's reaction was even more exaggerated than Shin Si's. Her eyes widened in a mix of disdain and shock as she exclaimed, Darling, that bag of black goji berries you received last night was from him. She quickly clarified, but it was dark last night. I didn't really see him clearly, he just looked ordinary, and I didn't notice other details. The milk tea on the table was still warm, prompting Gu Lianqing to toss it into the trash bin by her feet. You shouldn't drink that, and that bag of black goji berries should be discarded too. Thinking back, it's somewhat nauseating. Shin Si came to her senses, gazing at Gu Lianqing in confusion. I don't know him. Gu Lianqing, however, was not surprised. Word about your breakup with Li Xiao has likely spread. Previously, no one dared to approach you while you were with him. Now, admirers are bound to surface, but this one is particularly abstract. He doesn't even measure up to the likes of a toad wishing to eat swan meat. At least a toad knows to jump into the water to clean itself. Shin Si felt somewhat apprehensive, finding it unsettling to be targeted by someone like that. His name is Hao Peng Wei. A girl from the neighboring table suddenly leaned in to whisper, he is a classmate of mine from Liaoshan. Gu Lianqing quickly asked, classmate, which department are you from? Has he always been like this? I mean, in terms of appearance, the girl nodded. I'm from the mathematics department. He has really washed his hair since he enrolled, and his clothes are always filthy. His family isn't well off, so we haven't said anything. But no one wants to get too close to him. She pointed to her head. Our class thinks he might not be entirely normal, but his academic performance is exceptional. In short, Shin Si, just ignore him. After hearing this classmate's description, Shin Si felt even more anxious. Gu Lianqing also found his behavior far too abrupt. Even if he were a bit eccentric, there was no reason for him to randomly give a girl black goji berries. Why not just buy her milk tea instead? If it were someone else, it would be one thing. But Shin Si, does he truly believe he deserves Shin Si? Let's have dinner first. Shin Si took a moment to calm herself, contemplating that if the other party made any further advances, she would engage in conversation. 2 days later, the production team notified Shinli to come for a makeup test. The venue was none other than Lu Jinzhao's Jinxiao Media Company. Upon her arrival, Shinli was greeted by a chaotic scene, with a multitude of actors queuing outside the makeup room. Wang Chuan, free from classes that day, accompanied Shinli. Astonished by the crowd, she exclaimed, My goodness, with so many people, we might be waiting until the next century. Shinli, equally surprised by the turnout, felt a twinge of embarrassment and suggested, Chuan, perhaps you should head back first. I can wait here alone. It seems we'll be here for quite a while. Since I'm already here, who knows, we might even spot a big star. I'll wait with you, Wang Chuan replied, unfazed. At that moment, Su Zishan appeared from behind, accompanied by a fellow student. With a disdainful glance at Shun Li, she softly mocked. The fourth miss in the original work is a secondary child, Her usual attire is quite shabby. Do you really need a makeup test to play her maid? Surely. A bare face would be more in line with the character. Her condescending tone darkened Xinli's expression. Noticing Xinli's silence, Su Zishan rolled her eyes and dragged her companion forward. Small-minded people, how pitiful. Wang Chuan spat at Su Zishan's retreating figure. Xinli, puzzled, asked, I don't even know her. Why is she targeting me? Jealousy, Wang Chuan replied. Such inherently arrogant individuals cannot help but feel envious when they encounter someone superior. Just ignore her. Xinli. Is Xinli here? A staff member emerged with a folder, scanning the crowd while calling out. Xinli quickly raised her hand. I'm here. You can go into the makeup room and look for Teacher Wenxian for your makeup test. Xinli nodded, and the staff member continued, Lu Ming, Su Zishan, Zhang Yuan. He listed off several names before pointing to the innermost room. You lot, go line up in that room. Su Zishan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was Xinli allowed to proceed to the makeup test immediately while she had to wait with a dozen others? Su Zishan rushed forward and stopped the staff member, quietly inquiring, Excuse me, why doesn't Xinli have to wait? We arrived at the same time. Even if someone were to bypass the queue, surely it should be her, the investor's daughter, who was bringing capital into the production. Shouldn't she have at least this privilege? The staff member, already overwhelmed, frowned in irritation. Why so many questions? Just follow the arrangements, and do as you're told. Though his voice was not loud, it was clear enough for those nearby to hear, eliciting a few sidelong glances laced with mockery and disdain. Su Zishan, unaccustomed to such treatment, knew better than to reveal her privileged status as an investor's daughter. She stepped aside, pulling out her phone to call her father and complain. Meanwhile, Xinli, under the envious gazes of many, stepped into the designated makeup room with Wang Chuan. The room was small, curtains drawn, with dim lighting, and only 2 makeup mirrors, one already occupied. Upon seeing the occupant, Wang Chuan gasped, covering her mouth in excitement. Oh my goodness, Xinli, it's Song On You. Song On You. A rising star known for both his popularity and talent, had a keen eye for selecting scripts, managing to avoid any duds in his 3 years of career. Should he release another hit, he was destined to become the next top male actor. Xinli, witnessing a celebrity up close for the first time, felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Is that you, Xinli? The makeup artist, Wenxian, greeted her as she set down her coffee. Xinli nodded eagerly, pulling her gaze from Song On You to politely respond. Hello, teacher. Out of professional habit, Wenxian appraised Xinli's face and smiled in satisfaction. You have a lovely foundation. Please, have a seat. Celebrity makeup artists preferred those with good features, as it made their work significantly easier. As Xinli sat down for her first makeup test, she felt as though she was frozen in place, lacking any experience. Noticing her stillness, Wenxian chuckled, casually opening her makeup kit, which Xinli glimpsed was filled with high-end brands. The silence in the room became palpable, with the only sounds coming from the 2 actors and 2 makeup artists, all absorbed in their tasks. The atmosphere was slightly oppressive, the only lively presence being Wang Chuan, whose eyes sparkled as she fixated on Song On You, her gaze seemingly yearning to leap to him. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Su Zishan strutted in, her head held high like a proud peacock. Who is Teacher Wenxian? She inquired directly. Wenxian glanced at her before responding. That would be me. They told me to come in for a makeup test. What is your name? Wenxian asked, picking up a nearby roster. Su Zishan. Not finding her name on the list, Wenxian frowned in confusion and called out, Lily. Come here for a moment. A staff member named Lily hurried over. Yes, Teacher One. Wenxian pointed at the roster. Su Zishan ISNT listed here. Is there a mistake? Please don't add to my workload. Lily cast a knowing glance at Su Zishan before leaning in to whisper to Wenxian, Teacher, this is someone from the funding side. In an instant, Wenxian understood, rolling her eyes skyward in exasperation. Without further ado, she dismissed Lily and closed the door behind her. Just wait, she said impatiently to Su Zishan, before returning to apply makeup to Xinli. Su Zishan pouted in disdain, casting a dismissive glance at Wang Chuan sitting nearby, and moved to occupy a chair on the opposite side. However, as she sat down and looked up, she realized the person applying a wig was none other than Song On You. Unable to contain herself, she let out an excited squeal, instantly springing back up from her seat. Song On You. The wig application was a lengthy process, and the room had remained silent due to Song On You resting with his eyes closed. But Su Zishan's outburst startled him. Song On You, I'm your biggest fan. I followed you from Ancient Path Legend all the way to your recent Galloping West Wind. Can I take a picture with you? Su Zishan's voice quivered with enthusiasm, revealing her genuine fandom. No photography allowed here, Song Anyu's makeup artist warned, visibly displeased. You're here for a makeup test, not to chase stars. Su Zishan, feeling embarrassed, begrudgingly returned to her seat, subtly scooting her chair closer. Anyu, are you the lead? Are you the male lead or the second male lead? I'm so thrilled. I never imagined my first project would be alongside you. She spoke without a care, completely oblivious to the changing expressions of Song Anyu and the two makeup artists. Finally, it was when Xian who could no longer tolerate it and reproached, "Could you please be quiet?" Su Zishan's throat tightened, and seeing that Song Anyu remained unresponsive, she obediently fell silent and sat down. Xun Li's makeup and styling were quickly completed, yet the task of affixing the wig took an extensive amount of time. Nearly 3 hours to finish the entire look. Once the headpiece was properly adorned, when Xian nodded in satisfaction, saying, "It's perfect." Xunli gazed at her reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought before murmuring, "So beautiful, thank you, teacher." When Xian smiled gently and instructed, "You should sit aside for now. Someone will come to assist you with your costume change and to take your promotional photos shortly." Xunli nodded and moved to sit beside Wang Chuhan, who was visibly awestruck by her appearance and discreetly gave her a thumbs up, whispering, "You look absolutely stunning." Naturally, Su Zishan also noticed Xun Li's exquisite makeup. The hairpin adorned with white jade and flowing ornaments was hardly something a mere maid would possess. Moreover, the makeup was exceptionally delicate, elevating Xun Li's beauty to new heights. Yet, she refrained from commenting, secretly delighting in the thought that if Xun Li, a maid of the fourth miss, could have such an impressive look, then surely hers would not pale in comparison. With an eager expression, she approached Wen Xian, saying, "Teacher, I am playing Au, the personal maid of the second Miss CC." Chapter 30. Immersed in the role, a maid? Must she be made up for such a role? Wen Xian sighed deeply. Feeling speechless, yet she nodded lightly. There was no alternative, the company bowed to capital, and she had to comply. However, the makeup for a maid did not require excessive elaboration, and Wen Xian quickly completed it with a few swift strokes. The wig for a maid was retrieved from the makeup room she had originally queued in. Once the wig was attached, Su Zishan transformed from a modern wealthy young lady into a submissive ancient maid, her ordinary hairstyle devoid of any embellishments, save for a single plastic begonia flower. Upon seeing the final result, Su Zishan was left utterly stunned. In truth, this makeup was fitting for the character. Maids typically shared a common appearance. Even if she was portraying the maid of the second miss, it wouldn't be particularly distinctive. However, having just witnessed Xun Li's stunning look, her expectations had soared, leading to a stark contrast upon seeing her own final appearance. Especially since Xun Li was seated behind her, Su Zishan felt herself diminished, ugly, and utterly ordinary in comparison. "Teacher, this isn't right, is it?" Su Zishan protested, unwilling to accept that she would be photographed in such a simplistic look. She turned to Wen Xian and asked, "Why is my makeup so plain? The hairstyle is so ordinary, lacking even a proper hairpin." While organizing her makeup kit, Wen Xian glanced at Su Zishan with an impassive expression and responded, "This is the standard for your character. Although I no longer do makeup for maid roles, I too started with minor roles. There is nothing wrong with your look. Perhaps when it came time for costumes, she might select something different from the background actors." Different from the background actors? Su Zishan's father had invested 500. Was that all she would receive, merely differing from the extras? What she desired was to stand apart from Xun Li. Yet, in a sense, wasn't she already different from Xun Li? "Teacher, you must be mistaken," Su Zishan exclaimed. "I play the maid of the second miss, while she plays the maid of the fourth Mississippi. In terms of roles and weight of scenes, mine is far more significant." "The maid of the fourth miss?" Wen Xian blinked in confusion, unable to suppress a light laugh. "You are likely mistaken. The actors I personally apply makeup to do not typically rank among the top 10 in the cast list. Of course, you are the exception." With that, she grew tired of the conversation and gathered her makeup bag to leave. Before stepping out, she reminded Xun Li, "The photography team is busier than we are today. You may have to wait a while longer." "No problem, teacher. Thank you for your hard work today." Xun Li politely bid farewell to Wen Xian. After Wen Xian exited, Su Zishan swiftly approached Xun Li, her expression filled with anger as she questioned, "Xun Li, who exactly are you playing?" She wasn't foolish. How could a character with little screen time, who was quickly dispatched, possibly have such a stunning look, with perfectly drawn brows and eyes? Her makeup was anything but that of a maid. Wang Chuan, too, belatedly turned to Xun Li, realizing why she had thought Xun Li's makeup, while beautiful, was hardly befitting of a maid. Suzy Shan's appearance was what a maid should look like. Shinli, of course, would not divulge her secret. She had only shared with her sister and kept it from her roommates, fearing that any leak would jeopardize this precious opportunity. Just as she hesitated on how to navigate this situation, someone entered the room. Song Anyu, Shinli, it's time for your promotional photos. Having sat in the makeup chair pretending to be asleep, Song Anyu opened his eyes upon hearing the call. As he stood, his team rushed in. His manager, a capable woman, approached him, saying, "You need to take the photos quickly. We have a flight at 6:30 to attend a brand event in Sanchuan. We cannot afford any delays, as it directly affects your ability to secure this endorsement." Understood, Song Anyu nodded, and with a few security personnel escorting him, he quickly exited the makeup room. The next moment, the corridor erupted in a cacophony of excited cheers and screams, all in response to the sight of Song Anyu. Seizing the opportunity, Shinli pulled Wang Chuhan along and hurried after him, leaving the still bewildered Suzy Shan behind. Suzy Shan, feeling both furious and confused, couldn't comprehend how Shinli not only avoided waiting for makeup but was also taking promotional photos alongside Song Anyu. What was the explanation for this? The truth was, Song Anyu was neither the male lead nor the second male lead, but rather the official pairing for Cici, the third male character, Chuyin. As soon as Shinli stepped into the photography studio, the cinematographer pulled her aside, rapidly consulting his notes as he spoke. "You're playing Cici, correct? You'll be posing freely for the shots. The photographer will capture candid moments. Your movements should align with your character, gentle, sweet, and avoid any overly modern gestures. In a moment, you will be taking a set of photos with teacher Song Anyu. You both are a couple in the story, but ultimately, it ends tragically. So remember to convey a sense of longing and despair. Do you understand?" Before Shinli could respond, another costume assistant whisked her away, saying, "Follow me to change outfits." The entire photography session was conducted in a flurry, with Shinli being led like a marionette through multiple outfit changes until, on the fifth try, she found the ensemble that best matched her makeup. Then, in a swift movement, she found herself in Song Anyu's embrace. Now, gaze deeply into each other's eyes. Teacher Anyu. Hold her a little tighter, conveying a sense of reluctance to let go. The photographer was about to guide Shinli further when he noticed the corners of her eyes were flushed, her gaze shimmering with tears, filled with despair. He was taken aback, then pleasantly surprised, quickly capturing the moment as he feared this exceptional state would vanish in an instant. Next pose. Teacher Anyu, take a seat. And Shinli, you lay on Teacher Anyu's lap. Let us make this one sweet. We can use it for the CP fans later. As Song Anyu helped Shinli up, he couldn't help but glance at her again. The emotional depth she had just displayed genuinely astonished him. Throughout his career, he had collaborated with countless actresses, yet he had never encountered anyone who could immerse themselves in a role so swiftly and deliver such profound emotional resonance. As Song Anyu sat down, he extended a long leg and looked towards Shinli, noticing that as her emotional state faded, her eyes brimmed with panic, leaving her looking like a startled fawn, utterly unsure of herself. Before lying down, Shinli shyly bowed to Song Anyu and softly murmured, "I apologize, teacher." "It's all right. Let's make the most of our time," Song Anyu replied gently. Shinli took a deep breath, slowly lay on her side, resting her head on Song Anyu's thigh, gazing up at him with eyes filled with tenderness and longing. Once again, she immersed herself in her role. The shooting progressed exceptionally smoothly. It was rare to encounter such a talented newcomer. The cinematographer couldn't help but take a few extra shots. Even the time-pressed manager refrained from intervening. Only when the photography assistant signaled that they were done did Shinli return to reality, bowing gratefully to the teachers. "Thank you for your hard work." She then turned and hurried towards Wang Chuhan, her cheeks flushed and heart racing uncontrollably. This was her first intimate interaction with a male, embracing, leaning closely, tilting her chin, and sharing a loving gaze. Thankfully, her strong sense of belief allowed her to fully embody the character Cici during these moments. Yet, once she stepped out of the role, her cheeks still burned with warmth. Wang Chuhan's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly moved to tears. "Oh my goodness, darling, the chemistry is incredible. The show hasn't even started filming, yet I'm already shipping you two. Thank you for bringing me along today." "How was the shoot?" Shinli asked softly. Wang Chuhan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "It was beyond good. You both are practically Cici and Qian in the flesh." The cinematographer's gaze was positively glowing when he looked at you. Hearing this, Shinli sighed in relief. It was her first time taking promotional stills, and she relied solely on her instincts. Meanwhile, Song Anyu had already been taken away to remove his makeup when a competent-looking female manager approached Shinli. You must be Shinli? Shinli was taken aback and quickly nodded. Hello, teacher. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Hong, a manager at Dawn Entertainment. Here is my business card. Yu Hong handed her a red business card. Shinli accepted it, apologizing with a smile. I'm sorry, I don't have a card. That's fine. You are a newcomer, right? Yu Hong inquired. Yes, I am a freshman at the Film Academy, and this is my first project. Yu Hong's eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration. You have great talent. If you haven't signed with a company yet, we should discuss it. Wang Chuan, overhearing, instinctively covered her mouth to suppress a squeal. Oh. Shinli was astonished. She hadn't even officially entered the industry yet, and here was a manager approaching her for representation? You can think it over or consult your teachers at school. Newcomers with company support have a much easier path. If you're interested, I can personally guide you, Yu Hong added, glancing at her watch. I must take my leave now. Contact me once you've made a decision. Shinli nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with excitement as she watched Yu Hong depart. Oh my goodness, Shinli, you are incredible. Wang Chuan grasped Shinli's hand, her voice trembling with excitement. You are destined for success, absolutely. Though Shinli had just begun her journey studying acting, the business card in her hand filled her with hope for her future and dreams. In a private hospital's VIP ward, Li Xiao lay half-reclined in bed, looking utterly despondent. It had been 2 days since he had been injured by Shen Xiai, and the pain still lingered. The door swung open, and a young female doctor entered, holding medical records. Li Xiao snapped back to reality, glancing behind her. Where's Dr. Sun? Dr. Sun is in the clinic. I will be overseeing your daily observation. The young doctor replied, appearing to be in her late 20s. She approached the bedside and gently lifted her chin. Please remove your pants so I can examine you. Li Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of strong resistance. What nonsense is this? I'm a 20-year-old man. I can't just expose myself in front of a woman. Only Shen Xiai had seen him in such a state, not even his mother had. Seeing his reaction, the doctor frowned in annoyance. Why are you embarrassed? There's no gender in medicine. Just let me see. No, call Dr. Sun or another male doctor, Li Xiao insisted, clutching his hospital gown as if protecting his last shred of modesty. The doctor, naturally, wouldn't force him to disrobe, so she sighed and asked, does it still hurt? Li Xiao nodded. A little, just a dull ache. Is there any swelling? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, please turn around. The doctor rolled her eyes in exasperation but complied, turning to face the window. Through the reflective glass, she caught sight of Li Xiao lifting his pants to inspect himself. It doesn't seem swollen, he reported. The doctor turned back, jotting down her findings in the medical record. The imaging results show no issues. But if the pain persists for 3 days, further examination will be necessary. I will return tomorrow. Panic surged through Li Xiao. What do you mean by further examination? I won't. The doctor sought to reassure him. The reproductive organs are not as fragile as you think, but external trauma can potentially cause internal inflammation. So we need to monitor it further. Her words eased Li Xiao's anxiety just as his mother entered the room, carrying supplements, followed closely by Lin Biki. Upon seeing Lin Biki, Li Xiao's anger flared. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Nor would he have had such a significant misunderstanding with Shen Xiai. What are you doing here? He glared at her, displeased. Why can't I come? His mother interjected, her face pale as she placed the supplements on the table, glaring at Li Xiao. That Shen Xiai caused you this trouble. Do not take your anger out on Chi-Chi. Li Xiao's expression faltered at his mother's words. Then he turned sharply to Lin Biki, shouting, why are you everywhere I go? Who told you to inform my mother? Lin Biki was immediately brought to tears, feeling both hurt and wronged as she looked at him. Li Xiao, you are here because of Shen Xiai. And you are still defending her? What kind of spell has she cast on you? I will say this again. My affairs with Shen Xiai are none of your concern. Li Xiao, his mother, furious at his stubbornness, slammed her hand on the table. Why are you shouting at Chi-Chi? That Shen Xiai repeatedly claimed she agreed to break up. Yet she still clings to you. I underestimated this girl. She has the means to make you so infatuated. I will bring your medical report to your school principal this afternoon. A person like her should not be near you. She must leave the university and lynching. Mother, please stop. Li Xiao, upon hearing his mother's words, sat up with a surge of emotion. Unintentionally, he tugged at his injury, causing pain to contort his face. Please don't move around. Li Mu hurriedly approached to assess his condition, asking, how are you? Do you want me to call a doctor? Beads of sweat formed on Li Xiao's forehead as he seriously implored his mother. Mom, I beg you, please refrain from troubling Shen Xiai any further. I can handle matters between us. Deep down, Li Xiao harbored some resentment towards his mother because the day Shen Xiai abruptly ended their relationship coincided with the day she secretly met with Shen Xiai. Ever since that encounter at the CAF, everything had gone awry. He was uncertain about what his mother had said to Shen Xiai, but he firmly believed that she was inextricably linked to the events that transpired. Thus, he could not allow her to approach Shen Xiai again. He felt like an ant on a hot pan, unable to bear even the slightest additional turmoil. Xiaozi, please be more rational. Li Mu was once again infuriated by her son's stubbornness. You are in this condition, yet still thinking about her. Do you have a penchant for suffering? Yes. Li Xiao replied emphatically. I revel in Shen Xi's torment. I enjoy her hurting me. I simply adore her. Observing his almost frenzied demeanor, Li Mu was momentarily speechless, her face reflecting sorrow and helplessness, feeling as though she had lost all strength and means. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and nodded, recognizing that her son's health was paramount. Fine, I will refrain from troubling her for now, but if your health deteriorates, I will certainly hold her accountable. The doctor assured me I won't face any serious issues, Li Xiao replied with a stoic expression. Li Mu snorted dismissively, choosing not to respond further. Instead, she opened the nutritious soup she had brought and sat down beside him. Drink a little. Feng Ma simmered it all night. It's very nourishing. I'll pass for now. You all can go. I wish to sleep for a bit. He was indeed both tired and weary, having hardly slept well over the past few days. Constantly awakened by pain, Li Mu had initially intended to stay longer, but upon seeing Li Xiao lie down on his side, she silently inhaled, closing the thermal container once more. Remember to drink it and take care of your health. With those words, she exited the hospital room. Lin Biki looked at Li Xiao with lingering affection, but he couldn't even spare her a glance, causing her lips to pout in grievance as she turned to follow. Chi-Chi, please help Auntie request a copy of Xiao Zi's medical report from the doctor, Li Mu instructed wearily in the corridor. Lin Biki paused, surprised. Auntie, didn't you say you weren't going to school? Li Mu scoffed. That was merely to placate Xiao Zi. Can we pretend nothing happened after my son was hurt so badly? Absolutely not. Lin Biki's face brightened instantly, nodding vigorously in agreement. You're right, Auntie. Shen Xiai is nothing but a calamity. Keeping her around Xiao Zi will eventually lead to his downfall. However, Auntie, please don't be too hard on Xiao Zi. He's currently completely under Shen Xi's spell and is at the height of his infatuation. It's understandable that he cannot heed your words. Once he comes to his senses, he'll realize that all you do is for his own good. Li Mu gazed at Lin Biki, a comforting smile breaking through her fatigue. If only Xiao Zi were half as sensible as you. Go on now. Auntie will wait for you here. As the temperature suddenly rose, the dormitory was quite comfortable with the air conditioning. Shen Xiai and Gu Lianxing huddled together, sharing half a watermelon while watching a variety show, erupting into laughter. Feeling utterly at ease and joyful, Gu Lianxing wiped away her tears of laughter and casually asked Shen Xiai, Darling, are you going back home for the National Day holiday? Shen Xi's smile faded momentarily at the question, her expression gradually returning to a solemn nod. Yes, I will. Some mistakes she had made in the past could not be rectified in the decades that followed, leaving her with a lingering guilt towards her mother. Even now, when she knew she had a chance to choose again, memories of her mother holding her hand on her deathbed, whispering, I hope you can forgive me, pierced her heart like a knife. She had long since forgiven her mother, yet she never had the opportunity to say she was sorry, wishing her mother could forgive her in return. Noticing Shen Xi's somber mood, Gu Lianxing instinctively set down the watermelon. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Shen Xiai shook her head, managing a smile. No, I was just thinking about my mom. I remember you have a younger brother, right? Shen Xiai nodded. Yes, he'll be taking the college entrance examination next year. That's wonderful. I'm an only child, and I sometimes wish my mom would have given me a sibling. But I don't particularly like kids. If only I could have a younger brother or sister who is about to take the exam. Shen Xiai chuckled at Gu Lianxing's earnest expression. With that kind of imagination, you're wasting your talent by not joining our astronomy department. Just then, Shen Xi's phone rang, a voice call. Generally, if Director Li had something to discuss, he would send a text message instead of calling. So Shen Xiai sensed urgency and stepped out onto the balcony to answer. Director Li, Shen Xiai, are you at school? Regardless of whether you are or not, come to the principal's office immediately. It's urgent. The principal's office? Shen Xiai felt a bit dazed. Truth be told, she had been at the school for over a year and had no idea where the principal's office was since she had never been there. Yes, just come. The teacher will explain everything in a message. Think about how to respond on your way. The tone of Director Lee made it clear that something significant was amiss. After hanging up, Shin Si wasted no time. Gu Lianxing wanted to accompany her, but was firmly pressed down by Shin Si. It's scorching outside. Stay in the dormitory. I'll be back shortly. Sensing Shin Si had serious matters to attend to, Gu Lianxing nodded, advising, message me if you need anything. As Shin Si exited the girls' dormitory, she opened her sunshade, walking while reading the messages Director Lee had sent to grasp the situation, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Thus, when she crossed the basketball court and someone suddenly jumped out from the side, she was genuinely startled. She looked up in surprise, and upon recognizing the person before her, instinctively took a step back. It was the boy who had previously gifted her black goji berries and hot milk tea. He still wore those stained khaki shorts, but his top had changed to a black t-shirt, with white flakes of dandruff scattered across his shoulders. He wore a smile, but for some reason, that smile sent a chill down Shin Si's spine. Before Shin Si could speak, a bouquet of fresh red roses appeared in front of her. Startled, she shook her head and quickly refused. I'm sorry, classmate, but this is inappropriate. Hao Penghui seemed taken aback by Shin Si's rejection. His smile faltered as he blinked in confusion. You don't like roses, do you? That's not the issue. I can't accept your gifts without reason. The previous black goji berries and milk tea were one thing, but please don't do this again. Shin Si tried to communicate as gently as possible, sensing an unsettling vibe from the person before her. Yet, Hao Penghui displayed a look of disbelief as he responded, What do you mean without reason? Don't you like me? You were the one who first hinted at it. Excuse me? Shin Si was utterly dumbfounded, her expression bewildered. Classmate, are you perhaps misunderstanding something? I do not know you at all, nor have I ever seen you before. When did I imply anything to you? Upon hearing this, Hao Penghui appeared quite self-righteous as he responded, It was the scholarship, of course. The teacher mentioned you voluntarily relinquished it to me. If you dislike me, why would you voluntarily give the scholarship to me? Shin Si was taken aback and retorted, So, your excellent grades are a result of your mental faculties being entirely devoted to studying. Is that it? She never expected that the root of this misunderstanding was the very scholarship she had chosen to forego. Classmate, you are truly mistaken. I relinquished the scholarship due to personal reasons. It has nothing to do with you. The additional spot was merely given to you by the teacher after I declined it. It was not under my control. Is it not possible that it was simply because you excelled academically and met the criteria, leading the teacher to grant you that spot? Not possible. Hao Penghui shook his head emphatically. I applied for the scholarship last year and did not receive a spot. This opportunity only arose because you relinquished it. This spot was created because I voluntarily gave it up, not because I intended to hand it to you. The teacher can allocate it to whomever they choose without my involvement. Yet, if you had not given it up, there would be no spot, and I would not have received it. Shin Si sighed. All right, the logic of the mathematics department is indeed peculiar. Your reasoning appears quite unreasonable. She decided to abandon this futile debate over causality and mustered the courage to speak more plainly. In any case, I do not know you. The allocation of the scholarship is determined by the school, and I have no authority to intervene. Therefore, there is no question of me implying anything to you or having any feelings for you. Your recent actions have caused me significant distress, so I kindly ask you to cease. Her words were already quite straightforward, and she believed anyone capable of understanding human language would grasp her meaning. Yet, to her dismay, Hao Penghui responded with a glare. Then why don't you like me? Shin Si almost laughed in exasperation. She looked at him and wanted to exclaim, Do I need a reason to dislike you? Is it because you don't wash your hair? Because you don't change your pants? Because you carry a damp, musty odor? Frustrated, she lost the desire to communicate further, letting out a helpless sigh. I have made myself very clear. If you still do not comprehend, then there is nothing I can do. With that, she turned to leave, only to be blocked by his persistent presence. Shin Si had to step back to maintain some distance, but just then, a basketball came flying from the side, striking Hao Penghui squarely on the head with a resounding thud. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Shin Si turned in surprise to see Chu Yang jogging over, glaring at Hao Penghui as he exclaimed, What are you doing? Confronted by Chu Yang's sudden appearance, Hao Penghui visibly faltered, his gaze darting around as he avoided answering. Chu Yang, seeing his cowardice, had no patience for idle chatter and turned to Shin Si, asking, Are you all right? Shin Si shook her head in gratitude. Had Chu Yang not intervened, she would have resorted to calling Director Lee for help. Get lost and keep your distance from her in the future. Chu Yang admonished Hao Penghui. Hao Penghui, head down and silent, turned and fled at the command. Shin Si let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried he might act out of desperation and force some unwanted physical contact. Thank you. I must visit the principal's office. And I will properly thank you later, Shin Si said, regaining her composure and waving goodbye to Chu Yang. I'll walk you there, Chu Yang offered, gathering his courage. As Shin Si looked at him, he nervously added, I wonder if that guy has gone far. They're waiting for you to play ball, Shin Si said. Glancing at the group of boys gathered at the nearby basketball court, clearly waiting for Chu Yang. As she looked over, the boys cheered and whistled, teasing Shin Si and Chu Yang. Don't worry, I'll be back right after I drop you off. Without waiting for Shin Si to protest, he picked up the basketball that had fallen to the ground and threw it toward the court, stepping ahead. Shin Si had no choice but to follow. Behind them, the boys' laughter echoed again. Throughout the walk, Chu Yang was strangely silent, though he deliberately slowed his pace to remain just a step ahead of Shin Si. Observing his back, Shin Si noticed the faint sheen of moisture on his short hair. After walking for about 10 minutes, he finally stopped and turned around. We've arrived. You can go up now. Thank you. I appreciate it, Shin Si replied. Chu Yang said nothing further, merely watching her until she entered the administrative building. Upon reaching the top floor, as she approached the principal's office, she could hear loud, agitated voices within. Director Lee had already discreetly informed her of the situation, so she knocked on the door without hesitation. The noise inside abruptly ceased, and the door swung open, revealing Principal Lee Jiangguo. Upon seeing Shin Si, he cast her this troublesome look and leaned closer to whisper, Don't say too much. Don't worry. There are teachers here. Shin Si returned a grateful smile and entered the principal's office with poise, ignoring the furious glare of Lee's mother, who seemed ready to unleash her wrath upon Shin Si. She greeted the principal and the head of the academic department, stating, Principal, Director's son, I am here. Seeing her composure, as if nothing were amiss. Lee's mother was about to charge at Shin Si to defend her son, but Director's son swiftly intervened. Mrs. Lee, please calm down. We must first understand the situation. We will certainly handle this matter appropriately. Have I not made myself clear enough? What more do you need to understand? Mrs. Lee seethed, her finger trembling as she pointed at Shin Si. She seduced my son, agreed to break up with me verbally, yet continued to cling to him secretly, now causing my son to be injured and hospitalized. If your school dares to shield her, I will not let this go easily. She then turned to Principal Wang. You have seen the medical report. Tell me, what girl could do something like this? Is it not absurd and shameless? Principal Wang sighed, casting a disapproving glance at Shin Si, as if blaming her for provoking Mrs. Lee and bringing trouble to the school. However, as principal, he understood that the matter had reached his desk and required resolution. Mrs. Lee, please do not be agitated. First, regarding the relationship between Shin Si and Li Xiao, I must clarify that as a school, we have no right to interfere. The freedom to date is a basic right of adults, and even if you oppose it, you cannot place the blame on Shin Si. Love is not a crime, and seduction is a term that should not be lightly applied to a girl. But my son is injured. Principal Wang raised his hand to signal Mrs. Lee to remain calm and continued. If Li Xiao has indeed been harmed by Shin Si and is hospitalized, we will address this matter seriously. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lee felt emboldened, stepping back to straighten her clothes, smugly declaring, she cannot deny it. I have obtained the surveillance footage from the incident. Principal Wang turned to Shin Si and asked, Shin Si, does Li Xiao's injury and hospitalization relate to you? Expecting Shin Si to be frightened or to begin defending herself, he was taken aback when she expressionlessly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was because of me. Look at her attitude. Mrs. Lee erupted again. Mrs. Lee, please do not interrupt. Let Principal Wang clarify the details, Director's son said, exasperated. Principal Wang's expression darkened upon Shin Si's swift admission. Since you have acknowledged it, the school will certainly handle this matter with gravity. Principal, this incident occurred off campus. Does the school have the right to intervene? Shin Si inquired softly. Wang took a deep breath and replied, My dear child, the school must address this to provide an explanation to Li Xiao and his family. Why bring up the distinction between on-campus and off-campus now? If we were to treat it as an off-campus incident, would you prefer to involve the police? At the mention of police, Shin Si remained unfazed, while Lee's mother's eyes gleamed with realization. Of course, why didn't I think of reporting it? This is intentional harm. If you don't expel her, I will report you. Lee's mother suddenly began to shout, her tone rife with threats. Principal Wang soon recognized his misstep. The situation had become increasingly convoluted. He hastily reassured, Mrs. Lee, we understand your feelings. However, while Shin Si has erred. Expelling her outright would be excessively harsh. As an elder, could you not grant Shin Si an opportunity? Rest assured, we will record her transgression and require her to personally visit Li Xiao in the hospital to apologize. To his surprise, this last statement seemed to trigger something within Li's mother, prompting her to cry out, "No, my son must never see her again." What if she apologizes? Would that suffice? I do not require her apology. I demand her expulsion. The mere thought of my son attending the same school, the same department, or even the same class as her makes me nauseous, Li's mother asserted firmly, turning to glare at Shin Si. In any case, if you do not expel her, I will report her. Expecting this unyielding threat to instill fear in Shin Si, she remained steadfast, not reacting at all, standing tall without even glancing at Li's mother, showing no sign of remorse. Only at that moment did she turn her head toward Mrs. Li, a smile suddenly emerging on her face. The smile, accompanied by a soft scoff, momentarily stunned everyone present. Li Jiangguo, already sweating due to the aggressive stance of Li's mother and the inevitable consequence for Shin Si, was left dumbfounded by her unexpected smile. Ahem, cough. He quickly pretended to clear his throat, attempting to make it appear as if he had produced the sound. However, Shin Si's laughter only served to further provoke Mrs. Li, who broke down emotionally. Principal Wang, look at her. She dares to laugh in your presence. How can you not expel such a disrespectful student? Not expelling her, is it? Then I will call the police right now, Li's mother declared, making a move to retrieve her phone. Director Sun quickly intervened. Mrs. Li, please don't rush. Director Sun, do not stop her. Let her report. Shin Si finally spoke, her tone light and unbothered after observing the ongoing monkey show. She even took out her own phone, looking at Mrs. Li and suggesting, "Shall I help you report? I recently filed a report for a property dispute, and the police station is conveniently close to the school." Her sudden suggestion and action left everyone momentarily bewildered once more. Principal Wang, now stern, stated, "Shin Si, cease this nonsense. You have admitted that this matter concerns you, so a punishment and an apology are warranted." Director Sun chimed in urgently, "Why are you being so stubborn? This is not the time to stoke the flames." Only Li Jiangguo, having served as Shin Si's counselor for a year, understood her well enough to know that she would not harm someone without reason. Seeing her fearless demeanor, even unafraid of police involvement, he sensed that there must be another side to the story. He quickly asked, "Shin Si, since you are here, why not explain the cause and process of the incident in detail? This will help us understand better." Shin Si nodded gently and began, in simple terms. "Li Xiao forcibly hugged me without my consent. According to Article 237 of the criminal law, actions that insult a woman through coercive means against her will constitute indecent assault. The term indecent assault was shocking, transforming the incident into a criminal case. Indecent assault? This accusation is outrageous." Li's mother retorted furiously. "You mentioned you had surveillance footage of the incident. Didn't you?" Shin Si interjected calmly. "You know very well that his actions were indeed coercive. I only resorted to self-defense after struggling and verbal warnings failed. Li Xiao was solely at fault from beginning to end. His injuries and hospitalization are his just deserts. But you and he are in a relationship. How could he?" Li's mother attempted to argue, but Shin Si cut her off once more, firmly stating, "On the day I met you, I explicitly told Li Xiao that we were breaking up. That evening, I returned everything related to him. There are witnesses to this. I ended things long ago. He has been persistently harassing me. Do you want me to show you the messages he sent me? Even if we had not broken up, his act of hugging me without my consent is still a crime. Unless both parties consent, it is illegal." Principal Wang, a law graduate, instinctively nodded in agreement with Shin Si's statement. What Shin Si says is indeed correct. Rape and indecent assault are not bound by relationship status. Even within marriage, if the woman does not consent, the man's actions are considered rape. Principal Wang, Li's mother glared, indignant, "My son is still in the hospital, and you are protecting her?" Principal Wang's expression grew troubled. If Shin Si's account was true, then she bore no fault in this matter. Observing Mrs. Li's reaction, it seemed Shin Si was not lying. Her statements were factual. Shin Si calmly stepped forward, now only a director's son away from Mrs. Li, and spoke with a serene demeanor. "You need not pressure the school or burden the principal. All accusations must be grounded in fact, not merely based on who lies in a hospital bed. This incident occurred off campus, and I do not wish to entangle myself further with Li Xiao, so I had intended to let it go. Since you insist on pursuing the matter, I suggest you report it. If you pressure the school to impose an unjust treatment upon me, I will certainly pursue Li Zhao's criminal liability. Shin Si's words flowed smoothly, her reasoning clear, leaving Mrs. Li with little room for negotiation or retreat. Mrs. Li glared intensely at Shin Si, realizing her options were limited, yet as the wife of the Li family, she was never short of confidence. Suppressing her fury, she coldly remarked, "Do you truly believe you can threaten me? Do you know whom you are offending?" The shift in atmosphere rendered Mrs. Li's presence particularly imposing, leaving Director Sun hesitant to breathe. However, Shin Si merely smiled, revealing no trace of fear. "I am not threatening you. As an ordinary university student without connections, whom could I possibly threaten? I am merely expressing my thoughts in a straightforward manner." With that, Shin Si's tone took on an icy edge as she added, however, "Should anyone threaten me, I will not hesitate to retaliate with all my might." In but a fleeting moment, Shin Si's demeanor returned to its usual composure. She straightened her posture and addressed the principal with polite formality. "Principal, now that the facts are clear, I believe the school is aware of who bears the blame. However, I am magnanimous enough not to dwell on past grievances. Considering the sincere affection I once shared with Li Xiao during our year-long romance, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further, but I reserve the right to hold him accountable. If the other party's parents choose not to report this incident to the authorities, I shall take my leave." Having uttered these words, she paid no heed to the expressions of those around her and turned to exit. Li Jianguo, witnessing her departure, promptly approached the principal. "Principal, may I have a private conversation with Shin Si?" With that, he stepped out of the principal's office. Director Sun, secretly relieved, wiped the sweat from his brow and turned back with a forced smile. "Madam Li, look at the commotion this has caused. It brings no honor to anyone involved. Perhaps I should arrange for a class adjustment, separating Li Xiao and Shin Si to minimize their interactions." However, how could Madam Li be satisfied with such a lackluster resolution? This is a university. What purpose would a class adjustment serve? It merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause, a futile endeavor. With a cold snort, she grabbed her bag and stormed off. "Madam Li, would you care for another cup of tea?" Principal Wang feigned concern, but seeing that she had not even glanced back, he let out a deep sigh of relief. With a heavy heart, he sank into his chair, his features still etched with worry. Noticing his distress, Director Sun ventured closer. "Principal, we owe it to Shin Si's cleverness that Madam Li could not threaten our institution. Otherwise, this situation could have escalated." Principal Wang scoffed. "The matter may have concluded, but what of the 4 high-powered telescopes that the Li family had pledged to donate to the astronomy department? Are they not now in jeopardy?" Director Sun, suddenly enlightened, slapped his thigh. "Indeed. How could I have forgotten? Those telescopes are worth nearly $1,000 collectively, crucial for our astronomy department. Although the astronomy department at the University of Science and Technology is relatively obscure amongst similar programs nationwide, the need for advanced equipment is insatiable, while basic infrastructure is adequate. The school cannot afford to invest heavily in its less prominent discipline. Yet, since Li Zhao's entry into the astronomy department last year, the Li family had generously donated nearly $1,000 to upgrade the department's equipment and promised 4 top-tier telescopes for the upcoming National Day." Principal Wang eagerly awaited the holiday, believing that with those telescopes, the department could finally ascend to a leading position, if not rivaling aerospace universities. However, with today's debacle, it seemed likely that those telescopes would remain a distant dream. The more he pondered, the more he felt a pang of grief, forcing himself to believe that Madam Li would not intervene further. Meanwhile, Shin Si entered the school's convenience store, intending to buy some snacks and beverages for Gu Lianqing. Following her closely, Director Li admonished, "I have always felt you possess a sense of propriety, but today's incident was perilous." Fortunately, Li Zhao's report was not severely problematic. Otherwise, what would you have done? Of course, I do not imply that you were at fault. This incident was clearly Li Zhao's misstep. As a woman, it is essential to bravely resist such situations. He hesitated before adding, "Yet, one must still exercise caution in their responses." As a man, he found the topic somewhat challenging to discuss. Seeing his face flush with embarrassment, Shin Si couldn't help but laugh. "I understand, Director Li. The circumstances were exceptional. You know how physically imposing Li Xiao is. He could easily have restrained me. I could only move my hands, and I certainly did not wish for such a situation. It was quite unseemly." She refrained from mentioning that he was not even wearing underwear, but she distinctly remembered the sensation. Hearing her comments, Director Li nodded, visibly relieved. Then shifted the conversation. "Have you adjusted well to your new dormitory? Do you have a new roommate?" "It's quite pleasant," Shin Si affirmed. "I have a wonderful roommate." And all these snacks are for her. I owe you my gratitude for facilitating the dormitory change. Do not mention it. You are not from Longcheng. So who else could you turn to for help but me? Shin Si felt touched, reminiscing that Director Li embodied the virtues of kindness and integrity in her mind, being the best counselor she could ask for. Thank you again for alerting me to the situation in advance. It spared me from being caught off guard. Director Li smiled and nodded, acknowledging that the atmosphere had been quite tense that day, yet he was impressed by Shin Si's calm handling of the situation, leaving no room for rebuttal. Just as he was smiling, he noticed Shin Si suddenly turned to him with an icy expression. His smile faltered, and he inquired, "What is it?" Shin Si casually tossed a bag of chips into her shopping basket and turned to Director Li. "I still have one matter to discuss with you. What is the status of the scholarship funds? A boy from the mathematics department has been rather attentive, bringing me black goji berries and making claims that I had hinted at my affection for him." Director Li was taken aback. "From the mathematics department?" Shin Si nodded and proceeded to recount the bewildering behavior and comments of Hao Penghui over the past few days. The more Director Li listened, the more his expression contorted in disbelief. He had encountered Hao Penghui before and found him quite unpleasant to behold. How could such absurdity occur? It is utterly inconceivable. Shin Si is renowned for her beauty in the astronomy department and the entire university. Yet that boy from the mathematics department is unattractive and still dares to harass her? I suspect his instructor, upon receiving the scholarship allocation, wanted to highlight its value, leading him to believe that it was because of your generosity that he obtained it. Thus, he misinterpreted your actions. Shin Si chuckled. Director Li, listen to yourself. Is that not ludicrous? Director Li laughed, somewhat resigned. It is indeed absurd, but some boys might genuinely think that way. What is that saying? He may be utterly average, yet brimming with confidence? Upon hearing this, Shin Si regarded Director Li with admiration, nodding in agreement. Director Li, you truly have a way with words. It is remarkable to hear such insights from a man. Director Li chuckled at himself. I lack confidence, let alone blind self-assurance. Rest assured, I will speak with their instructor about this matter to ensure he does not continue to bother you. It is quite unsettling. Shin Si sighed in relief. While she possessed ample financial resources, her life was still singular, and she had never felt as fearful as she did now. Indeed, the wealthy fear death. Yet, wealthy men, besides fearing death, also dread their own inadequacies. As the workday drew to a close, Dr. Sun finally entered Li Zhao's hospital room to personally assess his condition. Does it still hurt? Dr. Sun inquired. Li Zhao shook his head. It seems to have subsided about an hour ago, but I must avoid any strenuous movement. Otherwise, it still aches. Then it is still painful. Dr. Sun corrected him. Then, with an expressionless demeanor, instructed, remove your pants. Let me take a look. With no female doctor present, Li Zhao felt considerably more at ease. He pulled down his pants and turned his head away. After scrutinizing him through her glasses, Dr. Sun nodded. It appears normal, no swelling or discoloration. There should be no significant issue. After pulling up his pants, Li Zhao hurriedly asked, Doctor, will I be fine by tomorrow? Almost there. If you wake up tomorrow and feel no pain, come find me to arrange for your discharge. After speaking, Dr. Sun turned to leave, but was halted by Li Zhao's call. Dr. Sun looked back, puzzled, noticing Li Zhao's conflicted and hesitant expression, as if he were struggling to articulate something. What is it? Is there something else? Li Zhao hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Dr. Sun, my first time with my girlfriend. It just wasn't quite right. Feeling embarrassed, Li Zhao's toes curled in discomfort, making it difficult for him to express his thoughts fully. Dr. Sun, upon witnessing this, chuckled softly and turned around, straightforwardly stating, Did it not go well? Li Zhao awkwardly nodded, relieved that there was no one else in the room besides Dr. Sunday. Dr. Sun, does this mean I might have some congenital issue? Or some flaw? Having reached this point, Li Zhao clenched his teeth and sought clarity. Dr. Sun gently replied, There are no flaws. However, the first experience holds great significance. If the initial encounter is unfavorable, it may have lingering effects. The key lies in your mindset. You must let go of this experience and not allow it to continuously affect you. Li Zhao grew anxious, but my girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful, and I really like her. After nearly a year together, she finally agreed. I had been looking forward to it for so long, and I truly do not understand why it happened like this. If I were simply unenthusiastic, that would be one thing, but I was so excited I thought I might burst. Yet it felt as if it were not responding to me at all. Dr. Sun sees the crux of the matter, raising an eyebrow. Therein lies the issue. Excessive nervousness or excitement can both hinder performance. You were overly eager. What? Li Xiao was bewildered. Shouldn't excitement lead to better performance? Extreme reactions can counteract expectations. Your desire to achieve and impress led to an overwhelming mix of tension and excitement. This situation is not uncommon, Doctor. Sun explained with a smile. Thus, you have no inherent issues. It is merely a matter of adjusting your mindset. Next time, you will be just fine. I express my gratitude to Lin Ziden for the monthly vote. Sending a kiss. End of this chapter, chapter 37. If you desire it, seek it next time. Will there even be a next time? After Dr. Sun left the hospital room, Li Xiao leaned back on the bed, his expression dejected. As memories of his time with Shenxi flooded his mind, her every smile and frown seemed etched in his memory, every detail crystal clear. He attempted to identify where he had gone wrong, but no matter how hard he pondered, he could not fathom what unforgivable mistake he had made that led Shenxi to so resolutely choose to end their relationship. The more he thought, the more sorrowful he became, as if the wounds within him were also beginning to ache. With a weary sigh, Li Xiao lay back down and attempted to sleep. After a week of arduous military training, Shenxi invited her sister to gather a few roommates for a celebratory meal. They chose Fengxiang Tower, recommended by Gu Lianqing. Known to be a century-old establishment in Longqing, celebrated for its authentic Chinese cuisine, with dedicated chefs for each major culinary style. In the private room, 6 girls created a lively atmosphere. Aside from Shinli, who was somewhat shy, the others were exuberant, frequently bursting into laughter and creating a vibrant scene. Sister, you have no idea. Initially, Shinli's role was taken over by Su Zishan, who was quite arrogant, deliberately flaunting her position and provoking Shinli. Those unaware would think she was the leading actress, Wang Chuan remarked, recalling recent events. As the conversation shifted to Shinli, the others nodded in agreement, sharing their grievances. Zhao Mena commented, I heard she was offered 500 yuan. What is that buy? A maid's role? I feel sorry for her just thinking about it. Sun Yuan looked at Shunli and said, that Su Zishan regards you as a mere rival. She underestimates you. Yet you are the one who is truly outstanding. At this moment, Shinli appeared somewhat distracted, her smile coming slowly. Ali, what is wrong with you? Shenxi noticed her sister's unusual demeanor and asked, are you preoccupied with something? Meanwhile, Gu Lianqing, engrossed in her meal, looked up at Shunli in surprise. I heard shooting is about to begin. Are you feeling nervous? As everyone turned their attention to her, Shinli gently shook her head and then looked at Shenxi, saying, Sister, an agent wants to sign me. I've been contemplating it for several days, but I still haven't made a decision. The press conference is tomorrow, and I will meet her again. I don't know how to respond. Before Shenxi could react, Wang Chuan exclaimed, What? You haven't given her an answer yet? I thought you had settled it long ago. Sun Yuan also expressed her surprise. You don't need to think about it. It's the agent of Song Anyu. Just look at how popular he is now. The resources are excellent. Zhao Mena calmly analyzed. Having an agency and an agent is definitely more beneficial than detrimental for students like us. It opens up numerous opportunities. Agencies have a wealth of resources. Where else can we find such opportunities? At most, we wait for production teams to come to our school, and if we're lucky, we might land a minor role with a few lines. Gu Lianqing added with a hint of confusion towards Shunli. So, do you want to sign or not? I have some desire to sign, but I'm also a bit scared, Shinli admitted honestly. I want to sign because, as Mena said, it might lead to additional resources. However, I'm afraid that once I sign, I will lose control. I know this industry won't always align with my wishes, especially since I'm a newcomer, but I just feel unprepared to be directed by others. Oh, to be in drought is to perish from thirst, and to be in flood is to perish from drowning. Wang Chuan remarked enviously, if a management agency approached me now, I would sign without hesitation, not even considering it. Shenxi observed her sister and understood her anxiety. Many people experience an array of thoughts when faced with significant life choices. It is entirely normal. She could not assist Shinli last time, but this time she could offer unwavering support without concern for the consequences. With a gentle smile, she said, don't overthink it. If you want it, pursue it. If you don't, let it go. Ask yourself what your true feelings are. What if I make the wrong choice? Shinli questioned. Shenxi's smile widened. If you choose poorly, then you choose poorly. Who hasn't made mistakes before? Don't exhaust yourself over things that have yet to occur. It serves no purpose. Your sister is right. Focus on the present stage. Don't worry about the future. Gu Lianqing concurred with Shenxi's sentiments. Shinli nodded softly, then I will sign. I will have to sign eventually. Having seemingly made up her mind, Her roommates expressed their support, recognizing that signing with an agency is an essential step for aspiring actors. The future, whether bright or bleak, would ultimately depend on their efforts and fate. The press conference for Tianming Wei Huang was held the next day at the top floor of the Longqing International Hotel. The event attracted major media outlets nationwide. With the popularity and discussion surrounding this IP continually soaring since news of its adaptation was announced, fans eagerly awaited the event, and as soon as the live stream began, over 1 million viewers flooded in within 5 minutes. Sound systems, microphones, and lights are undergoing final adjustments. Where is Song Yuna? Hurry and contact her team. It's almost time. Is it appropriate to act like a diva at this moment? Ensure the host goes through the questions on the script again. It's crucial not to mispronounce any actor's name, as that is currently frowned upon. Stage control must ensure the actors stand in order from the center outward. We cannot mix this up, or we will face the wrath of fans. The event coordinator was exceedingly busy, constantly communicating via the walkie-talkie, while the atmosphere backstage brimmed with fervor. Every individual seemed to be occupied with endless tasks. In a corner, Shunli sat, feeling small and helpless. She had arrived 2 hours early to avoid being late, only to spend that time observing the lively scene around her. In addition to the bustling activity, she spotted several celebrities, including Gao Fei, Sun Yaluan, and Baiyu, all accompanied by their teams and assistants. Having watched their dramas, seeing them in person felt almost surreal. Shinli couldn't help but wonder if she would also have her own team upon signing with a company in the future. At that moment, a noticeable commotion erupted in the already chaotic backstage, with staff members calling out, "Song Yuna is here! Song Yuna is here!" Hearing her name, Shinli's eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly made her way toward the sound. Song Yuna was one of the most popular rising stars in the entertainment industry, often dubbed the queen of strong female leads, known for portraying empowered characters and boasting a vast and devoted fan base. Shinli considered herself a fan of Song Yuna, though she was not as devoted as professional fans who tirelessly promoted her online. She had seen all of Yuna's dramas and aspired to become a talented actress like her one day. As the staff and security surrounded Song Yuna, who donned sunglasses and moved with swift strides, Shinli caught only a fleeting glimpse before Yuna entered her private dressing room. The thought of sharing the stage with her at the press conference filled Shinli with excitement. Just then, someone tapped Shinli's shoulder. Startled, she turned to find a familiar face. "Oh, teacher Wenxian." Wenxian, carrying a makeup bag, smiled and asked, "Are you watching Song Yuna?" Shinli nodded. A bit shyly, Wenxian, ever the professional, began to assess Shinli's makeup critically, causing her to feel a tad embarrassed. "I did it myself." "Is there a problem, teacher?" Shinli asked, touching her face awkwardly. Wenxian raised an eyebrow. "There's nothing major. Your foundation is already good. However, there are a few details that could be improved. Perhaps I am being overly critical as a makeup artist, but it looks quite nice overall." Yet after a moment of reflection, she suggested, "Why don't you come with me? I can redo your makeup shortly." Shinli eagerly agreed, nodding happily. Following teacher Wenxian into the dressing room, she was instructed, "Just sit quietly for a moment. I need to finish up with Rinjia first." Shinli was taken aback. "Is she also a lead?" Wenxian confirmed, "Yes, she plays the second female lead." Understanding dawned on Shinli. The second female lead was the antagonist, the primary rival of the protagonist. Rinjia had debuted as a villain and had not portrayed a good character for years. However, she was skilled and had won awards, facing little competition in her field, and was quite popular. Shinli recalled her sister's warning: excelling in a villainous role could typecast her, just as it had for Rinjia. Upon entering the makeup room, Shinli quickly spotted Rinjia, surrounded by a team assisting her with script rehearsals and preparing her for upcoming questions. "Jia, I'm sorry for being late." Wenxian greeted casually. Rinjia glanced at Shinli, who was seated by the door, then smiled at Wenxian and replied, "No worries, there is no rush." As the makeup lights illuminated Rinjia's face, her less than perfect skin became apparent, prompting her to sigh in frustration. "It's infuriating. I've been breaking out on my forehead and around my nose." Wenxian, familiar with Rinjia's skin issues, had heard rumors about her lifestyle choices, smoking, drinking, and indulging in sweets, all of which could contribute to her skin troubles. "Leave it to me. I guarantee you'll look flawless on camera," Wenxian assured confidently. Rinjia smiled. "I knew I could count on you. Please make me look stunning." Shinli, seated behind them, could see everything through the makeup mirror. Unable to ignore Rinjia's striking beauty, her flawless skin and lustrous hair were undeniable. After a moment of silence, Rinjia curiously inquired, Sister Xian, who is that young girl? Your assistant? When Xian, momentarily taken aback, turned to Shinli before responding, no, she's an actress in your drama, playing Shi. Renjia's expression shifted instantly. Shi? Isn't that the fourth female lead? Wasn't it supposed to be Tian Xiaolu? How did a newcomer take her place? She contemplated, a smirk forming. The competition in this industry is fierce. I heard Tian Xiaolu was replaced due to contract disputes. What a shame. When Xian smiled, this young lady is quite impressive. She's a freshman at the Film Academy, and I've heard praise from the photography team. Oh? Renjia raised an eyebrow, intrigued. They specifically praised a newcomer? How refreshing. As she spoke, Renjia's gaze turned cold, directed at Shinli through the mirror, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. After about half an hour, when Xian completed Renjia's makeup and turned to Shinli, just bear with me. I'll make a few adjustments to your look. Shinli nodded. Thank you, teacher. In just a few minutes, when Xian enhanced Shun Li's makeup to better complement her radiant features. Satisfied, when Xian remarked, this looks wonderful. Your bright eyes are your best asset, truly captivating. Blushing, Shinli smiled as when Xian announced, the press conference should be starting soon. I must leave now. Shinli politely escorted when Xian out. Once she departed, Renjia turned to her assistant, Xiaoya, go fetch Tonggu. Now. But the event is about to begin. And Tonggu is likely busy, Xiaoya replied, glancing at the time. Just do as I say and hurry. Renjia urged impatiently. Xiaoya nodded and quickly exited. Shortly after, a suited man with an earpiece and walkie-talkie entered, following Xiaoya. What's up, Jia? I'm drenched in sweat from all the chaos. What do you need? Qitong asked. Frowning, Renjia smiled and beckoned him closer. Although he appeared reluctant, he leaned in as she whispered a few words in his ear. Qitong's expression changed to surprise. You can't be serious. She's just a newcomer. How much screen time could she possibly have? The script doesn't even mention her. I don't care. I just need you to handle it, Renjia pouted, feigning a vulnerable demeanor. Looking pristine in her makeup, she presented an alluring sight. Qitong, with a resigned expression, nodded. Fine, I'll take care of it this time. As he prepared to leave, he added, you can be quite forceful. Remember, if I need assistance next time, I'll be reaching out to you. Renjia smirked triumphantly, while Qitong chuckled helplessly, responding to the urgent call from the walkie-talkie. The stage area might be limited. Some actors may not make it on stage. Please send me the cast list for review. Chapter 39. Suppressing newcomers upon hearing Qitong's words. Renjia could not help but display a triumphant expression. The team members nearby seemed accustomed to Renjia's behavior, revealing no overt thoughts or concerns. The entertainment industry is fiercely competitive, particularly for actresses. With numerous beautiful, talented, and well-connected individuals, the landscape is nearly saturated. Yet newcomers continue to emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Although Renjia is currently in the limelight, her ambition compels her to remain vigilant. Suppressing outstanding newcomers is merely a common tactic in the competitive arena, and she sees no issue with it. Such practices are foundational in the industry, far overshadowed by less savory deeds. At present, Shinli has barely set foot in the entertainment world and is oblivious to these dynamics. Thus, when she was instructed to wait backstage for arrangements, she obediently nodded in acknowledgement, unaware that her qualification to appear at the press conference had been quietly revoked by someone else. Given her talents, even a brief moment in the spotlight at the press conference would undoubtedly capture the audience's attention. An invaluable opportunity for a newcomer to gain public exposure before debuting. Renjia is astutely aware of the timing and methods to suppress newcomers. Having lost this chance, Shinli would now have to wait for promotional activities after the drama's completion to make her presence known to the audience, which could take at least 6 months. As the creative team members took the stage one by one, Shinli dared not leave the backstage area, fearing that the staff might not find her. Hey, beautiful. Why haven't you gone on stage? Renjia, passing through the backstage on her way to the venue, feigned surprise and greeted her. Shinli quickly rose and replied softly. The staff told me to wait here. It might take a while before it's my turn. Renjia nodded knowingly, smiling. Then just wait here. Don't wander off. It would be troublesome if we can't find you later. I understand, Sister Renjia. You can go ahead. Watching Renjia depart with her team, the once bustling backstage felt eerily quiet, leaving Shinli alone. Time ticked away, and a screen connected to a broadcast monitor displayed the press conference proceedings. Instead of being seen on screen, Shinli found herself a mere spectator outside it. Shinli? At that moment, Yu Hong returned to the backstage to retrieve something and was taken aback to see Shinli sitting in a daze. What are you doing here? Why haven't you gone on stage? Upon seeing Yu Hong, Shenli quickly stood. Teacher, I'm waiting for arrangements. Waiting for arrangements? Yu Hong glanced around. Aside from a few cleaning staff, the area was deserted. She frowned and asked, who told you to wait here? A staff member. Shenli replied honestly, having been a manager for nearly 2 decades. Yu Hong was well aware of the intricacies of the entertainment industry and immediately understood that Shenli was being targeted by someone with ulterior motives. You foolish girl. The press conference is already halfway through, and you haven't thought to ask why no one has come to get you? Yu Hong sighed but did not take Shenli to find the staff. Instead, she seized the opportunity to say, if you had backing from a company or were under my guidance, do you think they would dare treat you like this? Shenli, slow to realize, finally understood that she had been sidelined. Teacher, why is this happening? She asked innocently, perplexed. I haven't done anything wrong. Remember, in the entertainment industry, never ask why, for many matters lack explanation. Yu Hong gently patted her shoulder, adding, the press conference is live. If you haven't gone on stage with them, you can't join midway. Take this as a lesson and be more observant in the future. Shenli felt a pang in her heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She couldn't comprehend why, despite her efforts and having arrived 2 hours early to prepare for the event, she was inexplicably left in the cold. The notion that she shouldn't even question the reasons behind this treatment was utterly confounding. Seeing her pitiable state, Yu Hong felt helpless. While not every newcomer faces such unfair treatment, those with exceptional qualities often encounter challenges. This also indicated that Shun Li's talents had already sparked a sense of crisis in certain individuals before her official debut. Such a promising prospect must not be overlooked. Don't feel disheartened. If you had responded to me sooner, perhaps I could have brought you along to this press conference, Yu Hong gently inquired. Have you given any more thought to signing? Shenli composed herself and softly replied, no. Teacher, I intended to respond to you in person today. I wanted it to be more formal. I didn't expect this situation to arise. I have made my decision. I am willing to sign. As she uttered this declaration, an unprecedented sense of conviction surged within her. Today's events made her realize that with her Na'vi experience, navigating this industry without guidance would lead to endless pitfalls. She requires the support of a company and, more importantly, an experienced manager. Upon hearing her agreement to sign, Yu Hong's face lit up with a pleased smile. That's the spirit. When you have time, come to the company, and we can discuss the details thoroughly. Shenli nodded, biting her lip cautiously. Then today. Forget about today. If you wish to avoid any awkwardness later, you can leave now, Yu Hong advised. Though Shenli felt a mix of grievance and reluctance, she accepted the outcome silently, refraining from any outburst. In the dormitory, Wang Chuhan and others gathered to watch the live broadcast of the press conference. Initially filled with excitement waiting for the creative team to take the stage and for Shenli to make her stunning appearance. However, as the event neared its conclusion, Shenli remained absent. What is going on? Where's Shenli? Yeah, she left 2 or 3 hours early. She wouldn't have gone to the wrong place, would she? Impossible. She texted me early saying she was backstage, and she even mentioned seeing several stars. The group was perplexed, and finally, Zhao Meina took out her phone to message Shenli, but there was no response. In another dormitory, Su Zishan was also watching the live stream. Her mindset contrasting sharply with Wang Chuan's group, as she initially felt anxious, fearing that Shenli might actually appear among the main creative team. However, seeing that Shenli did not show up after a lengthy wait, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I told you it was impossible. Even if Shenli is talented, she wouldn't land an important role in such a major IP project. Shanshan, stop overthinking it. At that moment, someone pointed out, wait. Shanshan, so many main cast members have been announced, but why isn't the actress playing she mentioned? At least she should be one of the top 4 female roles, right? The male leads are all present, but Shenli isn't playing she, is she? Su Zishan scoffed, her tone resolute, not possible. I specifically checked the online leaks. This role has only been negotiated with Tian Xiaolu from start to finish. It must be her. But Tian Xiaolu isn't at the press conference either. Su Zishan looked at them and asked, then it must be that she has other commitments and couldn't make it. Between Tian Xiaolu and Shenli not being present, who is more likely to play she? The roommates exchanged glances and chimed in unison, it must be Tian Xiaolu. Su Zishan smiled in satisfaction, then that settles it. As long as Shenli is not playing an important role, it doesn't matter who she portrays in the end. Today, Gu Lianxing was absent from the dormitory due to classes, and Shen Ci watched the live broadcast alone. When she noticed that her sister had yet to appear even as the 2-hour press conference was approaching its end, she promptly called Lu Jinjiao. As soon as the call connected, Lu Jinjiao greeted Shen Xiai with a cheerful tone. "Hello, Miss Shen." "Not well." Shen Xiai responded directly, her voice laced with inquiry. "Mr. Lu, may I ask why my sister did not take the stage at today's press conference before the launch?" Taken aback, Lu Jinjiao paused momentarily, clearly caught off guard, and exclaimed in shock, "That's impossible. I reviewed the press conference plan, and I distinctly recall your sister's name being listed among the creative team members. How could she have not appeared on stage?" Shen Xi's tone turned icy. "I watched the live stream for 2 hours, and the conference was about to conclude." "Mr. Lu, were you not present as the producer?" Sensing Shen Xi's displeasure, Lu Jinjiao hurriedly explained, "Miss Shen, I had another crucial project to attend to today, which is why I was not on site. However, we had a highly professional team present, and it should not have led to such a grave oversight. There might be some misunderstanding. Please don't be upset. Allow me 5 minutes to make a call and clarify this matter. I will call you back in 5 minutes." After hanging up, Shen Xiai took a deep breath to calm her rising anger, then dialed her sister's number. "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable." Shen Xiai furrowed her brows and tried several more times, but to no avail, which made her increasingly anxious. Just as she contemplated rushing to the venue, her sister called back. "Sister, I left home too early, and my phone ran out of battery. I just borrowed a power bank from someone on the street and saw your missed call notification." Although Shen Li's voice sounded fine, Shen Xiai caught the crucial detail in her words. She borrowed a power bank, indicating she was not at the press conference. "Wasn't today the press conference? You didn't go?" Shen Xiai asked. A moment of silence ensued before Shen Li replied, "I went, but I just came out. Something went wrong at the venue, and I didn't get to go on stage." "Did you see the live broadcast? What exactly happened?" Shen Xiai detected the undertone of her sister's words and felt a pang of worry. Yet, Shen Li merely stated, "Honestly, I don't know what happened. I just didn't get on stage." She truly was unaware of the circumstances. Shen Xi's expression darkened, hinting that she suspected her sister had faced unjust treatment. Regaining her composure, she instructed, "Don't wander around. Head back to school." "Okay, sister, I'm fine." Teacher Yu Hong said that as a newcomer, too much exposure too soon may not be beneficial. It's better if I can leave a stunning impression on the audience through my character on screen. "I think she has a point," Shen Li replied, feigning nonchalance. "It's good that you think that way," Shen Xiai responded. However, despite the wisdom in those words, the fact remained that her sister had been treated differently, and she would not allow her sister to suffer such indignities. After hanging up, Lu Jinjiao called back. Upon reconnecting, his voice was noticeably grave. "Miss Shen, I apologize. I have just learned about the situation. There were some issues with the on-site arrangements due to staff negligence." Shen Xiai let out a cold laugh. As an investor, she could maintain politeness with Lu Jinjiao, but as Shen Li's elder sister, she had no intention of swallowing her anger. "Mr. Lu, do you believe what you just said? For such an important press conference, how many times must the processes be rehearsed in advance? How many details need to be confirmed? How could anyone fail to notice that someone was missing from backstage? And you tell me it was just staff negligence? Is my sister some mere prop or a light source that can be overlooked? That is not what I meant." "Miss Shen, I truly apologize. Please calm down," Lu Jinjiao hastened to reassure her. But at that moment, Shen Xiai was seething, her anger boiling over. This was the angriest she had been since turning 20. "Mr. Lu, let me tell you, I invested in your production entirely for my sister's sake. Even if your show flops and I lose my investment, I wouldn't bat an eye. But if I lose my money and my sister has to endure humiliation, I will not let this slide." She declared, "I will arrive at the press conference venue within an hour. The conference may be over, but this matter is far from finished. You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or I will withdraw my investment immediately." Having said that, she hung up, not allowing Lu Jinjiao any opportunity for explanation. Her heart raced with anger as she swiftly changed her clothes and stepped out. On her way, a twinge of regret crept in. She should have accompanied her sister to the event. She had assumed everything was set in stone, only to encounter such unforeseen complications. Truly, the entertainment industry was rife with surprises. Approximately 40 minutes later, Shen Xiai arrived at the venue, where the press conference had concluded successfully. Related reports had already gone viral, with each actor garnering 1 or 2 trending topics, a splendid opportunity for exposure. Most attendees had departed, and the stage had already been dismantled. Just as Shen Xiai was about to call Lu Jinjiao, she spotted him arriving late, visibly flustered and sweating. Miss Shen, I'm terribly sorry. I came from Yangming District. Lu Jinzhao said with a contrite expression, genuinely anxious. After all, in their previous encounters, Shen Xiai had always left a calm, composed, and straightforward impression on him. She had never exhibited such anger before. Especially after hearing Shen Xiai mention withdrawing her investment over the phone, he had hurried over, alarmed. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Qi Tong, who was busy tidying up, approached Lu Jinzhao with a look of surprise, then added cheerfully, You arrived just as it concluded? Don't worry, Mr. Lu. It went exceptionally well. Please vote for us, we beg you. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. It's your great-aunt. Seemingly too pleased with himself, Qi Tong momentarily failed to recognize the tension in the atmosphere and began showing Lu Jinzhao media coverage on his phone. Mr. Lu, look. Our press conference occupied 7 of the top 10 trending topics. It's undoubtedly the hottest news of the day. The peak viewership for the live stream exceeded 20 million, shattering previous records, and the sponsors are particularly satisfied. Seeing Qi Tong's obliviousness, Lu Jinzhao's anger flared, and he swatted Qi Tong's hand away, glaring at him. So pleased with yourself, are you? I was scolding Wang Rui, not you. What are you so jubilant about? Qi Tong's smile froze on his face as he momentarily failed to comprehend the situation, utterly bewildered by Lu Jinzhao's sudden outburst. Mr. Lu, what's wrong? This outcome has exceeded our expectations. Aren't you pleased? I'm pleased about what? Lu Jinzhao gritted his teeth. Did you not notice someone was missing from the press conference? Where's that person? Person? Qi Tong was taken aback, staring blankly. Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? I swear. Lu Jinzhao nearly lost his temper, ready to unleash his frustration on Qi Tong when the overall supervisor, Wang Rui, arrived, panting heavily. He rushed over and pulled Qi Tong aside, gasping, Mr. Lu, I'm here. He had just returned to the office when Lu Jinzhao called him back. Wang Rui was far more perceptive than Qi Tong. He immediately noticed Shen Xiai's cold demeanor and quickly apologized. Miss Shen, is it? This was indeed our mistake. And I sincerely apologize. Of course it's your mistake. Is it my sister's fault? Shen Xiai replied with an unfriendly tone. Wang Rui nodded repeatedly, but you see, the press conference has already concluded. Could you grant us another chance? I assure you that we will be extremely cautious moving forward and will ensure such incidents do not recur. Shen Xiai turned slightly to glance at Lu Jinzhao, her gaze dark and penetrating, making him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. She had mentioned over the phone that while the press conference was over, this matter was far from concluded. If she did not receive a satisfactory resolution, she would withdraw her investment. He immediately reacted, saying, Miss Shun, let us converse at the back. It's quite chaotic here. With that, he gestured invitingly. Shen Xiai did not utter a word, simply lifting her foot to head towards the backstage, while Lu Jinzhao shot an angry glare at Wang Rui and Qi Tong before hastily following suit. Wang Rui wiped the cold sweat from his brow, intending to leave, but was quickly stopped by Qi Tong, who, looking anxious and bewildered, exclaimed, Wait, Brother Rui? Who is this girl? She's your great-aunt. Wang Rui snapped back, pointing at Qi Tong in irritation. You've really messed things up. Look out for yourself. Qi Tong was rendered speechless. What was going on? At the backstage, Lu Jinzhao personally arranged a sofa chair for Shen Xiai and took a small chair beside her. Now, speak. What on earth happened? Lu Jinzhao demanded, exuding the authority of a superior, fixing his gaze on Wang Rui and Qi Tong. As the overall head of the press conference, Wang Rui knew he would bear the responsibility for any issues that arose, even if they were not directly his fault. After a moment of hesitation, he began, It was our oversight, Mr. Lu. We truly acknowledge our mistake. I do not wish to hear the word oversight. Lu Jinzhao's expression darkened as he coldly reprimanded. Do not use such a flimsy excuse to placate Miss Shen. State the facts as they are. I demand the truth. To claim that a person was simply overlooked was absurd. Not only would Shen Xiai not believe it, but Lu Jinzhao himself could not accept it. Wang Rui's gaze faltered as he furtively glanced at Shen Xiai. Although she remained silent, the oppressive atmosphere around her was palpable. She was a major investor in this project, a person whom he could not afford to offend. It's because the stage for the press conference lacked sufficient space. We temporarily reduced the number of performers, thinking that since Shun Li is a newcomer, she would be an easier target, he stammered. When Wang Rui hesitated to finish his explanation, Shen Xiai coldly interjected. You mean to say that you thought Shen Li was an easy target because I am her sister? Wang Rui felt both awkward and fearful, but at this point, he could only nod stiffly and quickly add, Miss Shun, It was indeed a huge misunderstanding. If I had known that Shunli was your sister, I wouldn't have dared to remove her, I assure you. He believed that this rationale was sufficiently compelling, and their admission of reducing Shun Li's participation demonstrated a sincere attitude of remorse. Shin Si, as an investor, should be inclined to consider the bigger picture, especially since the press conference had concluded, making further scrutiny somewhat pointless. However, her mood did not improve in the slightest due to Wang Rui's words. Instead, she was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. Glaring at Wang Rui, she asked, "Do you think my youth makes me particularly gullible?" I didn't mean it that way, Miss Shun. How could I dare to deceive you?" Wang Rui stammered, casting a pleading glance at Lu Jinzhao. Lu Jinzhao ignored him, understanding that Miss Shun must clarify the matter today. Only when she expressed her satisfaction would this incident conclude. "Now tell me, if you had known from the very beginning that Shun Li is my sister, which performer would you have chosen to cut? Would it be the male lead, Song On You? The second female lead, Ren Jia, or Gao Fei? Or perhaps the male supporting role, Sun Yaluan?" Shin Si's tone appeared calm but was laced with formidable pressure. Wang Rui opened his mouth but was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Shin Si scoffed. "Speaking on his behalf, you wouldn't have cut anyone at all. Because all these actors possess considerable fame, and their teams would never allow their performers to miss the stage. If a scandal arose, the press conference would be doomed to fail. As professionals, your team would ensure that such a chaotic scenario would never unfold. Therefore, the only conclusion left is that the excuse of the stage couldn't accommodate that many people is utterly nonsensical. I will immediately arrange for a replica of the press conference stage, with the same number of performers standing upon it. If it truly cannot fit, I will concede and apologize, even adding an additional 5,000 in investment. But what if it can accommodate everyone? Can you two bear the consequences? At that final can you?" Both Wang Rui and Qi Tong shook their heads repeatedly, feeling a chill creep down their spines. "Miss, we could never shoulder such a tremendous responsibility." Wang Rui awkwardly forced a smile, and upon noticing Shun Si's impassive gaze, he pulled Qi Tong in front of him, commanding, "You speak. Clarify the situation to Miss Shun." Qi Tong wished he could vanish or at least shrink to a speck of dust, avoiding this confrontation entirely. "Why yes, I'm sorry," he stuttered, stealing glances at Lu Jinzhao. Appearing guilty as charged, Lu Jinzhao furrowed his brow. "Why do you keep looking at me? Do I have something written on my face? Speak." "It's not Mr. Lu. It was one of our company's people who suggested it. Am I allowed to say?" Qi Tong said, sweating profusely, his armpits drenched. Upon hearing that it was someone from his own company, Lu Jinzhao felt a wave of dread wash over him. As Shin Si looked at him, he straightforwardly inquired, "Who? Ren Jia?" He guessed casually, but to his astonishment, Qi Tong nodded. Lu Jinzhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ren Jia? Why on earth would she make things difficult for Shinli?" Ren Jia was a rising star, boasting a solid portfolio, online popularity, and numerous accolades. It was implausible for a newcomer to pose any real threat to her. "How would I know?" Qi Tong replied, looking utterly unfortunate. He had merely done a favor. A common occurrence in the industry, yet somehow found himself in this predicament. Shin Si was not entirely unfamiliar with Ren Jia. She had seen her in a recent drama that Gu Lianxing was binge-watching, noted for her roles as the quintessential villainess. From the outset, she had not believed in the notion of mere oversight. The inexplicable exclusion of her sister from the stage was undoubtedly a deliberate act of malice. "Mission. Ren Jia is one of our company's artists. This incident reflects our inadequate management of talent, and I assure you, I will address it seriously," Lu Jinzhao stated. His tone earnest. Shin Si turned to him and asked directly, "What do you intend to do about Ren Jia?" Lu Jinzhao hesitated, stammering, "I have not yet determined the course of action, but rest assured, Miss Shin, I will ensure your satisfaction." However, it was unlikely that she would be replaced, and he felt compelled to explain the situation. "While she is indeed one of our artists, she has a contract after securing her role, and the lead cast has already been announced at the press conference. If we were to suddenly replace her, it would undoubtedly impact the production. We must also consider the public sentiment online. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Shin Si raised an eyebrow. Lu Jinzhao's words were practical. He was not attempting to shield Ren Jia, but was rather considering the bigger picture. Her primary intention was to seek an explanation, not to target Lu Jinzhao or his company. Lu Jinzhao had sold his house for this project, and Shin Si knew he cared deeply about its success. "Mr. Lu, I will not make things difficult for you. Since Ren Jia prevented my sister from appearing at the press conference, I shall reciprocate her actions. From this moment forward, all official accounts related to Destined to be Phoenix are prohibited from publishing any materials or news regarding Rinjiao or sharing any behind-the-scenes content. She is banned from participating in all subsequent related activities. What? Upon hearing this, Chi Tong instinctively remarked, Mr. Liu, Rinjiao plays the second female lead. Isn't that unreasonable? Shen Xiai turned to Chi Tong and asked, Do you think I am here to reason with you? I am here to defend my sister, not to engage in discussions. Her words struck fear into Chi Tong, rendering him silent. Wang Rui, standing behind, was practically itching to kick him. Lu Jinzhao quickly nodded in agreement. Of course, Miss Shun. As long as you do not request to have her replaced, I shall accede to all your demands. Hearing this, Shen Xiai felt a slight relief in her heart. Yet she did not relent. She turned to Lu Jinzhao and continued, How do you intend to appease my sister? You wouldn't want her to suffer the indignity of today for no reason, would you? Of course not, Miss Shen. Here's the thing. Our company currently has several projects awaiting collaboration, and for all the roles that are yet to be decided, your sister may choose first. Whatever role she desires, just say the word, and I will ensure her selection. Lu Jinzhao declared, pulling out his phone to fulfill his promise. I will arrange for someone to compile the options and send them to your sister shortly, allowing her to choose for herself. Shen Xiai found this method of consolation quite satisfactory. It was earnest and pragmatic. For her sister, a newcomer, to have the liberty to select roles was something she had never even dared to dream about. She would surely be delighted. Nodding, Shen Xiai took a deep breath and rose from her seat. Lu Jinzhao promptly stood as well, cautiously observing Shen Xi's expression. After a brief pause, she stated, Let this matter rest here, and do not let my sister know. I understand, Miss Shun. You can rest assured, Lu Jinzhao assured her, nodding vigorously. With nothing more to say, Shen Xiai composed herself, politely declined Lu Jinzhao's offer to escort her home, and left the venue. Once Shen Xiai departed, Lu Jinzhao felt as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he exhaled deeply as he settled back into his chair. Wang Rui, having made such a grave mistake, dared not breathe a word, instead committing Shen Xi's demeanor to memory, vowing never to offend her again. Only Chi Tong clenched his teeth in silent fury, for his ire was directed not at Shen Xiai, but at Rinjia, who had nearly caused him great trouble. Chi Tong, is it? Lu Jinzhao suddenly turned his cold gaze upon him and commanded, Pack your belongings and proceed to the HR office to resign. Get out. Mr. Liu. Chi Tong was rendered speechless, but Lu Jinzhao had already turned away and departed. After Shen Xiai descended the stairs, she didn't rush back to school, but instead settled into a nearby CAF. Just as she was about to scan the QR code to place her order, her phone buzzed with a new message. Upon opening it, Shen Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. Your card ending in 1069 received a transfer of 74,800 yuan from the Longqing branch on September 20th at 1500 hours. Current balance, 4,837,159, 88 yuan. Recipient, Huaxiao Space Exploration Research Department. Note, August salary, Construction Bank. Staring at the astonishing message, Shen Xiai was momentarily stunned. The Huaxiao Space Exploration Research Department was her workplace for decades, and the amount of 74,800 represented her salary for the last month before retirement, which had been deposited into her account on the designated payday. Regaining her composure, Shen Xiai hurriedly opened the Timespace Bank app, confirming that her balance had indeed increased to match the figure in the message. It had been half a month since her rebirth, and she had not anticipated such a delightful surprise awaiting her. Excitement surged within her, rekindling her previously subdued desire to splurge, courtesy of this unexpected windfall. Without hesitation, Shen Xiai messaged her sister, Come out. I'm taking you out for some fun. At the SKP Mall in the Zhonghui district, Shenli spotted her sister and dashed over. Why have you brought me to the mall again? I heard this place is even more upscale than Meilu. SKP was an international-level fashion shopping center, and compared to it, Meilu was hardly in the same league. Shen Xiai smiled brightly at her sister and said, No matter how upscale, it's still a mall. Today, I'm treating you to a shopping spree. Sister, I really don't need anything, Shenli replied earnestly. At first, I felt a bit wronged, but upon reflection, Teacher Yu Hong's words were not unfounded. I have come to terms with it. Shen Xiai gazed into her sister's eyes and, seeing that she seemed genuinely unaffected, felt a wave of relief wash over her. That is wonderful. However, I am determined to indulge in shopping today, so no gloomy faces allowed, Shen Xiai declared. Given her sister's insistence, Shun Li reluctantly agreed. affectionately linking her arm with Shinsi's. All right, I want tea hold back today. Whatever you want to buy, I will gladly accept. This statement struck a chord with Shinsi. She yearned for her sister to feel a sense of entitlement to the finer things in life, rather than perceiving them as out of reach. They both deserve the best. The sisters then stepped through the mall's entrance, beginning their shopping spree at the first Dior boutique on their left. This one, and this one, don't include those. The rest, please wrap them up. Chanel. This one, and this one in each size and color, please. Clive Christian. I would like the complete classic perfume set, 2 sets. Patek Philippe. Please display all the ladies' watches. We shall try them on one by one. Such extravagant spending was a rare sight even in a mall frequented by affluent clientele like SKP, swiftly drawing the attention of the staff. Halfway through their shopping, several suited attendants appeared behind Shinsi and her sister, carrying numerous bags. Shinli, having never encountered such a spectacle before, glanced at her sister, who appeared calm, and whispered, "Sister, are we perhaps buying too much?" The 4 individuals behind them struggled to carry their load, and onlookers were taking notice. Shinsi casually surveyed her surroundings and noted that indeed, many shopkeepers were peeking out to observe. However, this was only natural. Curiosity was a human trait. This is your chance to experience what fame feels like. Once you become a star, you will undoubtedly attract crowds everywhere you go. Moreover, you should cherish this opportunity to shop freely without a care. Once you become famous, such moments may become scarce. Shinli listened, her expression tightening, just as she was about to speak when her sister pulled her into the Van Cleef Arpels flagship store. The staff instantly perked up, brimming with enthusiasm to serve them. They continued to shop for over 2 hours, both sisters feeling utterly exhausted before finally calling it a day. Despite their extensive shopping, Shinsi realized they hadn't even spent 1,000 yuan. It was unending, simply unending. "Miss, would you prefer to take these items with you? Or shall we arrange for delivery to your home? If you do not have a vehicle, we can provide a special car service to take you back." The staff inquired softly. The pile of merchandise could form a small mountain, and since most of it belonged to her sister, taking it back to the dormitory was not practical. Thus, Shinsi provided the address for Wanjiao Lanterns. "Please deliver it here tomorrow evening." Upon seeing that it was the owner of Wanjiao Lanterns, the staff understood immediately. Indeed, she was the daughter of a wealthy family. "Sister, you bought a house?" Shinli exclaimed in surprise. Shinsi raised an eyebrow and smiled, nodding, "Yes, it's a new house. I haven't even had the chance to see it yet." After these 2 shopping trips, Shinli had fully accepted that her sister had earned a significant amount of money, so her surprise quickly turned into calm curiosity. "How big is the house? How many rooms does it have?" Shinsi pondered for a moment, recalling that the salesperson had mentioned there were 8 bedrooms. She couldn't quite recall the specifics, so she casually remarked, "I seem to have forgotten. If you're free tomorrow, you can come see the new house. Before the stars arrive and launching for their exams, you can choose your room in advance." Shinli was utterly bewildered. How could she forget the number of rooms in her own house? Was that reasonable? However, upon hearing that she could have her own room, Shinli visibly brightened. "I have my own room?" Throughout her life, she had always shared a room with her sister. During her sister's senior year, to avoid disturbing her studies, she lived with their mother for a year. The only time she had slept alone was the year after her sister finished university. She had long dreamed of having her own little sanctuary. Shinsi gently pinched her sister's cheek, smiling, "Of course. By then, you can choose one with plenty of sunlight and a large balcony." Shinli nodded excitedly. "Then I will go to the new house tomorrow." Afterward, Shinsi took her sister to a renowned sushi restaurant, remembering to pack a portion to take back for Gu Lianqing. After dropping her sister back at school, Shinsi headed back to the university. As she approached the dormitory, she spotted Gu Lianqing standing under a streetlight with a boy. The boy was standing in the shadows, and Shinsi couldn't see his face clearly, but she vaguely heard Gu Lianqing speaking. "Could you deliver things a bit earlier next time? I just finished showering and haven't dried my hair." "Oh, all right, I understand. What's wrong with your neck?" "It's nothing, just a mosquito bite that I scratched." "Why are you scratching so hard? Doesn't it hurt?" "Not really, just itchy." They exchanged trivial chatter, Gu Lianqing's tone betraying a hint of arrogance, while the boy remained calm, though a bit slow to respond. Shinsi felt it was odd to stand there eavesdropping, and since they didn't seem to share a close relationship, she decided to approach them. "Lianqing." Gu Lianqing turned, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Shinsi. "Darling, you're back." As Shinsi got closer, she finally recognized the boy. It was the same one who had helped Gu Lianqing carry her luggage when she moved dorms. She recalled Gu Lianxing mentioning that he was the son of their family driver and a student in the mathematics department. Chapter 44. Accusations from the entire class in this direct encounter. Gu Lianxing introduced him. This is Jiang Lingchuan. Do you remember? Shen Xiai nodded. Jiang Lingchuan appeared quite introverted. Upon noticing Shen Xi's arrival, he told Gu Lianxing, "Then I'll take my leave." Gu Lianxing raised an eyebrow, watching him nod quickly at Shen Xiai before he left. She chuckled. Look at him, so clueless. The one who suddenly confessed to you was also from the mathematics department, right? I just asked him. They might be in the same class. Suddenly mentioning that person made Shen Xi's mind flash back to his distinctive image, which was hard to forget due to its uniqueness. Please, don't bring him up. It gives me the creeps, Shen Xiai retorted, slightly annoyed. Gu Lianxing laughed even more. Do you have a psychological shadow now? Is our mathematics department filled with such peculiar individuals? Yours was like a madman, and mine seems dazed all the time. Don't say that. I think he is quite decent looking, and he came to bring you things, Shen Xiai defended, noting that despite Jiang Lingchuan's awkwardness, he was clean and presentable. Albeit with slightly thick lenses, a typical look for a top student. Gu Lianxing pouted. True, comparing him to your guy does seem a bit unfair. At least he looks somewhat normal. What do you mean, my guy? Which one are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. Shen Xiai quickly corrected her, distancing herself from Hao Pengwei. Gu Lianxing hurriedly replied, Yes, I misspoke. I just meant that in a general sense. She then raised the items in her hand, revealing that Jiang Lingchuan had brought her skincare products. Look at this, a Swiss brand, exceptionally effective. There aren't even any counters for it in the country. I had someone bring it from abroad, and we each get a set. Shen Xi's face brightened, and she waved the high-end sushi she had brought. What a coincidence. I also brought you a delicacy from Chijia's Sushi. Ah, I adore their sushi. Thank you, darling. The two laughed as they entered the dormitory building. The next day, under the glorious sun, Shen Xiai woke up early and found her way to Multimedia Classroom 2 according to her schedule. However, as soon as she entered, she sensed something was amiss in the classroom atmosphere. Perhaps it was her arrival that shifted the mood. The students' collective gaze immediately fell upon Shen Xiai, and most of them revealed barely concealed anger, yet no one spoke. Then, they all averted their eyes. Shen Xiai blinked in confusion, feeling the unfriendly stares directed at her, though she had no idea why. After finding a seat away from others, she noticed the teacher briskly entering from outside. Shen Xiai was not particularly attentive during the lecture. Since returning to university, she found it hard to concentrate. She was already well-versed in the course material, and she sensed a notable shift in her interest in astronomy. After dedicating decades to the field, she felt that humanity's exploration of the cosmos had not made any substantial breakthroughs. The unknown remained unknown, and the things humans could grasp were insufficient to change the status quo. Shen Xiai pondered whether her years of unwavering dedication had gradually dulled her pursuit of ideals and passion, or if her newfound wealth had caused her to lose interest in learning and striving. Regardless of the reason, she felt a genuine loss of enthusiasm for astronomy. Should she consider switching majors? Yet, at the moment, she found no other field that intrigued her, and switching majors seemed troublesome, something she detested. That concludes today's class. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me afterward. Shen Xiai rubbed her temples, feeling a bit tired, and was about to leave when suddenly someone stood up and loudly asked the teacher, Teacher, we heard that the Li family originally planned to donate 4 astronomical telescopes to the department, but that has been cancelled. Is that true? The teacher appeared unfazed, as if he anticipated such inquiries. He nodded calmly. We have received notification regarding this matter. The telescopes have been put on hold. But the department still has many other instruments. But it's not the same, is it? I heard the Li family intended to donate top-of-the-line telescopes, each worth nearly 300,000. Our department's telescopes are over a decade old, and they can't compare. At that moment, many students turned their accusatory gazes towards Shen Xiai, their eyes brimming with resentment and anger, clearly blaming her for the situation. Shen Xiai was taken aback, recalling her recent confrontation with Li Zhao's mother in the principal's office. It dawned on her that her actions had led to the loss of the Li family's intended donation. In that instant, she understood her classmates' frustration. For a student of astronomy, having access to top-tier telescopes was a dream come true. Missing out on such an opportunity meant they might never have the chance to work with such advanced equipment again. No wonder she was receiving such scrutiny. Shen Xiai did not shy away from the confrontation. She stood up and addressed the class. I sincerely apologize for the loss of such important equipment due to my actions. What good is an apology? Can't you resolve your issues with Li Xiao properly? Exactly. Why should our entire class suffer because of your romantic entanglement? I just don't get it. Do beautiful people always have to be so arrogant? Even someone like Li Xiao can be dumped? As Shin Xiai took the stage, her words ignited a wave of negativity among her classmates, who immediately began to voice their criticisms. Some remarks became increasingly absurd, causing Shin Xiai to chuckle. What are you laughing at? Have we said anything incorrect? Following the sound, Shin Xiai noticed a fairly attractive girl among the dissenters. It was she who had uttered, I don't get it. Are all beautiful people this arrogant? Even someone like Li Xiao can be dumped? Shin Xiai could not quite recall the girl's name, but her gaze turned icy as she retorted. Why shouldn't someone like Li Xiao be broken up with? Just because he comes from a wealthy family? Just because he is handsome? Should every girl simply accept being discarded by him? You're a girl too. How can you say such things? Caught off guard by the collective outcry, the girl blushed and replied, I didn't mean it that way. But that is precisely what you meant. Shin Xiai replied firmly. If you wish to be a dream girl for Li Xiao, that is your choice. Do not belittle other girls in the process. Thank you to 20,240,429,154 candelas. 202103017471942 20220618191757429 217 XQ0760 Ninethome. And yen 357 for your monthly votes. My goodness, so many votes. Thank you all. I am deeply moved and love you all. After her unyielding rebuttal, Shin Xiai disregarded the girl's flustered expression and addressed her other classmates. Regarding the matter of the astronomical telescope, I was unaware of it beforehand. But ultimately, the consequences stem from my actions, and I am willing to take responsibility for the department's predicament. You take responsibility? The school won't punish you over this. One retorted. Exactly. What good is just saying you'll take responsibility? The department lost nearly 1,000 yuan in donations. Can you truly compensate for that with mere words? I think everyone should temper their reactions. Shin Xiai has already apologized. Why press further? Indeed, donations are voluntary. Now that the Li family has withdrawn, it isn't fair to place all the blame on Shin Xiai. What would be the point of expelling her? To Shin Xi's surprise, a few female classmates came to her defense, prompting her to cast them a grateful glance. As for the others who hurled insults at her out of anger, she felt little resentment, understanding their emotions were rooted in the situation. Ultimately, it was likely her offense against Li Zhao's mother that had led to this outcome. I said I would take responsibility, and I will. With poise, Shin Xiai declared, the Harper CHV 2433 is the best astronomical telescope currently available internationally. If the Li family will not donate, then I shall. I will personally donate 4 units to the school's astronomy department. Her words sent a shockwave throughout the classroom, plunging it into an eerie silence as disbelief swept over her peers. What do you mean, Shin Xiai? You're going to donate to the department? For units? Are you out of your mind? Do you know how much one of those telescopes costs? Exactly. One costs over 300 yuan, and she claims she'll donate 4? I don't believe it. The girl who had been reprimanded by Shin Xiai scoffed, and she calls me a dream girl. I think she is the one who is not awake. The girl in front turned around and shook her head at Shin Xiai. Shin Xiai, everyone is just feeling disappointed. It's normal to have some emotions. You don't need to dig such a deep hole for yourself. Even the teacher, upon regaining his composure, dismissed Shin Xi's declaration, adjusting his glasses and saying, Shin Xiai, you mustn't make such statements lightly. I'll take this as a joke. Please sit down. Shin Xiai remained unfazed, showing no significant reaction to her classmates' skepticism. After all, anyone could boast empty words. And it was only natural that no one believed her until they saw evidence of her donation. She chose not to engage in further debate, merely stating, I will resolve this matter promptly, within a week. With that, she gathered her belongings and exited through the back door. As they watched her depart, her classmates wore expressions of disdain. Of course, beautiful girls often lack sense. Does she really think an astronomical telescope is some cheap item that can be bought in bulk? She scored over 700 on the college entrance exam. How could she be foolish? Then do you believe her? If you do, you're a fool too. She probably got dizzy from love. Li Xiao is just as foolish, not having shown up for class in days. The news spread swiftly, and within a day, it had circulated throughout the university, with everyone treating it as a joke. No one believed Shin Xiai could genuinely donate something worth over 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing of the incident, Gu Lianxing rushed back to their dormitory to confirm. When Shin Xiai nodded, her eyes widened in shock. You're insane. That's over 1,000 yuan. Even for Gu Lianxing, whose family wealth exceeded 10,000, a sum like that was sizable. Wealth isn't just about throwing money around, sweetheart. Gu Lianxing pulled over a chair, looking at Shen Xi earnestly. Even if you want to donate a telescope, can't we just donate one? Shen Xi shrugged dismissively. The department's loss amounts to 4 units. Donating just one wouldn't suffice. But why does this concern you? The Li family decided against donating. How can you be held accountable? Gu Lianxing felt it was unjust for Shen Xi to shoulder the burden. Shen Xi remained pragmatic, stating, I must take responsibility. It is indeed my fault. Gu Lianxing was about to argue further when Shen Xi patted her hand reassuringly. Oh, you care about my money more than I do. I genuinely don't mind. I do care. Gu Lianxing pouted. Over 1,000 yuan could feed us Jia sushi for a lifetime. Her words made Shen Xi chuckle. I'll cover your sushi for the rest of your life. Although Gu Lianxing still appeared annoyed, she pulled out her phone, saying, wait here. Let me contact my dad to see if he can pull some strings for a discount. No need, Lianxing. I've already placed the order. Shen Xi replied, revealing the order on her phone. For Harper CHV 2433 telescopes, each priced at 279 yuan, totaling 1,116 yuan. Seeing the total price in black and white, Gu Lianxing still struggled to accept it, lamenting, oh my goodness, that's so expensive. This is outrageous. Shen Xi could only smile helplessly, feeling a sense of exhilaration. The last time she felt this way was when she bought her house and invested in Lu Jinzhao. Indeed, given her current assets, only such expenditures felt significant. Moreover, donating to her alma mater was a noble endeavor, supporting national education. Even without the Li family's retraction, she would still be willing to contribute. That afternoon, while recuperating at home, Li Xiao learned of the incident through classmates. Mom, is it true that you canceled the donation of the astronomical telescope to our department? Li Xiao stormed into the living room, dressed in his silk pajamas, visibly upset. Li's mother, busy with her tasks, glanced at him with annoyance and replied calmly, yes. Is there a problem with that? Of course, there is a problem. Li Xiao retorted, this was a promise made by my father on behalf of the Li family. What does it mean for you to retract it? Moreover, it is well known that I am currently embroiled in a breakup with Shen Xi. By orchestrating this incident, do you not realize that you are making Shen Xi the target of scorn at school? Everyone will place the blame squarely on her. Hearing her son still considering that girl at such a moment, Mother Li threw an object at him in exasperation. Have you no ambition? It seems you have not suffered enough. Look at what she has reduced you to, and yet you still speak up for her? Furthermore, let me correct you. You are not merely in a quarrel with her. You are already broken up. Do you understand? I have yet to give my consent. Li Xiao, unwilling to back down, redirected the conversation. I don't care. We must donate the astronomical telescope promised to the school. Otherwise, Shen Xi will become a laughingstock. How splendid. Mother Li sneered. I am precisely looking forward to her misfortune. She then turned to her son, curious. But what do you mean by that? What kind of mischief has she gotten into? Li Xiao's handsome face was clouded with anger. And he certainly would not divulge to his mother that Shen Xi had boasted about donating a telescope to the school. However, as a man, he felt it was his duty to help Shen Xi resolve this issue. Over $1,000 was beyond her means. If he could eliminate this troublesome matter, Shen Xi would undoubtedly be grateful, and then he could find an opportunity to rekindle their relationship. If you won't listen to me, I will go find Dad. Mother Li scoffed dismissively. That would be futile. This is indeed your father's idea. You think he isn't furious that you were injured and had to be hospitalized? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao was instantly consumed with anxiety. Resorting to a softer approach, he pleaded, Mom, I beg you, please don't complicate things for me. How can this possibly complicate things for you? Mother Li's expression hardened. Originally, our family's donations to your school were for your benefit. But does the school have your back? They refuse to expel that kind of girl and still expect to receive donations from the Li family? How naive. If they are reluctant to expel her, then let Shen Xi be the one everyone scorns at school. Our family will no longer donate anything to your school. Seeing that his mother was unyielding, Li Xiao felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, as if he were calling out to the heavens and receiving no answer. He paced despondently in the living room before suddenly raising his head. No, he had to return to school. He could not allow Shen Xi to face this alone. 10 minutes later, as Mother Li was contentedly admiring her recently completed floral arrangement, she saw her son rushing down the stairs fully dressed. Her expression froze. Where are you going? Back to school. Li Xiao quickly slipped on his shoes and looked up at his mother. Aren't you eager to see the spectacle? Then I will be a joke alongside her for your amusement. Though she did not comprehend her son's intentions, his tone suggested that it was not a good sign. She admonished sharply, "You are not allowed to go. Come back here." But Li Xiao had already run off without looking back. Fuming, Mother Li stamped her feet in frustration and swept her hand across the table, sending a basket crashing to the floor. After a moment of seething, she took out her phone and quickly messaged Lin Biki, instructing her to keep an eye on Li Xiao. Meanwhile, Shen Xiai was not at school. In the Wanjia Dinghua Villa area, Shen Xiai returned home for the first time as an owner, only to be stopped at the entrance security booth. "May I ask which residence you are visiting?" The security guard, a tall and handsome young man, was both polite and professional, mistakenly treating Shen Xiai as a visitor. With composure, Shen Xiai retrieved her property deed from her bag and explained, "I am the new owner here, visiting for the first time." Upon hearing this, the guard was momentarily taken aback, then quickly inspected the document. Indeed, she was the owner of a residence in Wanjia Dinghua. He bowed respectfully and, while returning the deed, said, "Miss Shen, welcome home." Shen Xiai smiled and nodded. "Thank you. Could you please show me the way?" "Of course, no problem." Shenli, following closely, excitedly whispered, "Sister, this seems to be a villa area." She could already glimpse the villas nestled within the greenery. Villas in the city center. How much would one cost? They were indeed grand. Shen Xiai took her sister's hand and smiled. "Remember the way. We can't always trouble the security guard." Shunli nodded eagerly, looking around in curiosity. The roads were wide, and the distance between each villa was substantial, ensuring great privacy. The environment was undeniably exquisite, with even the streetlights appearing valuable. Shen Xiai felt a swell of anticipation within her, as it was her first time living in a villa, and it was one she had purchased with her own money. "Miss Shen, this is your home. Welcome to Wanjia Dinghua." "Thank you. Some of my personal belongings will be delivered in the evening. Please allow them entry," Shen Xiai instructed. The guard nodded. "No problem." Once the guard departed, Shen Xiai stood outside the gate, gazing inside. Before her lay a vast garden, and the uniquely designed house looked stunning from afar. Shenli could barely contain her excitement. "Sister, let us go in quickly." Shen Xiai approached and entered the password, causing the green gate of the villa to slowly slide open. Hand in hand, the sisters stepped into the courtyard, momentarily struck by a sense of surrealism. The villa was fully renovated, and since Lu Jin Zhao had never lived there, the furniture was still covered in dust sheets. Shenli wasted no time, rushing into each room to explore, while Shen Xiai followed behind with a smile. She had not misremembered. There were a total of 8 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and balcony. "Sister, I like this one," Shenli exclaimed, pointing to the spacious southern room on the 3rd floor, which measured nearly 60 square meters. The floor-to-ceiling windows opened onto a large outdoor balcony, overlooking the backyard swimming pool and the bustling city skyline beyond, offering an exceptional view. "Then this room is yours. Aren't you afraid of sleeping in such a large space alone?" Shen Xiai asked with a smile. Shenli shook her head vigorously. "Not at all, sister. This room is bigger than our entire home." Their old house was small and dilapidated, barely 80 square meters. So they had always lived in cramped quarters. Now, with a larger home, Shenli hoped her brother would also manage to get into Long City for his college entrance exams, so they could bring their mother over and be together as a family. The new house required cleaning, and although the furniture was covered, dust was everywhere. Fortunately, the property management of Wanjia Dinghua had a professional cleaning team, and with a simple phone call, Shen Xiai could arrange everything. After exploring the entire villa, Shenli settled on the living room sofa to shop online. The 10 yuan her sister had transferred to her came in handy, as she wanted to decorate her new room nicely. While selecting bedding, Shenli suddenly received a bank notification. A transfer of 288 yuan had been credited to her account. Initially stunned, she couldn't help but scream, "Ah, what is wrong, Ali?" Shen Xiai called out, hurrying over from the balcony. Shenli ran to her sister's side, showing her the message, "Sister, my pay has arrived, 288 yuan for my role." As a newcomer playing a supporting role, Shenli earned 8 yuan per episode over a total of 60 episodes, amounting to 480 yuan. She received 60% up front, with the remaining 40% to be paid after filming concluded. Since Shenli was an independent actor without a company, she would need to handle her own taxes. "Well done, Ali. You've earned your first bucket of gold," Shen Xiai exclaimed, genuinely happy for her sister. "Thank you for the monthly votes, dear readers. Tomorrow is Monday, and this book will soon be graded. I kindly ask you all to leave a 5-star review. Even a few words will do. Just 10 words, please." Chapter 47. Nowadays. Idol dramas no longer feature such plots. Xinli was both astonished and delighted, her eyes glued to the message. 288 yuan. She had once dreamed of receiving her first role and earning her first pot of gold, but she never imagined it would be this much. Even though she was aware of her salary when signing the contract, holding the money in her hands now felt surreal. Sister, 288 yuan. I never imagined I could earn so much from my first role, Xunli murmured with a quivering voice. Shin Xiai affectionately ruffled her sister's hair and softly replied, From now on, you'll earn even more than this. Xunli nodded excitedly, raising her gaze to her sister and expressing, Sister. Although I've known for a long time that actors can earn a lot of money, my initial intention to become one was never about the money. I truly love acting. I know, Shin Xiai affirmed. Not only do I know, but Mother knows too. Which is why she supports your decision to take the art examination so much. Hearing her sister mention their mother took Xinli by surprise. After meeting her sister, she had intentionally avoided the topic of their mother, so it was unexpected for Shin Xiai to bring it up so nonchalantly. Xinli bit her lip and lowered her head, softly saying, The art examination is quite costly. Mother sacrificed her choices for me and Xingxing, and she feels guilty about it. I'm sorry, sister, we have burdened you. Hearing her sister's words, Shin Xiai felt a pang in her heart. She quickly embraced her sister, saying, Don't say that. It's not easy for Mother to raise the three of us alone. I was too willful back then. If my compromises can provide you and Xingxing with a better future, I would gladly do it. With a smile, she added, Besides, I think the university is quite good too. Really, sister? You're not resentful towards Mother? Xunli looked at her sister, her eyes brimming with hope. The bond between her sister and their mother had also been a source of tension for her and Xingxing, and she truly wished for Shin Xiai to forgive their mother's unavoidable choices. Shin Xiai nodded earnestly, her voice sincere. I've long since stopped blaming her. In that moment, Xunli burst into tears of joy and tightly embraced her sister, for not only their mother, but she too had always felt guilty towards Shin Xiai. Shin Xiai smiled gently and patted her sister's back, adding, I plan to return to Shenzhen during the National Day holiday. Really? But I have to join the crew before the holiday and can't accompany you back, Xinli replied, her excitement quickly turning to regret. Work hard. I can return by myself, Shin Xiai reassured her. Xinli nodded but then perked up again. I've earned money. Tomorrow. I want to buy gifts for Mother and Xingxing at the mall. What do you want, sister? I'll buy it for you. Shin Xiai, undeterred, exclaimed. I want an evening gown. She recalled the day she couldn't find a suitable dress for the investor gala and realized she might need it again. All right, I'll get it for you, Xunli said with satisfaction. I also want to buy gifts for Chu Han, Mei Na, and Yuan Yuan, and treat them to a big meal to celebrate. Seeing her sister's radiant smile, Shin Xiai felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, as this was something Xunli had long wished for but had never attained. From now on, she would do her utmost to ensure her sister's happiness. The next morning, Gu Lianxing reluctantly got up at the last moment to wash up for her early class, only to find Li Xiao sitting on a bench by the roadside. His face was pale, and he appeared dejected. Remembering that he had sought Shin Xiai out both in the afternoon and evening yesterday, Gu Lianxing couldn't help but feel startled. Brother, you didn't wait here all night, did you? She asked, approaching him in astonishment. Li Xiao looked up at the sound of her voice, quickly rising to his feet. He was still dressed in the same clothes he had worn when leaving home yesterday, indicating he had not changed. Lianxing, hasn't Shin Xiai returned all night? He asked, his voice thick with dryness and hoarseness, alongside his disheveled appearance, making Gu Lianxing feel an involuntary pang of sympathy for him. Is it really necessary, Li Xiao? What is the point of waiting all night? Even idol dramas don't depict such scenarios anymore. While she felt sympathy, she couldn't resist making a quip. I'm worried about Shin Xiai. Why hasn't she returned all night? Li Xiao seemed to ignore Gu Lianxing's words, lost in his own thoughts. She sighed, remembering her promise to Shin Xiai not to disclose anything about her to Li Xiao. She shook her head. I don't know. But I advise you not to wait here. It's truly frightening. I have class and will be late. I really must go, she said, shaking her head disapprovingly before leaving, reminding him once more, you should go home and get some rest. Don't faint here. Once she was far enough away, she hurriedly messaged Shin Xiai. Dear, you absolutely must not return to the dormitory now. I just came downstairs, and Li Xiao is like a stone waiting for his wife. Oh my, he waited for you all night. Turning back to Li Xiao, she saw him sitting back down on the bench, clearly unwilling to leave. Not long after, Lin Biki arrived. Li Xiao, what are you doing here? she asked, wearing a green dress that Li Xiao favored. With sunlight illuminating her, she looked radiant, clearly having made an effort to dress up. Mom said you returned to school yesterday, but my roommate said you didn't come back to the dorm last night. You've been here all night. Li Xiao, say something. I'm asking you a question. Li Xiao, already feeling uneasy, was further irritated by Lin Biqi's incessant chatter. He glared at her, snapping, "What does my business have to do with you? Didn't I remind you not to bother me and to stay out of my sight?" His expression was fierce, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Biqi was taken aback by his demeanor, her eyes brimming with tears. Seeing her like this only frustrated Li Xiao further. Her talent for crying on cue was indeed remarkable, as she could switch to tears in an instant. "Mom is worried about you, which is why she asked me to find you," Lin Biqi said, her voice trembling. Li Xiao turned away in annoyance. "I don't need anyone to worry about me. Just leave." "I'm not leaving." Lin Biqi wiped away her impending tears. Her eyes reddened as she sat down beside him defiantly. "Anyway, Mom asked me to keep an eye on you. If you don't leave, I won't either. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I'm some kind of criminal that needs your supervision?" Li Xiao shouted angrily. "Isn't at all because of that Shensi?" Lin Biqi retorted defiantly. Rising to challenge him, she's a joke at school now, shamelessly claiming she'll donate 4 top-tier telescopes to the astronomy department. Li Xiao, wake up. What is so special about her that you can't forget? Do you want to be ridiculed alongside her? Mom's actions are all for your sake. Yet you remain oblivious. How can you face Uncle and Aunt? Neither of them could control their volume, and their argument drew the attention of several passing students. Li Xiao already felt his situation was a mess, having acted foolishly in front of Shensi time and again. He truly did not want to create any further complications. And Lin Biqi was an enormous, inescapable hassle. "I don't owe you any explanations. I'll say it again. Don't meddle in my affairs." His voice was low but commanding. All he wanted was to mend his relationship with Shensi. She occupied his thoughts entirely. Meanwhile, Shensi had just awakened from her modest 60-square-meter bedroom when she received Gu Lianqing's message. However, she had no intention of avoiding school. One could evade the initial day, but not the 15th. Moreover, she had no reason to avoid Li Xiao, as she had done nothing wrong. Most importantly, she was not afraid to face him. As the clock struck noon upon returning to school, Shensi headed straight to the cafeteria, eager to find Gu Lianqing for lunch. However, upon stepping off the bus, she encountered Chu Yang and Xiao Yu at the school gate. "Shensi," Xiao Yu exclaimed, waving excitedly. Shensi smiled and nodded, her gaze landing on Chu Yang, who today donned a pristine white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, presenting a more refined appearance than his usual athletic attire. "Did you come back from outside?" Shensi inquired casually. Chu Yang nodded, and Xiao Yu interjected, "Don't mention it. This guy dragged me out at 5 in the morning to queue at Xinguang department store, only to find the line stretching for 2 blocks by the time we arrived. It was all in vain." Curious, Shensi asked, "What were you lining up for?" "So many people." "Sneakers," Xiao Yu replied. "This guy has a penchant for shoes. This time, it's a limited edition collaboration between Nike and LeBron James, released globally. The money you gave us for that carnival. He saved all of it for today as purchase." Chu Yang shot a glare at Xiao Yu, signaling him to hush. Xiao Yu quickly realized his slip and clamped his mouth shut, while Chu Yang felt a flush of embarrassment creeping up his cheeks, wishing he could disappear. Shensi, however, remained unfazed and playfully asked, "You recognized me, didn't you?" Recalling how he had inadvertently shown off his abs to the top-ranked player. Chu Yang wished the earth would swallow him whole. Xiao Yu cautiously pointed at Chu Yang, saying, "He recognized you." Shensi, intrigued, pressed further, "How did you recognize me?" Feeling a heat rising in his ears, Chu Yang awkwardly admitted, "I stumbled upon one of your posts once, but you deleted it quickly, so I just remembered. Your ID is Yang Bao, and his name is Chu Yang, so it stuck with him," Xiao Yu added. Chu Yang shot him a warning glare, causing Xiao Yu to immediately zip his lips. "I'm not being overly sentimental. I just remembered it subconsciously," Chu Yang hastily clarified. Seeing his flustered demeanor made Shensi more amused, and she said, "I know, my ID is inspired by a song by Fei Wang called Zhangbao, which I adore." "Oh." Chu Yang nodded, finding her charming but choosing not to prolong the teasing. "Did you not manage to get the shoes?" Shensi inquired. Xiao Yu, now silent, let Chu Yang respond. "At retail price, it's definitely out of the question. We'll have to wake up earlier next time." His tone betrayed a clear sense of disappointment. The trio continued their lively conversation until they reached the cafeteria, where they parted ways to find Gu Lianqing. Upon their meeting, Gu Lianqing eagerly asked, "Have you been to your dorm? Is Li Xiao still around?" Shin Si shook her head. No, I came straight here after returning to school. Gu Lianxing's expression turned sour. He seems to be obsessed. He waited for you outside the dorm all night. What did you do to him? I did nothing. Shin Si quickly denied, wanting to steer clear of any conversation about Li Xiao. Instead, she asked Gu Lianxing earnestly, do you have connections to shoe vendors? Shoe vendors? What shoes are you looking to buy? Gu Lianxing blinked in surprise. The new collaboration between Nike and LeBron James. I heard many people queued up last night. Sneakers? Gu Lianxing gasped, instinctively lowering her voice. Are you buying them for Li Xiao? I'd rather buy him a coffin. Shin Si shot back with a roll of her eyes. Then, why are you buying sneakers? Gu Lianxing pondered for a moment before her eyes widened. Do you have a crush? Can't I buy sneakers for no reason at all? Shin Si replied, exasperated. Logically, that's rather unlikely. With a sigh, Shin Si decided to be candid with Gu Lianxing. Chu Yang has helped me several times. And I thought I'd buy him a pair of shoes as a token of appreciation, nothing more. Unless, of course, he would let me touch his abs. Gu Lianxing gasped. Shin Si, how ruthless of you. Li Xiao waited outside like a homeless child all night, and here you were talking about wanting to touch Chu Yang's abs? If you had an ounce of conscience, you'd have brought me along. I want to touch them too. This is why we're such good friends. Shin Si chuckled. So, can you help me out with this? With a proud smirk, Gu Lianxing picked up her phone and said, I may not have much, but I have connections. Just wait for me to inquire. Just then, Shin Si's phone rang, and she swiped to answer. Hello, is this Miss Shin? We are from Shunfeng Bida. And the 4 telescopes you ordered have arrived. We are at the university gate. Where should we deliver them? Shin Si was taken aback. So soon? Please hold on. I'll come out to meet you. She hung up and stood to leave, only to find Li Xiao swiftly approaching from a distance, followed closely by an irate Lin Biki. Seeing Shin Si's movement, Li Xiao assumed she was trying to avoid him. As he reached her, he grasped her wrist tightly. His eyes reddened. How long are you going to hide from me? Lin Biki, witnessing Li Xiao's firm grip on Shin Si, felt a surge of jealousy and, wanting to draw attention, declared loudly, Li Xiao, she is not hiding from you. She is just too embarrassed to face you after boasting. Thank you for the votes from 20210414202645964, 20220808175619044, and 202206181957429. This month, the true benefactor is none other than you. Thank you all for your support as the month draws to a close. Those with votes should consider casting them for Shin Si before they expire. Chapter 49. Let us make a wager. Shin Si struggled to free her hand, but to no avail. With a deepening gaze, she commanded, let go. Li Xiao, calm down. Just loosen your grip. Gu Lianxing interjected, aware of the crowd surrounding them. Li Xiao's eyes were filled with frustration. Having stayed up all night, he was both exhausted and irritable. Yet, facing Shin Si, seeing her flawless porcelain skin, his fury dissipated significantly. He released her wrist, forcing himself to regain composure. I'm sorry, Shin Si. I was a bit impulsive. He had returned to school to confront these issues with Shin Si, not to interrogate her. Recalling his original intention, Li Xiao hastily organized his thoughts. I know the Li family's withdrawal from the department's donation has affected you, but don't worry, I will resolve this for you. I won't let you down in front of everyone. No need. I can fulfill my own promises without your assistance. Shin Si replied coldly, attempting to move past him. Li Xiao, exasperated, blocked her way. At this point, you still refuse my help? Do you realize how much a telescope costs? Of course she knew. Wasn't she a top student in the astronomy department? Lin Biki scoffed. Li Xiao, I think you should stop bothering her. I'm curious to see how she plans to deal with the mess she has created. Can you shut up? Li Xiao turned to glare at Lin Biki. She stammered. Am I not allowed to speak the truth? She made this mess herself, and the entire school is waiting to see her fail. Why should you clean it up? Without waiting for others to respond, Gu Lianxing, with a look of thin anger, turned to Lin Biki and admonished, what you say is absurd. When have you seen Shin Si ask Li Xiao to clean up the mess? It was Li Xiao who insisted on stepping in. Has Shin Si ever called him, uttering a single word of please? Where's the evidence? Lin Biki opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, she glared and retorted. How dare she claim to donate astronomical telescopes to the school? Isn't she just trying to make Li Xiao step up and solve her problems? Does she possess such capability? Having conducted her own investigation, Lin Biki knew that Shin Si hailed from a modest background in deep Hong Kong. While not impoverished, her family was certainly not wealthy. If it weren't for Li Zhao's affection for her, what right did she have to claim she would donate anything to the school? Ultimately, it would still be Li Xiao who would seek assistance from Uncle Li for donations. Gu Lianxing found Lin Biqi's words laughable. She had witnessed Shenxi's order page firsthand. And when she had urged her to donate 1 telescope, Shenxi insisted on donating 4. Now, others viewed Shenxi with such disdain, truly blind to her capabilities. At this moment, whispers began to circulate around them, with many expressing skepticism about Shenxi's claims. Unlike the well-known identity of Li Xiao as a wealthy heir, Shenxi had gained recognition at school due to her beauty. Those unaware of her family's circumstances were doubtful she could personally donate items worth over 10 million, especially under her own name. Such significant donations were typically made under the title of a company or organization. Even contributions from the Li family were publicized as part of the group's charitable efforts, never solely attributed to Li Xiao. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Lin Biqi couldn't help but raise her eyebrows in triumph, disregarding the possibility of Li Xiao being angry with her. She seized the opportunity to undermine Shenxi, eager to see her humiliated. With a cold sneer, she said, "Shenxi, you repeatedly claim you've broken up with Li Xiao, so you shouldn't leverage his feelings any longer. If you can't afford it, just admit it. We never had any expectations anyway. Even the most basic configuration of 4 telescopes is no small sum. If you now concede that you were just bragging, everyone will merely laugh at you in their hearts. No one will blame you. Lin Biqi, cease your insolence." Li Xiao thundered, turning to her and threatening, "If you utter another word, I'll throw you out. Do you believe me?" Lin Biqi held her head high, unabashedly meeting Li Xiao's gaze. She adored him immensely but was no meek little rabbit. "And he told me to watch over you. I won't let you do something foolish," she replied defiantly. The exchange between them grew tiresome for Shenxi, who, gathering her composure, stepped closer and gently pushed Li Xiao aside to stand before Lin Biqi. Lin Biqi's expression darkened, instantly returning a challenging glare. Shenxi, observing her fierce demeanor, couldn't help but let out a light scoff. "You keep saying I'm boasting and think I can't donate. Shall we make a bet?" "A bet on what?" Lin Biqi frowned slightly, her curiosity piqued. Casually, Shenxi replied, "If I fulfill my promise to the school, you will run 3 laps around the playground at the busiest time this evening, shouting that you're a fool. How does that sound?" "Huh, is it really that straightforward? There's something endearing about a beautiful girl swearing. I might just be falling for Shenxi's personality. Is that girl really Li Xiao's sister?" Calling him Li Xiao so often seems rather targeted at Shenxi, although I'm skeptical of Shenxi's ability to deliver on her promise. I'm somewhat intrigued to see that girl face a punishment. Why don't we crowdsource to support Shenxi? I'm also a bit curious. The onlooking students suddenly became animated, their discussions resonating in the ears of the 3. Lin Biqi's face flushed with embarrassment as she realized Shenxi dared to humiliate her publicly. "But what if you lose?" Lin Biqi gritted her teeth. "You can't leverage Li Xiao's connections." "Of course not. I have long severed ties with him. From this day forth, there will be no emotional or financial entanglements between us," Shenxi replied with a calm demeanor. "If I lose, I will also run 3 laps and accept the same punishment. I could even withdraw from school if that pleases you." Upon hearing the words withdraw from school, Lin Biqi's eyes gleamed with interest. "Really? You would leave the university if you lose? Leave the planet if you like. I'm indifferent," Shenxi declared. Shenxi's casual confidence instinctively sparked trepidation in Lin Biqi, but she quickly reassured herself that without Li Xiao's assistance, Shenxi could never manage to donate even $1,000 worth of items. It was utterly impossible. Moreover, the allure of her willingness to withdraw from school was too tempting. If she accomplished this, Annie would surely appreciate her more, potentially gaining Uncle and Annie's support for her relationship with Li Xiao. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Biqi could hardly contain her delight at the prospect of winning the bet. "Very well, I accept your wager. If you fail to donate the promised items within 3 days, you will withdraw from university and leave." Chapter 50. Perhaps we should rename her Lin Biqi. Hey. But Shenxi clearly stated 1 week. Why does it suddenly become 3 days for you? Exactly. If she is to fulfill her promise, it should be based on Shenxi's original timeline for a fair bet. Some classmates stepped up to support Shenxi, while others eagerly joined in the commotion. If she has the capability, why would it matter if it's 3 days or 5? It's merely a matter of placing an order. True, if she truly has the ability. Time is just a number. She could place the order now, and it would arrive by evening. Lin Biqi deliberately raised her voice, looking at Shenxi. "Just 3 days. Do you dare to bet?" She aimed to make Shinsiai feel humiliated before everyone. A week felt too long. She was impatient to witness Shinsiai scurry away from the university. The thought alone brought her amusement. Shinsiai, don't listen to her, Li Xiao interjected, alarmed by the escalating bet and Lin Biki's aggressive demeanor. Without me, how could you? What is impossible? Shinsiai coldly glanced at him, scoffing. Li Xiao, do you truly know me? Am I the kind of person who makes empty promises? Li Xiao paused, seemingly struck by her words. Indeed, Shinsiai had never committed to anything beyond her capabilities. She always directly refused requests she couldn't or didn't want to fulfill. For instance, asking her to wear black stockings just for him. Shinsiai turned her attention back to Lin Biki. Forget 3 days. Let us make it today. With that, she picked up her phone and called the delivery person from earlier, speaking softly, please deliver it to the cafeteria entrance. The crowd erupted in commotion upon witnessing Shinsi's actions. What does this mean? Is it already here? It could be a milk tea order. Then what does she mean by saying it will arrive today instead of 3 days? It clearly indicates she has already purchased it. Could it be? Did Shinsiai really buy 4 astronomical telescopes? Hearing these remarks, Lin Biki felt a twinge of panic but feigned composure, trying to bolster her confidence as she continued to dismiss Shinsiai. Oh, spare me your theatrics. Even if the sky were to fall, you would still be here to support me, Shinsiai coldly retorted, turning to pull Gu Lianqing towards the cafeteria entrance. The surrounding students abandoned their meals, eagerly following suit. Only those farther away cast puzzled glances, evidently unaware of the delightful drama unfolding. At the cafeteria entrance, a crowd gathered around Shinsiai, following her gaze towards the school gate, where, led by the security guard, a delivery van slowly approached. Typically, these deliveries are not permitted on campus. Only under special circumstances are they allowed. The moment the delivery vehicle approached, excitement coursed through the crowd. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Was that a van delivering astronomical telescopes? The van came to a gradual stop before the onlookers, and from the passenger seat, a staff member clad in a Shunfeng uniform stepped out, inquiring, which one of you is Miss Shin? I am, Shinsiai responded calmly, stepping forward with a smile. Please, kindly unload the items here. The entrance of the cafeteria was the most crowded place on campus during lunch hours, and the incident soon became a topic of laughter among the students. Shinsiai intended to ensure that everyone was aware of the outcome of this event. She was resolute and kept her word. There were no empty promises. As the van's rear doors swung open, 2 delivery workers began unloading the contents. For boxes hardly occupied much space, and the brand labeled on the boxes, Harper, revealed to everyone what was contained within. Oh my, it really is Harper. For Harper telescopes, Shinsiai is truly generous. How foolish of me to mock others when I look like a clown myself. Shinsiai has won. That girl will have to shout in the playground that she is a fool. Shinsiai displayed no overt signs of joy as she approached the astonished Lin Biki, asking, would you like to open and assemble one to verify its authenticity? Or would you prefer I show you a screenshot of the order? Lin Biki snapped back to reality, her face turning an alarming shade of red and then black in mere seconds. Shinsiai, are you doing this on purpose? On purpose? What am I doing on purpose? Shinsiai feigned confusion, retorting, haven't you always been the one with ulterior motives? Intentionally trying to provoke me, deliberately aiming to embarrass me, and conspiring to have everyone witness my folly. I was merely cooperating with you. Look at me. I truly complied, yet you seem displeased. Or is it that I am the only one meant to be the jester, while you are exempt? That would be rather despicable of you. Her tone was light, as though this entire affair was of little consequence to her. Yet, it was precisely her nonchalant demeanor that trampled Lin Biki's pride. At that moment, Lin Biki felt an overwhelming certainty that Shinsiai simply did not regard her as worthy of consideration. Indeed, Shinsiai had her own rhythm. She understood that her only leverage was her wealth, and thus she maintained a stance of non-confrontation towards Li Xiao, the Li family, and Lin Biki. She required time, the ability to accumulate strength, and the day when she could confront these individuals to settle old scores. However, there were those who failed to recognize their boundaries, insisting on making a spectacle before her. Consequently, she could only enact a minor retribution, allowing the other party to learn a lesson. They had wagered, and now everyone was watching. Shinsiai tilted her head slightly, her brow furrowing in skepticism. But I perceive you have the demeanor of someone who is not afraid of scalding water. You resemble someone who would not uphold their word. This provocation struck a chord with Lin Biki. Her eyes narrowed in anger as she retorted, stop spouting nonsense. Do you really think I fear punishment? Shinsiai smiled. You had best be brave. If you backtrack, you shall no longer be known as Lin Biki, but rather Lin Bichi. For only a Bichi would act in such a manner. Her words elicited laughter from the surrounding students. Huh, Shinsiai is quite the verbal adept. Is it permissible to laugh? I can hardly contain myself. Lin Bichi is quite the moniker, huh? Lin Biki, stung by the laughter, turned to Li Xiao with tear-filled eyes. Pleading, Li Xiao, is this the girl you admire? Look how malicious she is. The wager was mutual, now that she had lost. How could she accuse Shinsiai of malice? If Shinsiai had lost, would Lin Biki have shown her mercy? Gu Lianqing interjected angrily. Li Xiao, still reeling from the shock of 4 astronomical telescopes, was oblivious to Lin Biki's complaints. He stared at Shinsiai in disbelief, his lips moving as he finally managed to ask, "Did you purchase these yourself?" Shinsiai regarded Li Xiao with a bemused smile, seemingly relishing the astonishment that played across his features. Such a reaction was rare from someone of his stature. Before long, the department head rushed in, accompanied by Li Jianguo. Initially, the head had assumed this was merely a prank by the students, but upon seeing the crowd gathered at the cafeteria entrance, he was taken aback. As the teacher arrived, the students instinctively parted to clear a path. The department head, with his balding head glinting, circled the 4 boxes multiple times before fixing an incredulous gaze upon Li Jianguo, demanding, "Who donated these?" Li Jianguo was momentarily stunned. Had it not been for Shinsi's message, he would have found it hard to believe. Yet here they were, the evidence present. He quickly pulled Shinsiai beside him, stating, "Director, these were donated by Shinsiai." The director turned to Shinsiai, his facial muscles twitching as he struggled to contain his emotions. Unable to discern whether to laugh or cry, though the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Grasping Shinsi's hand, he exclaimed, "Shinsiai, you have truly accomplished a monumental feat for our department." Every department at the university had a head, appearing equal in rank, but often not so. In dominant departments, the heads held a higher status, speaking with more authority in front of school leadership. However, in a department like astronomy, where investments were high but returns low, the head typically operated with great modesty, often hesitant to request funding for equipment. Now, however, with the addition of these 4 premier Harper telescopes, their astronomy department had achieved a qualitative leap in equipment. They could not claim to surpass all other institutions, but they were certainly closing in on a significant majority. Even the most prestigious astronomy department at Huaxia Aerospace University might not possess 4 such instruments. The director, both excited and emotional, earnestly expressed, "On behalf of our entire astronomy department, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to you." Shinsiai maintained a gentle smile, responding, "As a student of the astronomy department, I am honored to contribute to the education of our department within my means." "Excellent. What a good student." The director nodded appreciatively, then turned to Li Jianguo, instructing, "Jianguo, have the students move this equipment to the department promptly. I need to report this to the principal. Shinsiai, you should accompany me as well." Such a significant event warranted immediate communication with the principal, who had been troubled by the recent cancellation of the Li family's donation. Now, the situation had been resolved. Li Jianguo quickly selected a few familiar male students from the crowd, advising them to handle the equipment with care. Shinsiai bid farewell to Gu Lianqing before following the department head to the principal's office. Just before leaving, she approached Lin Biki to remind her, "This evening, I hope you honor your wager." Lin Biki, flushed with anger, felt as though she might explode. After Shinsiai departed, she adopted a pitiful expression. Clinging to Li Xiao and sobbing, "Li Xiao, why don't you say something? Why allow Shinsiai to bully me like this?" Li Xiao was lost in thought, still staring at Shinsi's retreating figure, completely ignoring Lin Biki's pleas. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. "Li Xiao, I'm talking to you. Leave me alone." Li Xiao pushed her away, causing her to stumble backwards, barely regaining her balance. His mind was in turmoil. Shinsi's donation of over $1,000 had far surpassed his understanding of her. Even he himself could not possibly demand such a substantial sum from his parents all at once. Yet, how could Shinsiai possess such funds? Moreover, she had chosen to donate it. The act of donation has always been a privilege reserved for the affluent, given Shinsi's family circumstances. She should not have been in a position to participate. Li Xiao felt as though his mind was about to explode. Inundated by a multitude of bizarre and irrational thoughts all linked to the recent occurrences surrounding Shinsiai. However, he could not untangle these strange musings, which jumbled chaotically in his mind, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. In that moment, he realized that he seemed to know nothing about Shinsiai. For the current version of her felt so alien. The sound of Lin Beaky's cries was excruciating, causing him a throbbing headache. He squeezed through the crowd, fleeing in a panic under the bewildered gazes of those around him. In the principal's office, Principal Wang, after hearing the department head's words, did not exhibit the same excitement as the latter, but instead furrowed his brow. He hesitantly looked towards Shinsiai and cautiously inquired, Shinsiai, did you truly donate that astronomical telescope to the school? Seeing this, Shinsiai smiled brightly. Could there be any doubt? Principal Wang, the items have already been delivered to the school. I am more than willing to comply with any necessary procedures. Shinsiai was aware that such a generous donation typically required signed documentation. However, Principal Wang evidently harbored reservations. After all, the telescope was valued at over 1,000 yuan. And for Shinsiai to donate it in her personal capacity seemed rather implausible. While this was undoubtedly a positive development for the school, Principal Wang's primary concern was Shinsiai. Shinsiai, I am familiar with your family situation. You should not have the means to undertake such an action. Principal Wang calmly expressed his concerns. If your desire to donate equipment puts you in a compromising position, the school will not accept this donation. Although unspoken, the insinuation was clear to Shinsiai. Principal Wang was worried that her funds might have dubious origins, possibly acquired through illicit means or for reasons that could not be publicly acknowledged. Shinsiai understood his apprehension, but she was well prepared. Unlocking her phone, she opened her stock trading app, presenting her personal page to Principal Wang. Principal Wang, the money is from my stock investments. The total value of her stocks exceeded 2,000 yuan, solidly verifiable. In fact, on the very first day of her 20th year, Shinsiai had invested in the stock market and purchased several promising funds. Whether she gained or lost was of little consequence to her. Her sole aim was to ensure that her expenditures appeared legitimate to others. Now, this effort was proving beneficial. With serene confidence, Shinsiai continued, since the college entrance examination, I have ventured into various investments. The stock market and funds are merely a part of it. Over the past year, I have indeed made a considerable profit. Though I prefer to keep a low profile, so few are aware of it. Donating the astronomical telescope to the department is a serious matter, and I recognize that my presence has caused the school to forfeit the Li family's donation. Thus, I feel compelled to contribute something of my own. Chapter 52. And you? Shinsiai spoke with sincerity, neither submissive nor arrogant, and crucially, she presented undeniable evidence that her funds were indeed derived from her investments. Principal Wang could not help but be astonished by the amount she held in the stock market, which exceeded 2,000 yuan. He himself dabbled in stocks but had poor judgment, having suffered losses of at least several dozen yuan over the years. He found himself outperformed by a female student. Sighing in relief, Principal Wang finally smiled. Well done. Truly, you are a remarkable student of our university, capable and responsible. The department head breathed a sigh of relief, fearing the matter might dissolve, and promptly suggested, then Principal, shall I contact the media? We should promote this, as it is a significant event. Such a sizable donation from a current student would undoubtedly be beneficial for the school's publicity. Who would not view it as a heartwarming story? Moreover, having media present during the donation was customary. Sometimes the school would liaise with the media, and at other times, the donating entity would manage it themselves, all for the sake of reputation. Principal Wang nodded. Indeed, we must publicize this and commend our student Shinsiai. Principal, publicity may not be necessary, Shinsiai interjected promptly. As I mentioned earlier, I prefer to maintain a low profile. Besides, the essence of this matter is my attempt to rectify the inconvenience I caused the school. There is nothing particularly worthy of celebration. Both the department head and Principal Wang exchanged bewildered glances. Observing their reaction, Shinsiai continued, perhaps it would suffice for just the three of us, myself, the principal, and the department head, to take a photo with the telescope. We could then display the picture in the school's bulletin board. Upon hearing Shinsi's suggestion, Principal Wang smiled and nodded. Very well, since Shinsiai has proposed it, we shall forego the media and simply take a joyful photo among ourselves. The department head eagerly added, I'll fetch a student from the photography club to assist with the picture. Following Shinsi's proposal, several school leaders, the department head, and Li Jianguo gathered to take a photo with the 4 donated telescopes, with Shinsiai being graciously placed in the center. After the photo was taken, the school leaders gathered around the telescopes for a closer inspection. Seizing the opportunity, Shinsiai pulled the department head aside and whispered, Director, I would like to request a leave of absence. Leave of absence? The department head inquired, for how many days? The National Day holiday is approaching, isn't it? I wish to return home and plan to request leave until National Day, as this way I can enjoy a longer break. Under normal circumstances, a student requesting leave just before a holiday would likely be denied, but after today's events, Shinsei was evidently different. Without a moment's hesitation, the department head nodded in agreement. No problem. Do you have a leave request prepared? Not yet, but I can bring it to you this afternoon. No need. I will approve it directly. You can submit the leave request when you return. Shinsei smiled and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. The department head, seeing no one around, timidly asked, Shinsei, may I consult you about stock trading? Shinsei. Ultimately, Shinsei politely declined. Despite being a genius in the stock market, she knew well that it carried inherent risks and was fraught with uncertainties. No one could guarantee absolute profit. At the Chijia Sushi South Circle branch, Shinli brought her roommates to celebrate her successful receipt of her remuneration. You have impeccable taste in choosing locations. This is the finest sushi restaurant in Long City, Wang Chuan exclaimed upon entering. Sun Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've heard that the ingredients are flown and fresh every day. Zhao Mena smiled at Shinli, saying, Ali, we won't hold back today. We intend to indulge. All three were locals of Long City, hailing from well-off families and evidently familiar with the establishment. Shinli, having visited once with her sister, had developed a fondness for it, appreciating that the prices and quality justified the term feast. She was determined to treat her good friends to a lavish meal. Please, don't hold back. Eat as much as you like. Choose the expensive dishes. Shinli, rarely this vivacious, joyfully urged her friends. After we eat, we'll head to SKP, and I'll give each of you a gift. Well, this time I certainly won't hold back, Wang Chuan said, linking her arm with Shinli's, smiling brightly. I want to bask in your good fortune. Anything you gift will surely bring good luck. When I land a role and earn money, I'll definitely return the favor with a gift for you. Zhao Mena agreed. Absolutely. Recently, everything happening to Ali has been so fortunate. It must be the favor of the goddess of fortune. We should share in that luck. As the group laughed and entered the restaurant, they unexpectedly collided with Su Zishan, who was approaching them. What bad luck! Wang Chuan muttered instinctively upon spotting Su Zishan. Accompanied by two friends, Su Zishan, having finished her meal, was preparing to leave. Upon seeing Shinli and her friends, an expression of disdain instantly crossed her face. After the press conference, the tension in Shinli's heart dissipated. It was evident that she was not one of the leading actors, and she found herself indifferent to the role she would portray. Shinli initially intended to ignore Su Zishan and even tried to guide her roommate to leave first. Yet Su Zishan came to a halt before her nonetheless. Although she feigned indifference, curiosity still lingered within her. With a disdainful glance, Su Zishan queried, Who exactly are you playing? Don't tell me it's a Rue. Your makeup that day was hardly fit for a maid. Zhao Mena, witnessing Su Zishan's blatant bullying, promptly defended Shinli, stating, What role Shinli plays is none of your concern. You've already snatched her role through underhanded means, and now you continue to provoke her, thinking we are oblivious? Wang Chuan snorted in agreement, adding, Indeed. You take pride in your disgrace. However, their words seemed to have no effect on Su Zishan, who was backed by her family's influence and felt entitled to take shortcuts. If you have the capability, use your money to secure a role. It's not my exclusive privilege, and I'm not obstructing you, Su Zishan retorted, casting another glance at Shinli. If you're not going to say, I'll assume you're merely a minor character. Perhaps a wealthy young lady with little screen time. Given Shinli's makeup from that day, Su Zishan believed her speculation was likely accurate. At that moment, a short-haired girl beside Su Zishan chimed in, deliberately putting Shinli on the spot. You must have received your pay, right? How much? Wei Shanshan got 35 yuan. Shinli, observing Su Zishan's smug demeanor, quietly replied, 8 yuan. A chorus of laughter erupted, with Su Zishan mocking, 8 yuan? How cheap. I thought at least 15. Su Zishan's group erupted in laughter, and she added derisively, You'd better be cautious with your meals today. This place is pricey. Don't let half your pay go to waste in one sitting. Shinli remained expressionless until Su Zishan finished, then calmly replied, I earn 8 yuan per episode. How about you? Laughter ensued as Su Zishan and her companions' expressions froze in disbelief, each wearing an identical look of confusion. What did you say? Su Zishan furrowed her brow, as if doubting her own hearing. Wang Chuan interjected with a scoff. Shinli earns 8 yuan per episode. Got that? Impossible. Stop trying to fool me. Su Zishan's skepticism deepened. Even Wang Chuan's confirmation did little to assuage her disbelief. How could a newcomer and a minor character possibly be paid by the episode? 8 yuan per episode was utterly inconceivable. Yet, Gazing at Shinli's calm face, she instinctively sensed that such a juvenile lie was unlikely, as it could easily be exposed. Unless. Su Zishan felt a sinking sensation and pressed. Who exactly are you playing? If it were truly 8 yuan per episode, the total pay for the entire drama would exceed 400 yuan, a sum that would certainly not correspond to a mere supporting role. Shinli replied nonchalantly. Filming starts in 2 days, you'll know then. Su Zishan had harbored inexplicable hostility towards Shinli from the outset, and thus Shinli intentionally withheld her role, seeking to provoke her anxiety. As expected, irritation radiated from Su Zishan as she demanded, you must tell me now. Sun Yuan and Zhao Mena simultaneously stepped up to shield Shinli, while Wang Chuhan mockingly remarked, what are you so anxious about? You'll find out on filming day. Rest assured, it will surely be a delightful surprise for you. She had painstakingly arranged for her family to pay 500 yuan for a role as the second young lady S-maid. Meanwhile, Shinli had fortuitously secured the opportunity to play the second young lady herself. The thought of Su Zishan serving Shinli tea and bowing before her on set was utterly satisfying, and they could only imagine how spectacular Su Zishan's reaction would be. Ali, ignore her. Let us go, the group said disdainfully as they ushered Shinli into the establishment, casting Su Zishan a dismissive glance. Even with her obstinacy, Su Zishan couldn't afford to act out in such a setting, merely watching as Shinli walked away, her previously settled heart now racing with unease. If Shinli's role were more significant than hers, wouldn't her purchased role become a laughingstock? This thought only intensified Su Zishan's anxiety. Hilarious. Su Zishan's expression just now was more colorful than a palette. Witnessing her misfortune was truly gratifying. Wang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle once inside the private room. Sun Yuan praised Shinli, saying, Ali rarely speaks so directly, but that single remark was enough to make Su Zishan question her existence. Wang Chuan nodded in agreement. Exactly. When she heard Ali say 8 yuan per episode, her eyes nearly popped out. It was so amusing. Feeling a touch embarrassed by their comments, Shinli realized she had rarely instigated conflict. Yet, after Su Zishan's incessant provocations, she had finally snapped back. Now, she found herself anxious, her heart racing even faster than before. Clearly, she was not adept at such confrontations. At that moment, only Zhao Mena retained her composure, reminding Shinli, Ali, once you're on set, try to avoid direct confrontations with Su Zishan. Her father is a significant investor, and crossing her may not bode well for you. Shinli nodded. I understand. I'll focus on my performance and limit contact with her. Just then, the waiter arrived with the menu, and the group promptly set aside thoughts of Su Zishan, huddling together to order. Meanwhile, Shinsiai, having satisfied the demands of school leaders for photographs, was searching for flights back to Shenzhen and Hong Kong on her phone as she walked toward the dormitory. Shinsiai, a timid voice called out, halting her steps. Shinsiai looked up in surprise, momentarily taken aback before smiling and greeting Jiang Lingchuan. Jiang Lingchuan returned to smile, his youthful features illuminated by an endearing charm. He held a shopping bag filled with various items, and upon seeing him at the girls' dormitory, Shinsiai deduced he was delivering something to Gu Lianxing once more. Shall I call her for you, or would you prefer I carry it upstairs? Shinsiai inquired politely. Jiang Lingchuan quickly replied, please just take it upstairs and let her know I stopped by. Shinsiai nodded, accepting the bag, but her eyes widened in surprise as she caught a glimpse of the contents. Among other items, the prominently displayed sanitary napkins caught her attention. You brought her that. Did you go buy it yourself? Shinsiai asked, astonished. In her experience, many boys felt uncomfortable purchasing such items for girls. Jiang Lingchuan appeared unfazed, responding nonchalantly. She has a forgetful nature and often neglects such things. Once, she almost faced embarrassment after running out without buying more. Since then, I've made it a point to remember her schedule and bring her supplies 2 days in advance. Shinsiai could only express her astonishment, exclaiming, Wow, Jiang Lingchuan. You are truly a remarkable housekeeper. You are the most thoughtful young man I have ever encountered. Jiang Lingchuan, upon hearing the words, offered a shy smile, a faint blush adorning his cheeks. He adjusted his glasses and said, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, classmate Shinsiai. His earnestness, even in saying goodbye, was undeniably charming. Returning to the dormitory, Gu Lianxing was engrossed in a video on her computer, energetically learning the latest girl group dance, twisting her waist, swaying her hips, and tossing her hair with fervor. Noticing Shinsi's return, she immediately turned her body and approached her, then wrapped her arms around Shinsi's neck, dancing closely. Darling. Am I spicy? Spicy, spicy, spicy. Shin Si nodded in agreement, but as Gu Lianxing prepared to drop into a split, she quickly raised her hand to stop her. Hold on. Jiang Lingchuan has brought you something. As she handed over the shopping bag, Gu Lianxing casually glanced inside and, as if accustomed to it, set it aside. Shin Si couldn't help but inquire, your little housekeeper is quite attentive, remembering even the minutiae of your life. Gu Lianxing shrugged, replying, he has received his education funded by my father since childhood, so it's only natural for him to do these things. Shin Si was taken aback, questioning. His parents don't cover his tuition? Working as your family's driver should be quite lucrative, no? Gu Lianxing clarified. He has attended private school with me since we were young, and the tuition is not inexpensive for Jiang uncle's family. My father insisted he accompany me to school, primarily to look after me. He seems quite thoughtful, remembering even such details, Shin Si remarked. Gu Lianxing nodded in acknowledgement. He indeed takes good care of me. Initially, I wasn't fond of having a somewhat simple-minded boy by my side, but I gradually got used to it. Shin Si, understanding her sentiments, then informed Gu Lianxing. I have secured leave from the department head today and booked a flight back to Shenzhen at 6 o'clock. What? Gu Lianxing exclaimed, hastily pausing the girl group dance tutorial on her computer. What date is it? The department head granted you leave? Shin Si raised an eyebrow, offering her a knowing look. Gu Lianxing rolled her eyes in response. Indeed, everyone is a slave to money. Did you not see Lin Biki's punishment? I wanted to go watch it with you. The thought of her parading around the stage, declaring herself a fool, seemed both splendid and amusing. A missed opportunity indeed. Shin Si began packing her suitcase, stating, I won't be watching. She won't follow through with such a punishment. A pampered rich girl like Lin Biki values her reputation above all else. Any other punishment might be feasible, but this one is certain to be avoided. It would be more straightforward to simply give her a sharp reprimand. Are you so certain? Gu Lianxing pondered, feeling a twinge of regret. Wouldn't that be a lost wager? Shin Si chuckled. If she were to actually undergo the punishment, she'd likely carry that joke throughout her university years. If someone recorded it and shared it, it would be inescapable. But if she doesn't do it, everyone will forget about the bet in a few days. Lin Biki may not be clever, but she isn't oblivious to such simple logic. So she surely won't go through with it. As for our wager, it isn't completely in vain. I will simply call her Lin Biki from now on. As I previously stated, Gu Lianxing laughed and shook her head. Very well, a lively spectacle missed, but she has already embarrassed herself enough today. Shin Si had booked a first-class ticket for the 6 o'clock flight, and Gu Lianxing saw her off at the school gate, embracing her reluctantly. With you gone for half a month, I'll be all alone in the dorm. Shin Si comfortingly patted her back. See you after National Day. If anything arises, just message me, and I'll bring back some local specialties. If Li Xiao comes looking for you again, shall I say I don't know? Gu Lianxing inquired. Shin Si nonchalantly shrugged. Say whatever you like. Gu Lianxing sighed, feeling a tinge of pity for Li Xiao, yet acknowledging that matters of the heart cannot be forced. Ultimately, her loyalty lay with Shin Si. On the way to the airport, Shin Si informed her sister about her return home, to which her sister sent her a picture of a deep V evening gown. Do you like it, sis? Shin Si smiled at the dress in the picture. In her former self, she had always been rather conservative and would never have considered such a daring design. However, this time, she yearned to live more freely. The heavens had granted her a new opportunity, and she was determined to embrace a new self. Forget the constraints. My joy is paramount. Thus, she replied, it isn't low enough. A bit more would look even better. Going any lower would reveal my navel, sis. Shin Si laughed even more joyfully. That would still work. It's beautiful. If the opportunity arises, I'll wear it. Upon arriving at the airport, Shin Si had a light meal in the first-class lounge before swiftly proceeding through the VIP access for boarding. As she settled into her seat on the plane, a palpable sense of anxiety washed over her, for she was about to reunite with her mother, who had yet to reach the age of 45. She opened WeChat, scrolling through her chat history with her mother, the most recent message being a birthday greeting from April of this year. As she scrolled up, she found only her mother's one-sided messages, none of which she had replied to. Mom, my flight arrives tonight. Mom, what are you doing? I have a surprise for you tonight. Mom. In the chat window, Shin Si typed and deleted several messages, repeating the process multiple times before closing the conversation. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed someone sitting beside her. Turning instinctively, she saw a man fully equipped with a hat, mask, and sunglasses. The moment he sat down, a pleasant scent of cedarwood wafted over. An assistant followed him, arranging his belongings before handing him a thick folder. The team of assistants then moved to the back of the economy section. The man casually donned noise-canceling headphones, exuding an aura of isolation and indifference to strangers. Shinseai glanced at him in surprise. As he flipped through the folder, she inadvertently caught sight of the words "destined to be Phoenix," recognizing characters from a popular drama. Stealing another glance, she noticed the man's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, suddenly brightened as they met hers. "Today as private fan is rather lovely," he mused. "I can give you my autograph, but you must promise me to refrain from any further fan-like behaviors." Su Juanhuan's unexpected words left Shinseai bewildered. She watched as he swiftly pulled a blank sheet from the folder, elegantly signing his name before extending it toward her, who remained in a state of confusion. "What is this signature? Who is he?" She pondered silently. Noticing her hesitance to accept the autograph, Su Juanhuan's expression turned slightly impatient. He glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, before lowering his mask and whispering, "You want a photo, don't you? Hurry, just this once. Had it not been for your looks, I wouldn't bother with a fan like you," he thought. "I don't know you," Shinseai replied calmly. Su Juanhuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you mean you don't know who I am?" Shinseai scrutinized him for a moment, feeling a vague familiarity, as if she had seen him in a drama. But having just turned 20, she could not recall which current male star he might be. Seeing her reaction, Su Juanhuan awkwardly resumed wearing his mask, muttering in dissatisfaction. "Then why are you staring at me?" In exasperation, Shinseai reached over and removed the noise-canceling headphones from his ears, clarifying, "You've mistaken them. These are mine." Su Juanhuan adjusted his seat to a comfortable angle after casually putting on his headphones, then turned his head to the side and closed his eyes. The flight was set to last 3 hours, and she needed to rest well. Su Juanhuan awkwardly gazed at the back of Shinseai's head, feeling lost as he glanced around, ultimately opting to lower his head and feign nonchalance. The flight continued smoothly, yet Shinseai, even with her noise-canceling headphones on, did not truly fall asleep. She merely pretended to doze off. Next to her, Su Juanhuan read his script with an air of indifference, though his peripheral vision frequently darted towards Shinseai. Did she truly not recognize him? How could she remain oblivious to the presence of a prominent figure in the entertainment industry seated beside her? "Hello, Mr. Su, it's time for your meal. Here is the first-class menu. What would you like to eat?" A flight attendant suddenly appeared, kneeling slightly as she presented the menu with a smile. As Su Juanhuan took the menu, he noticed Shinseai, who had previously been with her eyes closed, slowly sitting up. "Is it meal time?" she asked. "Yes, Miss Shun. Please hold on. I will serve you once Mr. Su has placed his order," the flight attendant replied. Shinseai nodded, instinctively glancing at Su Juanhuan, who was also looking at her. Despite the sunglasses shielding his eyes, she could sense the complexity of his gaze beneath them. He seemed particularly concerned about her not recognizing him. "Go ahead and order," Su Juanhuan urged, handing the menu to Shinseai, signaling for her to take the lead. She accepted it without hesitation, casually scanning it before stating, "I would like a bowl of chicken soup, wonton noodles, and an iced lemon black tea, please." "Certainly, Miss Shin," the attendant confirmed. Su Juanhuan then returned the menu, stating simply, "I will have the same." The attendant paused in surprise but maintained her smile, responding, "Very well, Mr. Su." Shinseai couldn't help but steal another glance at him. While Su Juanhuan feigned engrossment in his script, she raised an eyebrow but chose not to pursue the matter further. Redirecting her gaze to the sky outside the window, where the setting sun cast a beautiful glow over the clouds. "Do you genuinely not recognize me?" A low voice inquired from behind, laced with an undercurrent of disbelief. Shinseai stifled a laugh, managing to suppress her amusement. "Apologies, but I'm somewhat face-blind and struggle to remember people," she replied. The term face-blind inadvertently struck a nerve with Su Juanhuan. A star's greatest fear is to lack distinctiveness, and her admission implied that he possessed no remarkable features. As a man deemed one of the 20 most handsome faces in Huaxia by the media, ranking fourth, how could he be seen as unrecognizable? His mouth opened to respond, but he ultimately resigned, feeling powerless. As a top-tier celebrity, it would be too humiliating to forcefully promote himself to others. After consuming a bowl of hot food, Shinseai finally felt a semblance of drowsiness. They remained silent until the announcement indicated the plane was about to land, rousing her from her stupor. "Dear passengers, we are about to land at Shenzhen Hong Kong International Airport." As the aircraft descended smoothly and began taxiing on the runway, Shinseai prepared to turn off her phone's flight mode when a commotion erupted in the economy class behind her. Before she could react, A throng of young girls surged into first class, some wielding phones and others cameras, instantly blocking the aisle with their fervor. Their ecstatic screams were directed at none other than Su Juanhuan. Ah, Juanhuan! Juanhuan! Oh my goodness, he is so handsome. Juanhuan! Could you please take off your mask for the camera? Is Juanhuan here for a brand event in Shenzhen, Hong Kong? I'll be following your flight tomorrow. Meow meow. Do you remember me? Juanhuan, I adore you. The fervor of these fans left Shin Si astounded. Although she had seen similar videos online, witnessing it up close was utterly overwhelming. Suddenly, she recalled seeing him at the press conference for Destiny as the Phoenix just days prior, confirming his status as one of the hottest male actors in the industry. Some fans in the front rows deliberately created a crowded atmosphere, pressing closer to Su Juanhuan in an attempt to make physical contact. He appeared unfazed by the chaos, merely lowering his head with an impassive expression, ignoring the antics of his fervent admirers. Please return to your seats. The plane is still taxiing. We kindly ask everyone to return to their seats and refrain from disrupting the order on the aircraft. The flight attendant's efforts to restore order fell on deaf ears. And soon, members of his management team forced their way through the throng to Su Juanhuan's side, ready to escort him off the plane as soon as it came to a stop. Before departing, Su Juanhuan cast a lingering glance at Shin Si. Noticing her shocked expression, a surge of satisfaction welled up within him. See, you may not recognize me, but there are plenty who do, and they go wild for me. Yet, Shin Si felt a profound sense of misunderstanding and disrespect. Once the fans chased Su Juanhuan off the plane, tranquility gradually returned to first class. The head attendant continued to apologize to other passengers, but such incidents were commonplace whenever a popular star was aboard. There was little they could do. Lowering her gaze, Shin Si discovered a piece of paper that Su Juanhuan had signed for her, wedged in the seat's crevice. She picked it up and scrutinized it. Finally locating his name among the signatures, she folded it and tucked it into her bag, thinking that perhaps the drama queen Gu Lianxing would appreciate it. In the Xiangdong district of Shenzhen, Hong Kong City, standing at her doorstep, Shin Si's heart raced like never before, as if it might leap from her throat. A light shone through the peephole, and she gazed through it, momentarily envisioning her mother's face. She raised her trembling hand, knocking softly on the door. Is that you? Xing Xing? Her mother's voice echoed from within, and the next moment, the door swung open. Upon seeing her daughter standing outside, Shin Jingjing froze, staring at her daughter's face as if trying to confirm she had not mistaken her identity. Mom. Shin Si's voice trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks the moment she spoke. The utterance of Mom made Shin Jingjing shiver slightly, and soon her eyes filled with excitement and joy. Si, you're back. In that instant, Shin Si lost all control, overwhelmed by longing and guilt. She rushed forward, enveloping her mother in a tight embrace, tears flowing freely. The once stubborn and strong daughter now felt as fragile as a child in her mother's arms. Shin Jingjing, unable to hold back her tears, wept freely, releasing the unspoken apologies and yearning that had burdened her heart for the past year. Si, don't cry. It's my fault. Chapter 55, Mom, I'm back. Shin Si shook her head, sobbing. It's my fault. I'm sorry, Mom. Can you forgive me? Shin Jingjing choked on her words. Si, you did nothing wrong. It's my fault, and I understand if you resent me. Upon hearing this, Shin Si gently brushed away the tears on her mother's cheek and earnestly said, Mom, I no longer hold any resentment towards you. I have long since forgiven you. The University of Science and Technology is splendid. I am very content and happy there. During the college entrance examination years ago, Shin Si achieved a remarkable score of over 700, qualifying her to apply to her dream University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, majoring in astronomy. Unexpectedly, the admissions office of the University of Science and Technology traveled a great distance to Shenzhen and Hong Kong, extending a heartfelt invitation to her, along with a promise of a special enrollment bonus of 200,000 yuan. At that time, 200,000 yuan was an undeniable source of security for Shin Jingjing, who single-handedly raised 3 children and aspired for them all to attend university, with 2 high school students and 1 college student. And the second daughter wishing to pursue art examinations, the financial and emotional burden was immense, making the 200,000 yuan a beacon of hope for the future. Back then, Shin Si could not comprehend her mother's insistence on her sacrifice, only to later understand the hardships and struggles her mother endured. One must experience growth to grasp certain truths. Her previous stubbornness and selfishness served no purpose other than to inflict endless pain upon her loved ones. Thus, Shin Si now felt a profound sense of gratitude, thankful that fate had granted her another chance. This time, she would express her apologies to her mother, conveying her understanding and assuring her that she was indeed happy at the University of Science and Technology. Shun Jingjing nodded appreciatively at her daughter, only to realize she had drawn her inside the house. You should have informed me of your return in advance, so I could prepare your favorite dishes. I will head to the market first thing tomorrow to buy you some white-cut chicken. Shin Si smiled through her tears. I wanted to give you a surprise. With that smile, the emotional rift between mother and daughter finally dissolved. In their modest home of less than 80 square meters, every nook and cranny felt familiar to Shin Si. Sitting on the sofa, she momentarily felt transported back to her childhood when she eagerly awaited her mother's return from work, bringing roasted sweet potatoes. Are you hungry? There are wontons I made in the fridge. Would you like me to heat some up for you? Shin Si shook her head and patted the sofa. I ate on the plane, Mom. Please sit down. I want to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingjing settled beside her daughter, noticing that after a year apart, Shin Si appeared slightly thinner, yet her complexion was splendid, which brought her some comfort. Why have you returned at this time of year? Did you take a leave of absence from school? Yes, Shin Si nodded. I requested a leave for the National Day holiday, so I could spend more days at home. Shin Jingjing was naturally delighted that her daughter, who had not returned for a year, could stay longer. What about Xingxing? It's nearly 10 o'clock, and hasn't he returned yet? Only then did Shin Si realize her younger brother was absent. He is still at evening study. He should be back soon. As Shin Jingjing spoke, she inadvertently sighed. Shin Si keenly detected her mother's unusual demeanor and asked with concern, What's wrong, Mom? Is there something amiss with Xingxing's studies? Throughout their upbringing, the three siblings had never caused their mother undue worry regarding academics. Thus, when she saw her mother sigh at the mention of Xingxing, she was taken aback. She herself had scored over 700 in the college entrance exam, a testament to her academic prowess. Although her sister was an art student, she had always excelled academically. In comparison, her brother, Xingxing, had consistently outshone others, ranking first in his class from elementary through high school, and even topping the city in the high school entrance examination. It was precisely because of their excellence that Shin Jingjing was willing to go to great lengths to ensure all three could attend university. She believed in their potential for success. Xingxing, recently, has become infatuated with gaming. What? Shin Si exclaimed, springing up from the sofa. Seeing her daughter's dramatic reaction, Shin Jingjing quickly added, but it has significantly affected his studies. He still ranked second in the recent mock exams. Second? He has always been first. Shin Si's agitation stemmed from the fact that in her previous life, her brother had squandered his future due to gaming, abandoning his studies to pursue esports after gaining admission to a prestigious university. That had occurred after his acceptance, not before the crucial college entrance examination. Regaining her composure, Shin Si sat down again and gently grasped her mother's hand, saying, Mom, don't worry. I will talk to Xingxing about this. Shin Jingjing nodded earnestly. He has always listened to you. Your advice will surely be effective. You know, I have never wanted you all to focus solely on your studies. A balance between work and leisure is essential. But with less than a year until the college entrance exam, this period is crucial. I understand, Mom. You can trust me with this. It was not until after midnight that the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the house. Xingxing poked his head in, looking furtively around. The living room was dimly lit by a single desk lamp, and Shin Si sat in the shadows, appearing like a specter of the night. Xingxing jumped back in fright, but upon recognizing her face, his shock transformed into excitement and joy. Sister. The moment Shin Si, who had been brimming with anger, saw her brother, her irritation evaporated, though she still feigned displeasure. You little rascal. What time do you call this for returning? Xingxing pretended not to hear her reprimand and rushed forward to embrace her. Sister, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. After a year apart, her brother had grown significantly taller, nearing 6 feet. Shin Si, maintaining her facade of annoyance, pushed him away and coldly inquired, I'm asking you a question. Where have you been so late? Xingxing bit his lip and sheepishly admitted, I went to the internet CAF to play games for a while. Ouch, he exclaimed, raising a hand to shield his head, which had been smacked by his sister, shrinking his neck in a mock display of contrition. I'm sorry, sister. You know you're wrong? Shin Si glared at him. You used to refuse to go to the internet CAF even when your classmates invited you. Now, with the exams approaching, you've taken to it like a duck to water. The pressure in senior year is immense. I just wanted to relax a bit. It won't affect my grades. Xingxing pouted. Shin Si feigned raising her hand again, causing him to cower, but she couldn't bring herself to deliver a second blow. Mom is sleeping now. I want to disturb her. You need to come home on time after school tomorrow. We need to have a serious talk. Chapter 57. Stealing a fortune can lead to imprisonment, sister. Xing said with a mischievous grin. You haven't been home for a year. And now you're back. You want to interrogate me? Xi shot him a sidelong glance and huffed. If you don't let Mom rest easy, I won't let you off the hook either. I was going to bring you many gifts, but I've decided to give them all to Guangrong instead. Guangrong was her cousin, the child of her aunt. Upon hearing this, Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. No, sister. Second sister told me you bought her a lot of things. What did you get for me? Show me. We'll talk about it after we're done tomorrow. Xi said dismissively, ignoring Xing's playful pleas and returning to her room. Lying on her small bed, the familiar scent and feel brought Xi a sense of comfort. She fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, the most restful night she had experienced in ages. The next day dawned bright and sunny. As Xi slowly opened her eyes, she heard a gentle knock at her door. ACI, Mom is heading to work now. I've left breakfast for you in the microwave. Remember to eat when you wake up. Got it, Mom, Xi called back. Hearing her daughter stirring, Shun Jingjing opened the door, her tone warm as she asked, what do you want to eat for dinner tonight? I can stop by the market on my way home from work and prepare it for you. Xi smiled, her heart warmed by the morning sunlight, and after a moment of thought, replied, Bok Kut Te. I knew it. Shun Jingjing exclaimed, a knowing look on her face, glancing at the time. I have to leave now. If you want to sleep a bit longer, go ahead, but remember to eat breakfast. After her mother departed, Xi rose from her bed, intending to wash up in the bathroom, when she suddenly heard a crisp sound. Having read numerous stories about reincarnation, she instinctively froze, pondering if the system had arrived. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without any further sounds, she blinked and realized, oh, it was just her breakfast in the microwave that was ready. After washing up, she savored a delightful meal of white-cut chicken and soup dumplings when her mother's WeChat message suddenly chimed with a voice note. Xi promptly converted it to text. ACI, I left my work badge at home. It should be on the cabinet by the entrance. Please remember to bring it to me after you finish breakfast. Xi quickly replied, inquiring, is it urgent? Not urgent. Just bring it before noon, came the response. Around 10 o'clock, Xi located her mother's badge and took a taxi to the Rue Li International Hotel in Xiang'an District. Her mother worked as a housekeeper in this 5-star international hotel for over a decade and was currently the team leader of the housekeeping department. Her daily tasks included cleaning guest rooms and promptly addressing the needs of arriving clients. Although not an easy job, she was content with the work environment, shielded from the elements. The only drawback was her limited education. With only a junior high school diploma, she could not ascend to managerial positions, and being a team leader was the highest rank she could achieve. At the hotel front desk, Xi politely approached. Hello. I'm looking for Jingjing from the housekeeping department. She forgot her work badge. The front desk staff, noticing Xi's striking beauty, instinctively asked, Are you Jingjing's daughter? Xi smiled and nodded. Jingjing should be on the floors she oversees at this hour. You can use this card to access the elevator for the 26th and 27th floors. If she isn't there, check the 5th floor's housekeeping department. The staff handed her an internal elevator card, adding a reminder, the rooms that need cleaning will have their doors open. So please avoid knocking on the doors of occupied rooms. Remember to return the elevator card after you're done. Xi took the elevator card with gratitude. She sent a message to her mother to ask which floor she was on, but received no response. Following the front desk staff's guidance, she headed to the 26th floor. Quickly traversing the corridor, she checked with any staff members in open rooms to see if her mother was among them. The hotel was vast, with dozens of guest rooms on each floor. Room 2788 was filled with raised voices. Isn't it strange? It's not a trivial item. How could a brooch the size of a cup space simply vanish from the room? Could it be that one of your own staff members has taken it or misplaced it? What do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm accusing someone unjustly? Look at who is staying in this room. We wouldn't stoop to harassing a housekeeper. Sir, that's not what I meant. I'm merely suggesting the possibility. Our intention, like yours, is to help you recover your lost item, isn't it? In the middle of the living room, the housekeeping manager, dressed in a suit, seemed to be handling a crisis. Facing an irate slender man, beside the manager stood Jingjing, the very housekeeper who had received the request to clean this room just half an hour earlier. The guest had called to report a missing valuable item, resulting in the current situation. The slender man pointed at Jingjing, demanding, since we checked in, you are the only staff member who has entered this room. Can you honestly say you didn't see the diamond brooch on the table? Shen Jingjing met his gaze. Despite his aggressive demeanor, she remained composed, displaying neither fear nor timidity. I apologize, sir, but I truly did not see any brooch. Having worked at the hotel for over a decade, she was no stranger to such situations and felt no panic. The slender man's anger flared as he exclaimed, "So you deny it? If you don't confess, I'll call the police. Stealing valuable items leads to imprisonment. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Sir, without evidence, you cannot accuse me of theft. Since you have lost a valuable item in our hotel, we support your decision to call the police. And we are willing to cooperate fully," Shen Jingjing replied firmly. The slender man, holding his phone, intended to intimidate the housekeeper into confessing, but she was unfazed. At that moment, a man sitting on the sofa, whose expression had been dark, finally stood up and addressed the slender man. "We cannot call the police now. Otherwise, we will have to go to the station to file a report, and the event starts at noon. We don't have time for that." The slender man looked troubled, saying, "Junhuan, what should we do? That brooch was lent to us by the brand, worth over 500. If we lose it, we will have to compensate." Chapter 58. The arrogance of class. "Let's not wear the brooch for now," Su Junhuan suggested, casting a cold glance at Shen Jingjing. "Miss, we will be leaving shortly. If you have indeed taken the brooch, you can return it during our absence, and I assure you, I will not hold you accountable for any consequences." He believed this approach was respectful and gentle. Yet, Shen Jingjing stood firm, reiterating, "Gentlemen, I have worked at this hotel for over a decade and have never taken anything from a guest. If the lost item is genuinely important to you, I still advise you to call the police to avoid unnecessary loss." "You." The slender man, infuriated by Shen Jingjing's unwavering demeanor, erupted, "Don't overestimate yourself. Do you really think we can't handle you?" Shen Jingjing was incensed by his baseless accusations and rude behavior, but, bound by her professional role, could not respond harshly. Instead, she turned away in frustration, ignoring him. The manager, having worked alongside Shen Jingjing for years, understood her integrity and interjected, "Gentlemen, please calm down. I'm not defending our employee. This woman has been with us for over a decade. She has previously returned large sums of cash forgotten by guests, contacting them immediately to return their belongings. Our housekeeping department even has an integrity banner from guests. Large sums of cash are hard to miss. Of course, she would return them. But a brooch can be easily hidden. Who would notice?" The slender man persisted, glaring at Shen Jingjing and taunting, "You don't even have your badge on. Isn't that a sign of guilt? Fearing we would remember your face?" Just then, Shen Xi's voice rang out from the doorway, "Mom?" The tense atmosphere in the room froze as everyone turned to look at her. The housekeeping manager and the slender man momentarily paused, while Su Junhuan appeared utterly dumbfounded. "It's her? The girl who sat next to me on the plane yesterday, but didn't recognize me." He then redirected his gaze to the housekeeper. "The only woman in the room who could possibly be her mother. I brought your badge. I searched through the 26th floor to find you. And you didn't reply to my message," Shen Xi said. Shen Jingjing took the badge and clipped it onto her clothing, seemingly wishing to shield her daughter from witnessing this unjust situation. "Mom is working. You should head back," she urged. With only a few people present, Shen Xi recognized Su Junhuan, and though she did not grasp the full context, she had overheard snippets of the conversation in the corridor. She responded to the other party's words, "My mother has no guilty conscience. She simply forgot her work badge at home this morning and did not wear it. ACI. This is none of your business. You should go back and behave." Knowing her daughter's temperament, Shen Jingjing did not want her to engage in a verbal altercation with the two men, so she gently tugged at her daughter's arm, attempting to usher her away. Shen Xi looked at her mother softly and said, "Mom, don't be afraid. I know how to handle this." Turning her gaze, she directly faced Su Junhuan and, with an impassive expression, inquired, "What did you lose? Where did you lose it? When did you lose it?" Su Junhuan seemed taken aback by her calm demeanor and her direct question. "Recall carefully, my mother, as a hotel staff member, has the obligation to assist you in such matters, but as the party involved, you also bear the responsibility to remember every detail diligently," Shen Xi added. Initially intending to dissuade her daughter, Shen Jingjing found herself inexplicably nodding in agreement, recognizing the validity of her daughter's reasoning. The lean man, who had initially found the girl quite attractive and had been fixated on her face, was provoked by her words. "Who do you think you are? Do you know who you're speaking to?" Before he could finish, Su Junhuan tapped him on the shoulder to silence him. Looking at Su Junhuan in confusion, he saw Su Junhuan, with a serious expression, state, "I lost a diamond brooch in this hotel room. I can't recall exactly when it went missing." He answered the 3 questions posed by Shinsiai. In response, Shinsiai further inquired, "When was the last time you saw this valuable brooch, and where was it?" "Last night, in the room," he replied. "Were you alone at that time?" Su Juanhuan shook his head. "No, there were others present." The lean man interjected. "After we arrived at the hotel last night, the brand representatives sent over clothes and the brooch. The clothes were hung in the wardrobe at the door, but the brooch was missing. So, before my mother entered the room this morning, did you see the brooch again?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Su Juanhuan's eyes. Yet he honestly shook his head. "I didn't pay attention, but the brand representatives placed the box containing the brooch on the table yesterday. I saw the box, but I didn't open it to check. By the time I did, the brooch was already gone." Shinsiai remarked, "In other words, the last time you saw the brooch was last night, and at that time, besides yourself, there were many others in the room, including your team and the brand representatives. How can you be certain that the brooch was lost only after my mother entered the room?" Su Juanhuan was momentarily at a loss for words, hesitating before explaining. "I already asked the other team members. They all said they didn't take it." Shinsiai interrupted Su Juanhuan, giving a cold laugh. "My mother also claims she didn't take it. Why is it that when your people say they didn't take it, it is considered the truth? But when my mother says she didn't take it, it is dismissed as a mere excuse." Su Juanhuan fell silent, for Shinsi's logic was irrefutable. They indeed lacked substantial evidence, merely relying on the arrogance stemming from class distinctions. This thought flashed through Su Juanhuan's mind, causing him to furrow his brow as he realized he had committed a fundamental error. He should not have acted this way. Shinsiai turned and walked to the door, shutting it behind her, then returned to address the people in the room. "You trust your people, and the hotel trusts my mother. This is understandable. However, a brooch does not sprout legs or wings to vanish into thin air. If this room has truly not been entered by anyone else, it is highly likely that it remains here." Having said that, she wasted no time and began searching actively. "Everyone, let us search thoroughly once more." She approached the wardrobe at the door, where the suits sent by the brand were hung. Shinsiai intended to start her search from the entrance. But as she reached for the suit jacket, a gleaming brooch was discovered pinned to the fabric. "I will add another chapter before dawn to thank those who have sent monthly tickets during these days. It is the last day. Those with monthly tickets should hurry and cast their votes. After dawn, they will be cleared and rendered void." After a moment of surprise, Shinsiai rolled her eyes dramatically. "May I ask?" she said, exasperated, turning to look at Su Juanhuan and asking, "Is this it?" The others turned simultaneously, and upon seeing the brooch pinned to the left side of the suit, their expressions froze. "Oh my!" the lean man exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. "What a relief! How could it be pinned to the clothing? It must have been the brand representatives who did it yesterday, fearing you would forget to wear it after changing. As long as it's not lost, that's all that matters," he said, stepping forward to take the suit from Shinsiai and urging Su Juanhuan. "Juanhuan, hurry and change. Everyone is waiting downstairs." The item that had eluded them for so long was effortlessly discovered by Shinsiai, causing Su Juanhuan to cast an awkward glance in her direction before instinctively averting his gaze. Reflecting on their earlier aggressive and condescending demeanor, he felt a twinge of shame. The manager of the housekeeping department let out a deep sigh of relief. Finding the item was a relief, for otherwise, it would have been a troublesome affair. Especially considering the individual involved was a popular star. If the matter escalated, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on the hotel. "Sir, since your item has been found, we will take our leave now. If you need anything, please feel free to call the housekeeping department," the manager said politely. Su Juanhuan nodded, his lips moving as if he wished to say something, yet he hesitated. It was his pride that held him back. He knew better. Wait. Before he could voice his thoughts, someone else spoke up. Shinsiai looked coldly at Su Juanhuan and the lean man beside him, her expression unyielding as she stated, "Apologize." Su Juanhuan's expression shifted in surprise, seemingly taken aback by Shinsi's direct demand for an apology. The lean man widened his eyes, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "I said apologize. Is it unnecessary to apologize for misunderstanding others?" Shinsiai questioned each word with precision. The manager of the housekeeping department felt a bead of cold sweat trickling down and hurriedly leaned towards Shun Jingjing, whispering, "Sister Jingjing, please talk to your daughter. It's better to avoid conflict." Knowing her daughter was seeking justice on her behalf, Shun Jingjing hesitated but eventually stepped forward to advise, "Let it go, ACI. They are guests of the hotel, and losing something is distressing. I can understand. Is distress a reason to indiscriminately accuse others? What a grand celebrity attitude." Shinsiai scoffed. unwaveringly meeting Su Juanhuan's gaze. As a hotel employee, providing service to guests is expected, but does that include taking the blame? ACI. Su Juanhuan suddenly spoke. Looking sincerely at Shun Jingjing, I apologize, ma'am. I am sorry for my irresponsible words and actions, and I hope you can forgive me. It's okay, sir. It's nothing. Shen Xiai observed his relatively sincere demeanor, a hint of amusement creeping into her smile, then turned her gaze to the lean man. He hesitated for a moment, but, though unwilling, felt compelled to follow Su Juanhuan's lead. I apologize, miss, we were wrong. Shun Jingjing nodded repeatedly, saying it was all right. Though she initially felt somewhat aggrieved, she found solace in the apologies from the two men. With that, Shen Xiai relented, turning to leave the room. Manager, I will. Shen Jingjing pointed towards the direction her daughter had exited, hesitating to continue. The manager understood and nodded, indicating for her to go. Seeing this, Shen Jingjing quickly followed after her. ACI. In the corridor, Shen Jingjing caught up with her daughter, gently taking her hand and saying, Do not be upset, dear. I am fine. Shen Xiai, feeling a pang of concern for her mother, understood the trials of the service industry, where one often encounters an array of eccentric customers. This five-star hotel, at least, filtered out a significant portion of the less refined clientele due to its stringent entry requirements. In a lower-tier service sector, one could easily be driven to the brink of a gastric ulcer. I am fine. You should go to work. We can talk when you return tonight. Shen Xiai reassured her mother, feigning ease to alleviate her worries. Shen Jingjing nodded, watching her daughter as she made her way to the elevator. What sort of person demands an apology from us? In the room, a lean man remained obstinately dissatisfied, believing that apologizing to a mere service worker was beneath him. Su Juanhuan, changing his clothes, glanced at him and coldly remarked, We misunderstood the situation. Isn't it only right to apologize? The lean man, with a resigned expression, approached Su Juanhuan to adjust his collar and tie, adopting a serious tone. Juanhuan, I have told you countless times, you are a top-tier celebrity. There are certain actions and words that are simply unacceptable. You must be aware of your status. If your fans find out you apologize to a service worker, they would be heartbroken for you. I only believe that when one errs, one must take responsibility and apologize, regardless of who one is, he replied, feeling a newfound clarity. Initially, he had found it difficult to voice the apology, grappling with his inner turmoil, but once he uttered the words, a sense of relief washed over him, affirming that doing the right thing brings comfort. Otherwise, the incident would have burdened him for an extended period. Fine, if you believe it is right, then it is. However, today's incident was utterly absurd. It must have been someone from the brand who carelessly pinned the brooch on my clothing last night while we were distracted. I shall certainly reprimand them later. Su Juanhuan fell silent, yet a particular face lingered in his mind. Having risen to fame at a young age, he had become a coveted star in the entertainment industry, but never had anyone spoken to him in such a manner. It seemed in her eyes. He was not a special figure nor a celebrity, but merely a human, an ordinary person like anyone else. That evening, Shun Jingjing prepared her daughter's favorite dish, bok kut teh, along with several of her beloved vegetables. The meal was served shortly after 9 o'clock, and Shun Jingjing called out to Shen Xiai, ACI, please start eating. Xingxing usually finishes his evening study session by 9 and will be home soon. Shen Xiai glanced at the time on the wall and replied, No rush. Let us wait for him. Mom, just listen to me later. I will handle the conversation with him. All right, Mom will keep quiet, Shun Jingjing responded with a smile. Time passed slowly, and by 10 o'clock, Xingxing had yet to return, igniting a fire of frustration within Shen Xiai. Noting her mother's worried expression, she picked up her chopsticks and said, Mom, let us eat first. We can't wait any longer. Perhaps his evening study session was delayed. You've experienced that before. Shun Jingjing attempted to comfort herself with this rationale. Shen Xiai nodded, but deep down, she knew her brother was most likely engrossed in video games again. She had explicitly instructed him to return home promptly after school, yet he dared to disregard her caution. This chapter is an additional update funded by monthly votes. With heartfelt gratitude to all who contributed this month. The new month has begun. I encourage those with guaranteed monthly votes to cast them. Much love. Chapter 60. Xingxing. It was past midnight when Xingxing stealthily opened the door and slipped inside the house. The previously dark living room illuminated as Shen Xiai sat on the sofa, her expression impassive as she regarded him. Sister. Upon spotting her, Xingxing awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth, but as he sensed her anger, his demeanor shifted to one of shame, and he lowered his head. Shen Xiai, initially seething with anger, had taken the 2 hours of waiting to reflect on her brother's situation. By now, her fury had subsided, replaced by a calm resolve to have an earnest discussion with him. Come with me. Their mother was already asleep, and Shinxiai preferred not to converse in the living room, so she stood and walked toward her brother's bedroom. Shinxing obediently followed suit. His room was the smallest in the house, containing only a single bed, a desk, and a small wardrobe. The walls were adorned with various certificates, and the desk and windowsill displayed a collection of trophies, meticulously kept, indicating Shinxing's deep appreciation for them. Shinxiai pulled out a chair to sit, while Shinxing stood by the door with his head bowed, furtively glancing at his sister's countenance. The atmosphere grew tense until Shinxing finally broke the silence. Admitting his fault, "I'm sorry, sister. I returned late." Observing her brother's woeful expression, Shinxiai took a deep breath and replied, "I won't scold you just yet. I'll give you a chance to explain, but you must not lie. I want to hear the truth. Is the game really that captivating?" Shinxing instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head, mumbling, "No, sister, it's because I was with others. We're a team, you see? We've scheduled times to play together and build our team's synergy. If I'm absent, it diminishes the team's effectiveness, and I don't want to let them down." Shinxiai listened intently. Although she had limited experience with gaming, she could comprehend her brother's situation. However, she was surprised to learn that he had already joined a team. "Did you sign with a professional team?" she inquired. Shinxing hastily shook his head. "No, it's not that simple. We're just a group of players who met online, trying to form a team for the upcoming national competition this autumn. If we perform well, we could qualify for next year's youth training camp. Only by entering the training camp could they attract the attention of professional teams and secure a signing opportunity." To many outsiders, professional esports might seem like a frivolous pursuit, but the path is fraught with challenges. The career span of a professional player is short. If one fails to be signed during their prime, those years of youth could be wasted. Shinxiai vividly recalled that her brother only became infatuated with gaming after being accepted into a prestigious university, eventually achieving his goal of joining a professional team, albeit as a substitute player. While it was termed substitute, it essentially meant being relegated to the sidelines, as he spent 2 years on the bench before receiving a chance to play, only to falter due to a lack of competitive experience. A 5-year contract, 1 appearance, and he was met with widespread ridicule online. His university studies suffered, leading to his expulsion, and he subsequently survived by live streaming games. Yet the digital realm proved to be a challenging source of sustenance. He streamed for hours daily, earning little while exhausting himself physically. In Shinxiai's memory, both her brother and sister had fervently pursued their passions, yet they had never attained the success they so desired. Looking at her brother standing before her, she felt no anger left, only a deep, resonant sigh. This sigh, falling upon Shinxing's ears, deepened his guilt. "I'm sorry, sister. I know I shouldn't be distracted by games during such a crucial time before the college entrance examination, but I also don't want to let my teammates down. The competition is approaching, and I can't withdraw now. Then tell me, in your heart, which do you believe is more important right now, the competition or the entrance exam?" Shinxiai asked earnestly. "Speak the truth. I promise not to be angry." Without hesitation, Shinxing replied, "The entrance exam." Shinxiai nodded gently at his response and then asked, "Which university do you wish to attend, and what major do you desire?" Shingang University, majoring in computer science. The university and major remained unchanged from before, indicating that, at least for now, her brother's original aspirations had not wavered. At Longqing University, the computer science program is superior. "Don't you wish to attend Longqing?" Shinxiai inquired. Shinxing pressed his lips together and replied, "If I go to Longqing, mother will be left alone. I wish to stay in Shingang to accompany her. I have already purchased a house in Longqing. If you manage to enroll in Longqing University, I will bring mother along, and then we can all be together again." Upon hearing this, Shinxing's eyes sparkled, and he looked up at his sister with excitement. "Really, sister?" Shinxiai nodded gently and added, "But the prerequisite is that you must pass the entrance exam. To gain admission to Longqing University, you need a score of at least 660. I can allow you to compete in the national tournament with your teammates. But if that delays your college entrance exam results, you will have to stay in Shungang and repeat the year. Are you willing to do that?" "I will not repeat the year. I can make it," Shinxing asserted with conviction. "After this competition, I will focus on my studies and won't touch games before the exam." From childhood, studying had never seemed a daunting task to him. He was confident. Hearing her brother's words, Shinxiai felt a bit relieved. She stood before him and said, It hasn't been easy for Mother to raise us three. I gave up my chance at Hangda for Keita, and you should understand whom Mother and I are doing this for. I don't want to impose a moral burden on you, but you have always been sensible. You should realize that no matter what you wish to pursue in the future, you must first gain admission to university. Xinxing nodded vigorously. I understand, sister. I won't disappoint you and Mother. Shen Si gently stroked his hair. Get some rest. You have to wake up early tomorrow. Sister, I haven't eaten yet. Perfect timing. Just bear the hunger. After saying this, Shen Si turned and closed the door. Xinxing. The next day, Shen Si woke up early. In the kitchen, their mother was preparing breakfast. Why are you up so early? You should sleep a bit longer. No more sleep. Is Xinxing off to school? Shen Si walked into the kitchen, embraced her mother from behind, inhaling the aroma of the vegetable noodles. Add a bit of vinegar. Shen Jingjing nodded with a smile, and then asked her daughter, Did you talk to him yesterday? Yes, I encouraged him to aim for launching university. And he said he could definitely make it. And about the games? Shen Si gently squeezed her mother's shoulder, reassuring her, Mother, don't worry too much. Xinxing said he would only play until mid-next month. After their team finishes the competition, he will focus on his studies. In total, it will only be about 20 days. Chapter 61. The first scene hearing this, Shen Jingjing shook her head, sighing, Mother isn't worried about that. What boy doesn't play games? Xinxing has already been quite reassuring. He never used to be interested in them. I fear he might genuinely aspire to become a professional player. Can that truly be a stable path? You see, you study astronomy, and Ali studies acting. Both will lead to genuine knowledge and skills. But can gaming compare? If he doesn't perform well in his studies, that would be one thing. But if he excels and ends up pursuing gaming, how regrettable. Shen Si understood her mother's concerns. To be honest, she herself wished her brother would not choose the path of esports, recalling all he had endured. Yet if this was his true passion, she would do everything in her power to support him, helping him seize the opportunities he had long desired and the stages he had never stood upon. At least this time, she did not wish for her brother's life to be filled with regrets. However, this was contingent on his acceptance into university. Mother, don't view esports so negatively. Even the Olympics has included esports as a category, and some universities now offer esports programs. Professional gaming is indeed a job. And it's not simple. Not everyone who plays games can succeed. Shen Si patiently explained to her mother, attempting to alleviate her biases against the esports industry. Professional esports is an industry characterized by fierce competition. Only a few can rise to the world stage, and every one of them deserves respect. Shen Jingjing looked at her daughter, hesitantly asking, Are you implying that you support Xinxing in becoming a professional player? I am passively supportive, Shen Si clarified. This means that Xinxing's choices are paramount to me. If he enjoys and is determined to pursue a professional career, then I will support him. But I want to actively encourage him to choose this path. Shen Jingjing pursed her lips in resignation, sighing, I must be getting old. Perhaps I truly cannot grasp these things. I just hope you three can all secure stable university placements and find reliable jobs in the future. I have no objections to Xinxing playing games, but if he wishes to become a professional player, I cannot agree. Shen Jingjing made her position clear, clearly believing that a career in professional esports lacks the stability she desires. As a mother, such thoughts are entirely reasonable. Shen Si nodded gently. I understand, Mother. However, it's too early to discuss this. I asked Xinxing yesterday, and he himself said that the most important thing now is the college entrance exam. And he wishes to major in computer science, indicating that his mind is not yet on professional esports. Let us not speculate too far ahead. We will see how he performs after the exam results are released. Shen Jingjing nodded in agreement. With her elder daughter by her side, she felt a sense of security. Today also marked the first day of Destiny as Phoenix. At the Shujin film base, the official opening ceremony had just concluded, and the scene was bustling with activity. Lights, sound, and camera setups for the final adjustments. We will commence the first scene in half an hour. Group B, set up the second scene quickly. Once the first scene wraps, transition immediately to the second. The site will be cleared in 10 minutes. All departments, please prepare to take your positions. Due to the large scale of the production, there were nearly 100 staff members on site. Although the atmosphere appeared chaotic, there was an underlying order, as everyone was highly professional. At the end of September, the weather was still warm, and the extras gathered in shaded areas, waiting for their turn. Only the lead and supporting cast had dedicated makeup rooms. In Makeup Room 9, the key female supporting characters had a communal lounge, where Su Zishan was present. She had confirmed that Shun Li was one of the main characters, as Shun Li had appeared on stage with the creative team during the opening ceremony. However, she could only watch from a distance. Unsurprisingly, Shun Li was not in the same resting area as her, but Suzy Shan was still unsure of Shun Li's exact role. In Makeup Room 3, Rin Jia was attaching a wig while scrolling through the trending topics of the day's filming materials. Why hasn't the official blog posted my materials? Rin Jia grumbled, then turned to her assistant, Xiaoya. What is going on with the publicity team? The male and female leads behind-the-scenes materials are trending at the top. Where's mine? Xiaoya quickly replied, Jia, don't be anxious. The opening ceremony just concluded, and Su Juanhuan and Song Yuna are currently trending. The online buzz is saturated. We should strategically wait for their heat to subside before posting. After a moment of realization, Renjia nodded. You're right, we can't rush it. Please inform the publicity team to prioritize my materials and stills with Baiyu for the next round. Sure. The publicity team belongs to our company, so they will definitely give priority to you. Rin Jia felt satisfied, a triumphant smile gracing her face. In the adjacent makeup room 4, it was Shun Li's space. She was pleasantly surprised to have her own private makeup room, although she was the 4th female lead. As a newcomer, the norm dictated that she would share a room with 1 or 2 others. Yet today, the makeup artist assigned to her was Wen Xian, not by coincidence, but rather when Xian had actively requested to be Shun Li's makeup artist, preferring to avoid the high-maintenance actresses. She enjoyed working with a beauty who had a good foundation, finding it much easier. After the makeup was completed, the first scene featuring the male and female leads was about to commence. The stage manager entered and announced, She. Prepare for scene 2 and walk through it with the other actors. Upon hearing this, Shun Li rose. It was her first scene, and she appeared almost completely barefaced. She was to portray Shi in a group scene following her fall into the water, necessitating her to lie on the bed throughout the sequence. Hence the lack of makeup, save for a pale complexion and lips. Her naturally exquisite features, combined with this frail and pitiful makeup, perfectly embodied the character's sense of brokenness. As she emerged from the makeup room, those present could not help but steal glances, their eyes reflecting unabashed admiration. Chu He, one of the original authors and a screenwriter, instantly recognized her as Shi and couldn't help but exclaim, she has truly stepped out from the pages of the book. Upon arriving at the second scene area, most actors were already positioned. Su Zisan, witnessing Shun Li's entrance, felt a growing sense of unease transform into despair. Shun Li was Shi, while she was merely her maid. The dialogue director swiftly gathered the actors with lines and began directing the scene. Director calls action, Shi coughs weakly. Trembling in her body, Ayu kneels to apologize and plead for mercy. Everyone recite your lines. Madam angrily scolds the servants for their failure to protect the mistress. Shi, feeling pity for her maid, pleads for her. Ayu kneels and knocks her head in submission. Everyone recite your lines. The old lady, furious, threatens to sell Ayu. Ayu kneels, knocking her head while crying out that she is at fault. Everyone recite your lines. After hearing the scene, Su Zisan felt as though the sky had collapsed. She did not wish to act anymore. At this point, regret was too late. Her father had invested, and her contract was signed. She could only grit her teeth and perform. Su Zisan continually reassured herself that she was a trained actress. She was Ayu, and Shun Li was Shi, both mere characters in the play. Instilling a sense of belief is a fundamental quality of an actor, and after a moment of self-hypnosis, Su Zisan surprisingly found herself feeling somewhat emboldened. Half an hour later, filming for the second scene commenced. All equipment was in place, and with the sound of the clapperboard followed by action, the set fell silent. Su Zisan knelt with a thud, her emotions ready to break free, only to be interrupted by the director's sharp cut. The assistant director, wearing sunglasses and a cap, rose angrily, rebuking, was that not a rehearsal? The camera is on Shi. When you kneel now, who will see it? You should kneel when the camera is on you. Su Zisan had never before been spoken to so harshly. Yet she understood that the director held the utmost authority on set. After being chastised, she merely nodded obediently, feigning compliance. I'm sorry, director. I was too nervous. They began again. The camera focused on Shi, shivering from her fall into the water, on the small screen in front of the director. Shun Li's captivating and perfectly nuanced innocence was strikingly engaging, prompting smiles from both the director and the assistant behind him. This actress, with her fresh face and remarkable performance, was sure to win the audience's affection. The veteran director, Ku Yoluan, immediately recognized Shun Li's potential. As the camera shifted to Ayu, she knelt with a thud. her voice trembling as she recited her lines. The servant deserves to die. Please, madam, have mercy. Madam, with a fierce glare, pointed at Ayu, scolding, you useless fool. The second young lady has been weak since childhood, and yet you allowed her to fall into the water? The old lady thundered. Bring forth this incompetent fool and sell her immediately. Madam, please spare me. Old lady, please spare me. I know my faults. I accept my punishment. I beg you not to sell me. Ayu cried, knocking her head, then raised herself to deliver 2 sharp slaps to her own face. Before kneeling again towards her mistress, Miss, please say a word for me. Cut. The abrupt command severed Suzy-san's immersion in the scene, leaving her face stinging and her knees aching. The assistant director, infuriated, stood up, and Suzy-san instinctively recoiled, fearing she had erred once more. However, the assistant's glare bypassed her, landing on a background actor, seething. What the hell is that on your wrist, you maid in the blue dress? Are there watches in ancient times? Do you even realize you've broken character? The actor trembled, hastily removing and concealing the watch from view. Thus, with the old lady's threat to sell Ayu and Ayu's kneeling and self-slapping, Suzy-san found herself needing to start anew. A scene that should have lasted a mere 5 minutes stretched into nearly an hour of filming. The heat of the day weighed heavily on everyone's spirits, and as time passed, their focus waned. Suzy-san's self-inflicted slaps grew less forceful, and ultimately, the director decided to use the first take. After the completion of this scene, Shinli was about to return to the makeup room for a drink and a moment of respite when Suzy-san intercepted her. The door to the makeup room displayed the name Shinli, a privilege reserved for actors with dedicated spaces. Suzy-san found the sight painfully glaring, her jealousy surging to unprecedented heights. You did this on purpose, didn't you? I stole your role, and now you come to play she just to disgust me? Suzy-san hissed with malice. Recalling her own humiliating kneeling and self-slapping before Shinli moments ago, she felt a deep sense of disgrace. Even if she had managed to perform her role professionally at the time. I lack the capability. I serve the arrangements of the crew and director phone. Shinli replied softly. Despite Shinli's earnestness, Suzy-san remained unconvinced. In an industry where a highly sought-after character like Shishi, a beloved role from the original work, would typically attract a swarm of popular actresses, how could it possibly fall to an unknown newcomer? Was it merely her looks? The entertainment industry was not devoid of beauty. With a knowing smirk, Suzy-san remarked, stop pretending to be high and mighty. To land a role like Shishi, you must have employed some unspeakable means. Shinli, if you wish for your secrets to remain hidden, it is best not to engage in questionable behavior. Her words were laced with implications. And although Shinli sensed the undertones, she remained unperturbed. Suzy-san had harbored animosity towards her for some time, while Shinli found this inexplicable. She was not inclined to confront her. Moreover, she recalled Mina's advice. Suzy-san's father was a financial backer for the production, and she needed to avoid conflict within the crew. In light of this, Shinli replied impassively, whether you believe me or not is of no concern. However, I suggest you apply some ice to your face. It appears slightly red and swollen. Upon hearing this, Suzy-san's furious expression transformed into one of shock as she instinctively touched her face. Ouch, that hurts. At that moment, the door to the adjacent dressing room was suddenly flung open, and Rin Jia, adorned in resplendent makeup and attire, emerged with an impressive entourage of 4 staff members. Upon spotting Shinli, she momentarily paused, then broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, little beauty, we meet again." Shinli and Suzy-san instantly concealed their expressions, replacing them with polite smiles as they greeted her, sister Rin Jia. Rin Jia's gaze instinctively swept over the two, and upon noticing Suzy-san's flushed cheeks, she gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Oh my goodness, little sister, did you just get that blush from filming? Suzy-san, appearing somewhat pitiful, nodded and feigned strength. I'm fine, sister Rin Jia. It's just for effect. Goodness, that must hurt. How could you actually slap your face like that? Didn't your teacher teach you about positioning techniques? Rin Jia asked with a look of sympathy. Suzy-san shook her head, explaining that she had only been in the program for less than a month and had barely attended any physical training classes. How refreshingly honest. Rin Jia sighed before turning to Xiaoya. Quickly, go to my room and grab an ice pack from the fridge for this little sister. Otherwise, if her face swells and delays the filming, Director Ku will surely be upset. No need, sister Rin Jia. I can find some ice myself later, Suzy-san said, feeling both flattered and apprehensive. Rin Jia, a superstar, was treating her with such warmth and even offered to fetch an ice pack. Though she seemed to decline, internally, She felt elated and proud. Renjia smiled. It's no trouble at all. I have one ready. Don't be shy. Her demeanor as a considerate senior only increased the admiration Shen Li and Su Zishan felt for her. Unbeknownst to them, once she turned away, the smile on Renjia's face vanished like a mask being torn off, revealing a disdainful smirk. After acquiring the ice pack, Su Zishan recognized that the pressing matter was to soothe her own face, so she huffed coldly at Shen Li and turned to leave. Shen Li's expression remained indifferent as she returned to her dressing room. At that moment, when Shen was absent, so Shen Li took a bottle of water from the small fridge and drank. The cool liquid swiftly dispelled the heat, providing her with a sense of relief. Just then, the door to the dressing room was knocked upon. Shen Li called out, "Please come in," her gaze filled with curiosity as she turned to look. The door opened to reveal a staff member sporting an ID badge, who peeked in, followed by two young individuals, one male and one female, both seemingly youthful. "Teacher Shen Li?" The leading young man's voice startled her, prompting her to wave her hand. "Don't call me that. Just use my name. I have not yet produced any formal work, so I cannot bear the title of teacher," she added. The young man smiled and nodded, introducing himself. "I am Di Dong, the head of the publicity department for Jin Xiao." "Hello, Mr. Di. Is there something you need from me?" Shen Li inquired politely. "Jin Xiao Entertainment Culture Company, Limited, is the production company for this drama. Mr. D has been instructed by our boss, Lu Jin Xiao, to deliver assistance for you," he explained. "Given that you currently lack a company and team, we have arranged for 2 temporary assistants to help you immerse yourself fully in the filming process." As Di Dong spoke, he gestured aside, and the young man and woman stepped forward. The young man introduced himself. "Hello, Teacher Shen Li. I'm your life assistant, Pan." The young woman followed suit. "Teacher Shen Li, I'm your personal assistant, Xiao Yun." Shen Li was momentarily taken aback before responding, No, please don't call me that. I'm probably younger than both of you. Just call me a Li." Turning back to Di Dong, she hesitated. "Mr. D, I'm a newcomer, and it doesn't make sense for me to have 2 assistants. I can manage on my own. Really, it's not necessary. While it's true you are a newcomer, you are also one of the main leads. The filming environment can be quite complicated, and having assistants will alleviate many tasks, allowing you to focus more on your work. This is all arranged by our company, and there is no cost to you," Di Dong explained. Shen Li chuckled. "It's not about the money. If you don't let me pay, I certainly can't keep them. That would be akin to freeloading." Di Dong replied. "Don't be too hasty in your refusal. Since you just joined the set today, you might not yet grasp the benefits. Give it 2 or 3 days with them, and you'll see." Before Shen Li could refuse again, Di Dong added, "If after 3 days you still feel they are unnecessary, I will help you apply to the company to have them released. That should be acceptable, right?" With such earnestness in his words, it would be impolite for Shen Li to decline further. She nodded gently. "Well, I appreciate everyone as kindness. I feel quite embarrassed." Di Dong repeatedly assured her it was no trouble and, before leaving, exchanged a knowing glance with Pan and Xiao Yun, signaling them to be attentive. Now alone with 2 strangers, Shen Li blinked, feeling somewhat lost. However, before she could feel awkward, Xiao Yun quickly took charge. Noticing the half-drunk bottle of water on the table, she approached, examined it, then shook her head, gently advising, "Ali, this water is too cold. Try not to drink such icy water, or it might upset your stomach." Shen Li numbly nodded. "Oh, okay." Xiao Yun then retrieved the air conditioning remote, switched it to ventilation mode, and adjusted the temperature to a comfortable 24 degrees with a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, Pan set down his backpack and, to Shen Li's astonishment, began pulling out an array of unexpected items: a sunshade, handheld fan, folding chair, first aid kit, mosquito racket, and even a health food recipe book. Shen Li was utterly dumbfounded. In the evening, upon learning that Shen Ci had returned, Auntie and her family of 4 gathered at their home. Shen Jingjing and her sister, Shen Yingying, busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing a feast. The bond between sister and niece had strengthened, bringing genuine joy to Shen Yingying as the younger sister. "Ci, you must have missed Annie's beer duck. Make sure to eat plenty today," Shen Yingying said, placing a large duck leg on Shen Ci's plate, her eyes glistening with emotion. Shen Ci smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Annie. I've been craving this for ages. None of the grand restaurants in Longqing can compare to your cooking." Uncle Heben chuckled. "Aren't we waiting for Xing Xing?" Shen Jingjing shook her head with a smile. "We want to wait for him. He finishes late from evening study and then goes to the internet CAF to play games. We'll eat without him." Upon hearing this, Cousin He Guangrong looked at his mother. "Mom, see? Maya doesn't even care that Xing Xing plays games." Shen Yingying glared at her son. What are Xing's grades compared to yours? Your scores from the recent assessment were so low they couldn't even raise your father's blood pressure. If I scattered rice on the exam paper, even the chickens would score better than you. Do you really think you can compare with Xing? He Guangrong pouted but knew he couldn't compete with Xing, burdened by her son's academic performance. Sighed at her sister, "Sister, what should I do? None of the kids give me peace of mind." Sui had always struggled academically, barely passing into junior college, but at least she resembled her father in height. And after graduating from the flight attendant program, she could at least present herself decently. And what about Guangrong? He is only growing taller without gaining any intelligence. What will he do in the future? He can't be a flight attendant, and every day. And I worry about what he'll learn if he doesn't get into college. As they were eating, Sui interjected, "Being a flight attendant sounds respectable. But in essence, they're just waitstaff in the sky." "You know this well," Xing replied, casting a disapproving look at her daughter. "If you don't work hard when young, you'll regret it when you grow up. Isn't it simply your own lack of ambition?" Thank you for the monthly votes from 20220808175619044. 20,240,429,154 candelas. 20220618191757429. 20230409 EA. Inda. I am truly delighted to receive these votes. Chapter 64. A sister will step in. My aunt is a classic example of a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Her current anxiety about her children's future is entirely normal for a mother. With her daughter already in college and her son's dismal academic performance weighing heavily on her, it's no wonder she feels urgency. Xinxi empathizes with her aunt, but she knows that her cousin has had a relatively smooth journey thus far. After graduating from a flight attendant program, she secured a position with an airline, which, although demanding, aligns with her aunt's definition of a respectable job. Eventually, she encountered her future husband, a regular employee of a multinational company, during a flight. Their marriage saw him swiftly ascend the corporate ladder from an ordinary position to regional director. They welcomed a pair of twins, a son and daughter, and her cousin now enjoys a comfortable life with her in-laws, who also benefit from her good fortune. In contrast, her younger cousin faced a disheartening defeat in his college entrance examinations. No one encouraged him to repeat the year, as everyone knew he lacked the aptitude for academics. He later enrolled in a vocational school, choosing animation production as his field of study. After graduation, he joined an outsourcing company, working tirelessly into the night. Once a tall and handsome young man, he now finds himself balding before the age of 30, with a burgeoning beer belly. After several short-lived relationships, he eventually married a girl his mother arranged for him, but they divorced within 2 years due to irreconcilable differences, leaving him with a toddler son. As Xinxi observes her tall, youthful cousin and her vibrant, handsome younger cousin, she cannot help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Having grown up together, they share a deep bond. She hopes her cousin finds a good partner for a lifetime of happiness, but fears her younger cousin may repeat past mistakes and succumb to life's pressures. "Aunt, you need not worry. Sui and Guangrong will surely find their way in the world, even if they do not attend university," Xinxi reassures her aunt. Xinjing nods in agreement, affirming, "Ci is right. Both Sui and Guangrong are good kids and will not falter in the future." Hearing praise for her children brings a measure of comfort to Xinxi, yet she cannot help but retort, "Sister, you and Ci need not console me. I have come to terms with this. I do not expect them to achieve great success. As long as they graduate from college and secure stable jobs to support themselves, that is enough." Ibn concurs from the side. Indeed, jobs are hard to come by now. Many university graduates struggle to find employment. Sui and Guangrong remain silent, accustomed to being the family's comparison group. Whenever discussions turn to children, others receive praise while they face criticism. Fortunately, Xinxi is attentive, frequently offering comfort to her younger cousins, fostering an even closer relationship among them. Setting down her chopsticks, Xinxi suddenly looks earnestly at her aunt. "Aunt, regardless of whether it's Sui or Guangrong, I will always support them if they encounter difficulties in the future. They are still young and may feel lost without clear goals. When the time comes, as their older sister, I will certainly lend a hand." Caught off guard by her niece's unexpected declaration, Xinxi is momentarily speechless. After regaining her composure, she quickly responds, "Ci, that's not necessary. You are still a university student. How can I allow you to worry about your younger siblings?" Seeing her aunt flustered, Shin Si smiles softly. I understand, aunt, but I mean it. Shin Ying opens her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling a lump in her throat. Being a sentimental person, she is moved by her niece's words, feeling reassured that her affection for Shin Si has not been in vain. Shin Jingjing gently pats her sister's hand, whispering, the children are all close. It is natural for them to support one another. Shin Ying wipes away a tear and nods gently. After dinner, Shin Si presents the gifts she has prepared for them. Uncle, this is for you. And mine. He exclaims. Thank you, Si. He receives a brand new smartphone. Shin Si considers her uncle's nature. He has likely held on to his old phone for years. So a new device is indeed practical. The gifts for her younger cousins are even more plentiful. For Guangrong, she has bought sneakers, a tablet, and a PSP, all items that young boys cherish. For Sui Sui, there are bags, perfume, and a complete set of new digital equipment. Thank you, sis. Oh my. These must have cost a fortune. Sui Sui exclaims, both touched and concerned for her sister's finances. Shin Si smiles. Do not worry about the cost. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Sui Sui nods vigorously, clutching her very first authentic Chanel bag. Guangrong leans in and whispers, sis, I want to study abroad. What? Sui Sui gasps before bursting into laughter. With your grades, even a mediocre foreign university wouldn't accept you. But my English is good. Guangrong retorts proudly. I might even be better than you. Oh please, Sui Sui rolls her eyes before turning to Shin Si. Don't pay him any mind. He has just been watching too many American shows and has lost his grip on reality. Due to her uncle's northern roots, her younger cousins and aunt often speak with a northern accent, which adds a delightful touch to their conversations. You know nothing. I won't bother explaining. Guangrong grins at Shin Si. Sister, there are many people going abroad for a degree these days. With a foreign diploma, they can return and claim to be overseas students or sea turtles. Shin Si chuckles. You should stop scrolling through Douyin. With your grades, where do you think you would study abroad? Africa might be a possibility. Unable to contain herself, Sui Sui bursts into laughter. While her sister's teasing may not faze Guangrong, Shin Si's words quickly deflate his enthusiasm. Seeing his reaction, Shin Si advises earnestly, with your academic talent, it would be unwise to chase a diploma as a means to self-worth. It is futile. Even with wealth, you cannot change the fact that you lack aptitude for learning. Many foreign universities may offer degrees for a price, but what value does that hold? A diploma from a third-rate foreign institution is merely an empty shell, a waste of your life and time. It is crucial to identify your life's direction and establish your goals before we can discuss further support. Chapter 65. Are you sure you don't need a substitute? Shin Si's casual remark ignites a spark of hope in Guangrong's eyes. Sister, have you truly succeeded in your entrepreneurial endeavors? Shin Si raises an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying, but subtly indicating her modest success with a nod towards the gifts in his hands. Tears well up in Guangrong's eyes as the once dim path ahead seems illuminated by his cousin's brilliance. So, should I take you seriously? He asks. Shin Si nods with a smile, then turns to Sui Sui, asking, and what about you, Sui Sui? Do you genuinely enjoy your studies and flight attendants? Sui Sui sighs, her expression reflecting ambivalence. I cannot say I love it, but I do not hate it either. I suppose I am just making the best of my options. As a preschool teacher, I feel inadequate. I can manage a giant baby, but when it comes to the noise of children, I could genuinely lose my temper. I also find the medical profession unsuitable for me, as I am terrified of needles even when it comes to administering them myself. As for being a flight attendant, my height should serve as an advantage during future interviews, so I am confident in securing a job. With a sigh, she glanced at Shin Si and said, Sister, you need not worry about me right now. I must finish my associate degree first. Perhaps one day our school will offer a pathway to a bachelor's degree. And I might even become an undergraduate myself. Sui Sui possesses a temperament that finds comfort in her current situation, neither disheartened by the present nor troubled by the future. This may very well be the reason for her smooth existence in her past life. 3 days into her role in the production, Shinli gradually acclimatized to the rhythm of the set, although she played the fourth female lead with limited scenes. Her innate talent garnered the admiration of both the director and the screenwriter. The original author, Teacher Chuhee, even added several scenes for Shinli on site, rendering her character more robust and multidimensional. She is confident that her portrayal of Shishi will undoubtedly become a beloved character. Cut. This take is good. Everyone take a 10-minute break. We will be transitioning to the pond set to film the scene where Shishi falls into the water. The filming process is not strictly linear. It adapts to the actual circumstances on set. The first scene Shinli filmed on her first day involved her character's fall into the water, which was scheduled for today. As the director called cut, the assistants waiting outside rushed over, unfurling umbrellas like blooming flowers in a competition for attention. Xiaoyun approached Shinli, holding an umbrella in one hand and a handheld fan in the other. "Ollie, are you hot? Let me cool you down." Shinli reached for the fan, but before she could speak, a straw was already inserted into her mouth. Xiaoyun encouraged, "Drink up. It's electrolyte water to replenish your energy." After taking a few gulps, she felt significantly more comfortable. With only a 10-minute break, there was no time to return to the makeup room, so she had to wait in the shade near the set. Fortunately, Xiaoyun had brought a folding chair. In that moment, Shinli truly understood the difference between having an assistant and going without one. "Xiaoyun, you needn't fuss over me. Take a break yourself," she said, feeling slightly awkward. Xiaoyun waved her hand dismissively. "While you're filming, I can rest. You need not concern yourself with me. I'm not tired at all." Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Zishan was sweating profusely, waiting in the sun for the makeup artist to touch up her face, as she had a significant amount of footage to shoot soon. "Shan Shan." A familiar voice called out, so familiar that Su Zishan momentarily thought she was hallucinating due to the heat. Raising her head instinctively, she saw that it was indeed her father. "Dad." Su Zishan's face lit up with joy, and in the next moment, all the suppressed grievances from her time on set surged forth uncontrollably, leading her to cry as she leapt into her father's embrace. Su's father cherished his only daughter, who had always been the apple of his eye. To him, her tears were as precious as pearls and diamonds. Su Zishan's tears nearly broke his heart. He gently asked, "Oh, my dear, what troubles you? Is it the filming that has you upset?" Looking up with tear-stained cheeks, Su Zishan replied, "All day long. It's either serving tea or fetching water. It's either kneeling or bowing. How could I possibly be content?" Su's father paused, recalling that the role his daughter desired was that of a maid. Initially, he had hesitated, but she had insisted that the character offered ample room for expression, which is why he had helped her secure it. It was customary for a maid to serve tea and bow. He hesitated but would never question her feelings. Responding with concern, "Then, shall we stop filming?" "That's out of the question. I signed a contract, and backing out would mean breaching it." Su Zishan shook her head, clearly still in control of her faculties. Yet, seeing his daughter so distressed after just 3 days into her role made her father express, "If breaching the contract is what it takes, then so be it. I can afford the penalty." "No, I'm a newcomer. What kind of rookie breaches their first contract? If word gets out, who would hire me afterward?" Su Zishan calmed herself, wiping away her tears. Though she was somewhat spoiled, becoming a star was indeed her dream. She understood the hardships of acting and had mentally prepared herself. Her grievances largely stemmed from Shinli since most of her servitude was directed toward her. Had the second miss been working under a more popular actress, she would have accepted her role with grace, feeling no resentment. Looking over and seeing Shun Li with an assistant holding an umbrella and a folding chair, Su Zishan felt her frustration boil over. "Dad, you didn't even arrange for me an assistant. I have to fetch my own water." Su Zishan pouted, directing her displeasure at her father. He chuckled. "If you want an assistant, that's easy. How about 10? "Dad." Su Zishan felt a headache coming on and stomped her foot. "Who brings 10 assistants?" "Su Jianhuan only has 4. "Then how many do you want? Just tell me, and I will arrange it." Her father continued to soothe her. "One will suffice." Su Zishan mumbled, realizing she had given in, then added, "Make it 2. "Very well, 2 it is. I will arrange that for you shortly. Prepare for the transition. All actors, please take your positions promptly." The stage manager called out. Su Zishan quickly said, "Dad, I'm about to start shooting. You should head back. I just arrived. I want to watch you act." Su Zishan couldn't spare any more words, simply reminding him, "Please keep quiet. The audio is sensitive, and even the slightest sound will be picked up." On the other side, the assistant director approached Shun Li and quietly inquired, "Ali, are you certain you don't need a stunt double?" Shun Li shook her head. "No worries, director. I grew up near the sea and have always been a proficient swimmer. There's nothing to be concerned about." The assistant director nodded appreciatively and turned to the other actors, declaring, "For this water scene, Ali will perform it herself. Let us aim for a single take." Hearing this, Su Zishan couldn't help but smirk subtly, thinking, "One take? Dream on." With the director's command, she was pushed into the pond by someone with malicious intent. With a splash, Shinli fell into the water, immediately beginning to cry out for help and struggle. The second camera angle shifted, capturing a Yu, who, holding a brocade box, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the second miss in distress, her expression turned to shock, causing her to drop the box. "Cut!" the assistant director shouted. Shunli emerged from the water, her face a picture of confusion. The assistant director glared at Su Zishan, exclaiming, "Can you act? You need to react appropriately. If you're shocked, your hands shouldn't just drop the box after some delay. Does that even make sense?" Su Zishan repeatedly nodded in apology. "I'm sorry, director. I'll do it again." The assistant director, visibly irritated, glanced at Shunli still in the pond, then softened his tone, saying, "Ali, let's take it from your call for help after you fall in." Shunli acknowledged with a gesture indicating her readiness. However, during the second take, Su Zishan accidentally twisted her ankle, nearly stumbling. Cut. In the third take, Su Zishan entered a couple of seconds late. Cut. In the fourth take, her lines got tangled halfway through. Cut. What is going on with you? The path ahead seems impassable, doesn't it? The assistant director, in a fit of fury, strode up to Su Zishan, glaring at her as he bellowed. "Is it really that difficult? Everyone is enduring the scorching sun to get through this scene with you. Shinli has been submerged in water for over half an hour. Can you act or not? If you can't, we'll find someone else." Su Zishan feigned a look of panic and quickly replied, "I'm sorry, Director Lee. I may have overheated slightly and feel dizzy and out of sorts. I didn't mean to waste everyone's time." Just as the assistant director was about to unleash another tirade, a staff member rushed over and whispered something in his ear. He opened his mouth, glanced at a middle-aged man in the corner of the set, and ultimately swallowed his words of reprimand. "We'll reshoot the scene later. Quickly, get Shinli out of the water. Everyone else, take a break and grab some food." Shinli was almost hauled out of the water. After performing a harrowing struggle for nearly half an hour, even a good swimmer would be utterly exhausted. Fortunately, it was summer, and the pond's water was not too cold. Otherwise, she would have suffered greatly. As soon as she reached the shore, Xiaoyun draped a towel over her shoulders, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right, Ali? How's your health?" Shunli nodded weakly, her complexion unusually pale, whether from the chill or the soaking she had endured. She glanced at Su Zishan and met her unabashedly triumphant gaze. Though she was neither aggressive nor foolish, she could discern that Su Zishan was being deliberately antagonistic. "Go change into some dry clothes. I'll help you dry your hair," Xiaoan suggested. Shinli averted her gaze and nodded, allowing Xiaoan to assist her back to the resting room. Su Zishan, observing Shinli's disheveled state, felt a portion of her pent-up frustration dissipate. However, upon turning around, she was met with her father's darkened expression. "Dad." Su Zishan approached him. But before she could speak, her father erupted. "Is this how you're treated on set? Did you let them boss you around like this?" He had witnessed the assistant director berate his daughter repeatedly and felt both anger and heartache. Had it not been for her warning him to remain silent, he would have been unable to restrain himself from defending her. "Dad, the money is meant to support you in doing what you love, not to let you endure this kind of treatment." Su Zishan laughed lightly, shaking her father's arm. "I'm not being mistreated. I'm a newcomer. All stars have gone through this. Besides, I made mistakes." In the past few days, Su Zishan had become accustomed to the atmosphere on set, where errors during filming would lead to reprimands. Given that she had intentionally made mistakes, she was mentally prepared for it. When not shooting, the director was quite amiable and would often share jokes, reflecting his professionalism and ability to separate work from personal matters. Ultimately, she achieved her goal of making Shunli suffer a bit. Receiving a few scoldings was an acceptable price to pay, and she felt no grievance. After drying off, Shunli changed into a clean outfit, while Xiaoyan used a hairdryer to style her hair. Pan arranged a balanced lunch and brewed a pot of ginger tea for Shunli, reminding her, "Remember to drink this. It'll ward off the cold. Don't catch a chill." Shunli sat in silence, staring at her pale reflection in the mirror, unaware that tears were silently streaming down her cheeks. In a flurry, she wiped away her tears, but Pan and Xiaoyan had already noticed. Pan, puzzled, asked, "Ali, what's wrong? Did the director scold you?" Shunli shook her head. "I'm fine." Xiaoyan sighed, indignation bubbling within her as she expressed that actress playing a you is clearly targeting you on purpose. How could she be foolish enough to keep making mistakes in one shot? If Xiaoyan could see through it, surely the others could as well. "Let us not dwell on it. It's pointless to expose the truth when she won't admit it," Shunli replied. Just then, a figure appeared at the partially opened door, arms crossed and a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Shunli. The others in the room froze momentarily, and Shunli, upon seeing the person in the mirror, quickly stood up. "Teacher Yu Hong." Yu Hong smiled and asked, "May I come in?" "Of course, please do." Shinli eagerly pulled a chair over, saying, "It's been several days since I joined the crew, and I was wondering why I hadn't seen you. I've been tied up with several business negotiations, and today I finally found some time to drop by. I'll be flying back early tomorrow." As she spoke, she looked at Shinli with an appreciative smile. "I watched your recent scene from the sidelines. You're very dedicated. It's the least I could do." Shinli replied softly, "The girl playing the maid is deliberately targeting you. Do you have a conflict with her?" Shinli shook her head, asserting that she had no issues with Suzy Sean. The hostility directed at her continued to baffle her. "We are both freshmen at the film academy, but not in the same class." Yu Hong raised an eyebrow, understanding the situation without probing further. She addressed Shinli, "Regardless, what you just stated is true. Even if everyone can see through it, they can't speak out because the other party won't acknowledge it. Teacher, does that mean Ali has to suffer this injustice in silence?" Xiaoyan interjected, frustrated on Shun Li's behalf. Yu Hong chuckled but did not respond to Xiaoyan. Instead, she focused on Shinli, asking, "Let me ask you, if given the chance, would you want to retaliate in kind?" Without hesitation, Shinli shook her head. "I don't want to become someone like her." She provided her reasoning. At this, Yu Hong instinctively chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling as she observed Shinli, seeing in her a purity and clarity that had long been absent from her own experience. Finally, she nodded. In this industry, patience can indeed be a virtue, but it cannot become a permanent mark on your character. Shinli appeared puzzled. Yu Hong candidly explained, "In simpler terms, you cannot endure forever, otherwise others will perceive you as easy to bully, and being easy to bully is not a good thing in this field." With her years of experience as a top-tier agent, Yu Hong's few words helped Shinli gain significant clarity. "Teacher, does that mean I'm not suited for this industry?" Shinli finally voiced a question that had troubled her, one she had hesitated to ask. To her surprise, Yu Hong promptly refuted her self-doubt. "You are absolutely suited for it. This industry is never short of hard workers. What it lacks are geniuses, and you are a genius. You were born for the role of an actress." "But Yu Hong grasped Shun Li's hand, understanding her current doubts. She gently patted the back of her hand for reassurance. "You're still young. Perhaps you have been too well protected throughout your life, which makes it difficult to adapt to this environment. This is normal. Everyone must go through a process of growth, and the more experiences you have, the more wisdom you gain. You are still inexperienced in the world, tentatively navigating each step. You know you should endure when others bully you because you understand that speaking out is futile, so you are not entirely oblivious. You have more composure than many. However," she cautioned, "but composure is not weakness. You must not allow others to see you as someone who is easily bullied. You may endure for a moment, but you cannot endure indefinitely." Shinli listened intently, beginning to grasp a deeper understanding. Yu Hong was imparting wisdom. Small grievances can be tolerated, but one must not remain perpetually submissive. "Thank you, teacher. I feel much better now," Shinli said, her demeanor obedient. Yu Hong found herself increasingly fond of this young woman before her, appreciating her good nature and gentle character, evoking a protective instinct within her. "No need to thank me. You know I have my own interests at heart." Yu Hong glanced at Xiao Yun and a Pan, teasingly asking, "Do you have an assistant now? You would be seeking other opportunities behind my back, would you?" No, teacher, please don't misunderstand. A Pan and Xiao Yun are from the production team, sent temporarily to take care of me." Upon hearing this, Yu Hong nodded, then took out a sample contract from her bag. "Since you're here on set, I'm not in a hurry. When you have time, please review the contract. This is our company's standard template for signing with artists. And you sign the same version. If you find any issues, feel free to mark them, and we can discuss them later. Regardless, I sincerely hope you will join us." Shinli received the contract with both hands, nodding in gratitude. She hadn't told her sister about the events at the film set today, knowing that her sister would be very happy once she returned to Deep Harbor. And she didn't want her sister to worry about her. Shin Si was enjoying a rare moment of leisure at home, currently video chatting with Gu Lianxing. "Darling, I'm so bored without you. I used to think it was nice just the two of us in the dorm. But now I can't wait for a new roommate to keep me company." "Then why don't you go out more? If you're not in the dorm." "You would miss me so much," Gu Lianxing retorted. "It was 36 degrees yesterday, and I almost melted the moment I stepped outside the dorm. Deep Harbor is hot too. I intended to visit my aunt's store today, but I haven't left the house yet. National Day is approaching, so just hang in there." Just then, the sound of a key unlocking the front door echoed through the house. Shinsi paused, glancing at the clock on the wall, which read 1:30 in the afternoon. At this hour, her mother was usually at work, and her brother was at school. Who could it be returning? Nianqing. I'll hang up for now. I'll call you back. Shenxiai ended the video call and saw her mother entering. Her forehead glistened with a light sheen of sweat, and her expression appeared somewhat heavy. Mom. Shenxiai was taken aback and approached her, asking curiously, "Why are you back at this time? Did you take the afternoon off?" Shun Jingjing sighed softly, observing her daughter's strained smile, and replied, "I'll be taking the afternoon off from now on." "What do you mean?" Shenxiai was momentarily confused. "Your mother has been laid off." Shenxiai froze in place upon hearing this. Though she had been considering ways for her mother to resign voluntarily, the sudden turn of events caught her off guard. "Why?" Shenxiai feigned concern. After taking a sip of water, Shen Jingjing explained in a low tone, the hotel had normal personnel changes, hiring new staff while letting go of some older employees. Although I have seniority, my educational qualifications are low, and I'm getting older, so. Shenxiai was aware that Rueli Hotel was a foreign brand known for its educational requirements for management positions. She and T expected that even a housekeeping staff member would be prioritized for layoffs due to inadequate qualifications. It was a reasonable yet absurd situation. However, Shen Jingjing seemed only slightly disheartened by the sudden job loss, as the company provided compensation, and she had nothing to complain about. "I've worked my entire life without a break. Now that I've been laid off, I feel a bit lost," she remarked with a smile. "I'll ask Aunt Qian if she still needs help. I've worked in a 5-star hotel. I should be able to manage." "Aunt Qian?" Shenxiai pondered for a moment, then quickly stopped her mother. "Mom, don't even think about it. Aunt Qian's cleaning company is much more exhausting than the hotel. You'd be overworked. What is tiring about cleaning? I've raised 3 of you without feeling burdened," Shen Jingjing replied. "That's not the point. You said you've never had a break. Now that you finally have time off, why are you so eager to find work? Ali started working right after enrolling. And I've made money in launching. Our family isn't short on funds." Shen Jingjing looked at her daughter and said, "Whether we have money or not, one cannot be idle. Idleness leads to deterioration. Please don't force yourself to work hard. Aside from jobs, there are other things to do," Shenxiai urged. Pulling her mother into her room and motioning toward the wardrobe, "Quickly change your clothes. I'll take you out to experience how wonderful it is to have a day off." "Mom, no." Shenxiai interrupted her mother with a stern look. "It's been ages since we went out together. Don't you want that?" Grateful for the votes sent by VIP member exclusive number, Shenxiai's enthusiasm led Shen Jingjing to pause in thought. Indeed, it had been a long time since the two had simply gone out together. Ever since her daughter entered her 2nd year of high school, her studies became demanding, and Shen Jingjing had been working overtime without any rest days. She couldn't even remember the last time they had gone shopping together. Now that her daughter was back from university, and Shen Jingjing happened to be unemployed with time on her hands, it was indeed a moment to cherish. With this in mind, Shen Jingjing smiled. "All right. I'll take a shower and change my clothes." At the end of September, the heat in Deep Harbor caused restlessness. Even the wind carried warmth. Upon entering the luxurious and understated lobby of Linchuigang, the cool air mingled with a pleasant fragrance instantly dispelled the heat from their bodies. "CI. We're both getting on in years. What are we doing with the spa? Isn't it a waste of money?" "What do you mean getting on in years? My mom isn't even 45 yet, and Auntie, you're just in your early 40s. Shenxiai replied. Shen Jingjing chuckled helplessly. "Isn't that getting on in years? Your aunt and I are middle-aged women. Indeed, kids are already in college. Age is merely a number. What truly matters is one's mindset. A youthful mindset embodies true youth," Shenxiai declared, linking arms with both women. "Today, I'll take charge of the arrangements. Nobody is allowed to spoil the fun. Just enjoy yourselves." Seeing Shenxiai's enthusiasm, Shen Jingjing exchanged amused glances with her sister, both of them nodding in agreement. "All right, you handle it. We'll enjoy." Only then did Shenxiai show a satisfied smile. "Welcome to Linchuigang. Ladies, please present your membership card." The receptionist, dressed in a sleek black suit, greeted them with a professional smile. Shenxiai asked softly, "It's our first visit. What if we don't have a membership card?" "Unfortunately, we operate on a membership basis. We do not accommodate non-members. If you plan to visit us frequently, you can apply for a membership today. And we would be delighted to have you as our member," the receptionist replied with a friendly demeanor, clearly well-trained. Shenxiai's first impression of the place soared. And just as she was about to nod in agreement to apply for a card, an unexpected voice interrupted. "Jingjing? Ying?" The sudden voice startled the sisters, who were absorbed in observing their surroundings. Turning to look, they were taken aback upon recognizing the person speaking. Shen Jingjing instinctively forced a smile, Yongqiang? What a coincidence. Lin Yongqiang? Shen Yingying exclaimed in surprise, noticing his tailored appearance and the youthful girl beside him, clearly at least a decade younger. Shen Yingying's pupils flickered. In her memory, Lin Yongqiang was not this way. Evidently, he had transformed dramatically after achieving a higher social standing. Lin Yongqiang instinctively assessed Shen Jingjing. And despite being preoccupied with work and family, her innate charm and allure remained undeniable. After all, she had given birth to 2 daughters who were both stunningly beautiful. It's been over a decade since we last met, and you haven't changed much, Lin Yongqiang remarked with a tone of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, the girl beside him immediately felt a sense of danger, casting a wary glance at Shen Jingjing. Shen Jingjing smiled softly, lowering her gaze. How could I not have changed? Shen Yingying observed Lin Yongqiang closely and noticed that his gaze towards her sister remained unsettlingly familiar. She promptly remarked, Lin Yongqiang, you are indeed the one who has changed the most. If I were to encounter you on the street now, I wouldn't even dare to recognize you. Turning her attention to the young lady beside him, she inquired, and who might this be? The young girl was adorned in a Dior ensemble, holding a new Fendi handbag. Her attire and accessories all from top-tier brands. Upon being addressed, she instinctively raised her chin, smiling yet speaking with an air of superiority. Hello, I am Yongqiang's fiancée. My name is Linda, but you may call me Lin Lin. Lin Yongqiang nodded and smiled in agreement, yet his gaze remained fixated on Shen Jingjing's face. As if attempting to glean a reaction he wished to see, perhaps disappointment, perhaps regret. Unfortunately, none materialized. Shen Jingjing merely blinked in surprise. Shen Yingying could not contain herself, exclaiming, Fiancé? Lin Yongqiang, you've never been married? He replied, Indeed, for I have yet to find someone suitable. While he seemed to be responding to Shen Yingying, his attention never wavered from Shen Jingjing. She sensed his gaze upon her and felt it inappropriate in Linda's presence, so she deftly redirected the conversation. Are you here for a spa treatment as well? Yes, I accompanied Linda, he replied. Linda tightened her grip on his arm, almost clinging to him as she coyly stated, Yongqiang comes with me twice a week. This is the first time we've encountered acquaintances. Sensing the awkward atmosphere and noticing that her mother seemed reluctant to continue the conversation, Shen Xi interjected, Mom, let us get a membership card first. The spa treatment lasts for 2 hours, and I've made dinner reservations for later. Jingjing? Is that ACI? Upon hearing Shen Xi's voice, Lin Yongqiang surprisingly recognized her, even calling her by her childhood nickname. Shen Xi looked at her mother in astonishment. Shen Jingjing prided herself on raising 3 remarkable children. And mentioning ACI made her feel at ease, smiling as she nodded. Yes, she is ACI. I can't believe you remember her name. Of course. She was adorable as a child. I didn't expect her to grow up so much. She truly resembles you in your youth. Lin Yongqiang gazed at Shen Xi with fervor, momentarily lost in the memory of a younger Shen Jingjing and himself. Shen Xi, however, had no recollection of this man. Yet it was evident that he had once harbored feelings for her mother. In her memories, there had been numerous suitors around her mother. But she had never consented to any. She had previously asked her mother why she hadn't sought a reliable man to establish a new family. Her mother would only smile wryly and shake her head, stating that having her and her siblings was enough. Shen Xi knew that was not the complete truth. Now, she merely greeted Lin Yongqiang politely, Hello, uncle. Not wishing to waste any more time, Shen Xi turned to the front desk. Please set up a membership card for me. To her surprise, Lin Yongqiang interjected, Use my card. I'll cover the bill. He produced a black card and handed it over without seeking anyone's consent. His actions exuded a forceful arrogance reminiscent of someone who had once been spurned by their beloved, only to return as a successful individual seeking to reclaim their dignity. In a subtle manner, he conveyed that he was no longer the man he once was, and rejecting him would be a loss on their part. However, Linda was displeased by this gesture. She tapped her nails against Lin Yongqiang's arm, casting an annoyed glance his way. The spa's charges were significant, and the money spent could easily have purchased another handbag for her. Yet, Lin Yongqiang was indifferent. To him, it was not merely about the money. We don't need it. Uncle, we can pay for ourselves, Shen Xi interjected coldly before her mother could decline. The front desk attendant looked momentarily bewildered, having just put the membership card down. Lin Yongqiang chuckled lightly, casually stating, It's not necessary. Here, the minimum initial deposit for a membership is $10. If you don't frequent this place, it's not worth it. Having heard Shen Jingjing mention that they were here for the first time, he assumed they were merely seeking novelty, unlikely to become regular patrons at such a price point. Linda, upon hearing this, felt even more triumphant, affirming, Yongxiang is right. There is no need to waste money if you don't come often. Shen Yingying rolled her eyes discreetly. Lin Yongxiang appeared to be warmly reconnecting with old friends, yet was subtly flaunting his newfound wealth. His vanity remained unchanged, now manifesting in a more subtle form. Shen Xi, disinterested in further debate, declared firmly to the front desk, "Please proceed with the card. I'll deposit $100. This statement left everyone in attendance momentarily stunned. $100? Lin Youqiang instinctively shifted his gaze between Shen Xi and Shen Jingjing, his mouth agape as he struggled to respond. Linda's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Jingjing and Shen Yingying were equally astonished. They knew ACI had earned money over the past year in Longcheng, but the specifics had never been discussed. ACI's declaration of $100 shattered their preconceived limits. They had assumed she might have earned only a few tens of dollars, but the reality was evidently different. The front desk attendant regained her composure and promptly replied, "Certainly, ma'am. Please hold on." Having worked at the front desk for some time, she was accustomed to clients recharging their accounts with amounts of $10 or $20, and $50 was a rarity. This was the first instance she had encountered someone opening a membership with an initial deposit of $100. Shen Xi filled out the membership card using her mother's information, ensuring they could frequently visit the spa together. Once everything was processed, Shen Jingjing realized what had happened and intended to say something, but her daughter suddenly addressed Lin Yongqiang. "Uncle, let us head in first. Goodbye." Shen Jingjing then understood that her daughter was trying to uphold her dignity. She composed herself, offering Lin Yongqiang a calm smile, nodding slightly without uttering another word before turning to leave. Lin Yongqiang remained momentarily dazed until Linda's voice broke the silence. "Yongqiang, who is she? Is her family wealthy? You've never mentioned her before." Lin Yongqiang's expression darkened as he pressed his lips together, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest, as if something were constricting him. Over the years, he had fantasized about a chance encounter with Shen Jingjing, envisioning himself as a man of wealth and success, while she remained unchanged. Today, he had hoped to see his dreams realized, his heart swelling with excitement, yet he found himself maintaining a facade of nonchalance, only to be met with her indifferent dismissal. He had wished to see her envy and regret, but instead, she remained just as she had been before. Years ago, she had pursued him, and he had declined. Lin Yongqiang, driven by pride, twisted the narrative. Linda, curious, asked, "Years ago? But didn't she have children?" Lin Yongqiang nodded. Which was the most unacceptable aspect for him. Shen Jingjing had 3 children, while he was single and unmarried back then, ultimately failing to win over a single mother. Linda scoffed. "How amusing. She is already a mother and still has the audacity to pursue you. It's no wonder you wouldn't agree." Lin Zhongxiang preferred not to reminisce about the past. Although a long time had passed, the memory still stirred feelings of resentment and frustration within him. "You go ahead. I'll step outside for a smoke," he said. Inside the private room, Shen Xi selected the finest products and essential oils, while several individuals changed into loose-fitting clothes, lying back with closed eyes to relish the rare tranquility. "Mom, who was that person just now?" Shen Xi inquired curiously. Before Shen Jingjing could respond, Shen Yingying interjected with a laugh. "Ci, you really don't remember? He pursued your mother for over a year." Shen Xi had no recollection of this individual. Perhaps she was too young at the time. Shen Yingying continued, "Back then, he didn't have much money but tried to put on a facade. While courting your mother, he bought her gifts, all of which she returned. He liked to save face in public, insisting on elaborate meals, yet he was utterly broke. Your mother couldn't stand that about him." Intrigued, Shen Xi asked, "Did he end up making money in business? He seems quite affluent now." Shen Yingying scoffed. "Him? He only became wealthy after his family's old district was redeveloped, receiving thousands in compensation and several properties. At that time, all the old houses in deep Hong Kong City struck gold. Let us not dwell on this. It's all ancient history." Shen Jingjing quietly remarked, "Sister, I noticed the way he looked at you earlier was just like before. Do you think he still has feelings for you?" "Ci is here. Don't talk nonsense." Shen Yingying retorted. "Ci has grown up. Surely many people are pursuing her now." Suddenly realizing that her niece was already in her 2nd year of college, Shen Yingying asked, "Ci, are you dating anyone?" "I just broke up," Shen Xi replied candidly, without any hesitation. "What? You were in a relationship?" Shen Jingjing exclaimed, awakening from her drowsy state. "I already said we broke up. I'm single now," Shen Xi corrected her. "Who was it? Was he a classmate?" Shen Jingjing pressed on. Shen Xi chuckled helplessly. "Mom, that's all in the past. Why are you so curious? Then tell me more about that uncle from earlier, and I'll share the details about my ex-boyfriend," she teased. You little rascal, Shinjingjing sighed, obediently closing her mouth. Listening to the playful banter between mother and daughter, Shin Ying felt a sense of satisfaction. Sister, I believe Asiai is right. Both she and Ali are now capable of earning their own money. You shouldn't work so hard anymore. In just over half a year, when Xing finishes her exams, you can finally relax and enjoy life. Throughout her life, the elder sister had never paused, seldom living for herself, and her younger sister felt a pang of sympathy for her. With both nieces maturing, it was time for Shun Jingjing to relish the fruits of her labor. With her aunt's support, Shin Xiai felt encouraged, echoing, Mom, did you hear that? My aunt is on my side. After talking for a while, Shin Jingjing remained silent. When they turned to look at her, they found her eyes gently closed, breathing steadily. Fast asleep. Observing her mother's serene face, Shin Xiai's expression softened. It had been ages since her mother had relaxed this way. Shin Ying sighed. Your mother has been too exhausted over the years, Asiai. You must be filial moving forward. Shin Xiai felt a slight sting in her nose and nodded gently. After a 2.5-hour spa treatment, she felt remarkably lighter, her skin glowing more than usual. Sister, you must admit, this place is indeed luxurious. Just one session yields such visible results. Shun Ying, admiring her smooth skin in the mirror, said to Shun Jingjing, Look at you. The dullness has vanished. And your skin is so fair and translucent. Shin Jingjing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the evident transformation. The most impressive aspect of their treatments was the immediate results. Yet maintaining such skin required regular visits. Shin Xiai then turned to her mother, advising, Since we've already put money on this card, you both should come here frequently to unwind. Don't hesitate, the money is non-refundable. Speaking of the card, with only the three of them in the room, Shin Jingjing couldn't help but comment, Asiai, you spend 100 on a membership card? That's rather extravagant. It's not excessive, your daughter has money. Besides, if I don't make a bold move, how can I silence that uncle from earlier? Shin Jingjing shook her head helplessly, earning money isn't easy. It's better to save it for emergencies. There's no need to compete with someone like him. Had it not been for today's encounter, she might have forgotten about Lin Yongqiang altogether. Shin Xiai understood her mother's frugality. 100 seemed extravagant compared to her usual spending habits. Yet, she was determined to shift her mother's perspective on money, and she aimed for a swift, impactful change. Once Xing completed her exams, Shin Xiai planned to bring her mother to Long City, where they would live in a villa and drive luxurious cars. Her mother deserved to enjoy life without financial worries. Mom, stop fretting. I know how to manage myself. Isn't that the point of earning money? The more I earn, the more I can spend. I'm not foolish enough to earn 200 and then waste 100 on a beauty card. Hearing her daughter's words, Shun Jingjing, who had no intention of prying into her daughter's finances, found herself curious. Hesitating, she softly asked, Asiai, can you let me in on how much you earn? Shin Ying also looked on with interest. Shin Xiai smiled faintly, uncertain, about 10,000? She refrained from elaborating further, yet the figure alone was sufficient to astonish both women. They stared in shock, as if frozen in place. Observing their reactions, Shin Xiai felt relieved she hadn't elaborated, for she feared her mother might faint. 10,000. Shin Jingjing felt her scalp tingle, her heart racing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions that left her mind blank, unable to articulate a coherent response. Shin Ying, too, opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. How could one earn so much money? Shin Xiai maintained a calm smile, allowing her mother and aunt to process this revelation. After a while, Shin Jingjing gradually regained her composure, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Shin Xiai quickly handed her a tissue. Look at you crying. Aren't you happy that I earn money? Mom cries out of joy, Shin Jingjing replied, taking the tissue to wipe her tears, wanting to say something but unsure what to express, simply holding her daughter's hand and smiling foolishly. Seeing this, Shin Xiai remarked, Now you understand why I disagreed with you continuing to work, right? You've worked so hard to support us. That was necessary for survival. Now that I earn, do you really want to toil each month for a meager salary while serving others? That doesn't sit well with me. Shin Jingjing nodded, understanding, Mom gets it. I understand. Shin Ying quietly wiped her tears, feeling both comforted for her sister and a touch envious. Suddenly, Shin Xiai turned to her and said, Aunt, now that you are aware of my abilities, I will speak frankly. Once the stars have been admitted to Longcheng, I will bring my mother over. If you and uncle want to come to Longcheng, I will bring you both along. Whether you wish to continue running a char siu shop or explore other business ventures, I am more than willing to assist. Oh dear, you child, Shen Yingying replied, deeply touched, yet she added, your uncle and I are doing quite well now. We have many returning customers, and our business has improved significantly compared to previous years. We do not seek great wealth, as long as you can honor your mother well, and will feel her efforts have not been in vain. I cannot honor my mother alone, without your and uncle's support over the years. My mother would have faced much hardship. We have all witnessed this. Shen Xi held her aunt's hand, gazing at her earnestly. Therefore, aunt, I must take care of my younger siblings, and I must also take care of you and uncle. Her words brought tears to Shen Yingying's eyes. Yet she smiled as she remarked, look at what you've done to aunt. The skincare I just applied has been washed away by my tears. Shen Jingjing also smiled, adding, a CI is right. Over the years, thanks to you and a CI has achieved what she has today, and you both have played an indispensable role. Shen Yingying wiped her tears and took a deep breath, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Shen Xi. Aunt knows you are a good child. We shall discuss this matter later. Right now, my mind is consumed with the thought of 10,000 yuan, and I cannot contemplate anything else. Shen Xi chuckled at her words and nodded. Well, it's not something to rush. Let us go. I have made a reservation for French cuisine. Let us indulge in something new. Since she was going out today and worried about time in the evening, she had written a chapter in advance and decided to share it immediately rather than waiting until later. The remaining chapter would be posted in the evening. Chapter 71. The shimmering mother Shen Xi had never dined at a French restaurant in Deep Harbor, so adhering to the principle of trusting authority, she reserved a table at a Michelin 2-star establishment. Contrary to her preconceived notions of dimly lit and lavish French dining, this restaurant was exquisitely decorated and bright, with custom tableware sparkling under the crystal chandeliers. The restaurant had reserved a window-side table, offering a stunning view of the Diu River, where the evening sky reflected a breathtaking crimson glow, and in the distance, one could see clusters of buildings lining the opposite bank. Having never dined in such an upscale restaurant, Shen Yingying felt slightly reserved yet undeniably excited. Affluent people truly know how to enjoy life in such an environment. I could easily eat 2 bowls more, she mused. She turned to her sister and asked, Sister, have you ever had French food? Shen Jingjing appeared far more composed than her sister, having dined at the International 5-star hotel, but she too had never tasted French cuisine. Shaking her head, she replied, I haven't, but French cuisine is recognized as the most expensive among international cuisines. Our hotel is no exception. French breakfast is significantly pricier than Chinese breakfast. Shen Xi nodded in agreement. Indeed, French cuisine is a pinnacle of Western dining. But one must consider that many locals may find it challenging to adapt to it during their first experience. At that moment, a waiter brought them several glasses of water and presented a bilingual menu. Shen Xi handed the menu to her mother and aunt, saying, Please take a look and order whatever you like. Upon opening the menu, the 2 women were utterly bewildered by the names of the dishes. Classic French slow-braised beef with wild mushrooms and red wine sauce. French white wine mussels with fennel and truffle. Provençal tomato stew with tenderloin of wild young beef. 3 baby chicken cheese tarts with classic French omelette. What is this? Shen Yingying thought, recognizing the words yet unable to visualize the dishes. The menu lacked images, leaving them utterly perplexed. Shen Jingjing laughed and then handed the menu back to her daughter, saying, A CI, you choose, your aunt, and I will follow your lead. Shen Xi nodded, knowing her mother and aunt's taste well. After selecting 7 or 8 dishes, she finally stopped and chose a bottle of white wine. Are we drinking as well? Shen Yingying asked, slightly startled as the waiter presented the wine. The elegant and exquisite bottle nestled in the ice bucket suggested an exceptional flavor. French cuisine must be paired with white wine for authenticity. Aunt, I remember you used to love wine, Shen Xi remarked. Shen Yingying smiled shyly. I enjoyed it when I was younger, but I've drunk less in recent years. Today is a joyous occasion. I should indulge a bit. Suddenly, Shen Jingjing spoke up. Well, since today is a happy day, let us celebrate whatever it may be. As they joked and laughed, even though it was their first time dining in such a place, Shen Yingying and her sister fully immersed themselves in the experience, and Shen Xi felt a deep sense of happiness. However, just as the atmosphere grew warm and vibrant, a commotion erupted on the other side of the restaurant. The disturbance was significant, instantly capturing the attention of all diners, and the previously harmonious dining environment turned tense. Shen Xi and the others instinctively stood up, unsure of what was happening, and refrained from approaching, opting instead to observe from a distance. Amid the chaos, frantic cries for help emerged. Is there anyone who can assist? Is there a doctor? Shally, call 120 quickly, please. It's done, but what should we do about Mr. Li? Several men in suits displayed panic on their faces, their voices laced with fear. On the floor lay a man, his face pale and motionless, as if devoid of life. The surrounding diners instinctively recoiled, some whispering in hushed tones, expressing their sorrow, while others, believing it to be bad luck, hurriedly settled their bills and departed. The restaurant staff appeared equally flustered and used to such situations, and no one dared to step forward to offer assistance. Even the manager merely reassured, "Sir, please remain calm. The nearest hospital is less than a kilometer away. An ambulance will arrive shortly." However, witnessing the man's lifeless form without any signs of breathing, his companions appeared more ashen than him, utterly at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Shen Jingjing, sensing something amiss, took the initiative to approach, with Shen Ci following closely behind her. As they neared, the man's exposed arms and neck revealed faint red rashes, and Shen Jingjing recalled the training she had received at the hotel. The man was not dead. Those rashes confirmed he was experiencing anaphylactic shock. This was a critical situation. Without immediate first aid, the man could be in grave danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Jingjing knelt beside the man, swiftly unbuttoning his shirt collar. She then placed her hands in the proper position on his chest, beginning emergency CPR with impressive efficiency. Shen Ci was astonished. She had never known her mother could perform CPR, but seeing her composed and earnest demeanor made her feel as though her mother was glowing. "Are you a medical professional?" someone inquired, their expression filled with gratitude. Shen Jingjing continued her actions, responding, "No, but I have learned this. He is experiencing anaphylactic shock. We must administer first aid while waiting for the ambulance, or else his life is at risk." As she spoke, Shen Jingjing pinched the man's nose and tilted his chin to open his mouth slightly. Taking a deep breath, she leaned in, delivering air into his lungs using the standard mouth-to-mouth resuscitation technique. Shen Jingjing's eyes widened in shock at the sight. The cycle of CPR and artificial respiration continued. And though Shen Jingjing's forehead glistened with sweat, she did not falter. Everyone around watched intently, the atmosphere thick with tension, and silence prevailed as they observed her efforts to save the man. After an indeterminate amount of time, the man lying on the ground suddenly began to foam at the mouth, and a steady stream of white liquid flowed from his lips. Upon witnessing this, Shen Jingjing's expression brightened. She paid no heed to the unsightly vomit and immediately reached into the man's mouth to clear out the remnants, preventing him from choking on the regurgitated matter. He was breathing. His chest moved. At that moment, someone noticed that the man had regained his breath and exclaimed in astonishment. A collective sigh of relief swept through those present, just as the sound of an approaching ambulance grew louder. Shen Jingjing, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground. While the restaurant erupted into a resounding applause, everyone regarding her with profound respect. Yet another day of being foolishly emotional. Upon arriving at the high-speed rail station, she realized she had forgotten her laptop. This chapter was written on her phone, a laborious 2-hour endeavor. Why hadn't she fainted? Death might have been preferable. Soon, medical personnel arrived to the scene, lifting the still unconscious man onto a stretcher. The leading doctor, observing the man's skin reactions, turned to a nearby man and inquired, "Have first aid measures been taken?" The man nodded vigorously, explaining he had stopped breathing, and it was this lady who intervened in time to provide assistance. As he spoke, his gaze towards Shen Jingjing brimmed with gratitude. At that moment, Shen Jingjing, weary, was being helped up by her daughter and sister, and she could only muster a weak smile in response. The doctor nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "It is anaphylactic shock. Timely first aid is crucial. The patient has regained autonomous breathing, and there is no longer any threat to life, so you need not worry." As he spoke, the man was wheeled into the ambulance, and the doctor urged, "You must accompany us to the hospital." Very well. The accompanying individuals approached Shen Jingjing, their faces alight with excitement. "Madam, we owe you our deepest gratitude. May we have your contact information?" "It's merely a small effort. You need not concern yourselves with it," Shen Jingjing replied hastily. However, the man insisted, "What may seem trivial to you is, in fact, a life-saving grace for us. Please, allow us to have your contact details." Seeing his insistence, Shen Jingjing hesitated, stating, "I do not have a business card. You should hurry to the hospital." Understanding her nature, Shen Jingjing nodded in agreement, urging, "The priority is to attend to the injured. You must go." The man hesitated for a moment, but then pulled a business card from his pocket, handing it to Shen Jingjing. Instinctively, she reached out to take it, and he implored earnestly, "Please make sure to contact us." After uttering these words, he swiftly exited the restaurant. What had been a moment of panic soon returned to normalcy in the restaurant. and Shin Si and the others resumed their seats. Shin Yingying, still in shock, turned to her sister. Sister, I didn't know you were trained in first aid. Customers who had witnessed the entire ordeal were still casting glances in her direction. Shin Jingjing smiled shyly and explained softly, our company often organizes training sessions for employees, which include first aid content, primarily to address emergencies involving hotel guests. Anaphylactic shock is a relatively common occurrence, and we've been specifically taught how to respond. Moreover, CPR and artificial respiration are universal and widely applicable methods in many situations. Shin Yingying sighed, it was indeed fortuitous today. Did you not hear the doctor say that had you not acted promptly, that man could have been in grave danger? Shin Jingjing smiled lightly, glancing at the business card she had just received. The man who had given it to her was the assistant to the chairman of a certain company, surnamed Sunday. At that moment, freshly prepared dishes were served, and the restaurant manager approached. Good day, ma'am. I am the manager of this establishment. The manager? A sharp-looking middle-aged woman with a short haircut said gratefully, we sincerely thank you for your kind act earlier. On behalf of the restaurant, we would like to offer you this meal on the house as a token of our appreciation and respect. Shin Jingjing quickly declined. Oh no. There's no need for such formality. I couldn't possibly accept. The manager smiled slightly. This is not mere formality. It is the least we can do. You must accept our gratitude. Shin Jingjing attempted to refuse once more, but Shin Si interjected. Then we thank you. We will accept. There's no need for thanks. We owe our gratitude to this lady. We will not disturb your meal any further. Feel free to call for me should you require anything. Once the manager departed, Shin Jingjing sighed in exasperation. Isn't this taking advantage of their goodwill? Shin Yingying found no issue with it, stating, it would have been a true inconvenience had that man faced a crisis in this restaurant. It is only right for them to express their gratitude. Shin Si also understood the restaurant's position and remarked to her mother, what your sister said holds merit. Had a life been lost here, the repercussions for the restaurant would be unimaginable. While they might still bear some responsibility for the incident, it is certainly less severe than the loss of life, which is why they wish to express their gratitude. Upon reflection, Shin Jingjing recognized the validity of her daughter's words, feeling slightly more at ease. The restaurant's cuisine was exquisite, with top-notch ingredients, and even though it was their first visit, both her mother and sister found the food delightful. As for the act of saving a life, it seemed that the group quickly brushed it aside, treating it as a mere coincidence. The following day, at the First People's Hospital of Futian District, Shenzhen, Jiang Yuanyang awoke around noon. None of his companions had left. They had all kept vigil in the ward throughout the night. Upon seeing Jiang Yuanyang regain consciousness, relief washed over them. They recounted the entire sequence of events, and upon learning that a stranger had intervened to save his life, Jiang Yuanliang felt a profound sense of having escaped death. Xiao-sun, did you manage to retain the contact information of that lady? Jiang Yuanliang inquired of his assistant standing nearby. Xiao-sun shook his head. She did not have a business card. I left mine with her, urging her to contact us. Jiang Yuanliang's expression darkened at the news of not having her contact details. No business card means no phone number? No WeChat. What if she does not reach out to us? How am I to find her? Xiao-sun, sensing the mounting frustration in his boss's tone, quickly lowered his head and admitted, I apologize, Chairman. I was too anxious in that moment and failed to handle it properly. Another man in the ward chimed in. Chairman Jiang, please do not blame Xiao-sun. We were all terrified yesterday. The fact that you are well is the best outcome. Li, she saved my life. I must express my gratitude in person. However, I have an important meeting early tomorrow morning, and I need to return to launching in the afternoon. You are local to Shenzhen, with extensive connections. I must trouble you to help me locate the lady who came to my aid. Li quickly urged, Chairman Jiang, you cannot discharge yourself so soon. You have just regained consciousness. No meeting is more important than your health. Jiang Yuanliang waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. There's no need for such concern. Xiao-sun, please inquire with the doctor if I can be discharged today. Xiao-sun nodded and hurried out of the ward. Jiang Yuanyang lay on the hospital bed, deep in thought, before picking up his phone and dialing. Chen, I have a favor to ask. Help me find someone. Hua, it's Yuanliang. I need your assistance in locating someone. He made several calls, seemingly intent on exhausting every connection in Shenzhen to find the person who had saved his life. Witnessing this, Li could only smile wryly. Having long known that Chairman Jiang was stubborn, today he had witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 73, Solutions Abound More Than Difficulties After Being Laid Off. Shin Jingjing found herself suddenly idle, a stark contrast to her previously busy life. Fortunately, her daughter had been accompanying her during this time. often taking her out for outings, which made the days feel less monotonous. She finally had the time to prepare delightful dishes for her daughter that she had longed to make but never had the opportunity. For instance, roast goose and soy sauce chicken. One day, after a shopping spree, Shinsiai returned home with a plethora of new jewelry for her mother, including pieces of pure gold, platinum, and diamonds. Shinjingjing looked at the heaps of shopping bags, feeling both pleased and overwhelmed by the excess. "If I don't put a stop to this, you'll have emptied the counter," she remarked with a hint of helplessness. Shinsiai raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed, and replied, "Is it too much? I don't think so. You can wear them interchangeably. I hardly ever saw you wear any jewelry before. The company prohibits wearing jewelry at work as it could damage the bedding and guests' clothing. Now that you're not working, it's the perfect opportunity to adorn yourself." Shinsiai was aware of her mother's company's regulations, but she also knew that her mother had never owned any decent jewelry. She simply could not bring herself to indulge in such superficial possessions. Even the clothes in her wardrobe were reminiscent of styles her mother wore during her childhood. Thus, in recent days, she had filled her mother's wardrobe to the brim. Shinjingjing, understanding her daughter's filial piety, accepted the gifts without dampening her spirit. Although she felt it was excessive, "Asiai, shall I prepare Buddha jumps over the wall for you?" Shinjingjing suddenly suggested. Shinsiai was taken aback and quickly declined. "Mom, please take a break. Who does that? Just because you're not working doesn't mean you have to spend every day in the kitchen making roast meats and soy sauce chicken. Now you want to make Buddha jumps over the wall? It's too troublesome." Shinjingjing smiled gently and replied, "But this is your home. Once you return to school, you won't have the chance to eat these." Shinsiai chuckled, "I'll be back for the new year. In a maximum of 6 months, I'll take you to Longqing. At that time, you can make whatever you desire. The kitchen in the new house is quite spacious." "I haven't quite decided about moving to Longqing yet," Shinjingjing responded. Shinsiai paused, sensing her mother's hesitation. "What is it, Mom? You don't want to go?" Shinjingjing sighed softly. "It's not that I don't want to go. I just feel uneasy in unfamiliar surroundings. I'm afraid I won't adjust." "Mom." Shinsiai took her mother's hand, offering reassurance. "I will be in Longqing with Ali, and Xing Xing will also be taking the entrance exam for Longqing. The most important thing is that we are together as a family." That day, when I asked Xing Xing where he wanted to take the exam, "Do you know what he said?" Shinjingjing replied, "I've asked him. He said he wanted to apply to Deep Hong Kong University." Shinsiai continued, "But Xing Xing's grades would allow him to attend any top-tier university in the nation. He said he was worried that if you stayed in Deep Hong Kong alone, he would want to apply there so that you wouldn't be by yourself." "Did he really say that?" Shinjingjing's expression was one of shock, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Her son, who always seemed carefree, possessed such profound thoughts. Shinsiai nodded seriously. "It's not just Xing Xing. If you were to stay in Deep Hong Kong alone, Ali and I would also be concerned." Shinjingjing, torn in her feelings, finally nodded and said, "It's not that I said I wouldn't go. I just feel a bit anxious. But you're right. Being together as a family is what truly matters." Hearing her mother say this, Shinsiai felt a wave of relief wash over her. Smiling, "I'll find a way to settle aunt and uncle over there too. Having them around will make you feel more at ease." Shinjingjing pursed her lips. "Your aunt may not listen to you. Her business with your uncle is thriving day by day, and she probably wouldn't want to leave. There are always solutions to problems. Don't worry, Mom. Indeed, there are more solutions than obstacles." That day at the restaurant, the only thing left behind was the video surveillance footage. Beyond that, there was no useful information. However, Jiang Yuanli utilized his connections to track down their arrival on the surveillance and reverse-engineered their journey to discover where they had boarded the vehicle. Subsequently, he checked the nearby surveillance to find footage of them entering the Lin Shui Gu private SAP club, which operated on a members-only basis. Finally, from the club's membership consumption records, he managed to find Shun Jingjing's information based on their departure time. "Xiao Sun, first contact the other party, confirm the address, and arrange a time for me to personally express my gratitude," Jiang Yuanli instructed as he handed the information he had gathered to Xiao Sunday. Xiao Sun scrutinized the information for a moment, particularly pausing at the age listed, which prompted a look of hesitation. Noticing this, Jiang Yuanli furrowed his brow. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Sun replied candidly, "Chairman, it states here that she is 44 years old, but I remember that lady looking considerably younger, about your age." Jiang Yuanli, at 36, remarked, "Is it not possible for someone to appear youthful?" Xiao Sun nodded quickly. "You are right, Chairman. The climate in Deep Hong Kong indeed does wonders for one's appearance. I will check your schedule and coordinate the timing with them." As Xiao Sun turned to leave, Jiang Yuanli called him back. "No need to check my schedule. Prioritize this matter above all else, and adjust my timing based on theirs. Xiao Sun hesitated. But we still have meetings with Director Yao of Jinhua Group and Director Jian of Jiangang Group. Before he could finish, Jiang Yuanli interrupted firmly, let them wait. Xiao Sun dared not say more and promptly exited. Initially, Shen Jingjing had almost forgotten about the incident, so she was quite surprised when she received Xiao Sun's call. She never expected them to find her information and contact details. Ms. Shun, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. I understand that investigating your information without consent is quite presumptuous. But our chairman is eager to meet you in person to express his gratitude. We hope you can grant us this opportunity. Xiao Sun's words were articulated with precision, first expressing apologies, then providing context, and finally clarifying their intent, his demeanor sincere. Nevertheless, Shen Jingjing's first instinct was to decline. You are too kind. I have already received your gratitude. There's really no need for you to make another trip. Xiao Sun awkwardly smiled. Ms. Shun, this matter is of utmost importance to our chairman. You saved his life, which is no trivial matter. The fact that you managed to provide your information shows his determination. He added, to be frank, based on my understanding of the chairman, even if you do not share your address today, he will find a way to locate you. Would you be able to bear seeing him go through such trouble again? I assure you, we merely wish to thank you in person. It will take a maximum of half an hour, and we won't impose or disrupt your life. Shen Jingjing felt a mix of exasperation and appreciation for their earnestness. Eventually, with a resigned smile, she nodded in agreement. All right then. Thank you for the monthly votes and the generous rewards. Today, once again, I am typing on my phone. Chapter 74, Blind Date? 2 chapters combined. Though delayed, Buddha jumps over the wall has arrived. Shen Xiai flipped the camera to show her mother's meticulously prepared dish. Simmered for 2 days and nights, to her sister. The dish was golden in color, rich in texture, and crafted with exquisite ingredients. Truly a feast for the senses. Oh my goodness, I want to eat that too, Shenli exclaimed. Tears of envy welling up at the corners of her mouth as memories flooded back to the last time she had tasted her mother's. Buddha jumps over the wall, which was during elementary school. Shen Xing squeezed into the frame and remarked, second sister, it has to be our sister. If I had called out for mom, she wouldn't even consider making it for me. Shen Xiai playfully smacked her brother's head. Go away. Mom has the time to cook now that she's not working. And besides, you're not lacking in daily meals. As she spoke, Shen Xiai smiled at her sister. Xing Xing is as mischievous as a puppy, recently. She has been frequenting the internet CAF after school, yet today she returned right on time, just as the Buddha jumps over the wall dish was being served. Shen Xing let out a triumphant hum. You can't possibly enjoy it all by yourself without me. Hearing this, Shenli couldn't help but smile, and then, picking up a document, she waved it at her sister on the screen. Sister, this is the contract from teacher Yuhong's company. I've taken the time to review it carefully over the past few days. Upon discussing serious matters, Shenxi's demeanor became solemn. So, did you find any issues? Shenli shook her head. It seems fine at a glance, but as I have never dealt with contracts and am not a law student, I can only grasp the general idea. Teacher Yuhong mentioned she will visit the set the day after tomorrow to discuss details with me. And she would prefer an answer on the same day. Doesn't she have an actor in your crew? Shen Xiai inquired. Yes, his name is Song and Yu. Teacher Yuhong said the contract she signed with him is identical to this one. Are you familiar with him? If the contracts are the same, it would be prudent to consult Song and Yu first to identify any potential pitfalls or unreasonable clauses. Shenli hesitated and shook her head. Though I've been in the crew for several days, I haven't had any scenes with him. His team protects him well, so we newcomers rarely get the chance to interact with him. Besides, he is likely closer to teacher Yuhong and may not be inclined to assist me. The younger sister's clarity in this matter impressed Shen Xiai, who pondered for a moment before responding. The day after tomorrow, you say? I will take an early flight that day and bring along a professional lawyer to help you review it. What? No, sister. You just returned home for a few days. Shenli protested. Yet Shen Xiai insisted with a serious expression. This is a crucial matter, and it requires my presence. I will accompany you. Shenli felt a surge of gratitude. Having her sister by her side indeed made her feel more secure. After ending the video call, Shen Xing leaned in and whispered, Sister, are you leaving? Yes. Shen Xing set down her spoon, glanced at their mother's room, and sighed. Then you should tell Mom yourself. She surely thinks you will stay until the National Day holiday ends. Since your return, Mom has visibly been in high spirits, looking years younger. Shen Xiai nodded in understanding. I had indeed planned to stay longer, but your second sister's matter is of great importance, and Mom will understand. As she spoke, Shinsiai rose and approached their mother's door. Just as she was about to knock, she heard her mother's voice from within. Inside, Shinjingjing stood by the window, holding her phone with a helpless expression. Mom, could you please stop meddling in my affairs? I'm nearly 50. Why would I want to get married? On the other end, the matriarch of the Shun family retorted, You're not 50 yet. You're only 45. You're still young, so why not find someone before you grow old? All 3 of my children have become successful. Do I really need to worry about being alone in my old age? I genuinely do not wish to find someone. Please do not let Aunt Wong bring anyone over. Last time, you didn't even give me a heads up, and Aunt Wong brought someone over unannounced, catching me off guard. Isn't that just tormenting me? The elderly matriarch stubbornly replied, But the children will grow up and not work forever, right? They will eventually settle down. Having a man around provides security, and when Xing Xing gets married, who will help cover the bride price? I don't need anyone's help. I am responsible for my own children. I never asked anyone to help me raise them when they were young, and now that they are older, I certainly won't seek help, Shen Jingjing stated firmly. In truth, she had repeated these words countless times to her mother. Over the years, the matriarch had lived with her elder brother in Funan, yet she still meddled in Shen Jingjing's private life, insisting she find a man to remarry. However, Shen Jingjing had resolved from the beginning to raise her children on her own and had never considered starting a new relationship. Countless suitors had pursued her over the years, and her mother had introduced her to many men, yet she had never shown any interest. Now at 44, her desire for such matters had waned significantly, to the point where she no longer wished to entertain them. You truly are obstinate, just like your late father, the elderly matriarch exclaimed in frustration. This time, he is a big boss. Aunt Wong mentioned he earns over 1,000 a year with businesses across the nation. If he genuinely takes a liking to you, it would be a blessing. Whoever wants that blessing can have it. I have no interest in his wealth, Shun Jingjing asserted, drawing strength from thoughts of her daughter. The matriarch scoffed. Say what you will, you must meet him. He is quite busy, but he happens to be in Shenzhen today and can meet you tonight. Aunt Wan is already on her way to your place. Shin Jingjing was taken aback. Mom, how can you make decisions without consulting me first? And it's already 8 in the evening. Who goes on blind dates at this hour? Please do not complicate things. This is not complicating things. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm hanging up now. You better prepare. The matriarch concluded and ended the call, leaving Shin Jingjing no room for further discussion. With a heavy heart, Shin Jingjing lowered her arms, feeling overwhelmed. With a CI and Xing Xing both at home, she found it absurd to be set up on a blind date in her own house. She opened the door, only to find her daughter standing right outside. Shun Jingjing's expression shifted, and she forced a smile. Have you finished eating? Was it good? Mom, I heard everything. Grandma is arranging another blind date for you. Shin Si asked straightforwardly. She was no longer a child. Her mother could share her concerns and troubles with her instead of bearing everything alone. Mom, if there is someone suitable, it's worth considering. None of us siblings would oppose. I do not want to find anyone. Shin Jingjing sighed. The person will be here shortly. I'll just entertain him briefly and send him off. You both should go inside. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Shin Jingjing quickly signaled her daughter to remain quiet and went to open the door. Upon opening it, she found Jiang Yuanyang, tall and impeccably dressed in a suit, standing there with a beautifully wrapped gift in hand. Hello, I am Jiang Yuanliang. Jiang Yuanliang immediately recognized Shin Jingjing, who looked as youthful as her photo suggested, hardly resembling a 44-year-old woman. Upon seeing Jiang Yuanyang, Shin Jingjing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. But her troubled mind prevented her from dwelling on it. After a brief appraisal, she dismissed him outright. The reason was simple. He appeared to be in his 30s. Too young for her. Initially, she had considered putting on a facade for Aunt Wong's sake, but with Aunt Wong absent, Shun Jingjing decided against even letting him enter. She promptly stated, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, but you are too young for me. We are not a match. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. Jiang Yuanyang, who had come to express his gratitude, was taken aback. Too young? How am I too young? Ms. Shun, he began to explain. But Shun Jingjing interrupted him, her tone polite, yet distant. It's getting late. I want to keep you inside. There's no need to waste each other's time. Having said that, Shin Jingjing was about to close the door on him. Jiang Yuanyang quickly wedged his foot in the door frame and, without waiting for her to speak, interjected. Ms. Shin, I had arranged to thank you tonight at 5. I was delayed due to a late flight. I understand your frustration, but I have come. As he spoke, Jiang Yuanliang's expression shifted to one of pleading. Shun Jingjing suddenly realized, as if jolted, and took a step back in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. At that moment, she not only recognized her mistake in misjudging the situation, but also recalled that this gentleman was the one she had saved at the restaurant a few days prior. Apologies for the confusion. Upon regaining her composure, Shun Jingjing could only smile wryly, her expression laden with remorse as she addressed Mr. Jiang. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Jiang. I mistook you for the blind date my mother arranged. She added, what a coincidence that you arrived today of all days. Weren't we scheduled for the 30th? Jiang Yuan Yang, initially bewildered by Shun Jingjing's demeanor, now grasped the situation. With a chuckle, he replied, today is indeed the 30th. Oh? Shun Jingjing was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her phone to confirm the date, which elicited a resigned smile. Without work, I seem to have lost track of the days. She opened the door wider, gesturing for him to enter. Please, Mr. Jiang, do come in. Jiang Yuanyang nodded, courteously stating, I apologize for the intrusion. Just take off your shoes. I was about to tidy up anyway. Once inside, Jiang Yuanyang instinctively surveyed the modest yet bright and tidy space, which radiated a sense of warmth and homeliness. Shun Jingjing poured a glass of water and set it on the table, apologizing. I'm sorry for the earlier misunderstanding. Please sit and have some water. No trouble at all, Miss Shun. Are you preparing for a blind date this evening? I hope my arrival isn't inconvenient. Oh no, it's not. My mother is merely meddling. I intended to go along with it without much thought. I feel quite embarrassed that you made the long journey from Longcheng just for this. Jiang Yuanyang smiled at her words, gratitude evident in his tone as he said, You have saved my life. I must personally express my thanks. As he spoke, he gently placed a gift on the table, earnestly addressing Shun Jingjing. Thank you for everything you did to save me. Should you ever need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. No, Shun Jingjing responded, a hint of panic in her voice. Having worked in a 5-star hotel for many years, she had encountered numerous successful individuals, yet Jiang Yuanliang's first impression of being an accomplished figure was unexpectedly sincere. Accustomed to the air of superiority often displayed by such individuals, Jiang Yuanliang's authenticity struck her as particularly precious. I shall accept this gift, and your gratitude as well. Let us consider this matter closed. Please take care of yourself and be cautious with your diet to avoid similar dangers in the future. Jiang Yuanyang nodded with a smile. You are right. Should there be a next time, I may not be so fortunate to encounter you again. I will take care. Meanwhile, Shen Xi and Shen Xing, the siblings, had been eavesdropping by the door and sensed something amiss. Sister, this doesn't seem like a blind date. Shen Xi nodded and boldly opened the door, causing Jiang Yuanyang to look over in surprise. Mr. Jiang, these are my daughter and younger son. Jiang Yuanyang, taken aback, acknowledged, You have 2 children of this age? Shun Jingjing smiled slightly. 3. My 2 daughters are attending university in Longcheng, and my son will take the college entrance examination next year. Hello, uncle. Shen Xi and Shen Xing chimed in unison. Shen Xing promptly added, Uncle, you're the one my mom saved with artificial respiration, right? The statement left Shun Jingjing wide-eyed in shock. In the moment of saving him, she hadn't thought much of it. But hearing her son say it aloud in front of Jiang Yuanyang made her face flush crimson. Jiang Yuanyang, however, merely nodded with a smile. Yes, that is me. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, followed by Aunt Wang's voice calling out, Jingjing, it's Aunt Wang. Open the door. Shen Jingjing sighed softly but turned to open the door. Outside, Aunt Wang wore a smile, accompanied by a diminutive man. The man stood at about 5 feet 7 inches. Emaciated, resembling a withered mouse. His gaunt face, lacking flesh, appeared wrinkled and aged, giving the impression of being at least in his 50s. Though Shun Jingjing had not anticipated any outcome from this meeting, the sight of him made her momentarily dizzy, especially after just having encountered the tall and handsome Mr. Jiang. Aunt Wang, why are you causing a stir at this late hour, especially from so far away? Shun Jingjing feigned enthusiasm as she ushered the man inside, who stared at her with an unsettling intensity, making her feel uncomfortable. It's no trouble. Your mother has already informed you, right? Mr. Wang happens to be on a business trip in Shenzhen today and usually has no time. Aunt Wang entered, and upon noticing Jiang Yuanyang seated in the living room, she paused in surprise. Jingjing, you have a guest? Yes, Shen Jingjing replied, attempting to maintain her composure. An out-of-town friend. Aunt Wang scrutinized Jiang Yuanliang with a knowing look and tentatively inquired, An out-of-town friend? Is he staying here? No, Aunt Wang. He'll be leaving shortly. Just arrived before you. Shen Jingjing quickly denied, pouring 2 more glasses of water for Aunt Wang and Mr. Wang to sit and chat. as Mr. Wang took a seat. He finally shifted his gaze away from Shen Jingjing, casting a wary glance at Jiang Yuanyang before surveying the room. He then spoke, "This place seems rather small. I hear you have 3 children? How do you manage?" Shen Jingjing momentarily paused, realizing he was addressing her. The space is indeed limited, but we've grown accustomed to it. With both daughters now in university, the house feels rather empty. Aunt Wang chimed in, "Mr. Wang, I've mentioned before. Jingjing's children are remarkable. Her eldest is at a prestigious technological university, and her second is at a film academy. They are all exceptionally bright, just like their mother." Clearly, Aunt Wang had shared details about Shen Jingjing's life with Mr. Wang, who seemed interested in the information. Mr. Wang slouched in his seat, appearing frail and underdeveloped. Yet he feigned seriousness, creating a rather incongruous and unappealing demeanor. His gaze upon Shen Jingjing felt particularly impolite, as if she were merely an object to be scrutinized. Without acknowledging Aunt Wang's comment, he turned to Shen Jingjing, asking, "Are you familiar with my background?" Before she could respond, he raised his chin with pride, continuing, "Let me elaborate. I am from Funan, aged 51. While I may appear youthful, I assure you I am indeed 51. Shen Jingjing thought to herself, "Where is the youthfulness?" Mr. Wang continued, "Aunt said you are 44? I typically have a preference for partners under 40, as age can complicate childbearing. However, since you've had 3 children, I believe you possess a certain fortune in that regard. You also appear younger than your actual age, and your demeanor is quite appealing. I value that above all." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingjing's expression subtly shifted, yet she refrained from speaking further, mindful of Aunt Wang's presence. Mr. Wang was incessantly chattering away, "I have a child too. A son under 30, who is currently managing our family business in the northern market. But fret not, if you bear me a child. I hope it will be a son, as I will certainly allocate a portion of my assets to our child. After all, he is my flesh and blood, and I would never show favoritism towards my eldest." Shen Jingjing's expression was on the verge of breaking, and Aunt Wang, keenly perceptive, noticed Shen Jingjing's growing discontent and quickly interjected, "Jingjing, Mr. Wang is rather direct, but isn't efficiency what blind dates are about? Look, he has been upfront with you," which shows his sincerity. With a forced smile, Shen Jingjing hesitated on how to decline, when suddenly Jiang Yuanliang spoke up, leaning casually against the sofa. His demeanor exuded an air of nobility. "Excuse me, may I inquire, Mr. Wang, what business are you in?" Jiang Yuanliang's question took everyone by surprise. Mr. Wang paused momentarily, attempting to assume an air of superiority before he found himself intimidated by Jiang Yuanliang's innate presence, instinctively letting out a breath. He feigned nonchalance, adjusting his expression before casually replying, "It's just a small business, primarily selling authentic pineapple cakes from Funan. We have around 70 stores nationwide. It's nothing to boast about." While his words seemed modest, a note of pride was unmistakable. Jiang Yuanyang nodded slightly, responding, "Oh, then your business is indeed quite small." Mr. Wang's previously upward curving smile faltered. Blinking in disbelief, Shen Jingjing turned her head, suppressing a laugh, while Aunt Wang shot Jiang Yuanliang a reproachful glance, saying, "Mr. Wang's business is no small feat. Do you realize what 70 stores imply? It can earn over 1,000 a year." Aunt Wang's explanation caused Mr. Wang's lips to curl upward again. "Never mind, Auntie. Those who don't run a business wouldn't grasp these concepts." Jiang Yuanyang chuckled lightly, settling into a more upright position, an unintentional action that emanated a palpable pressure, causing Mr. Wang to instinctively glance at him, his gaze turning wary once more. Jiang Yuanliang, with an air of calmness, remarked, "Let me give you some friendly advice, Ms. Shen will not take a liking to you. She has already turned down someone with my qualifications." This statement left everyone astonished. Shen Jingjing looked at Jiang Yuanyang, shocked and bewildered, while he merely smiled gently at her. Mr. Wang furrowed his brow, hesitantly asking, "What do you mean by that? Are you also here for a blind date?" Jiang Yuanyang maintained his composure and replied softly, "I'm not here for a blind date. I'm here to profess my feelings. I have admired Miss Shen for a long time, and this is my 3rd confession to her. She just rejected me before you entered." Upon hearing Jiang Yuanliang's words, Mr. Wang's expression darkened instantly, but then he scoffed dismissively, "She rejected you, but not me. Your argument lacks logic. Let us analyze this," Jiang Yuanyang said, extending a long finger. "Firstly, you are over 50, while I am 36. I stand at 184 centimeters, whereas you are barely under 170. In terms of age and appearance, I have a clear advantage, which is indisputable." Mr. Wang was momentarily speechless, while Aunt Wang regained her composure to chime in, "You don't understand. Women prefer older men. Older men are more caring. Moreover, Your 36 years are still mismatched. You are 8 years younger than Jingjing. Jiang Yuanliang replied, older men can easily end up bedridden. Ms. Shin has worked hard to raise her children and surely does not wish to return to caring for an elderly man. I'm not suggesting Mr. Wang is old, but you do appear somewhat aged, more like 67 than 51. As for the age difference between me and Ms. Shun, Mr. Wang, you are 7 years her senior. Who says men can only seek younger women? Women can seek younger men too. I consider my youth an advantage. At least I am unlikely to be bedridden anytime soon, barring any unfortunate allergies. At this, Shin Jingjing could no longer contain her laughter and quickly denied, I'm sorry, I was just caught off guard. Jiang Yuanyang remained unfazed, refusing to grant Mr. Wang an opportunity to question Shin Jingjing, and continued, secondly, Mr. Wang, you mentioned you have a child and wish for Miss Shin to bear you another. I hold reservations regarding that, setting aside the high-risk factors associated with Miss Shin's age. You don't seem to possess the vitality necessary for procreation. No man could remain indifferent to such a remark. Mr. Wang's face flushed crimson, indignantly retorting, what do you mean by that? I am perfectly healthy. Jiang Yuanliang raised an eyebrow. No man would admit to being incapable, but one must concede to the passage of time. In this regard, my youth offers a distinct advantage. Firstly, I am unmarried and childless. Secondly, I have never asked Miss Shin to bear me a child or insisted on a son, as I have no throne to pass down. Of course, should Miss Shin desire to have children, I appear to possess superior reproductive capabilities compared to Mr. Wang. At this point, Mr. Wang's face was flushed with anger, barely containing himself from exploding. Aunt Wang, sensing the rising tension, turned to Shin Jingjing. Jingjing, you must understand that a woman needs security in her later years. Mr. Wang's business is substantial. Wouldn't he following him ensure a good life? Just then, Jiang Yuanyang seized the opportunity to deliver a final blow to Mr. Wang's pride. My company primarily deals with minerals, natural gas, real estate, and large-scale physical economy, with annual profits nearing $1 million. Impossible. Mr. Wang squinted his eyes in disbelief, shaking his head. There are fewer than 10 companies nationwide with assets exceeding $1 million. Don't try to scare me. I am Jiang Yuanyang. Mr. Wang, taken aback, exclaimed, You are Jiang Yuanyang? Startled, he leapt from his chair, incredulity etched on his face, feeling a chill run down his spine. Throughout, Jiang Yuanliang had maintained a calm demeanor. He could have revealed his identity from the outset to intimidate Mr. Wang. Yet he chose to engage in reasoned discourse. But was he truly engaging in reason? Not at all. He was enraged by the insults directed towards Ms. Shun and sought to retaliate, making it clear to Mr. Wang that he was utterly unworthy, incapable even of deserving to serve as Ms. Shun's footman. A business card appeared on the table, which Mr. Wang dared not touch, merely gazing at the words inscribed upon it. Chairman of Jiangdong Group, Jiang Yuanyang. Seeing Mr. Wang's reaction, it was evident that he would henceforth behave with restraint. Jiang Yuanliang then turned his attention to a stunned Aunt Wang. Auntie, you see, someone with my qualifications struggles to win her over. You shouldn't be sending just anyone her way. If you truly wish to introduce someone, they must surpass my standing. Though Aunt Wang was older, Jiangdong Group was a well-known conglomerate in China. How many men could match or exceed Jiang Yuanliang's caliber? Jingjing, look at you. Someone is pursuing you, and you didn't even inform Auntie. What a ridicule. Aunt Wang, regaining her composure, chuckled awkwardly. I apologize. I should have notified you. Shin Jingjing was not naive. She understood that Jiang Yuanyang was helping her out and avenging her. Naturally, she would not undermine his efforts, adding, Auntie, you never gave me a heads up either. You and my mother have a penchant for surprise attacks. My fault, Aunt Wang replied, feeling embarrassed as she stood up. Addressing the still-dazed Mr. Wang, let us take our leave. It seems I misunderstood the situation. It's my mistake. Caught between two formidable figures. She had never encountered a situation quite like this in her lifetime as a matchmaker. When Mr. Wang entered, he was brimming with arrogance, but upon leaving, he appeared dejected. The words just spoken by Jiang Yuanliang echoing in his mind, leaving him feeling both stifled and embarrassed. As soon as he departed, the room fell into a serene silence. Even the air felt more refreshing. Shin Xiai and her brother emerged from their room upon hearing the door close. The house was small, and they had overheard everything that had transpired. Shin Xing gave Jiang Yuanliang a thumbs up, exclaiming, Uncle Jiang, you were incredible. I almost wanted to applaud you from inside. Jiang Yuanliang smiled slightly, his grin reaching his eyes. He turned to Shin Jingjing and, with an apologetic tone, said, I'm sorry, Ms. Shun, for speaking without consulting you. I felt he was quite rude and unworthy of you. Mr. Jiang, you need not apologize to me. Rather, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been at a loss on how to handle this matter. Shun Jingjing replied sincerely. Having spent her life in the service industry, she was adept at enduring hardships and assisting others. Saying no was indeed a challenge for her. As long as you're not upset, people like you deserve better. Jiang Yuanyang replied, reverting to his earlier earnest demeanor, a stark contrast to the imposing presence he had exhibited before Mr. Wang. It's getting late. I won't intrude any longer, Jiang Yuanliang remarked, glancing at the time and politely bidding farewell. Just then, Shin Xiai piped up, Uncle Jiang, have you had dinner? My mom made Buddha jumps over the wall. Would you like to have some before you leave? Xiai, Uncle Jiang, Shin Jingjing interjected. Isn't this a bit too much? Jiang Yuanyang half-jokingly interrupted Shin Jingjing, halting his departure. Shin Xiai smiled. Not at all. Uncle Jiang, you've helped my mom with a significant problem. After this encounter, Grandma Wang probably won't set my mom up on any more blind dates. We should thank you. She looked at her mother and asked, right, Mom? Shin Jingjing forced a smile, her expression somewhat stiff, and nodded, yes. But my Buddha jumps over the wall is quite homely. I'm afraid it might not suit Uncle Jiang's palate. Shin Xing quickly chimed in, Mom. You're being too modest. Your Buddha jumps over the wall is authentic. It was simmered for 2 days and nights. Uncle Jiang, please sit. I'll serve you some. It has abalone, sea cucumbers, fish lips, trotters, and dried scallops. What do you like? I'll get you extra, Shin Xing said, rushing to the kitchen. Jiang Yuanliang commented. I want to eat it all. Not a problem, there is plenty. Shin Jingjing looked at her daughter, her expression one of exasperated amusement, while Shin Xiai innocently blinked. As if to say, a great favor deserves thanks. It's only right to offer him a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. Understanding her daughter's intentions, Shin Jingjing sighed lightly and decided to join in. Uncle Jiang, please sit. We have some excellent pu'er tea at home, which pairs perfectly with Buddha jumps over the wall. I'll brew a pot for you. Jiang Yuanyang relished the dish, nodding in appreciation. Delicious, better than many restaurants. Shin Jingjing sat across from him, watching him carefully, her heart racing with each bite he took. Mom, stop staring at Uncle Jiang. He has already said it's good. Look at you, still anxious, Shin Xiai whispered. Jiang Yuanyang noticed Shin Jingjing's awkwardness as she looked away, and after she shot her daughter a glare, she said, I'm just worried he might be allergic. Haha. Jiang Yuanliang chuckled, quickly clarifying, don't worry, I'm not allergic to seafood. My allergy is to chia seeds. Chia seeds? The others exchanged glances, surprised by the unusual allergy. Jiang Yuanyang elegantly wiped his mouth with a tissue, stood, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Shin, for the delightful meal. No need for formality, Shin Jingjing replied. As it was getting late, Jiang Yuanyang bid farewell once more, and Shin Jingjing warmly escorted him to the door before nodding goodbye. Once he departed, Shin Jingjing finally relaxed, turning to her children with a look of exasperation. You too, really? Mr. Jiang is a major businessman. How can we casually invite him to dinner? And what of it? Shin Xiai shrugged. He didn't eat any less. Exactly, Shin Xing added. If it's good, it's good. Just because he is a big boss doesn't mean it has to taste bad. Shin Jingjing shook her head, somewhat speechless. However, she realized that without Jiang Yuanliang, the blind date situation could have dragged on for ages. As she began to gather the dishes to clean the kitchen, Shin Xiai quickly took her mother's arm. Mom, leave it. I'll wash up in a bit. I need to tell you something. Shin Jingjing looked at her daughter in confusion. What is it? My sister is leaving early the day after tomorrow. Shin Xing interjected. The day after tomorrow? Isn't the National Day holiday? Shin Xiai nodded and explained the current situation to her mother. Shin Jingjing gently nodded. That is indeed a priority. Ali has always been soft-hearted and inexperienced. If you go, I'll feel much more at ease. Shin Xiai anticipated her mother's support, but felt guilty for having promised to spend more time with her before leaving. I said I'd spend more time with you. Oh dear, Shin Jingjing quickly interrupted, feigning impatience. Enough of that. You've been back for several days. I'm starting to get a bit annoyed. It's just right for you to leave now. Just then, her phone rang. It's probably your grandmother, ready to nag me again, Shin Jingjing sighed in annoyance. Turning to enter the house but not forgetting to remind Shin Xiai, wash the dishes and clean the kitchen. Shin Xiai smiled at her mother's retreating figure and turned to Shin Xing, commanding, you go. Shin Xing pouted, I knew it. In the makeup room of Destined to be Phoenix, Ren Jiao was fuming. What does the publicity team mean? Why haven't they released my promotional photos yet? Why? She was holding her phone, staring at the third wave of promotional photos released by the crew that day. Fans of the original novel and the actors had been refreshing the page since 9 in the morning, eager to see their beloved characters. However, as the second female lead, Rinjia found herself absent from the latest batch of photos, and she was furious. She glared at her assistant, Xiaoya, demanding. The first wave featured Song Yun'er and Su Junwan. The second wave was Gao Fei and Sun Yalu. The third wave should have been me. What is this? Why are Song Anyu and Xinli being featured instead? You need to communicate better with the publicity team. Everyone in the team knew Rinjia's temper. When she was angry, she could wreak havoc. The first to bear the brunt was her assistant, Xiaoya, since these matters usually fell under her purview. Xiaoya lowered her head, fear etched on her face, quietly explaining. I did speak with the publicity team and asked if we could have our promotional photos in the second wave. They only said they would consider it. I thought since the publicity team is part of our Jin Xiao company, they would support us. I don't know why this happened. If you don't know, go ask right now. Rinjia shouted. What do I pay you for? Xiaoya shrank back, quickly nodding. Okay. I'll go ask immediately. Rinjia was extremely agitated. She had been particularly pleased with the group photos, especially the promotional shots with Baiyu. The team had hoped to use the opportunity to generate buzz and attract fans, yet there hadn't even been a chance to appear thus far. To be aware that after joining the group, there have been no opportunities for exposure for over 6 months. Relying solely on promotional stills to present her face to the audience. If others gain what she lacks, little by little, her fans may very well be drawn away. Perhaps even forgetting that she participated in this drama. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more anxious she felt, especially today. As she scrolled through the promotional posts of Song Anyu and Xinli, receiving a flood of praise in the comments, jealousy surged within her, particularly for Xinli, who appeared vividly in the photographs, almost as if she had stepped into reality. The most liked comment exclaimed, "Oh my, this is exactly how I imagined she. It's uncanny, gentle, soft, and utterly endearing." Female fans cheered, proclaiming that she had come to life, while male fans instantly felt a surge of protectiveness. The official account even joined in with a hot comment, original image, no post-production. The entry quickly ignited trending searches, new actress portrays she, original stills amaze fans. Shortly thereafter, the entry for Shishi's portrayer, Xinli, ascended to the second place on the trending list within just half an hour. Xinli's personal super topic was swiftly established, and her accounts across platforms were unearthed, amassing over 2 million followers in less than an hour. Ollie, you have risen to fame. Xiaowen excitedly scrolled through the trending content on her phone, exclaiming, the first wave of promotional stills received no negative feedback online. It's fantastic. Ollie. At this moment, Xinli felt somewhat bewildered. She had never contemplated that she would create such a stir with the promotional stills. However, as she observed the overwhelming trending topics online, she gradually sensed the possibility of her own fame. WeChat notifications incessantly popped up, messages from acquaintances spanning her life flooding in. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to respond. What is wrong, Ollie? Aren't you happy? Seeing Xinli in a daze, Xiaowen asked with concern. Xinli snapped back to reality, smiling. I'm happy, quite happy. From the feedback of netizens, it was evident that her portrayal of Shishi was widely recognized and appreciated, which was the aspect that brought her the most joy. A pan, while tidying up, remarked, I'll buy a few dishes that Ollie loves for lunch. Let's celebrate properly. No. Xinli shook her head. Let us not be too ostentatious. That wouldn't be good. Why should we be afraid to celebrate ourselves? Ollie, you are too cautious, Xiaowen responded. Xinli pressed her lips together as a newcomer. It's only right to be low-key. Apan and Xiaowen exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Apan added, Ali is right in thinking this way. I just passed by Rinjia's dressing room and heard her throwing a fit, apparently over the promotional stills. If Ali celebrates publicly and gets noticed, it would surely offend Rinjia. Amidst Xiaoyan's excitement, she regained her focus. Right? I thought the official account would release Rinjia's promotional stills this round. Why did it turn into Ali and Song Anyu? Rinjia and Gao Fei were both supporting actresses, yet Gao Fei had already been featured. Why not Rinjia? Apan shook his head, expressing ignorance. Xinli felt increasingly anxious upon hearing this, quickly asking Xiaowen, does this mean I've offended the seniors? Of course not. This is the marketing team's responsibility. It has nothing to do with us. It's not something you can control. Xiaoyan reassured her with a smile that eased Xinli's worries. Don't fret about it. The promotional efforts are always handled by a professional team. Today's results prove their expertise. With this reassurance, Xinli felt somewhat more at ease. She merely wished to focus on acting, indifferent to fame or overshadowing others. Meanwhile, Xiaya returned with news. What did you say? Ren Jia looked at Xiaya in disbelief, as if she had not comprehended a single word. Say it again. Xiaya, lowering her head, trembled. The marketing team said your set of stills is lost. They can't find them. What about the negatives? Are there no negatives? Ren Jia pressed on. Xiaya shook her head. No, the negatives are also lost. How is that possible? Ren Jia's eyes widened, her expression twisting into one of fury. Of all people, my stills are lost? Even the negatives? Everyone in the room held their breath. The situation indeed sounded suspicious. If it were truly a simple mistake, someone should have informed the team by now. Given Ren Jia's nature, she would have certainly made time to reshoot a set. Yet, there was no communication whatsoever, and her stills were simply omitted. With years of experience in the entertainment industry, such an excuse would not easily deceive her. As her anger subsided, the situation became increasingly dubious, and she directed her frustration at Xiaya. This can't be right. Contact someone from the marketing team and clarify this for me. ISNT that Xiao is someone you're close with? Ask him. Perhaps a little incentive would help. But make sure to get to the bottom of this. She was determined to find out who had the audacity to trip her up. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Shen Xiai finally arrived at the vertical store film base. She had previously contacted Lu Jinxiao, hoping to borrow a professional from the legal department of Jinxiao Entertainment. To her surprise, Lu Jinxiao was also present when she arrived. Mr. Lu? Shen Xiai was somewhat taken aback upon seeing him. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, wearing sunglasses, Lu Jinxiao approached Shen Xiai with a friendly smile, greeting her. Miss Shen, long time no see. Shen Xiai's gaze bypassed him. Looking at the man and woman standing behind him, puzzled, I thought I was only borrowing one person? Lu Jinxiao nodded in understanding. Miss Shen, please don't misunderstand. Allow me to introduce. He first introduced the man in a suit. This is our legal consultant, Lawyer Lin, who will help you resolve the professional matters today. Shen Xiai nodded, acknowledging Lawyer Lin. Then Lu Jinxiao introduced the woman. This is Sister Quan, an artist manager from Jinxiao, who brought a contract today to discuss with Shen Li. Now Shen Xiai understood. Lu Jinxiao intended to sign Shen Li as well. Miss Shen, did you see today as trending topics online? Lu Jinxiao inquired. I hadn't checked, but everyone did. I only found out after landing, Shen Xiai replied. Shen Li has great potential, so don't get me wrong. We at Jinxiao are an entertainment company, and we certainly want to let go of a promising talent like her. Since she is currently in our own production, we must seize this opportunity, right? Shen Xiai smiled. Mr. Lu, you don't need to explain so much to me. I fully respect my sister's wishes regarding the signing, as long as she agrees. I will support her decision, regardless of whom she signs with. I reiterate, just ensure that my sister doesn't find out that I invested in this production. Lu Jinxiao nodded knowingly. Miss Shen, rest assured, I want to intervene. Sister Quan will handle the discussions with Shen Li. Before long, Xiaodan dashed out to greet them. Having seen Shen Xiai during a video call with Ali, she instantly recognized her, as well as Lu Jinxiao. Mr. Lu, Sister Quan. Without waiting for Xiaodan to say much more, Lu Jinxiao merely nodded lightly and then walked past her into the set. Sister Quan smiled at Xiaodan before following him, leaving Shen Xiai and Lawyer Lin standing in place. Xiaodan blinked in confusion before turning to greet Shen Xiai. You must be Ali's sister, right? Come with me. Upon seeing her sister, Ali joyfully rushed over, feeling both elated and somewhat guilty, saying, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this again. It's fine. I've never seen a film set before, just here to experience something new, Shen Xiai replied, then asked, has Teacher Yuhong arrived yet? Shen Li shook her head. Perfect. This is Lawyer Lin. Quickly bring that contract template for him to review and see if there are any issues. As Lin, the lawyer, perused the contract, Shen Xiai pulled her sister to the side and whispered, Sister, may I ask if you have any thoughts regarding the arrangements after signing? Shen Li paused momentarily before shaking her head. Not really, as long as I have a role to perform. Sister, I am a newcomer, and it would be inappropriate for me to make too many demands. Of course you should voice your demands. That is the essence of negotiation. Otherwise, why would I come all this way? It's to empower you to assert your needs, Shen Xiai replied. Shen Li's expression turned troubled as she hesitated. I don't want others to perceive me as a small fry throwing around weight. But signing is a collaboration between two parties. They have their requirements, and you too have the right to express your needs. Only when both sides reach an agreement can they collaborate. You cannot relinquish your rights simply because you are a newcomer. Shen Xiai grasped her sister's hand reassuringly. With me by your side, you need not fear. If you do not articulate your preferences clearly, the company may assign you to roles you dislike. leaving you with no choice but to comply. After a moment of contemplation, Shinli nodded in agreement. Chapter 79. The sincerity of Jin Xiao. I have reviewed the contract, and overall, it appears satisfactory. There are a few areas I have marked which can be subject to further negotiation, Lin the lawyer stated, directing his pen towards Shin Xiai and Shinli. For instance, regarding the contract duration, a typical management agreement for newcomers ranges from 5 to 10 years, though some may be as short as 3, depending on your discussions. Additionally, this commitment includes resources, promising one's level project per year, with roles not lower than the third female lead. These soft clauses are negotiable. Shinli nodded in understanding and said to her sister, "Sister, as long as it's a role I desire, I can accept both the project level and the character's prominence. You should express this to them shortly. You must learn to articulate your aspirations," Shin Xiai advised. At that moment, there was a knock on the makeup room door. It was Sister Quan. "Hello, Shinli." Upon meeting, Sister Quan enthusiastically extended her hand to greet Shinli. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Shinli inquired while shaking her hand. Sister Quan replied directly. "I am an artist manager from Jinxiao Entertainment. You can call me Sister Quan." Shinli's expression shifted to one of realization. Xiaoan and Apan were both affiliated with Jinxiao, and this drama was also produced by Jinxiao Entertainment. "Please, have a seat, Sister Quan. May I ask what brings you here?" Sister Quan smiled. "Of course, take a look at this." She pulled an artist contract from her bag and handed it to Shinli. Upon seeing the title, Shinli instinctively wanted to refuse, but Sister Quan gently interrupted. "Don't rush to decline. Just have a look first." Noticing this, Xiaoan whispered an explanation to Shinli. Sister Quan is Jinxiao's ace manager. Yao Bin and Ji Qi were both managed by her. Shinli was taken aback and thanked Sister Quan. "Thank you. I will take a look." She accepted the contract, although her heart was filled with turmoil. Setting aside the potential advantages of this contract, she had already tacitly agreed to sign with teacher Yu Hong, a decision she had long contemplated. Sensing her sister's unease, Shin Xiai comforted her by patting her back softly. "It's all right. Just take a look. When it comes time to make a decision, follow your heart." She understood her sister's nature. For Shinli, refusing others was a challenging endeavor. However, one must learn to say no, especially in the entertainment industry. Shinli nodded, feeling significantly more at ease with her sister beside her. The terms presented by Jinxiao were indeed more enticing compared to those of teacher Yu Hong. Yet the highlighted advantages were not aspects Shinli particularly valued. For instance, Jinxiao offered her a higher percentage of remuneration, and they promised her a leading female role in its level project within 2 years, along with a starring role in a primetime drama. Such alluring promises could easily represent a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for any newcomer. Yet for Shinli, her emotions remained largely unperturbed after reading it. "Sister, what do you think?" Shinli asked, looking somewhat troubled. "The conditions offered by Jinxiao are exceptionally outstanding. Even if my heart remains unmoved, I cannot deny their earnestness," Shinli reflected. Furthermore, she currently held 7 scripts from Jinxiao, allowing her to select the role she most desired. She was uncertain as to why they extended such an offer, but she felt immensely grateful for the opportunity to choose as a newcomer. Additionally, she was profoundly appreciative of Jinxiao for granting her the role of Shishi in this drama. Contemplating these matters only deepened her internal conflict. "You're asking me, huh?" Shinli nodded. Shin Xiai chuckled knowingly and candidly stated, "To be honest, I lean towards Jinxiao." Understanding her sister's inclination towards that answer, Shinli exhaled deeply. Sister Quan, witnessing this, also smiled and straightforwardly remarked, "This contract represents our highest tier agreement for newcomers. Only Ji Qi he has previously obtained such a contract, and her achievements speak for themselves. So, Shinli, we at Jinxiao truly value you." "Thank you, Sister Quan. I understand all this. It's my first time encountering such a situation, hence my dilemma." Just then, a staff member knocked and peeked in, saying to Shinli, "Ali, it's time to prepare for your scene." Shinli, needing to detach herself from the current emotional turmoil, promptly nodded and stood up. "I apologize, Sister Quan, but I have 2 scenes to shoot this morning. I must head over now." "All right, I will be at the set all day, so take your time to consider," Sister Quan replied. Shinli nodded again and exchanged a glance with her sister before hurriedly exiting the makeup room. Sister Quan and Lin the lawyer followed suit, leaving Shin Xiai alone with Xiaoyan and Apan. Shin Xiai opened her suitcase, retrieving 3 gift bags and beckoning them. "I brought some specialties from Shenzhen and Hong Kong. Thank you for taking care of Ali these days." The bags appeared quite upscale, boldly labeled premium sea cucumber. This delicacy is not inexpensive, even locally in Shenzhen and Hong Kong. You're too kind. This is unnecessary, Xiaoan expressed, surprised by Shenli's sister's thoughtfulness in bringing gifts. Shenli smiled, saying, "No need to be polite. It is the least I can do. Ali is a newcomer and is often unaware of many things. I appreciate your assistance. 1 box each for you, and this one is for teacher Wenxian." Shenli even remembered to include the makeup artist, elevating Xiaoyan and Apan's impression of Shen Ci significantly. Gratefully accepting the gifts, they thanked her repeatedly. Shen Ci then inquired, "My sister tends not to express her feelings openly, especially regarding unpleasant matters. Has she been well and set these days? Has anything unfortunate occurred?" Her inquiry was quite direct, as Shen Ci genuinely wished to know her sister's current state. Xiaoan and Apan exchanged glances instinctively. Ali often mentioned her sister, indicating a close bond between them. After a moment's hesitation, Apan subtly nodded at Xiaoan, prompting her to speak softly. "Everything is fine. Everyone likes Ali. The director appreciates her talent, often praising her. And the staff enjoys her company due to her pleasant demeanor and respectful attitude towards everyone. There is an actress named Su Zishan, who, according to Ali, is a classmate of hers. Recently, during the filming of a scene where Ali falls into the water, she deliberately kept messing up, causing Ali to remain submerged for over half an hour, which left her feeling quite aggrieved and in tears." Chapter 80. Sister Quan personally comes to sign someone. Su Zishan? Shen Ci pondered the name, recalling it as the girl who initially snatched the role from her younger sister. Xiaoan nodded repeatedly, stating that everyone present could see it was intentional, but such matters cannot be openly discussed, as she would never admit it. Days have passed since the incident. Yet Xiaoan still felt indignant on behalf of Ali. Shen Ci remained calm, revealing no emotion, and simply inquired, "Is there anything else?" Xiaoyan thought for a moment and shook her head. Apan interjected, "Today, the publicity team released some stills of Ali, and she has truly made a name for herself. With Ali's current popularity, Su Zishan would think twice before attempting any further mischief." Xiaoan agreed. Indeed, if Ali can negotiate a contract with Jin Xiao, then no one in her studio would dare to bully her. Upon hearing this, Shen Ci smiled at Xiaoan. "Do you wish for her to sign with Jin Xiao?" Xiaoan, slightly embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and candidly replied, "Absolutely. Being under Sister Quan is a great opportunity. She has extensive connections and high status in the industry, which could save Ali from many detours." Xiaoyan's words were not unfounded. At that moment, Sister Quan had just arrived on set, and people were already approaching her one after another. "Sister Quan, what brings you here?" Ran Jia, seizing a moment when the crowd around Sister Quan had dispersed, eagerly approached her. Being from the same company, Ran Jia had always wanted to be placed under Sister Quan's guidance, knowing that her resources would significantly improve. Jia, your look is stunning today," Sister Quan remarked, glancing at Ran Jia's makeup and attire. Ran Jia smiled warmly, affectionately linking her arm with Sister Quan's, and asked, "Sister Quan, but there are no people from your team in this production, so why are you here?" "To check out a newcomer and see if I can sign her." Sister Quan responded candidly. Ran Jia was momentarily taken aback, her smile freezing on her face. She tentatively asked, "Does signing a newcomer require your personal presence? Surely you're not intending to take her under your wing yourself?" It is known that newcomers at the company are generally assigned to an artist manager, meaning several newcomers share one manager upon entering the industry. A prominent agent like Sister Quan would only take on a newcomer after they have achieved significant success. Similar to how Ji Qi, he only joined her team after 1.5 years in the industry. "What? Can I take on newcomers?" Sister Quan teased. Ran Jia quickly shook her head. "That is not what I meant." She then playfully added, "Sister Quan, why not take me under your wing? Please speak to Mr. Liu about transferring me to your team. I want to gain more skills under your guidance." "Do you still need to improve your skills?" Sister Quan replied. "You have already won 2 mainstream supporting actress awards and have a decent following. Your achievements are commendable. There isn't much I can do to assist you further." "I still have a long way to go," Ran Jia insisted, looking quite aggrieved. "You were the one who chose me for the role back then, and it was because of you that I signed with Jin Xiao. I thought if I could make a name for myself in the industry, I would be able to follow you, but instead, I was assigned to Bogu, who you know prefers to conduct business over drinks, dragging me out for social events daily. It's utterly exhausting. Don't let Bogu hear you say that." Sister Quan's smile faded as she listened to Ran Jia. "Bogu has put in a lot of effort for you. He even suffered from gastric bleeding a couple of months ago. Do you really think he enjoys drinking? He does it because it's easier to get things done in that environment." Sister Quan sighed, speaking earnestly to Ran Jia. "As long as you work diligently, success will eventually come your way." You often say you want to be with me, but I have Chihi on my team. To surpass her achievements, you still have a long way to go. Wouldn't it be better to be the leading lady under Bogo? He has great resources that will definitely be made available to you first. You should be content with that. Hearing Sister Kwan's words, Rin Jia pouted in discontent. You would rather take on a newcomer than mentor me. Speaking of newcomers, Rin Jia couldn't help but glance at Sister Kwan, asking tentatively, "Are you going to sign Shinli?" Sister Kwan nodded. Rin Jia's expression immediately darkened. She had foreseen that Shinli would inevitably rise to prominence. During the press conference, she had deliberately hindered Shinli's opportunity to shine, only to find her gaining popularity regardless. Now, even Sister Kwan was willing to come to the set to sign her. Although Rin Jia felt displeased, her exterior remained cheerful. The young lady is quite talented. Everyone seems to like her. On set, they were filming the first scene between Shun Li and Song Anyu, marking the first time the two would act together after several days of shooting. Shin Si and Lu Jinzhao quietly observed from the periphery, as Su Zishan's father was also present. In front of the camera, both Shin Li and Song Anyu possessed striking visuals, their mere exchange of glances igniting palpable chemistry, causing the director behind the screen to beam with delight. This was a common sight whenever Shin Li was in front of the camera. He always wore that expression. This was also Shin Si's first time witnessing her sister perform, and while she had always known of her talent, she was taken aback by her proficiency. As soon as the camera focused on her, she effortlessly slipped into character. Mr. Lu, at that moment, Su's father approached Lu Jinzhao, lowering his voice to speak. Lu Jinzhao cast a puzzled glance his way, aware that one must keep the noise level down on set. Su's father gestured for him to step aside for a private conversation. Observing their interaction, Shin Si paid it no mind, focusing instead on the two as they walked away and turned into a corner. "Mr. Su, is there something you wish to discuss?" Lu Jinzhao inquired. Su's father's expression was somewhat grim, having just watched his daughter perform, noting her subservient roles of serving tea and bowing. It left him with an uncomfortable feeling. After hesitating, he finally said to Lu Jinzhao, "I hope you can consider changing my daughter's role. I do not wish to see her play a maid." Lu Jinzhao was taken aback. "Mr. Su, please don't jest. Filming has already begun for several days. How could we possibly change roles at this point? We would have to reshoot all prior footage. Furthermore, you specifically requested this role when you invested. Filmmaking is not a trivial matter. Roles cannot simply be swapped at will." "I understand, but I was unaware of the specifics of this role before. I merely agreed based on my daughter's words. However, I truly cannot accept this now. If you believe $500 can only buy a maid role, I am willing to invest more." Lu Jinzhao shook his head in exasperation. "I really cannot accommodate your request. Not only is the crew not in need of additional funding, but even if they were, I cannot agree to such an unreasonable demand. Thank you to Lon Yutian Lon and others for your votes of support. Mr. Su, I understand your feelings, but we must differentiate between on-screen and off-screen. Your daughter is portraying a character, and it is entirely normal for new actors to start with smaller roles." Su's father understood this well. Yet each time he witnessed his beloved daughter, raised with such care, performing a role of such subservience, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. After much internal conflict, he finally said, "Then, Mr. Lu, please speak to the director and try to avoid having her kneel." Lu Jinzhao found himself at a loss for words. How can a maid not kneel? If you're so concerned for your daughter, why did you allow her to become an actress? However, considering that the other party is, after all, an investor. Lu Jinzhao eventually nodded. "Then I will discuss with the director and screenwriter. If it is not necessary, I will avoid having her kneel." Su's father finally revealed a smile. Although that smile still seemed somewhat forced. It was evident that he did not wish for his daughter to continue playing a maid, yet he saw no alternative. Once the first scene was completed, staff members eagerly surrounded Shinli and Song Anyu, with the assistant director even preparing 2 bouquets of flowers to congratulate them on their promotional stills trending to the top of social media. "Ali, and you two are incredible. Ali, your follower count is soaring. In just a few hours, it's about to break 4 million across all platforms. Congratulations. The momentum is still rising. By noon, the traffic peak is expected to explode. It's already quite explosive. The official blog comments have surpassed 40,000. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, and Shinli and Song Anyu could only nod in gratitude. Su Zishan, on the periphery, felt a surge of jealousy, her eyes reddening. Yet she felt powerless. Today, Shinli's rise to fame was undeniably phenomenal. Just one still had ignited the trending topics. Ran Jia was equally discontent. watching coldly as Shun-Li basked in the limelight among the stars of the production. How could a newcomer like Shun-Li overshadow everyone? Not only herself, but even Song Yuner was nearly eclipsed. But then, Rin Jia couldn't help but smirk, with such a penchant for stealing the spotlight. How could Song Yuner's fans possibly let her off the hook? She could only wait for the backlash. At that moment, the publicity team suddenly arrived on site. And amidst the chaos, they whisked Shin-Li and Song Anyu away. Shin-Li, Song Anyu, you two need to come with us to shoot another set of promotional stills. No? Shin-Li was taken aback. I have another scene to shoot shortly. Song Anyu nodded. Indeed, they had another scene to film. No matter. It will only take half an hour at most. Let us shoot quickly and capitalize on today's surge in popularity. We'll release it tonight. It was no wonder that the publicity team for Jin Xiao was both professional and diligent. They could seize any opportunity to capture more promotional stills. Shun-Li could only follow them in a daze, while Rin Jia swiftly pursued them from a distance. Additional stills? She was the one who needed them most. Since there was no professional studio on set, the publicity team decided to use the filming location as the backdrop, emphasizing a natural and vibrant atmosphere. Selecting a garden adorned with a faux rockery and pavilion. All right, ladies, express a sense of contentment and happiness while gazing slightly upward. Gentlemen, wrap your arms around the lady's waist from behind, resting your chin gently against their temples. Come closer, make it sweeter. Fans love this. Wonderful, wonderful. Let us do another set. Shin-Li, run, let your gauzy skirt flutter. With prior experience in shooting promotional stills, this time, Shin-Li was more adept, effortlessly providing the publicity team with ample material, completing 3 sets before she was willing to stop. Is that enough, teacher? Shin-Li asked, slightly breathless. The cameraman, while reviewing the photos on his camera, flashed a satisfied okay gesture. Perfect. If everyone were as photogenic as you two, our publicity team would be saved a lot of trouble. Another team member chimed in with a smile. Exactly, no need for editing. The direct output is even better. Shin-Li was still preoccupied with her next scene and hurriedly thanked the publicity team before leaving with Song Anyu. Seeing this, Rin Jia sprang forward, blocking the departing publicity team. The group was taken aback, instinctively showing signs of evasion upon recognizing her. The entire publicity team had received internal news that all subsequent promotional materials for Tianming Wei Huang could not feature Rin Jia. They were unsure of the reason, but it was clear that she was currently under a subtle form of ban, unable to participate in any promotions until the drama aired. Jia, do you have something to discuss? We are pressed for time, one of them said. After all, she was a popular actress. And although the publicity team was unaware of the details, they still had to show her respect on the surface. Ran Jia looked at them with furrowed brows, questioning, in such a hurry to shoot second stills for a newcomer? No time to inform me about a reshoot? The team members awkwardly chuckled. What are you talking about? Jia? We are merely following orders. This is all assigned by Brother Qi. Stop joking with me. Ran Jia did not believe them. But she certainly needed to reshoot the stills. She immediately turned to the person behind the camera and commanded, Start the camera. I want to reshoot now. Jia. Please don't put us in a difficult position. Isn't this a waste of our publicity team's time? Waste time? Didn't you just say that my stills were lost and the negatives went missing? You didn't even notify me about the reshoot. And now you're claiming I'm wasting your time? Rin Jia's voice rose in anger, nearly breaking. The team members exchanged looks of helplessness. And finally, the one in charge revealed some information out of past camaraderie. Jia, you're not new to the industry. You should be able to guess the situation now. We are just the ones executing tasks, and decisions come from above. Your reshoot won't change anything. It will still get lost, don't you understand? This was a clear indication that she wouldn't be able to release her stills. Those in higher positions had forbidden it. Rin Jia indeed had her suspicions. But the veiled insinuations from the others surprised her. Why? Why can't mine be released? Have I offended someone? Jia, why not ask President Liu? He happens to be on set today. I believe if it weren't for President Liu's word, Brother Qi wouldn't dare. Rin Jia suddenly felt enlightened. Yes, this matter could only be resolved through President Liu. Otherwise, who in the company would have such authority to trip her up like this? Meanwhile, Lu Jinzhao was chatting leisurely with Shen Xiai in an air-conditioned room. In this weather, the actors really suffer. We've been watching a scene and are already sweating profusely, Lu Jinzhao said, handing Shen Xiai a chilled bottle of juice from the small refrigerator. Shen Xiai accepted it with thanks and casually inquired, that gentleman earlier, is he Su Zishan's father? Chapter 82. As one performance concludes, another begins. Lu Jinzhao was momentarily surprised, but then smiled and nodded. Yes. I recall that Su Zishan was initially chosen for the role of Au, which was later bought for 500 yuan by her father. Lu Jinzhao had already explained the details of this matter to Shen Xiai before. At that time, the crew was in need of investment, making such a decision understandable. Reflecting on his earlier conversation with Su's father, Lu Jinzhao chuckled more heartily, saying to Shen Xiai, "It's quite amusing. Initially, the character was one that money could buy. Yet just now, Mr. Su suggested changing his daughter's role, stating he couldn't bear to see her playing a maid. Well, I certainly wouldn't agree to a role change. That would be absurd. I only consented to minimize the kneeling scenes for Su Zishan in the subsequent filming. After all, the role of a maid is of little consequence." Lu Jinzhao shook his head with a bemused smile. Shen Xiai remained unfazed, taking a sip of juice before casually remarking, "President Lu, your statement is misguided. There are distinctions even among maids. The role of Au is among the most significant. If you create exceptions, it will only render her performance awkward." Lu Jinzhao, a remarkably astute individual, instantly perceived that Shen Xiai's words, though seemingly an opinion, were laced with subtle criticism. "What does Miss Shen believe should be done?" Lu Jinzhao inquired tentatively. He was well aware of the significance of a 500 yuan investor compared to a 10,000 yuan one. Shen Xiai met Lu Jinzhao's gaze, recognizing that conversations with intelligent individuals need not be circuitous. With a blank expression, she stated plainly, "If you are reluctant to have her kneel, then delete all the group shots requiring her to do so." Her calm utterance effectively eliminated nearly half of Au's scenes. Shen Xiai, having perused the original work, understood that Au was portrayed as ostensibly self-effacing yet harboring a clandestine malevolence, initially appearing docile and honest, only to later betray her benefactors and prove perfidious. Hence, the act of kneeling was integral to the character of Au, required both in the early and later stages of the narrative. As a maidservant, group shots would inevitably outnumber individual scenes. How much screen time would remain after excising the ensemble sequences? To think she dared mistreat her younger sister. If Ailey wouldn't retaliate, her elder sister would certainly intervene. Lu Jinzhao was astute, recognizing that Shen Xiai wouldn't seek to make things difficult for Su Zishan due to the prior contention over the role. As Miss Shen had stated, she wouldn't have allowed Shenli to portray Au in the first place. Therefore, today's actions must stem from grievances incurred after joining the production. How unfortunate that Su Zishan provoked the wrong person. Even if Shen Xiai were to demand Su Zishan's replacement, he likely wouldn't dare refuse. Fortunately, Miss Shen wasn't so tyrannical, granting him and the crew a reprieve. Lu Jinzhao promptly beckoned his assistant, whispering instructions and signaling him to depart immediately. The assistant nodded in understanding, swiftly exiting the room towards the set. At that moment, preparations were underway for the second scene of the day, with the assistant director guiding the actors through their paces. The master is enraged. All servants within the scene are to bow their heads, kneel, and remain silent. Then, Madam and concubine Chio will commence their dialogue. The shot will be a wide angle, and all actors within the frame are to remain focused. Do you understand? While the assistant director was engrossed in his instructions, the director received a message from Lu Jinzhao's assistant. He listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement, and then summoned Assistant Director Li. "Shall Li?" Assistant Director Li turned around, his previously stern expression instantly replaced with a smile. "Director Ke, what is it?" Director Ke gestured towards Su Zishan with his chin, stating, "Au is not needed in this scene. Have her step down." Su Zishan, who had been mentally rehearsing her lines, was taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Director Ke and then at Assistant Director Li. Assistant Director Li was equally perplexed, but understanding Director Ke's disposition, his aversion to questions, he turned to Su Zishan and said, Shan, you can go and rest for now. Until the afternoon scenes." Su Zishan exclaimed, "But, why? I have lines in this scene, Director Li." "Ah, lines?" Assistant Director Li hastily consulted the script for the scene, discovering that Su Zishan indeed had lines. Concerned that Director Ke might have made a mistake, Assistant Director Li raised his voice, addressing him, "Director Ke, Au has lines in this scene. She shouldn't be dismissed, should she?" Director Ke replied with conviction, "Give Au's lines to Abai. Insignificant lines can be delivered by anyone." Abai was another maidservant attending to Shi. The young actress portraying Abai was delighted by this unexpected windfall, smiling with elation. Su Zishan, unwilling to concede, attempted to argue, but Director Li shook his head, signaling that resistance was futile and would only incur Director Ke's displeasure. Su Zishan, having been inexplicably deprived of her scene, stormed off the set. harboring suspicions that she might have inadvertently offended Director Ku. However, no sooner had one crisis been averted than another arose. Before Shin Xiai and Lu Jinzhao could exchange more than a few words, Ren Jia arrived. Director Lu, despite her fame and capriciousness, Ren Jia dared not directly confront Lu Jinzhao. Instead, she greeted him with a disarming smile, concealing her inner fury. Upon seeing Ren Jia, Lu Jinzhao instinctively frowned. Since the press conference incident, he hadn't encountered Ren Jia, but following Miss Shun's instructions, he had directed the publicity team accordingly. Her sudden appearance today, coupled with her actions towards Shun Li, ignited a sense of revulsion within Lu Jinzhao. He recognized the fierce competition within the entertainment industry, particularly among actresses, where intrigue and rivalry were commonplace. However, the nature of one's tactics revealed their character. Lu Jinzhao was displeased with Ren Jia's use of such underhanded methods to suppress a nascent talent. And now, the elder sister of the very person she had targeted sat beside him. Shin Xi's physical attributes posed an even greater threat than Shin Li's, and Ren Jia had immediately taken notice. Furthermore, the fact that she was alone in a room with Director Lu heightened Ren Jia's innate sense of vigilance. There were so many beautiful girls, enough to make her resentful. She imperceptibly twitched her lips, her smile strained yet feigning casualness, and inquired, Director Lu, are you busy? This young lady is quite lovely. Is she a newcomer to our company? Lu Jinzhao sighed almost imperceptibly, cautiously observing Shun Xi's reaction. Her impassive demeanor only heightened Lu Jinzhao's apprehension. What was it with everyone seeking to place themselves in harm's way today? I am currently occupied. If you have nothing pressing, please return to your dressing room, Lu Jinzhao stated. As she was an artist under his agency, and a 6-month hiatus from publicity could prove detrimental to an actress's career. He didn't want Ren Jia to seek attention or curry favor with Miss Shin at this juncture. If Miss Shin were to further suppress her, would he, as the boss, acquiesce her object? He was in a precarious position. However, Ren Jia failed to discern the implicit meaning in Lu Jinzhao's words. Seating herself on the sofa and adopting a pitiful demeanor, Director Lu, with that opening, Ren Jia's voice was imbued with grievance. You know, I've only been in the industry for less than 3 years. All these years, I've relied on the company and Brother Bo's team to achieve my current success. As she spoke, Ren Jia's cherry-red lips pouted slightly, her eyes fluttering with feigned vulnerability, but I'm naturally headstrong. Brother Bo has told me several times that I have a tendency to be impetuous, and I genuinely want to correct this flaw. However, I occasionally make unintentional missteps, often without realizing it. Lu Jinzhao watched her with a furrowed brow, sensing what Ren Jia intended to convey. Could she truly be about to bring up the publicity matter at this moment? In front of Miss Shin? Her timing was impeccable. As expected, Ren Jia lowered her gaze, continuing with a crestfallen expression. If I've done something wrong, please tell me directly. I'm eager to learn from you, and I hope Director Lu can offer me guidance. She raised her head to look at Lu Jinzhao, but now that you've instructed the publicity team to halt my exposure, it affects not only me but also the company. She looked at Lu Jinzhao. Director Lu, there's no need to deny it. If it weren't for your authorization, Brother Qi wouldn't dare to do this. Lu Jinzhao's countenance was now exceedingly grim, yet he couldn't exhibit his displeasure in front of Miss Shin. Ren Jia was unaware of Miss Shin's identity, preventing him from scolding her outright for her foolishness. Stealing a glance at Miss Shin's expression, he observed that she was casually reclining on the sofa, her eyes gleaming with an ambiguous smile as she watched Ren Jia's performance of confession and entreaty. Composing himself, Lu Jinzhao straightened his posture, looking intently at Ren Jia, and stated, There's no need to tell me all this, whether your actions were intentional or unintentional. We are well aware. Cease your promotional efforts. This is my intention, as well as the company's. You need not feel aggrieved, for there is no cause for your grievance. Ren Jia was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a resolute response from Lu Jinzhao despite her attempts to express herself tactfully. Her expression stiffened, and she blurted out, Mr. Lu, I fail to comprehend your meaning. What have I done to warrant such treatment from the company, to the extent of halting my promotional activities? Do you not realize the magnitude of this setback for my burgeoning career? No matter how great the setback, you must endure it, otherwise, you shall learn nothing. Lu Jinzhao asserted with unwavering conviction. As an artist of Jinzhao media, while one's professional capabilities may be lacking, one must conduct oneself with integrity. You wish to understand why, do you not? Very well, allow me to elucidate. Seemingly weary of further discourse, Lu Jinzhao chose to assert his stance in front of Shin Xiai. Do you not recall what transpired on the day of the press conference? What did you do? His gaze was icy as it bore into Ren Jia. She froze, rapidly recalling the events of that day. Suddenly, her expression shifted from confusion to surprise. She remembered. Noticing her reaction, Lu Jinzhao continued, "Did you think that because I was absent, the absence of one individual at the press conference would go unnoticed? The lead cast must make a collective appearance. Every actor is required to be present. Why did Shenli not take the stage? The very person you used as a pawn, Qitong, resigned the following day. Have you ever considered why?" At this point, Lu Jinzhao slammed his hand on the table, sharply rebuking her. "Did you truly believe this matter could be concealed? Just because Shenli is a newcomer, you assume no one would care?" The sheer intensity of his words startled Renjia, causing her to tremble. "I initially refrained from bringing this incident to light, considering your growing notoriety. Yet you dare to come and demand an explanation? The cessation of your drama's promotional activities is a direct consequence of the company's punishment. Any dissatisfaction you harbor should be kept to yourself." Renjia's underhanded tactics did not imply a lack of shame. Lu Jinzhao's words struck her like a slap across the face, leaving her feeling deeply insecure. Especially with a third person present, someone whose gaze had been fixed upon her throughout the exchange. Shen Xi listened intently to Lu Jinzhao's reprimand, intrigued by the transformation of Renjia's expression, witnessing a glamorous star reduced to a state of disarray. Indeed, someone capable of such actions had long since shed any semblance of a star's filter. Yet, witnessing it firsthand was both amusing and refreshing for Shen Xi. As Renjia remained silent, clearly at a loss for words, Lu Jinzhao sighed in disdain. "During this time, reflect on your actions. With such a narrow-minded approach towards newcomers, how far do you expect to go in this industry?" Renjia's eyes reddened slightly. The indignation she felt just moments ago evaporated, leaving only a sense of humiliation. She nodded, rose, and hurriedly exited, her demeanor betraying her flustered state. Lu Jinzhao, observing this, turned his gaze away in annoyance and softly addressed Shen Xi, "Miss Shen, please do not allow yourself to be angered by such trivial matters." Shen Xi smiled gently, recognizing that half of Lu Jinzhao's actions stemmed from genuine concern, while the other half was intended to make an impression on her. "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I have always been clear about my grievances. Since she has already faced her punishment, I shall not direct my ire towards her again." Hearing this, Lu Jinzhao nodded with relief. Yu Hong arrived later due to a delayed flight, reaching the set in the afternoon. She first visited Song Anyu's dressing room to deliver good news. "You've secured the position of Asia-Pacific brand ambassador for Den. In 2 years, as long as you ascend to stardom, the endorsement will be yours." "Thank you, Hong Jia. I will strive to meet that expectation," Song Anyu replied with a smile. Then pulled Yu Hong aside to speak in hushed tones. "I saw Quan Jia today. She just exited Shenli's makeup room. Jin Xiao might also be looking to sign Shenli." Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow. She had suspected the matter was dragging on for too long. Indeed, prolonged waiting often leads to unexpected complications. It was entirely reasonable for Jin Xiao to take an interest in a promising talent like Shenli, yet it was surprising that Quan Jia herself was involved. "We have been competing for talents with Jin Xiao before," Yu Hong remarked with a hint of resignation. Song Anyu hesitated before tentatively suggesting, "I performed 2 scenes with Shenli today and shot a few promotional photos. Perhaps I should have a chat with her?" Yu Hong regarded Song Anyu with a smile. "There's no need. You are not particularly eloquent, and I would rather you not inadvertently complicate matters." Song Anyu pouted slightly at this. After completing her morning scenes, Shenli had Wen Xin assist with her makeup removal. Apan had gone to a restaurant outside the film base to pack some dishes, most of which were Shenli's favorites. Having spent time with her, Apan had become familiar with Shenli's preferences. As Apan laid out the dishes, Shenli couldn't help but exclaim, "So much food? Is this too much?" Apan replied, "On a day as auspicious as this, we ought to celebrate properly. I was considerate of your desire for modesty and didn't buy too much." Xiaoyan chimed in, "Counting the dishes, it's just 8 dishes, merely a few more than usual. Even if we want to keep things low-key, we can't neglect to treat our sister, can we? Since your sister is here to visit, isn't it only right to order a couple more dishes?" Just then, Shen Xi entered with a bright smile. "What have you bought for me?" "Sister." Shenli rushed to her, asking, "Where have you been?" "Xiaoyan just went out looking for you." Shen Xi replied casually, "Just taking a stroll. It's rare for me to visit the film base, and I thought I might encounter a celebrity. I just saw Song Yuna. I remember you adore her." Shenli nodded excitedly. "Yes. I've watched several of her performances. She's incredibly talented." She lamented for her idol. "It's such a pity that with her exceptional skills, the company keeps assigning her to ancient dramas with no opportunities for awards." Xiaoyan interjected, "Ancient dramas attract viewership and fans. Although this genre may not be favored by mainstream awards, it is a fiercely competitive field. Given that Song Yuna currently reigns supreme, she likely has no desire to transition. A failed attempt could result in losing everything. As an insider in the entertainment industry, Shinli understood this dynamic. Yet she felt torn. She did not wish to be confined to ancient dramas unless presented with a distinctly different and challenging role. Shin Si, understanding her sister's sentiments, smiled and reminded her, "Remember your thoughts on this. Be sure to mention them during the contract discussion." I hadn't anticipated you would see through my intentions." Shinli responded hesitantly. "Is it appropriate to bring this up?" Shin Si had already settled down, preparing to enjoy the meal. She replied nonchalantly, "Whether or not to bring it up is your prerogative. Acceptance depends on their willingness. Negotiation is a two-way street." As she took a bite of the braised pork, her eyes lit up, so tender and delicious. A pan beamed with pride. This restaurant is a hidden gem, tucked away in a small alley. Most people are unaware of it. Shin Si invited everyone to sit and dine together, believing that a larger gathering would enhance the enjoyment of the meal and foster conversation. Halfway through, Quan Jie arrived, and shortly thereafter, Yu Hong also made her entrance. Upon meeting, Quan Jie greeted Yu Hong warmly. "Hello, it's been a while." Quan Jie, slightly plump and with a kind smile, acknowledged Yu Hong's presence with politeness. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. The last time we met was at the Jean May Awards ceremony 6 months ago. Please, take a seat. There's no need to stand," a pan urged, clearing the table as Shinli quickly invited the two to sit down. The intentions of both parties were clearly laid out, so as soon as they sat down, Yu Hong took the initiative to glance at Shinli and asked, "Ali, have you finished reviewing the contract? What are your thoughts?" At this moment, Shinli began to feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety, the kind that was uncontrollable. While she found some comfort in the presence of only teacher Yu Hong, the addition of Sister Quan made it difficult for her to navigate her feelings, leaving her uncertain about how to decline one of them. Noticing her distress, Shin Si, her elder sister, spoke up. "Both teachers, I am Shinli's elder sister, Shin Si." Sister Quan, aware of Shin Si's identity, pretended to be unfamiliar and nodded slightly. While Yu Hong's gaze brightened instinctively upon seeing Shin Si. What a striking beauty. If she were to act, she would undoubtedly be a promising talent. Shin Si then turned to Yu Hong, stating earnestly, "Teacher Yu Hong, I have long admired you. Ali has mentioned you on numerous occasions, and I have had our lawyer review the contract." Yu Hong smiled and nodded. "It is wise to be cautious." Shin Si continued, "The contract does not seem to have any major issues, but as you can see, with Sister Quan present, it indicates that another company has also extended an offer to my sister. Given Ali's gentle nature, which made her indecisive and reluctant to refuse anyone, Shin Si had taken it upon herself to represent her sister in this negotiation. Faced with two prominent figures in the industry, Shin Si spoke with clarity and composure. Showing no signs of panic, Shinli cast a grateful glance at her sister, relieved that she was there, as she had no idea how to handle the situation otherwise. With both contracts laid out on the table, Shin Si recognized the significance of this moment for her sister and aimed to negotiate thoroughly without compromising her sister's interests simply because she was a newcomer. Even if both negotiations fell through, Shin Si was capable of safeguarding her sister's career by establishing a personal studio, investing in scripts and teams, and shouldering the initial financial burden. However, she approached this negotiation with genuine intent, hoping to secure a satisfactory company for her sister, as entrusting professional matters to experts would undoubtedly yield better results than relying on an amateur. "I will dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point," Shin Si declared, looking directly at the two of them. Upon examining these two contracts, it is evident that Sister Quan's offer is superior to Teacher Yu Hong's, with a more favorable profit-sharing ratio and more enticing resource commitments. Sister Quan smiled slightly, appearing to be aware of this. Yu Hong inhaled deeply, expressing some resignation. "There is little I can do. The authority of agents within the company varies, and Sister Quan possesses the power to offer top-tier contracts at Jin Shao. I, however, can only secure contracts within my capacity." This was a matter she could not contest, especially in Sister Quan's presence. Shin Si nodded and added, "However, I'm not overly concerned about those details. While having more is certainly preferable, it will not be a deciding factor for Ali." At this point, Shin Si paused, straightened her posture, and softly articulated, "What I care about is Ali's needs. There are certain clauses I wish to include. It may seem somewhat presumptuous for a newcomer to make such demands, but both of you have the right to refuse. If this is a negotiation, then it is reasonable for us to express our requests, is it not?" Chapter 85. You have a good sister. Shinli observed the reactions of her two teachers, feeling both anxious and somewhat in awe of her sister. If it were her, she would never dare to voice such sentiments. Yu Hong's expression shifted slightly. In her years in the industry, she had never encountered a situation where the initiative during a contract signing lay with the other party. Despite Xin Li's exceptional qualities, her position was still unprecedented. Sister Quan, however, remained smiling and showed no hint of displeasure. Xin Si, employing a blend of tact and assertiveness, cut directly to the chase. Firstly, both contracts clearly state that actors are not permitted to engage in romantic relationships during the contract period. I would like this clause removed. It is apparent that this stipulation is common practice among companies for newcomers, yet I believe that love is not something that can be controlled. Suppressing an actor's natural instincts will only lead to secretive relationships, resulting in an avalanche of public relations issues for the company. I understand that companies prefer their artists to remain single to cultivate a fan base, but Ali aspires to be an actress, not a celebrity. Thus, I do not wish for the pressures of being a popular star to infringe upon my sister's freedom or personal life. Yu Hong opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. Sister Quan, maintaining her smile, turned to Xin Li and asked, "Young lady, you aren't currently in a relationship, are you?" Xin Li froze, her face flushing crimson. "No, teacher, I have never been in a relationship." Xin Si clarified. "My statement does not imply that my sister will definitely pursue a romance in the future. I simply wish to preserve her right to do so freely." Sister Quan raised an eyebrow and nodded. "Okay, no problem. I can agree to that." Yu Hong, however, appeared conflicted, biting her lip in silence. Noticing this, Xin Si continued. "The second point is that Ali shall not portray overly similar roles within 3 years. We can negotiate conditions, as long as the character distinctions are clear. Ali can take on supporting roles, and it is not necessary for her to be the lead." Xin Li eagerly nodded in agreement, as this was precisely what she desired, to explore diverse roles and leave varied impressions on the audience. Sister Quan contemplated for a moment before saying, 3 years is too long. 2 years is acceptable. The industry is currently saturated with similar narratives, and there are countless dramas that follow the same formula. Truly exceptional scripts are scarce. Xin Si reflected on Sister Quan's assessment, acknowledging its accuracy. Xin Li had watched 5 dramas in a month, 3 of which were historical romances and 2 contemporary, all characterized by repetitive plots. Thus, Xin Si nodded in agreement with the 2-year limit. Yu Hong sighed lightly in resignation. Xin Si proceeded. "Ali will not participate in regular variety shows. Her timid nature makes her ill-suited for such appearances. However, she may occasionally attend promotional events if required by the production team. Ali must not engage in socializing with sponsors, especially at private gatherings. Absolutely not." Xin Si enumerated several supplementary clauses, all of which she believed her sister would require, including instances where her sister had faced difficulties in her previous life. It was indeed quite unreasonable for a newcomer to make such demands, bordering on arrogance, and Xin Si was fully aware of this. Hence, she did not allow Ali to speak and instead shielded her sister from appearing presumptuous. As long as the negotiations benefited Ali, Xin Si was indifferent to how she might be perceived. To Xin Si's surprise, what she anticipated would require several rounds of discussion over these excessive terms resulted in Sister Quan agreeing to every single one without hesitation. In contrast, Yu Hong's expression was now beyond mere discomfort. It was palpable frustration. This highlighted the disparity in power. Sister Quan possessed the authority to finalize the contract without consulting anyone, whereas Yu Hong lacked such privilege. Thus, she stood up and declared, "I will make a phone call." Exiting the makeup room, Yu Hong dialed her boss and succinctly reported the current situation. "You've seen today's trending topic. Xin Li possesses immense potential. If we cannot offer more substantial terms, I will not be able to secure her today." The person on the other end responded with some remarks that left Yu Hong's countenance darkened with concern. "I am competing with Sister Quan for talent. If you do not grant me the authority, am I to risk everything for this? Are we really going to let such a promising prospect slip into the hands of Jin Xiao?" Fine, I understand. I am unable to proceed today. Sister Quan has agreed to everything, while I am left standing idly by, powerless. I cannot afford to lose face over this." With that, Yu Hong angrily hung up the phone. After taking a few deep breaths to adjust her mood, she returned to the makeup room with an expression of calmness. Turning to Xin Li, she smiled and said, "Ali, you are a wonderful child. I truly wish to sign you, but the conditions your sister proposed today are beyond my capabilities to accept. If I were to forcefully sign you, I might not be able to protect you well within the company. However, Sister Quan is different. Following her will provide you with better opportunities. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Shinli's eyes glistened with tears as she looked apologetically at teacher Yu Hong. I'm so sorry. No need to apologize, Yu Hong replied with a serene smile. Your nature makes you susceptible to being taken advantage of. There is something I have long wished to apologize for. During that press conference, when I saw you left alone backstage, I could have helped you, but I refrained. I selfishly wanted you to experience a setback, hoping it would make you realize the need for a company to depend on, leading you to sign with me. I'm truly sorry for that incident. Listening to Yu Hong's words, tears streamed uncontrollably down Shinli's cheeks. She was indeed a pure-hearted and tender girl. Choking back her emotions, she said, It's all right, teacher. Although I have only met you a few times, you have taught me so much. Yu Hong felt a slight pang in her heart, patting Shinli's shoulder. She then glanced at Shin Si and sincerely remarked, Fortunately, you are not alone. You have a wonderful sister. Shinli nodded through her tears. Sister Quan. Yu Hong turned her attention to Sister Quan, managing a somewhat helpless smile. Knowing you were coming made me feel my chances were slim, but it was an interesting experience to compete with you for talent. It's something I can boast about for the next 2 years. Sister Quan chuckled, Do not say that. I understand your struggles. Sun Dongjun is rather short-sighted. If you are considering joining Jin Xiao, I welcome you anytime. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong laughed. In the past, if someone had made such a statement about my boss, I would have defended him, but today, I wholeheartedly agree with Sister Quan. He will certainly regret it one day. What began as a seemingly serious negotiation concluded on a warm note. Yu Hong graciously withdrew, and Shinli's contract ultimately landed in the hands of Jin Xiao Media. This chapter is an additional update thanks to the monthly votes from readers. Thank you to everyone who supported. As for the subsequent negotiations, they would be based on the new terms proposed by Shin Si, which would be entirely entrusted to Sister Quan. Shin Si's purpose for coming was to assist her sister with the signing, and now that task was satisfactorily completed. Sister, are you really leaving today? Not even staying a day? Shinli felt a pang of reluctance upon learning her sister's plans. Shin Si pinched her sister's cheek and said, What purpose would I serve by staying? You need to focus on your work. My presence would only distract you. Shinli understood that her recent shooting schedule was quite demanding, with nightly shoots almost every day. With a resigned nod, she asked, Are you heading back to Longcheng? Yes. I plan to enjoy a few peaceful days at home. Shin Si replied half-jokingly. Shinli smiled. That's good. I left the gift I bought for you on your bed. Try it when you get back. The two sisters embraced reluctantly, a sight that brought smiles to those watching. Sister Quan then instructed Ah Pan and Xiao Yun. You two will accompany Ali for now. Once this film wraps, if Ali wishes for you to stay, you will assist her moving forward. Make sure to perform well. Their eyes lit up with excitement as they eagerly nodded. Assisting a kind-hearted artist like Ali was a dream come true. Sister Quan then turned to Shin Si and asked, Miss Shin, are you heading to the airport? You can ride with me. Sure. Thank you, Sister Quan. The stage manager prompted Shinli to prepare for her scene, leaving no time to bid farewell to the departing sisters. Shin Si left the set with Sister Quan and Lawyer Lin, but halfway through, they encountered Su Junhuan, who was fully dressed and ready for his scene. Under the sunlight, his radiant face allowed Su Junhuan to immediately recognize Shin Si. Fixating his gaze, he called out as they began to turn a corner, Sister Quan. Unfamiliar with Shin Si's name, he resorted to addressing her as Sister Quan. The group halted and turned to see Su Junhuan, clad in ancient attire, approaching with his entourage. Sister Quan greeted him with a smile. Junhuan, what brings you here? I don't think this production is under your direction. Su Junhuan deliberately avoided looking at Shin Si, seemingly waiting for her to acknowledge him first. However, she merely regarded him with a calm demeanor, her eyes devoid of warmth, as if observing a stranger. After exchanging a few perfunctory words with Sister Quan, he feigned nonchalance and stole a glance at Shin Si. Pretending to be surprised, Oh, it's you? Shin Si furrowed her brow in confusion. Huh? Seeing her act as if she did not recognize him. Su Junhuan felt a pang of disappointment yet forced a smile. Given his treatment of her mother, it was understandable for her to harbor ill feelings towards him. Junhuan, we need to head over quickly, one of his assistants whispered urgently. Su Junhuan sighed silently and addressed Sister Quan. Sister Quan, I'll take my leave now. Let us arrange a dinner when I'm back in Longcheng. Sister Quan nodded with a smile. As he turned to leave, Su Junhuan cast a lingering glance at Shin Si before departing without a word. Throughout the encounter, Shin Si's reactions were remarkably subdued. She showed no surprise at meeting Su Junhuan, recalling that he had been reading the script for Destined for the Phoenix on the plane. On their way to the airport, Lawyer Lin sat in the front passenger seat while Shin Si and Sister Kwan occupied the back. Midway, Shin Si turned to Sister Kwan. Her voice soft. Sister Kwan, you must be here on a mission, right? Sister Kwan, engrossed in replying to a WeChat message, looked up with curiosity, her eyebrows raised. Oh, what do you think my mission is, mission? To secure Ali's contract, Shin Si stated plainly. President Liu insisted that you must sign Ali at all costs. Sister Kwan laughed. Mission, you are quite perceptive. That is indeed President Liu's intention. I didn't expect you to see through it. Shin Si offered a self-deprecating smile. Your motives were too transparent. The demands I made seemed excessive even to me. Yet you agreed to all of them. Outsiders might not discern the truth, but being involved. I can't be oblivious to the fact that I'm a part of your play. With that, Shin Si boldly expressed her thoughts. President Liu desires not just Ali, but aims to bind me through her signing. Sister Kwan's smile deepened, leaving her noncommittal to Shin Si's words. Shin Si continued. President Liu has firmly decided to use my sister's money to ensnare me, an investor, in hopes of securing further investments for the Jinxiao project. Since Miss Shun harbors such intentions, why then does she still choose Jinxiao? Shin Si smiled lightly. Because I am indifferent to wealth. My sister is what matters to me. You have agreed to my seemingly excessive conditions, which demonstrates your utmost sincerity, so it is only right that I reciprocate. After all, I cannot allow you to make such significant concessions without reason. I too will take a step back, and ultimately, we shall reach a consensus that benefits us both. This utterance registered significantly with Sister Kwan, whose expression shifted noticeably. She regarded Shin Si with keen admiration, exclaiming, Miss Shun, you possess a wisdom and fortitude beyond your years. Not merely intelligence. Thank you for your kind words. It is indeed the case, Shin Si replied. Sister Kwan chuckled softly, nodding in affirmation. I believe I now comprehend why you have achieved such success at such a young age. Shin Si smiled silently, turning her gaze towards the retreating scenery outside the window. Approximately at 5:15 in the evening, Shin Si returned to the Wanjiadinhua villa, having arrived home for the National Day holiday, with Gu Lianxing not being at school. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the day's endeavors, Shin Si casually tossed her suitcase aside and nestled into the comfort of the living room's large sofa. Subsequently, she took out her phone to message Gu Lianxing. Lianxing, I've returned to Longqing. Let us hang out if you're free. Setting her phone down, she intended to take a brief nap when Gu Lianxing's swift reply came. Oh, darling, why don't you come to my house? We're having a housewarming party today, and my parents have organized quite a lively gathering. Accompanying her message was a location pin, and upon closer inspection, Shin Si noted, Wanjiadinghua?